In a post-apocalyptic world, as all survivors acquire their shelters equipped with walls and doors, Lin Sanhuo finds himself dumbfounded. His shelter is merely a heavy truck parked on the street. A hellish beginning? No, this is a fortuitous start. Ding! You have slain one D-class zombie dog, earning 1 survival point. With hordes of zombie dogs surrounding the city, Lin Sanhuo slams on the accelerator, transforming the truck into a steel behemoth, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake, and survival points soar. What? You're still trembling in your shelter? I've already taken my truck to sweep through Qingzhou City. Heavy barriers, tempered glass, spiral meat grinder are instantly activated. Basic intelligent driving system, basic intelligent control system, heavy machine gun, grenade launcher are unlocked in an instant. While other survivors fret over food, Lin Sanhuo has already transformed into the mightiest mobile fortress of the apocalypse, bulldozing everything in his path. Chapter 1. While others have shelters, I have a truck. Lin Sanhuo opens his phone. Suzhou City / a district survivor group. A flurry of messages appears. Chenma, brothers, what kind of shelter did you randomly get? Zhoujin, an apartment? Seems like it's mostly apartments around here. Anyway, there are plenty of girls. I have 2 or 3 in my arms alone. Xiran, I'm in a public restroom, 7 stalls, looks like a women's restroom. Longran, let me take a picture. I've never seen what a women's restroom looks like. Zhanglong, is there a strong brother with abs who can protect me? I'm in a 300 square meter standalone villa. I'm so scared. Xiran, does the person above not know this is a real name? Reply. Don't joke around in this apocalypse. Honggong, is Zhang Xiang there? I am your father. Cheng Yinzhou, is Zhang Xiang there? I am your grandfather. Zhang Xiang, I am Zhang Xiang, what do you two mean? Upon reading this, Lin Sanhuo pulls out a cigarette from his pack, places it between his lips, and lights it. Gazing at the heavy truck parked at the entrance of the community, his eyes are filled with frustration. Why do others arrive with shelters that are houses, while I end up with a truck? Indeed, Lin Sanhuo and the other survivors have all traveled through time. The time of their crossing was this morning. As everyone was leading their normal lives in an orderly manner, a voice suddenly echoed. The global apocalypse has begun. You will become the 7th batch of survivors and receive your own shelter. Please everyone, be prepared. Countdown. 321. Suddenly, everything fell into darkness, and upon opening my eyes again, I found myself here. Then I gathered information through the chat group, discovering that this was an unknown apocalyptic world. Each person possesses one shelter, varying in size, dimensions, and environment, but all are enclosed structures with walls and doors. Only Lin Sanhuo is different. His shelter is a truck, a heavy-duty one at that. Meanwhile, he also holds a mobile phone, which, aside from the recently accessed chatroom feature, has more to offer. In the upper right corner, there's a gray truck icon labeled Battle Vehicle Upgrade. Clicking on it prompts a notification. Tip: unlocking this feature requires 10 survival points. Lin Sanhuo fell silent for a moment, glancing at the topmost displayed number. Current survival points: 0. How can I acquire them? At that moment, the phone once again displayed a message. Detection indicates that most survivors are ready. The mutant release plan will commence 1 hour earlier. All survivors, please secure your doors and remain silent. Surviving the first day is quite safe when hiding at home. Hiding at home is indeed quite safe. Did they not account for me at all? Without a second thought, Lin Sanhuo flicked away his half-finished cigarette. He prepared to familiarize himself with the operation of the truck, just in case. Fortunately, he had previously obtained a heavy-duty truck driving license. Thus, once he got accustomed to it, driving posed no significant challenge for Lin Sanhuo. Soon, he started the truck, proceeding slowly in search of a concealed spot to hide. However, just as he was about to pass through the traffic light, he caught a glimpse of shadowy figures resembling beasts sprinting across the road. What on earth is that? The next second, the phone displayed another message. Detection confirms that all survivors are ready. The mutant release plan will proceed immediately. All survivors, please secure your doors and remain silent. The night will pass quickly. What does being ready even mean? I am far from prepared. Do you not regard me as a human? Very well, so this is how we play it. Helpless, Lin Sanhuo abruptly engaged the handbrake, causing the engine to stall. However, since the vehicle had been in motion for a while, he could not immediately slam on the brakes, and it slowly crept forward a few meters. Ultimately, the truck came to a halt in the very center of the intersection. Through the glass on either side, he could see a swarm of monsters surging forward in a frenzy. Lin Sanhuo was taken aback. Damn it! He had initially intended to find a concealed spot to hide. And now look at this. He had parked in the most conspicuous location, right in the intersection. No matter. Let life and death be left to fate. He rolled up the window and quickly crouched beneath the driver's seat, taking a deep breath. Listening to the sounds of various monsters moving above the roof of the vehicle, he prayed that they would hurry away. Tap, tap, tap. Gurgle, gurgle. After a while, he expected these monsters to leave swiftly. Yet, the ceaseless footsteps continued to echo over the entire roof of the truck, from the windows to the roof, and finally onto the empty container above. One by one, the beasts trampled over his truck, occasionally clawing at the door and sniffing the air. Lin Sanhuo remained hidden under the driver's seat, listening intently for at least 10 minutes. The unending sound of footsteps seemed to linger nearby, as if a relentless horde of monsters was advancing. At this moment, a vivid image materialized in Lin Sanhuo's mind. A dense army of monsters overshadowing the entire roadway, trampling over his truck. Woo! Roar! Suddenly, a cacophony of monster roars erupted. It resembled a canine sound, yet more chilling than that of a dog. Lin Sanhuo was unsure what these monsters were trying to convey with their calls. Crouched in the driver's seat, he could not dare to look outside. It was then that Lin Sanhuo thought of the chat group. That's right, he could ask them. He cast a glance around and retrieved his phone from the chair. Then he opened the chat group. Sure enough, after the monster appeared, the chat group had exploded with activity. Shuhan. What on earth is this group? It resembles a mutated dog. And suddenly, so many have emerged. Zhangqiang, help, help. That thing has come to my house. I can't hold it off. Please save me. Shiran, I was just taking a dump, and that thing showed up once it caught the scent. Damn. Zhanglong, for what I can see, only the apartment complex has been attacked. It seems our villa area is safe. Liu Sahan, by the way, did you all notice a truck just drove out onto the road? It is currently parked at the intersection, and there are still people inside. Shuhan, what the heck? There's a truck? This guy is really something, driving out at a time like this. A truck? An intersection? Lin Sanhuo was slightly taken aback. Isn't this referring to me? He recalled the earlier scene, a community beside the truck. Lin Sanhuo speculated that this person's refuge must be within that community. He clicked on the name and found 3 options: trade/private chat/invite. He decisively chose private chat. Lin Sanhuo, may I ask if you reside in the nearby community? Liu Sahan, nearby? Who are you? Lin Sanhuo, I am the one hiding inside the truck. Liu Sahan, was it you just now? Lin Sanhuo smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, this person was nearby. Moreover, since she could see his location, she should be able to observe the situation with the monsters around. Thus, he prepared to inquire about the conditions outside his vehicle. But just as he finished typing, the next moment, the other party sent another message. It seems they have noticed you. They are all gathered around you and have not left. What? Lin Sanhuo was instantly alarmed. The next moment, thud, the rear window was shattered by some unknown force. A grotesque zombie dog, its visage twisted in ferocity, frantically attempts to squeeze through the car window. Chapter 2. Dare you use me as bait? Then prepare to meet your demise. It was a terrifying undead hound, comparable in size to a Tibetan Mastiff, with foul drool dripping from its fangs. A low growl emanated from its throat as it eagerly sought to plunge through the shattered window. Damn! Lin San, with keen reflexes, seized the chair beside him and, with all his strength, delivered a decisive kick. Bang! The monstrous dog was sent flying by the immense force, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Lin San shook his slightly numbed right foot and habitually wiped his pant leg. Fortunately, I have practiced a few years of Sanda. Otherwise, that damned beast would have invaded my home. No sooner had he spoken than thud, 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 more shadows surged against the car window. Countless zombie dogs were relentlessly battering the glass, attempting to breach the truck's cab. The glass emitted a strained creak, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. Seizing the opportunity before the creatures could breach, Lin San darted into the driver's seat, engaged the handbrake, and pressed the accelerator. He understood that to survive, he must flee in the vehicle. To remain passive would only invite death. At that moment, another private message pinged on his phone. Liu Sahan, at the next traffic light, turn right, then take 2 left turns. That leads to the underground garage at the back entrance of our community. If you trust me, I'll come down to assist you. Upon reading the message, Lin San paused momentarily. He never expected that in this apocalypse, this girl would come to his aid. There was no time to ponder. He pressed the accelerator. He would head to the underground garage to see. Soon, the engine of the truck roared to life. A series of squelching sounds echoed as flesh was ground beneath the wheels. Some of the beasts blocking the way were crushed underfoot. Several zombie dogs beside the truck were also caught beneath the wheels, reduced to mere pulp. As the truck began to move, pools of blood splattered beneath the wheels. Ahead, a swarm of zombie dogs was surging towards them. Lin Sanhuo's expression remained impassive as he pressed down hard on the accelerator. Bang! The truck careened forward with reckless abandon. Waves of ravenous, undead hounds fell like grass under the relentless onslaught of the truck. Upon witnessing this, Lin Sanhuo felt not a shred of fear, but rather a surge of exhilaration. Come on, if you got what it takes, come and take me on. Meanwhile, his phone erupted with a flurry of notification sounds. Ding! You have slain one D-rank undead hound, earning 1 survival point. The incessant notifications echoed in his ears, a relentless barrage. So, slaying monsters grant survival points? Lin Sanhuo exclaimed with delight, pressing the accelerator even more firmly. The truck, akin to a bulldozer, crushed every undead hound that dared to obstruct its path into mere pulp. Glancing at the ever-increasing tally of survival points, which had surpassed 40, he felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. The anxiety stemmed from uncertainty about his survival. After all, it was likely that all the nearby monsters had been lured by his actions. The excitement, however, arose from the abundance of survival points he had amassed. He was undoubtedly widening the gap between himself and those survivors hiding in shelters. Simultaneously, on a narrow, urban roadway, countless undead hounds surged forth from every corner of the city, drawn to the noise of the truck. A glance down the road revealed the truck's frenzied collisions, leaving behind a trail of horrifying bloodstains. Damn it, these undead hounds are quite the handful. Thud. In the next moment, an undead hound leapt onto the window. The tremendous impact shattered the glass into a flurry of crystalline shards, while the hound became a splattered mass, smeared across the window. Lin Sanhuo hurriedly activated the windshield wipers to clear away the mess, muttering, "So fragile. Once I level up, the first thing I'll do is upgrade this glass." Soon, such incidents became increasingly frequent, with some undead hounds leaping onto the hood and others scaling the roof. In a moment of desperation, Lin Sanhuo had no choice but to twist the steering wheel, shaking the vehicle in an attempt to shake off the pack of ravenous hounds. However, due to the wheels and chassis being entangled with too much flesh and blood, the truck nearly toppled several times. Lin Sanhuo could only pray that the vehicle would not overturn. Almost there, just a moment away. Soon, he would be passing the sidewalk. Turn, another turn. At last, the underground parking garage is just ahead. As he approached the final turn, Lin Sanhuo gripped the door handle with one hand while firmly clutching the steering wheel with the other, prepared to leap from the vehicle at any moment. Yet, upon rounding the last bend, he was taken aback. Where was the parking garage? Where was the community? Before him lay an abandoned construction site, devoid of any road ahead. Only a hazardous stretch of construction zone remained. From within the derelict site, a multitude of ravenous hounds burst forth. What is happening? Where is the underground garage? Did I take a wrong turn? Lin Sanhuo immediately texted for clarification. I've arrived. Where's the garage? A reply came swiftly. You've arrived? A few seconds later, another message appeared. Actually, there's no garage. We just wanted you to help us draw the monsters away. You lied to me? Lin Sanhuo's mind buzzed as realization dawned upon him. Damn, he had been played. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw countless hounds closing in from all sides. He had no escape route left. It's not really a lie, is it? You're going to die anyway. One person's death is better than everyone perishing. Once we survive, we will surely remember you. Meanwhile, on the other side, beneath a certain residential building, a short-haired woman, Lu Sahan, sat on a stone pillar at the entrance of the community, tightly gripping her phone with a hint of a sigh. Noticing Lin Sanhuo's lack of response, a flicker of guilt crossed her face. However, she soon stood up. Upon seeing the survivors within the community busily fortifying their defenses, that fleeting guilt evaporated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of reassurance and self-satisfaction. At this moment, survivors were frantically transporting anything they could find, tables, cabinets, discarded construction materials, to establish defensive lines and build barriers at the various entrances of the community. Once everything was arranged, everyone gathered around, praising Lin Sanhuo's brilliant plan. "Miss Liu, we owe you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had time to prepare," said a middle-aged man, wiping his sweat and expressing his gratitude. "Exactly. If those monsters had broken in just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Another woman chimed in, her voice laced with lingering fear. "Alas, how pitiful is that truck driver who attracted the monsters. He probably remains unaware that we are exploiting him." Someone feigned sympathy. "Exploiting? What are you talking about? In this apocalypse, survival is the only truth," a man with a sharp, monkey-like face scoffed. "He started with nothing but a decrepit truck, lacking even a house or walls. He was destined to die anyway. If he helps us divert the monsters, it can be said he met a noble end." Hearing the residents' continuous accolades and agreement, the remnants of guilt in Lin Sanhuo's heart finally dissipated entirely. Sacrificing one person for the safety of so many, she believed she was in the right. Without sacrifice, how could there be salvation? She was truly enlightened in her understanding of righteousness. "Thank you all for the compliments. For the sake of our future survival together, I will continue to strive," she declared. Lin Sanhuo took a deep breath, her face displaying a resolute expression as she set her phone down. She resolved not to check if Lin San had replied. After all, in the face of the apocalypse, she needed to be decisive. She could not allow the sacrifice of an inconsequential individual to overshadow the more pressing tasks at hand. "All right, the defenses are nearly complete. Everyone should hurry back to your shelters," she instructed. "This level of defense should hold off those zombie hounds for a while. Miss Liu, don't just stand there. Hurry home. You never know when those monsters might return," someone urged. Lin Sanhuo nodded, turning to head back to her shelter. But just then, beep beep, a piercing and penetrating horn blared suddenly from not far away. The crowd was startled, simultaneously turning to look. It was indeed that truck, reversing at an astonishing speed toward them. The vehicle was adorned with severed limbs and dismembered arms, as if it had carved its way through a battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Lin Sanhuo was struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. How could this be possible? This guy, he actually reversed back to attack. Madman, how did he come back? A resident screamed hoarsely. The very people who had previously flattered Lin Sanhuo scattered like birds, rushing toward the community's interior. "Run, Miss Liu, there are monsters behind the truck," someone alerted. Yet, more fled deep into the community without looking back, fearing they might be caught in the chaos. Beep! Another deafening horn echoed through the air. The truck violently swung its tail. Behind it, a menacing pack of undead hounds relentlessly pursued. Lin Sanhuo's bloodshot eyes were fixed unwaveringly ahead. On his phone, a message from Lin Sanhuo had just arrived. "There are children and the elderly here. You can't run elsewhere. Why must you come back? If you bring those monsters over, everyone will die. Why can't you think about the bigger picture? I'm doing this to save everyone in the community. Can you bear to see the entire community perish because of you? Do you realize this is murder?" Not far away, Lin Sanhuo clutched her phone tightly, intending to morally coerce him. To her surprise, he was utterly unresponsive. Other survivors had already fled, some peering out from windows or door cracks. "Miss Liu, don't be foolish. Quickly get out of the way. That guy has gone mad. He won't stop. It's useless to reason with him." Lin Sanhuo took a deep breath, lifted her head, seemingly resolved to a certain determination. For the community, for everyone. She spread her arms wide, her stance resolute, intending to block with her own body. "If you wish to pass here, you must first crush me beneath you." The result was a resounding bang, as the truck barreled through, crushing everything in its path. Lin Sanhuo's gaze remained as calm as a still pond, merely spitting out a curse. "Fool!" Chapter 3, Truck Upgrade. Monsters colliding relentlessly. Lin Sanhuo was killed? The residents of the community gazed in shock at Lin Sanhuo, whose lower body had been crushed. Her demise a tragic sight. They stood frozen, unable to process their grief. Yet, before they could fully grasp the horror, a pack of feral hounds caught the scent of the surviving residents and turned to charge into the community. What was initially thought to be an effective barricade at the entrance proved futile, as these feral creatures easily leapt over the gates. Soon, a multitude of hounds surged into the community, seeking their prey, pouncing one by one. The survivors, who had just moments ago been united, began to frantically rush into the nearest building. The elevator was overcrowded, forcing them to crowd into the fire escape. However, the narrowness of the entryway caused a bottleneck. resulting in pushing, trampling, and cries of despair. "Make way! Get out of my way!" a burly man bellowed, straining to shove past those in front of him. "You men, have you no decency? Can't you let the women and children through? Don't you understand ladies first?" What a lack of civility, a stout woman screeched, when she received no attention. The woman plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum, pounding her thighs and wailing dramatically. "Oh, the injustice! These men are bullying us women." Her cries failed to evoke sympathy from others, instead attracting a few nearby hounds. As the hounds approached, the chaos at the stairwell escalated. The woman was swiftly trampled underfoot. In an instant, the community was filled with screams, shrieks, and the growls of the feral hounds, resembling a scene from a hellish nightmare. On the opposite side, Lin Sanhuo appeared through the rearview mirror and noticed that a significant number of hounds had fled towards the community, leaving only a few scattered, unyielding ones on the road. Seizing the moment to relieve his stress, he pulled out his phone. Current survival points, 435. So many? Lin Sanhuo grinned with excitement. Without hesitation, he unlocked the Battle Vehicle Upgrade function. A message promptly appeared. Battle Vehicle Upgrade function unlocked. Vehicle name, Heavy Truck Quality, B level, 1 form, none skills, none equipment, none dimensions, 13M x 2, 5M x 3, 4M load capacity, 100 tons remaining fuel mileage, 109 kilometers expansion modules. None. A dazzling array of truck information was presented before him, along with 4 upgrade options: Battle Vehicle Upgrade, Weapon Module, Defense Module, System Module. Lin Sanhuo directly selected the Defense Module. 4 upgrade options emerged. Heavy Barrier, 100 survival points. Quality, C-grade tempered glass, 100 survival points. Quality, C-grade blast-resistant tires, 100 survival points. Quality, C-grade spiral meat grinder, 100 survival points. Quality, C-grade all of them, he declared without hesitation, spending 400 survival points. In the next moment, the points were instantly depleted. The truck emitted a deep, resonant hum, the sound of its metallic structure being reconfigured and reinforced. Lin Sanhuo distinctly felt the entire vehicle rising and gaining weight. Simultaneously, the sounds of hounds being struck ahead underwent a significant transformation. The initial clattering and violent vibrations of the vehicle changed to a dull, singular thud, akin to a heavy hammer smashing a watermelon. The truck remained steadfast, no longer shaking violently under the pressure of crushing. A newly added, automatically rotating meat grinder beneath the chassis whirred into action, producing a jarring, cutting sound. Those hounds that were struck and caught beneath the vehicle were instantly sliced apart and flung out at high speed. This contraption was akin to installing a high-powered meat-clearing windshield wiper under the truck, eliminating the risk of accumulating too many hound remains that could lead to a stall or even a rollover. Finally, the installation of the tempered glass commenced. Thick sheets of dark tempered glass, comparable to the thickness of a pinky, swiftly filled all the windows. The moment the installation was completed, the interior of the truck became notably quieter. Several hounds attempting to smash through the glass to invade the driver's cabin met a gruesome fate. Their faces obliterated into a bloody pulp due to their speed, while the tempered glass remained unscathed. Good heavens! Lin Sanhuo marveled at his newly upgraded vehicle. With these upgrades, I feel I could drive through the city with impunity. He grinned wickedly as he gripped the steering wheel, recklessly charging at the hounds ahead. Following the defensive enhancements, the feral hounds outside posed little threat. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered wildly in front of him. Ding! You have killed 1 D-level feral hound, earning 1 survival point. Ding! You have killed 1 D-level feral hound, earning 1 survival point. Ding! You have killed 1 D-level feral hound, earning 1 survival point. Ding! You have killed 1 D-level feral hound, earning 1 survival point. Watching his survival points accumulate, Lin Sanhuo felt it still wasn't enough. He then turned on the vehicle's music, selecting an upbeat song. The most dazzling folk style was just the right choice. Soon, in the midst of the desolation, an incongruous melody filled the streets. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless mountains, flowers bloom. What rhythm is the most swaying? What song is the most joyous? The cacophony drew countless feral hounds. Survivors trembling in their shelters were stunned by the music, peering out the windows in bewilderment. The chat group exploded with activity. Qingzhou City District B Survivor Group. Zhangzhou. Am I losing my mind? Or is my hearing impaired? How am I hearing the most dazzling folk style in the apocalypse? Qian Shengling. I thought the square dance Annies had time traveled here. This is absurd. Suhang. Ima utali falat, but my 24K pure titanium dog ears are in disbelief. Li Wang. Are you all dazzled? I'm not at all. There are 3 zombies knocking at my door right now. Qin Fengjiao. Quick, look. It's a big truck. Zhao Xiaoshu. Holy smokes. This truck is too ferocious. The road is littered with monsters it has crushed. Su Wanwan. Is the truck driver here? Can I request J. Chao's Chrysanthemum Terrace? Wang Meng. What is so great about Chrysanthemum Terrace? Play counterattack for me. I'm ready to face the monsters outside. As Lin Sanhuo drove, he found amusement in the chat group. The sensation of being the center of attention was quite exhilarating. Just an hour prior, he believed driving a truck in this apocalypse was a death sentence. Yet he found himself in the midst of a delightful opportunity. Indeed, the best defense is a good offense. Within just a few short minutes, over 30 survival points were credited to him. He opened the chat group. Lin Sanhuo, Truck KTV online song request. Type the name of the song you wish to hear. Call me daddy to skip the line. In less than half a second, the chat group was flooded with messages. Daddy, I want to hear Tante. I'm feeling particularly anxious right now. Good daddy. I want to hear Ma Ka Ba Ka. Daddy, daddy, daddy. I want to hear Black Friday to enhance the apocalyptic experience. No, that song can lead to depression. Is the one above a messenger from Yin Wang Yi trying to boost performance? How dare you listen to Black Friday? If that is played, I swear you won't survive until Friday. Lin Sanhuo. All right, preparing Black Friday. No, that is not meant for human ears. Is it because he calls daddy too much? I can too. Daddy, 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 daddy. I beg you, don't play Friday. Same here, daddy, 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 daddy. Same here, daddy, 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 daddy. Same here, daddy, 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 daddy. Lin Sanhuo reveled in the lively content of the chat group. However, his joy was short-lived when a message, akin to a bucket of cold water, suddenly sprang from the truck S screen. Alert! Your range is below 20 kilometers. Please find a gas station immediately. Chapter, for you plotting against me from within? I will crash the house. The warning light of a nearly empty fuel tank flashed blindingly. Remaining range, less than 20 kilometers. Looking back at the group of relentless, despairing individuals, Lin Sanhuo slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that trucks also require fuel. But in the next moment, inspiration struck. He took out his phone and immediately sent a message. Lin Sanhuo, I won't play Black Friday, but I need your help with something, Zhangzhou. Bro, just say it. As long as you don't play Black Friday, we'll handle it for you. The chat quickly became inundated with cries for mercy. The power of the band song was evidently substantial. Lin Sanhuo wasted no time. Help me find the nearest gas station. Gas station? Bro, are you out of fuel? Yes, not much left. Lin Sanhuo was forthright. He soon noticed that as the truck moved, the name of the chat group changed. From the initial Qingzhou City District A Survivor Group to Qingzhou City District B Survivor Group. The chat group automatically switched based on GPS location. This meant that those he was conversing with now were not the same people who had previously plotted against him. Lin Sanhuo breathed a sigh of relief and deliberately took a small detour at the edge of District B to avoid entering the new zone, which would cause the group to change again. The B group quickly became lively. Driver, I promised to complete the task. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and find a gas station for the driver. Driver, I live on the 49th floor. Right above is the rooftop. I'll go up and check for you. We must support the driver. No other reason, just to hear him play the most dazzling ethnic music. Observing the enthusiastic reactions of the survivors in District B, Lin Sanhuo couldn't help but feel gratified compared to the scheming individuals from District A. Thank you all. Once I find a gas station, I will remember your assistance. Driver, why are you being so polite with us? Exactly, we're all surviving in this apocalypse. Helping each other is only natural. Soon, a female survivor named Li Miao Miao sent him a private message. Li Miao Miao, I can tell you the location of the gas station, but can you do me a favor? Lin Sanhuo smiled. This was more like it. He replied, First, tell me your request. Li Miao Miao, I want you to take me for a ride in your truck. Lin Sanhuo, then go find my mother. What happened to your mother? Li Miao Miao, there was an incident in her area. Other survivors from different regions have occupied their place. The last message she sent me was to tell me not to look for her. I'm worried she is in danger. I want to check on her. Lin Sanhuo. How can I trust that what you say is true? Li Miao Miao. If I lie to you, my family will perish. Lin Sanhuo. Liars generally have no family. Li Miao Miao. I am truly not lying to you. I beg you. Lin Sanhuo. Sorry, I must decline your request. He then promptly blocked her. The reason was simple. Inviting someone into his truck posed risks. Moreover, in such a vast district, Lin Sanhuo did not believe that this was the only person who knew the location of a gas station. Before long, another individual named Zhang Shui sent him a private message. Zhang Shui, the shelter of my daughter is a gas station. I can tell you where it is, but can you do me a favor? Lin Sanhuo's gaze sharpened, recalling something. Is your daughter named Li Miao Miao? Zhang Shui. How did you know? Lin Sanhuo. She just messaged me, saying you were in trouble and wanted me to take her to find you. Now, what is your request? Seeing this mother-daughter duo reaching out, Lin Sanhuo felt a sense of satisfaction. But in the next moment, Zhang Shui. I want you to help me kill her. Lin Sanhuo. But soon, the other party quickly clarified. Zhang Shui. No, I need you to help me kill the person using my daughter's phone. My daughter has been kidnapped. Someone broke into her gas station. If you help me take revenge, I will tell you the location of the gas station. No. Lin Sanhuo's brain was in turmoil. Is this a spy game? How long has it been since I crossed over? And already I am embroiled in such intrigue. One claims her mother is in trouble and that she is being framed, while another says her daughter is in distress. And the individual using her daughter's phone is not the actual person. It was a headache. But soon, Lin Sanhuo turned a corner. Wait, I came here to find fuel. As long as I can locate the gas station, I don't care whether it's true or false, whether they're human or ghost. First, I must secure the fuel. Lin Sanhuo decisively replied. I agree. Soon, the other party provided the approximate location of the gas station. For safety's sake, Lin Sanhuo also asked a few seemingly reliable survivors in the group. The final locations he received were generally consistent, indicating that the woman was not lying about the gas station. Before long, the truck sped down the street. Approximately 10 minutes later, an open stretch of road appeared ahead, and the silhouette of the gas station came into view. He gently tapped the brakes, preparing to slow down. However, suddenly, 3 or 4 figures appeared, moving about near the gas station. Lin Sanhuo's heart raced with alarm. He released the brake and pressed the accelerator instead. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the gas station's supermarket, 3 men and women stood idly. One woman, clutching her phone, irritably ran her fingers through her meticulously styled hair. TSK. She actually blocked me, the woman muttered under her breath, her tone laced with resentment. The young man remained obstinate and unyielding. At that moment, the dusty glass door of the supermarket swung open. A middle-aged man, slovenly and greasy, emerged, his trousers sagging precariously. An unnatural flush adorned his face as he hummed a disjointed tune. He approached a plastic chair by the entrance, plopped down, and fished a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply, exhaling smoke rings with a sense of smug satisfaction. He glanced back into the supermarket. At the checkout counter, a slender girl lay motionless. Her dress carelessly hiked up to her waist, revealing bruised skin. Her eyes were hollow, her face a mask of deathly silence. The greasy man grinned, exposing a set of yellowed teeth, his face betraying an unabashed lewdness. He amused himself about being over 40 and finally encountering such a fresh young girl. He smacked his lips, relishing the thought. She was incredibly tender, even more so than tofu. Standing nearby, a tall, imposing figure frowned, evidently growing impatient with the greasy man's boisterousness. He scanned his subordinates and barked in a cold, harsh tone. Is everything done? If so, get back to work. You, find the girl and take her to the side. You, come with me into the supermarket and lay low. The woman approached, voicing her concern. But boss, the truck driver has blocked me and isn't responding at all. Are we going to confront him directly when we meet? Or, the leader's expression darkened, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings. A few hundred meters away lay the gathering place for survivors. The original plan was to act discreetly, to avoid alarming the other new survivors. However, the truck driver had been unusually alert and had blocked her after a brief conversation. Yet the leader remained unfazed. for there was but one gas station intact within dozens of kilometers. The truck's movement indicated a need for supplies. Fuel was the currency of the apocalypse. He was confident the truck driver would not resist coming. He will come, he asserted with certainty. Indeed, shortly after, the familiar rumble of a truck engine echoed from the distant road, growing louder and clearer. The leader's spirits lifted, and he swiftly issued commands to his men. Everyone except her, get into the supermarket right now. Remember, no one is to emerge or make a sound without my command. A chorus of affirmations followed as his subordinates quickly concealed themselves in the shadows of the supermarket. Only the woman remained at the entrance. She took a deep breath, meticulously adjusting her clothes and smoothing her hair, attempting to present herself as a helpless survivor in desperate need of rescue. The truck approached with a thunderous rumble, kicking up a cloud of dust, its speed far exceeding their expectations. The woman's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She could not help but lower her voice. "Boss, something feels off about that truck." "Shut up." The man snapped. "What did I just say?" "Stay calm." The truck drew nearer, its massive silhouette expanding in her view, showing no signs of slowing down. It seemed to be accelerating. The color drained from her face, her voice trembling. "No, boss, it's not slowing down at all. It seems to be speeding up." "Silence. My orders no longer hold weight." The leader's fury surged. He thought to himself how difficult it was to manage this group. "I told you not to move, to keep yourselves hidden. Anyone who dares to act will be the first to face my wrath." The truck was nearly upon them, its colossal headlights illuminating the interior of the supermarket, rendering the figures hiding behind the shelves visible, their terrified expressions stark against the light. Inside the truck, Lin Sanhuo pressed the accelerator. Hiding in a supermarket? Clearly, they're not the good sort. Within the supermarket, panic erupted. "Boss, it's coming straight for us." "Silence. No orders for me." "Boss, I'm out of here." The woman at the door sensed the impending disaster and dodged to the right. Meanwhile, the individuals hiding inside the supermarket were caught off guard. With a thunderous crash, the truck barreled into the supermarket, reducing it to rubble. Chapter 5. Having been pursued relentlessly, it was now my turn to retaliate. The woman stood in shock. Did he just ram it head on? Is this guy insane? The truck backed out from the flattened supermarket, debris scattering across the ground. Almost immediately, her phone pinged with notifications. Ding. You have killed one survivor, earning 59 survival points. Ding. You have killed one survivor, earning 34 survival points. Ding. You have killed one survivor, earning 101 survival points. Is it possible to gain survival points from killing survivors? Lin Sanhuo chuckled to himself. He then turned to the woman on the other side. Bang! Bang! The woman drew her pistol and fired twice, but the tempered glass merely cracked slightly. With an awkward smile, she inhaled sharply and prepared to flee. But in the next moment, a lithe figure appeared behind her, blocking her path. It was the girl they had bullied earlier. With a swift motion, the girl produced a knife from seemingly nowhere and plunged it into the woman's chest, withdrawing and stabbing again, her frenzy relentless. The girl seemed to be caught in a whirlwind of rage or tears, repeatedly stabbing the woman. Eventually, the woman collapsed, still wildly swinging the knife as though to tear apart the memories of her violation. Lin Sanhuo watched this unfold from his vehicle. He initially considered intervening, but ultimately decided against it. Finally, he rolled down the window, and despite surmising the nature of the relationships involved, he felt compelled to document the scene. He took a photograph of the girl and sent it to a survivor named Huang Chui for confirmation. "Is this your daughter?" Huang Chui, seemingly glued to her phone, replied almost instantly. Yes. That's her. She is alive. Thank goodness." Lin Sanhuo sighed in relief. In this world of desolation, the greatest joy comes from discovering that a loved one you believe to be lost is alive and standing before you. However, the girl appeared to be in a precarious mental state. After killing the woman, she pressed her hands against her skirt, shaking her head as if haunted by a terrifying memory that rendered her inconsolable. Lin Sanhuo could easily guess what she had endured, knowing well the fate that awaited a beautiful girl in a world overrun by desperate men. He exited the vehicle to inspect the bodies beneath, checking for signs of life. The head is here, the body is over there. They likely won't survive. The girl, tears streaming down her face, turned to Lin Sanhuo. "Brother, did my mother send you to rescue me?" Yes, he replied nonchalantly. Initially intending to offer comfort, I hesitated, fearing I might inadvertently awaken the painful memories of a young girl. Thus, I chose to remain silent. I inspected the facilities at the gas station and inserted the fuel nozzle. It soon became apparent that the fuel port bore signs of previous use, indicating that someone had filled up here before, and the quantity was substantial. Now, only enough fuel remained to sustain the truck for less than 100 kilometers. Turning to inquire of the girl, I was interrupted by a sudden sound. With a swift motion, she drew a knife across her neck, collapsing to the ground in despair. Weeping as a pool of blood spread around her. She lay convulsing on the ground. I rushed over, tearing off my shirt to apply pressure, but the blood flowed uncontrollably. I stood there, watching her cry out in anguish. Why, brother? Why, when my mother and I were having dinner, did we end up here? Why? When I was safely hidden in a shelter, did a group of people break in? I truly fought hard to resist. Brother, please don't tell mother. In the end, I watched helplessly as the girl drew her last breath, a sense of regret filling my heart. But this is the nature of the apocalypse. Weakness is the original sin. It appears that while one might need to guard against monsters, the true threat lies within humanity itself. Some survivors have evidently grown accustomed to turning against their own kind. I glanced at the firearms scattered on the ground, my phone buzzing with unread messages from Huang Shui. Huang Shui, driver, could you please have my daughter send me a message? Huang Shui. Meow Meow is only 16. She gets scared by cockroach. She must be terrified now. Huang Shui. Driver, could you bring Meow Meow to me? I feel at ease only when she is by my side. Huang Shui. In any case, thank you. Without you, I dread to think what those villains would have done to my daughter. As I read through her heartfelt messages of gratitude, I did not hesitate to respond. She is already deceased. After a moment of silence, Huang Shui replied, could you please bring her body to me? Please, she is my only daughter. Send me the location. I then turned off my phone and observed the pack of undead hounds, which I had previously outrun, drawing near again from a distance of a few hundred meters. I removed the fuel nozzle and placed the girl's lifeless body in the passenger seat. Before departing, I searched the bodies of those I had crushed, uncovering several rifles, ammunition, and a handgun from a woman. With my scavenging complete, I entered the vehicle and closed the door just as a horde of undead hounds charged towards me, their snarling faces colliding with the reinforced glass. Though the glass remained intact, its stability felt compromised. Inside the vehicle, I watched these frenzied creatures. I had been the prey. Now it seemed the tables had turned. With that thought, I released the handbrake and spun the steering wheel. The tires crushed the hounds beneath them, scattering their remains. With the hounds rushing at me, I pressed the accelerator. After being chased for so long, it was time for me to pursue them. Chapter 6, the second upgrade. Machine gun and grenade launcher at your service. As I drove the truck back into the city, the survivors atop the buildings were left dumbfounded once more. In the B District chat group, messages flooded in. I can't believe it. The driver is back. I thought he was just stopping for fuel. Wait, have you noticed? The driver seems to be charging at those monsters. Indeed, the monsters rushing at him were directly mowed down by the truck. Meanwhile, on the streets, the truck barreled through the undead hounds like a bulldozer, carving a bloody path. From fleeing to now attacking, the area behind the truck was left empty, while more hounds continued to emerge ahead. With this offensive approach, the rate of acquiring survival points had more than doubled. I checked my phone. Survival points, 573. Without hesitation, I decided to upgrade again. There were 4 upgrade modules: vehicle upgrade, weapon module, defense module, system module. To upgrade the vehicle, it cost 1,000 survival points. I examined the weapon options in the system. Weapon module, heavy machine gun, 150 survival points, quality. B grenade launcher, 150 survival points. Quality. B. Then there were the system modules, with 4 total to upgrade. Smart driving system, 100 survival points, quality. C. Smart control system, 100 survival points. Quality. C. Radar system, 100 survival points, quality. C. Terminal system, 100 survival points, quality. C. Smart driving, smart control. Observing the 2 modules in the system, my earlier concerns about upgrading weapons dissipated. Without further ado, I decided to consume my points. 500 survival points. Smart driving, 100. Smart control, 100. Machine gun, 150. Grenade launcher, 150. Fully upgraded. With a series of clicks, New mounts automatically extended from the front of the vehicle, securing two new weapons, a heavy machine gun and a grenade launcher. Activating the smart driving feature, the vehicle took control, allowing me to climb into the rear compartment. I opened the sunroof and gripped the machine gun atop the truck. A massive ammunition box connected beneath the gun, holding an initial supply of 2,000 rounds. Then it began. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, aiming at the densely packed hounds ahead. I pulled the trigger. Instantly, a barrage of bullets erupted like tongues of fire. The kinetic energy of the 1,277mm rounds tore through the horde, sending limbs and remains splattering across the roadside. The grenade launcher, responding to smart control, automatically locked onto the area with the highest concentration of hounds 50 meters away. With a thunderous boom, the grenade launched, transforming the target area into a fiery sea of blood and shattered flesh. The sounds of gunfire and explosions intertwined. Come on, bring it on. I tightened my grip on the machine gun, the acrid scent of gunpowder mixed with blood filling the air, my face trembling with each discharge. Watching the hounds disintegrate under the barrage, my adrenaline surged to its peak. Meanwhile, in the city at night, the sudden barrage of artillery had turned everything upside down. In the B District chat group, messages flooded in. Not a buddy, but a machine gun. A howitzer. Driver. Are you going to refuel? Are you bringing back weapons? My goodness, with this firepower, I thought the army was attacking us. No wonder the driver dares to confront them. It turns out he has a trump card. Go, driver. Eliminate these monsters. Wait, if the driver is operating the machine gun, then who is steering the vehicle? Am I seeing things? It seems there's no one in the driver's seat. Brothers, my eyes are welling up. Do you think the driver is a savior sent by heaven to rescue us? The driver is so cool. If I were a woman, I would bear him 1,000 monkeys. Who says only women can? Men can too. Meanwhile, darkness enveloped the sky. Suddenly, a ravenous hound leaped onto the truck, shattering the headlights with its sharp claws. The front of the truck was instantly plunged into darkness. So you know how to break my lights? Lin Sanhuo scoffed. Just then, a flicker of weak light appeared above from the surrounding buildings. Following closely were more beams of light, one after another, as windows opened, and emergency lights, desk lamps, and mobile phone screens were pushed to the windowsills. Countless faint lights flickered down like stars. Various voices erupted suddenly. Don't be afraid, driver. We have light to guide you. Driver, I love you. Will you be my boyfriend? Go, driver. Take down those monsters. You can do it. Keep going, driver. We're watching you. A chorus of unexpected support resonated through every street. The myriad of dim lights, while insufficient to fully illuminate the streets, was nonetheless exhilarating. Sitting in the truck, controlling the machine gun, Lin Sanhuo found himself momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated that these individuals would choose to turn on their room lights, phone lights, and any possible light source, exposing themselves to illuminate the path ahead. Perhaps it was this very support from the survivors above that inspired Lin Sanhuo. Clenching the machine gun, he tightened the trigger and aimed the barrel, standing atop the truck like a savior descending from the heavens, obliterating any hound that dared to attack him amidst the barrage of gunfire. It seemed the hounds sensed something amiss. Minutes later, they began to retreat, turning to flee in another direction. Observing their cowardly behavior, Lin Sanhuo did not relent. Instead, he accelerated. Don't run. I haven't earned enough yet. But he was oblivious to the new message that had appeared on his phone. Emergency alert. All survivors in a district, Qingzhou City, have been confirmed dead, fulfilling the preconditions for the emergence of the ultimate mutant. Warning, an ultimate mutant is expected to officially emerge in a district within 30 minutes. Name, Ultimate Berserk Hound. Mutation level, S-Class, extremely dangerous. Evolution level, Level 4, Super Evolution. Expected birthplace, a district, Qingzhou City. Warning, the ultimate mutant possesses strength and speed far exceeding ordinary mutants, along with considerable intelligence and special abilities. This threat level is extremely high. Hiding in conventional shelters will no longer be safe. All individuals are advised to abandon shelters and evacuate the city immediately. Chapter 7. The Ultimate Berserk Hound? I believe you will wait for your birth. While fleeing from the hounds, the road twisted and turned, revealing familiar trails of blood. Lin Sanhuo suddenly realized he was on the path back to a district. Pulling out his phone, He found the chat group had automatically switched to a district, the entire channel eerily silent. Soon, indistinct figures appeared ahead, moving sluggishly. Upon closer inspection, they were aimlessly wandering zombies. They swayed mindlessly, and upon noticing the approaching truck, opened their decaying maws and staggered forward. One by one, they were ruthlessly crushed. As the darkness deepened, Lin Sanhuo upgraded the radar module midway. In an instant, the previously blurry interface on the truck's central screen became clear. A simple radar scanning interface emerged, distinctly marking the positions, numbers, and various obstacles of all monsters within several dozen meters with different color dots. Coupled with the intelligent driving system, even in the night, the radar could explore and delineate the road conditions. Before long, he entered a familiar residential area. A recognizable figure stood at the entrance, a woman named Lu Yuhan, who had previously tried to block the truck with her body, now transformed into a half-zombie lying in the middle of the road. She still extended her arms, attempting to intercept the oncoming truck. Lin Sanhuo merely cast her a cold glance and drove over her without hesitation. Noticing the entrance of the community swarmed with infected zombies, their howls echoing, Lin Sanhuo recalled the group he had encountered at the gas station. He shook off the thought and continued his pursuit of the fleeing hounds. Before long, he arrived at a familiar abandoned development site, the very place where he had been deceived. It had now transformed into a giant mutant embryo ground. Countless large and small embryos, resembling colossal tumors, hung from the dilapidated building in the ground. Some vine-like blood vessels extended out to the city roads. With each few meters he drove, a blood-red embryo wriggled into view, occasionally birthing newborn hounds that tore through the amniotic membrane and emerged, wet and glistening. These embryos were connected by thick, pulsating blood vessels that reached deep into the development site, evidently supplying nutrients to the embryos. Strangely enough, the hounds and zombies here seemed oblivious to Lin Sanhuo's truck. They paid no heed to this enormous steel intruder, all rushing toward the interior of the development site. Even the newly birthed hounds, shaking off the slime from their bodies after emerging from the embryos, quickly scurried back to the center of the site as if receiving a command. Driving through the truck felt like traversing an uninhabited realm. No monsters paid him any attention. So those monsters emerged from here, Lin Sanhuo murmured, turning a corner and entering the abandoned development site. It seems I have stumbled into the lair of the monsters. At that moment, the dashboard's fuel gauge flickered ominously, the remaining range cruelly displaying 5 kilometers. Lin Sanhuo felt a pang of anxiety, but pressed on deeper. Soon, the truck reached a desolate garden in the center of the development, where a massive embryo, towering 2 stories high, stood before him. Like a colossal heart, it still pulsated faintly. The vehicle came to a halt. Raising his head, beneath the embryo lay a vast network of blood vessels connecting countless smaller embryos, akin to roots burrowing into the earth, absorbing sustenance for all the embryos. Moreover, what sent shivers down one's spine was that numerous undead hounds and zombies willingly offered themselves, lying quietly not far from the gigantic embryo, allowing those thick nutrient tubes to pierce their bodies like straws, voraciously siphoning their energy. Their forms visibly withered away. Was this the reason for their haste to return? Lin Sanhuo was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had indeed entered another's lair. Simultaneously, a notification chimed from his pocket. He retrieved his phone, and the screen illuminated. Notification: the birth progress of the ultimate mutated entity, the ultimate berserk hound, is nearing completion. Progress: 87, 88, 89. The progress bar continued to grow slowly yet steadily. The ultimate mutated entity? Lin Sanhuo scrolled through the system messages and noted a prior alert. Meanwhile, within the colossal embryo, the ultimate berserk hound was relishing the influx of mutated energy supplied by its minions. Energy surged within, amplifying its strength. Furthermore, due to the amalgamation of substantial human and zombie blood and tissue, the berserk hound gradually acquired a level of intellect akin to that of humans, encompassing their intricate desires, jealousy, rage, pride, and other emotions. As the embryo neared completion, fragments of human subconsciousness flooded into its mind. Upon integrating these diverse human thoughts, it could not help but emit a laugh filled with astonishment and disdain. So, The human brain is so remarkably efficient, such a challenging problem. It was solved in an instant. Wait, humans actually regard us as pets. Ridiculous. Pathetic. Damn humans, arrogant beings. Once I emerge, I shall ensure your annihilation. You will learn who truly reigns over this world. While the Berserk Hound assimilated human knowledge, its heart brimmed with savage curses. Yet, the thought of being the ultimate mutated entity about to enter the world ignited a peculiar anticipation and excitement within it. Soon, I shall emerge at once. Inside the embryo, the ultimate Berserk Hound struggled vigorously, attempting to rupture the amniotic membrane. Its body was infusing the final portion of mutated energy from its marrow, the last step toward transformation. Once completed, it could be birthed. You useless creatures, could you not expedite the process? Hurry, I must be born. I yearn to shred those contemptible humans. The ultimate Berserk Hound opened its eyes wide within the embryo, its crimson gaze seemingly penetrating the membrane, urging the hounds and zombies below, who were willingly sacrificing themselves to supply mutated energy. Almost there. Hurry. Yes, just like that. A little more energy. 9192, almost there. 9395, 969, 79899. Ha! Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a massive metallic object barreled towards them. Chapter 8. Awakening the Conqueror. I have acquired the ultimate mutated entity skill. Bang! In an instant, the steel behemoth crashed through the entire embryo, leaving a gory hole. A deluge of nutrient fluid poured forth. The ultimate Berserk Hound tumbled out of the embryo's opening, surrounded by shattered remnants. With its face pressed against the ground, it gazed vacantly at the colossal metallic entity that had collided with it. The next moment, another sound of grinding came. Its vision was obscured by a shadowy giant. A massive weight pressed down upon its skull. In an instant, its skull was crushed and blood erupted. Move forward. Retreat. Retreat. Move forward. Shift into gear and crush again. Shift into reverse and crush again. The relentless crushing continued until the rearview mirror reflected a mass of indistinguishable, pulpy remains. Only then did Lin Sanhuo breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, you would have truly been born. Immediately after, the surrounding undead hounds seemed to be affected as well. Bang, bang, bang. Like firecrackers, they exploded one after another. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Lin Sanhuo was momentarily stunned by this scene. Is this the essence of life intertwining? The next moment, as numerous hounds and zombies perished in explosive bursts, a flurry of notifications rang out. Ding! You have slain one ultimate Berserk Hound, incomplete form, earning 1,000 survival points. Ding! You have slain one D-class undead hound, earning 1 survival point. Ding! You have slain one D-class undead hound, earning 1 survival point. Ding! You have slain one D-class undead hound, earning 1 survival point. Ding! You have slain one D-class undead hound. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Bang 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 bang. Ultimately, only the cacophony of notifications persisted for nearly 30 seconds. The survival points surged to an impressive total of 1751. A remarkably high figure indeed. The phone displayed several additional messages. Congratulations, you have defeated a mutated species. The Berserk Hound. Notification. As the first survivor to single-handedly defeat a complete mutated species in this batch of global survivors. You have awakened. S-rank Doomsday profession. Profession name, Conqueror. Profession description. The mission to defeat all mutated species, to conquer all. Profession effect. Successfully defeating a mutated species grants special rewards related to that species. Profession responsibility. You have no fixed refuge, only the path of conquest ahead. Notification. This round, you have defeated the Berserk Hound species. Conquest Reward 1. Biochemical Energy Converter X1. Conquest Reward 2. Berserk Hound Pokédex Card X1. Conquest Reward 3. Berserk Hound Enhanced Attributes, automatically fused. Lin Sanhuo blinked, carefully reviewing the reward descriptions. First, Berserk Hound Enhanced Attributes. Your body has acquired certain traits of the Berserk Hound. Superior sense of smell, super speed, super recovery, super strength, effect activated. Specific enhancements to be experienced personally. Second, Biochemical Energy Converter. a special device that can safely and efficiently convert the mutated gases, biochemical energy, within mutated entities into any standard energy carrier, such as gasoline, electricity, etc. Usage: incinerate the mutated entity in a furnace. After decomposition, the mutated entity will automatically convert into mutated gas for transformation. The third item: the Quangbao Quan, Furious Dog, illustrated card. A card imbued with mutated energy, capable of summoning 5 loyal Quangbao Quan, grade C, to fight on your behalf. Method of use: scan the QR code on the back of the card with your mobile phone to initiate the summoning. Cooldown period: can be summoned once every 24 hours, with a maximum of 5 summoned at a time, and the quantity cannot be stacked. Cost: summoning each Quangbao Quan requires a consumption of 10 survival points. Quangbao Quan. Lin Sanhuo noticed that the appearance of the Quangbao Quan in the illustration differed significantly from that of the Zong Quan, zombie dog. Their exoskeletal muscles and teeth were evidently much sturdier than those of the Zong Quan, indicating they were a superior form of mutated entity. Randomly taking out his phone, he aimed it at the illustrated card, preparing to test it. However, in the next moment, a tapping sound echoed from the window. Turning his head, he saw a man pointing a handgun at the window, gesturing for Lin Sanhuo to come down. Upon seeing this, Lin Sanhuo immediately turned back to search for the handgun he had previously scavenged. Once found, he shot at the man without hesitation. So you think just because you have a gun, you can threaten me? Chapter 9. Did you not expect this? I have returned once more. 10 minutes prior, under the cover of night, the abandoned construction site lay in eerie silence. For men clad in tactical gear, armed with automatic rifles, stealthily infiltrated the area like phantoms. Their movements were practiced, and their eyes vigilant, clearly indicating they were not newcomers to such missions. Upon entering the sight of scattered Quangbao Quan corpses met their eyes, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood mingled with gunpowder. Their steps faltered, exchanging glances that spoke of surprise. It seemed someone had gotten there before them. One of them whispered, a hint of astonishment in his tone. The leader, with sharp eyes, quickly scanned the surroundings. Not far off, the engine of a heavy truck rumbled ominously, a jarring sound in the stillness. He furrowed his brow and commanded his 3 subordinates in a low voice. You 3, go immediately and search for the core embryo of the ultimate Quangbao Lang, Furious Wolf. It is imperative to find it. Yes, I will check who is inside that truck. With that, the leader strode towards the truck alone. Approaching the driver's side, he raised his gun and impatiently tapped on the glass. Get out. Bang. He was gunned down instead. Lin Sanhuo watched as the human fell. The reason for shooting was simple. He instinctively sensed the man was not of good character. Strictly speaking, it was more about the scent. Did he have superhuman olfactory abilities? He touched his nose. Almost immediately, he detected 3 other similar scents nearby. Were there others? On the other side, at the scene of the ultimate Quangbao Lang embryo incident, 3 figures were rummaging through something. Hearing the gunshot, they assumed it was their leader expressing displeasure once again and began to complain. You know, our boss is always shooting his gun without care. Doesn't he fear attracting other mutated entities? One man grumbled. Nonsense. With the ultimate embryo gone, where would the mutated entities come from? Stop whining and focus on finding the core embryo. Found it. Found what? Where? The 3 of them looked up in unison. Who said they found it? Not me. Not me either. Then who said it? I did. A dark barrel pressed against one man's temple. Lin Sanhuo stepped forward, regarding the 3 unfamiliar faces that bore a strangely familiar scent. Finally, he understood why he felt danger from the earlier man. The odor was reminiscent of those he had encountered when he accidentally killed the group at the gas station. Hence, these individuals must be part of the same cohort. The bullets discovered an area and must have been left by them. Meanwhile, the other 2 were preparing to resist. But in the next moment, bloody long tongues suddenly licked their faces. The 2 froze, turning mechanically. Before them, several Quangbao Quan, drooling profusely, were fixated on them. The 2 dropped their weapons in fear. 3 questions, Lin Sanhuo casually inquired. First, why are you here? The man at gunpoint immediately answered. We are here to find the ultimate Quangbao Quan. Second, was it you who killed the survivors in Area A? Yes. Why did you do it? To trigger the birth of the ultimate Quangbao Lang. Why trigger it? That's already the 4th question. One of them raised his hand. Is there a problem? Didn't you just say 3 questions? Oh, Lin Sanhuo lowered his gun. The 3 of them sighed in relief. But in the next moment, the gun was back against the next person's head. It's your turn. 3 questions. Ah, so it's 3 questions per person. Ultimately, after Lin Sanhuo's inquiries, he finally unraveled the origins and intentions of this group. They were members of the 6th batch of survivors, also known as the Resurgence Organization. They had infiltrated Qingzhou City for 2 reasons: to bring back these new survivors to their base as fresh blood, or to conduct certain trades, possibly even selling them to other organizations, and to eliminate a region's survivors to summon the ultimate mutated Kuangbao Lang, seizing it while it was still vulnerable post-birth. As for other inquiries, Lin Sanhuo asked many more. Finally, only one critical question remained. Where's your base? The last question. I want to deceive you. Lin Sanhuo's expression turned serious. The 3 men were almost in tears. No, brother, that was your 324th question. You always say it's the last one. Will you tell us or not? Lin Sanhuo pushed one man's head towards the Quan's mouth. Unable to bear it, the man shouted, Longwan City, Longwan City, Longwan City. We truly don't know the specific location anymore. We are merely foot soldiers on a mission, and the ones who knew have already been killed by you. Yes, we really know nothing more, the other 2 chimed in. Seeing that he could extract no further information, Lin Sanhuo pulled the trigger, eliminating one of them. Ding! You have killed 1 survivor, gaining 27 survival points. No, brother, you said once you finished asking questions, bang. The second person was also shot. Ding! You have killed 1 survivor, gaining 50 survival points. Only 1 remained. Brother, you promised 5 questions. The dark barrel pressed against the man's forehead. Do you believe me when I say those last 2 shots were accidents? Lin Sanhuo smiled slightly and pulled the trigger once more. With a bang, the last man fell. Ding! You have killed 1 survivor, gaining 38 survival points. Seeing over 100 survival points instantly credited to his account, Lin Sanhuo displayed a satisfied expression. Isn't this far more rewarding than the arduous task of colliding with Zhang Quan? Subsequently, he commanded the 5 Kuangbao Quan he had just summoned, go nearby and investigate for any potential threats. Upon receiving the command, the 5 frenzied canines pivoted, scattering in different directions. Lin Sanhuo rummaged through the pockets of the 3 individuals, searching for their mobile phones. He then prepared to return to the vehicle for a much-needed rest. However, an all-too-familiar scent suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Lin Sanhuo stood frozen, his senses heightened, for the aroma was not of human origin. What is that? He quickly raised his head, startled. That thing's. Meanwhile, not far behind him, the area previously obliterated by the truck, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, was now visibly writhing, amalgamating, and organizing into a complete embryonic system. Countless severed blood vessels and flesh sprouts, seemingly animated, fervently reached towards a newly formed, pulsating tumor-like embryo in the center of the pool. Lin Sanhuo turned to behold this astonishing spectacle. Wasn't he, this creature, supposed to be dead? In the next instant, a pair of sharp claws tore through the embryonic membrane. Within the embryo emerged a pair of piercing eyes, exuding an aura of malevolence. Foolish humans, did you not anticipate my return? Chapter 10. The Conqueror's Mission. Embarking on the journey once more. The basketball-sized tumor convulsed violently before expelling a yellowish mass. Lin Sanhuo focused his gaze and discovered it to be a small, palm-sized yellow-haired mutt, its fur still damp. At that moment, the little creature shook its head vigorously, attempting to rid itself of the mucus. It then lifted its head, casting a glance at Lin Sanhuo with an unexpectedly charming gaze that belied its diminutive stature. It extended its pink tongue, leisurely licking its front paw while emitting low, unintelligible whimpers that resembled disdainful snorts. Lin Sanhuo twitched his lips. He had anticipated a cataclysmic boss, yet this was the outcome? The yellow mud appeared utterly oblivious to the vast size disparity between itself and Lin Sanhuo. It held its head high and puffed out its chest, as if it were the king of the savannah. After cleaning its paw, it issued a high-pitched roar, believing itself to be imposing. Foolish humans, are you trembling in silence at my presence? Now, allow me to demonstrate the terror of the ultimate mutated form, ultimate frenzied claw. Prepare to meet your demise. With a determined leap, the short-legged creature lunged towards Lin Sanhuo's calf, as if it intended to shatter mountains with a single paw strike. Lin Sanhuo, however, could not be bothered to raise his weapon. Emotionless, he merely lifted his foot and gently flicked the little yellow fur ball. Whoosh! The self-proclaimed ultimate frenzied wolf transformed into a perfect parabola, spinning elegantly through the air. Thud! It landed on its back, legs splayed, its eyes swirling with confusion. The tides of fortune shift. Do not underestimate the little ones. The creature struggled to utter a few words before its head lolled to the side, unconscious. Lin Sanhuo bent down, lifting the fainted yellow mutt as one would a chick, inspecting it from various angles. No matter how he viewed it, it hardly resembled the ultimate mutated form he had envisioned. Yet, it had indeed emerged from the remnants of the pulverized flesh. Its entrance had been quite imposing. Well, I shall take it back for now. At least it can keep me company in the vehicle. Lin Sanhuo preferred the company of dogs over that of humans. With that thought, he returned to the driver's seat, tossing the little mutt onto the passenger seat. Exhausted from the relentless battles, he barely rested his head against the chair before succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the glaring sunlight streamed through the windshield. Lin Sanhuo stretched, his joints cracking in protest. He instinctively glanced at the passenger seat. The yellow mutt lay sprawled, its belly rising and falling rhythmically, soundly asleep. Its tongue lolled out, a trail of drool glistening at the corner of its mouth. Occasionally, it would smack its lips, snoring loudly, emitting faint green bioweaponry fumes. This little creature sleeps deeper than I do. Turning his attention to the surroundings, he noticed the 5 frenzied canines still dutifully stationed in various spots. A notification popped up on his phone. Your vehicle's range is down to less than 5 kilometers. It is advisable to install a bioweapon energy converter to extend your vehicle's power. Consumption: 2 units of internal expansion space. Lin Sanhuo rubbed his eyes and clicked confirm, selecting the rear compartment for installation. Clank! Clank! Sudden commotion erupted in the vehicle. Exiting to investigate, he found a 2-meter-tall incinerator before him, complete with an energy transport pipe connected to the vehicle's engine, inserted into the side of the incinerator. Following the previous day's instructions, Lin Sanhuo gathered several corpses of the frenzied canines from nearby and tossed them into the furnace. He pressed the red decomposition button. Boom! Instantly, the furnace glowed crimson, flames surging as the canine corpses evaporated. Green energy flowed through the transport pipe to the engine. Returning to the driver's seat, he activated the engine, which roared to life with the power of diesel. A new data reference appeared on the vehicle's display. Current bioweapon energy stock, 691. Convertible power range, 691 kilometers. Lin Sanhuo could not help but chuckle. This is immensely useful in this energy-scarce apocalypse. He promptly recalled the 5 standing guard and ushered them into the vehicle. With ample power, he piloted the truck towards the city, locating several supermarkets to stock up on provisions. After filling the cargo bay, he continued his journey. Arriving in Zone B, observing that the city was devoid of monsters, the truck halted beside a lake. Lin Sanhuo stood by the water's edge, munching on bread and sipping milk before casually lighting a cigarette from a nearby convenience store, taking a drag, and exhaling into the sky. Ah, refreshing. Simultaneously, the chat group in Zone B began to buzz with activity as the day progressed. The sun is shining, time to rise and shine. Is everyone still alive? If you're dead, speak up. I'm so hungry. I wonder if there are any monsters outside. I want to find something to eat. I have food here. Come take some, or feel free to search on your own. Lin Sanhuo, seated comfortably, sent a message into the chat. Meanwhile, on the ground, an array of snacks and instant meals had been laid out. To express gratitude for the support he received the previous night, he intentionally drove here to deliver sustenance to the survivors. He understood the importance of gratitude. Soon, as Lin Sanhuo's message appeared, the group erupted into lively chatter. No way. Driver brother, you're alive? It's really the driver brother. He is right outside the window. Wow, the driver is so young and handsome. From the building above, numerous windows swung open, and a group of girls enthusiastically called out to Lin Sanhuo. He smiled and waved back. Hurry down to grab something to eat. You never know when another monster might appear. Lin Sanhuo sent another message, recalling the sudden appearance of a monster last time. He remained vigilant in this apocalyptic world, cherishing the rare opportunity to breathe and savor every moment. Yes, I'm coming down right away. I'm starving. Driver, oh no. I mean handsome driver. Do you have any large ham? I have one here. Do you want it? Ha! I only want the handsome driver's large ham. I don't want anyone else's. Stop joking around. Hurry down to get your food before the monsters come out, and you have nothing to eat. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed as people descended from the building, and survivors began to appear on the streets, totaling nearly 300. They formed an orderly line, waiting for Lin Sanhuo to distribute food. In the end, more than 200 people received nearly 7 days' worth of rations and drinking water, along with marked locations of nearby supermarkets. Lin Sanhuo also shared this information, ensuring that these individuals could reliably seek food in the future without losing their way. By the lakeside dock, over 200 people indulged in various foods. Some girls stood by the lake, taking photos to commemorate their first day of survival in this apocalypse. Others chatted and laughed, sharing stories about their experiences from the previous night. It seemed as though everyone had forgotten the horrors of yesterday, lost in the bliss of this fleeting peace. Observing this heartwarming scene brought a sense of comfort to Lin Sanhuo. He was a grateful person. These individuals had helped him, and he felt compelled to assist them in return. However, just as the war moment passed, an untimely notification appeared on his phone. Notification: you have received a conquest mission. Chapter 11. Am I the ultimate mutant, unable to defeat a mere human? Notification: you have received a conquest mission. Location: Longwan City. Conquest target: a mutated species that has occupied the city for over a decade. Distance to target: 403 kilometers. Navigation to relevant locations has been sent to your war vehicle. Please check. Lin Sanhuo extinguished his cigarette and sighed, fully prepared to depart. He glanced at the target city, Longwan City, recalling it as the base of the troublemaking survivors he encountered the night before. How coincidental. He then moved the body of the girl named Huang Chui, whose mother emerged, weeping for her daughter. He also distributed the gathered weapons to the remaining survivors, instructing them to protect themselves with these firearms. From now on, you must wield these guns and safeguard yourselves. The firearms were given to several veterans. After completing these tasks, Lin Sanhuo announced his intention to leave. The survivors gathered around him, gazing at him with reluctance. I have distributed food and weapons. I've done what I could, Lin Sanhuo declared. The survivors remained silent, shocked that after such an exhilarating night, their handsome driver was now parting ways with them. A sense of melancholy swept through the crowd. I must go. Finally, he boarded his vehicle, and everyone stood in place, watching Lin Sanhuo depart. As the vehicle drove over 100 meters down the road, shouts began to echo in his ears. Handsome driver, we will survive well. Come back to visit us when you can. Take care, handsome driver. Drive safely. We will miss you. Lin Sanhuo merely smiled faintly in response. There would be time in the future. He pressed the accelerator and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Notification: you have exited Qingzhou City and are about to enter the wilderness area. An hour later, having left Qingzhou City, he officially headed towards Longwan City. Virum. Lin Sanhuo hit the gas and smashed through the toll booth at the highway entrance. Surrounding the highway was an expansive wilderness plain. Activating the autopilot, he removed his hands from the steering wheel, feeling the wind brush across his face as he leaned against the window and lit a cigarette. With a flick, he tossed the cigarette, but striking a nearby zombie on the head. The truck passed by as the zombie roared in frustration, but was unable to keep up. Lin Sanhuo frowned at the sight. Would there be zombies on this road too? Meanwhile, some discarded flyers lay on the ground, proclaiming, "Revive your loved ones. Join the Resurrection Organization." Simultaneously, a small yellow dog awoke, slowly opening its eyes and sniffing the air. Upon seeing the human in front of it, the dog stared wide-eyed, suddenly flipping over and standing on the bench, alertly watching Lin Sanhuo. Lin Sanhuo, noticing the dog had awakened, was unconcerned. Awake now? Want something to eat? Eat. The small yellow dog smirked. Are you trying to bribe me? It suddenly remembered. This was the human who had knocked it out with a kick. Intriguing. Who would have thought that amidst the vast sea of humanity, there existed a human who could match my prowess? I must say, I admire you. The small yellow dog circled on the bench, attempting to engage in conversation with an air of false intimidation. However, to Lin Sanhuo's ears, it merely sounded like low, muffled barks. Come on, human, show me your strength. This time, I will give it my all. The small yellow dog crouched low, ready to pounce like a predator. Lin Sanhuo, however, looked at the dog with confusion. He tapped the cigarette butt with his left hand, took a puff, and asked, "Are you trying to take a dump?" But suddenly, "Come on, let's have a good fight." The small yellow dog barked wildly, leaping forward and grabbing onto Lin Sanhuo's clothing, shaking it vigorously while growling. "Not bad for a chosen opponent. Your defense is impressive, but my teeth are no slouches either. Watch me tear you apart." To Lin Sanhuo, the small yellow dog merely seemed to be tugging at his clothes, wanting to play. "I have things to do. I don't have time to play with you." Lin Sanhuo pulled the small yellow dog off, but the dog seized the opportunity to stand up, pouncing on Lin Sanhuo's arm. "Ha ha, this is exhilarating. Come on, let us battle for 300 rounds. The small yellow dog was hyped, ready to unleash its excitement. Lin Sanhuo squinted, directly seizing the small yellow dog and extending it towards the window, yearning to relieve itself outside. The little yellow dog, in a frenzy, attempted to bite Lin Sanhuo's forearm with a twisted mouth, but its short neck thwarted its efforts. "You cannot play fair, can you? If you have the ability, confront me head-on." Suddenly, in the midst of its struggles, it inadvertently caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror, seeing its own diminutive form reflected within. The little yellow dog, momentarily bewildered, mistook itself for a stray. "What troubles you? Keep staring. Oh, you even mimic my speech. I am the one and only." The realization dawned upon it as it touched its youthful visage with its paw, feeling the weight of despair. "I am the ultimate mutated being. How could I have been reduced to an ordinary mutt?" Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo had noticed the dog's silence and tossed it back into the passenger seat. With no further distractions, he turned his attention to his phone, now prepared to embark on the third phase of upgrades for the truck. Chapter 12. The third round of upgrades. Rocket launcher enhancement. He pulled out his phone. Current survivor points, 2159, with more than half acquired from eliminating other survivors. Fewer subordinates, but more leaders. He dared not imagine the points that would explode should they encounter their leader. Soon, he dismissed such thoughts and checked the remaining upgradable items. The weapon module and defense module were fully installed. The system module was still lacking one component. The vehicle module had yet to be upgraded, as each upgrade required 1,000 survivor points, and he had not upgraded it even once. With so many survivor points at his disposal, he hesitated not and directly upgraded the vehicle. Opening the vehicle module revealed 3 upgrade options. Heavy armored vehicle, Grade A, cost 1,000 survivor points. Armored vehicle, Grade A, cost 1,000 survivor points. Reconnaissance vehicle, Grade A, cost 1,000 survivor points. Note: vehicle type is merely a focus of upgrade and does not affect subsequent upgrades of other vehicle types. Lin Sanhuo hesitated for a few seconds, consumed 1,000 points, and opted to upgrade to the heavy armored vehicle. Soon, a torrent of complex information appeared. Notification: vehicle successfully upgraded to heavy armored vehicle. Your vehicle information has undergone the following changes. Quality: BA, level 12, new form, overclocked form, new device, absorption device, dimensions 5, payload 5. Unlocked: heavy weapons, rocket launcher Grade A, now categorized under the weapon module. Wow, a rocket launcher! Lin Sanhuo exclaimed with excitement. Next, he examined the 2 included devices, the absorption device and overclocked form. One allowed the vehicle chassis to automatically absorb all materials within a 5-meter radius, with activation requiring additional energy from the vehicle. The other enabled the vehicle to enter a state of maximum power, boosting its power limit by 500, also consuming a significant amount of energy. "I must find time to test these," Lin Sanhuo said eagerly. Meanwhile, the truck underwent a transformation. Previously damaged components were restored to pristine condition. The tires and rims grew larger, and the body felt as if it were elevating. The 4-cylinder exhaust was upgraded to a 6-cylinder, and a new Berserk mode button was added to the vehicle interface. The top speed doubled from 150 km/h to 300 km/h. The width of the vehicle visibly expanded, and the spacious cockpit transformed into a small room of nearly 30 square meters. It felt as if you were driving a house. Other elements, including seats, mirrors, and the exterior structure, underwent dramatic changes. The heavy truck, after this metamorphosis, became a solid heavy armored vehicle. But the upgrades were not yet complete. Looking at the remaining 1159 survivor points, Lin Sanhuo made a decisive choice to install the coveted rocket launcher for 1,000 points. Soon, a deployable launching platform emerged atop the vehicle. The operation method involved selecting it from the vehicle interface. 6 rockets, thicker than his thigh, hung ominously in their launch bay, instilling a sense of security. He perused the description of the rockets. Initial model, 107mm homemade rocket, range, 5 kilometers, accuracy, 30 m. Cluster warhead, splits into 300 steel ball projectiles in the air. Number of launchers, fires 6 simultaneously. 6 rounds would sufficiently cover an entire soccer field. Imagining the devastating firepower brought forth an exhilarating vision of acquiring survivor points. Finally, he allocated the remaining 100 points to upgrade the last component in the system module. Terminal system, upgrade chat room, grade C intelligent entity. Soon, a delightful girl's voice resonated, announcing, notification, your terminal system has been successfully upgraded. The free chat channel is now open. Channel range, all survivors in the province. Channel rules, anonymous speaking is supported. Additionally, you have gained the ability to add friends and create group chats. This was the detailed upgrade of the chat group. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Xiao Yi. Hearing this personified AI voice brought a sense of comfort to Lin Sanhuo, alleviating his solitude. With the upgrade, the chat group also introduced a new free chat group for the southern province, inundated with a flurry of messages. Upon opening, he found, buying weapons. Message me privately. A batch of newly released rifles, shotguns, and handguns, trading location limited to the vicinity of Ruan City, a reputable old shop from 5 years ago. Zombie group looking for teammates. Team up in Zhoushan to gather survivor points. Those with grade C weapons or above, join us. Heaven on Earth. Newly arrived in Zhoushan and Ruan, 5 dancers, all above 165 centimeters, aged under 23. Many skills available, satisfaction guaranteed, just reach out. Darkness in the zombie tide. Can you do a somersault? Toilet battle god. Can you clean toilets? King of survival. Can you carry bricks? Zombie group shakes their heads. Can you kill mutated beings? Zen survivor. Can you use an AK-47? Heaven on Earth. Seeing these messages, Lin Sanhuo lit a cigarette and took a puff, continuing to scroll through. As usual, it was filled with trade offers and team invitations. He wished to send a message to interact with someone, but no one replied. Finding it dull, he prepared to leave the group. Just then, a message flooded the screen. The Resurrection Organization's Su Wei, issuing a 5,000-point bounty. The individual in question is male, having departed from Qingzhou City today at noon, driving a large heavy truck. Age between 20 to 30 years, dressed in a green short-sleeved work outfit. If anyone sees this person, please message me privately. There's a reward. Accompanied by a photo. Upon opening it, he realized, isn't that me? Lin Sanhuo tightened his grip on the cigarette, but his finger resting on the window ledge. Rather than feeling anxious, he was filled with excitement. I'm being hunted? Chapter 13. Wanted, yet unperturbed, it was not difficult to deduce who the wanted party was. It must be the organization behind those whom he had slain. The scene depicted in the image was by the lakeside of Qingzhou Shi. The picture was rather blurry, rendering the faces indistinguishable. The photograph had been taken during the distribution of supplies to the survivors in Area B, indicating that their people were indeed lurking nearby. Lin Sanhuo initially intended to wait until he entered Longwan City to eliminate the ultimate mutated entity and simultaneously eradicate this organization. However, he had not anticipated that they had already discovered his presence. After flicking away the ash from his cigarette and taking a deep drag, he pondered the situation. It seemed that if he did not reach Longwan City soon, a fierce battle awaited him. He resumed observing the chat group, where a cadre of anonymous survivors was engaged in discussions about this matter. What kind of person could possibly warrant a wanted notice from the Fuxing organization? Has he broken a heavenly decree? The bounty is a staggering 5,000 points. I could never earn that much in my lifetime. You all are fixated on the bounty, while I'm merely curious as to how he possesses a large truck. Indeed, vehicles are scarce resources. This fellow actually has a truck, and it's a heavy-duty one. With such an impressive mode of transportation, he must have been among the earlier batches of survivors, at least the 3rd batch. Just as everyone was speculating about the identity of the wanted individual, Su Wei from the Fuxing organization delivered a shocking revelation. This person is a new survivor. He killed our men in Qingzhou, which is why we are pursuing him. Upon hearing this, the chat group erupted in disbelief. What? A newcomer? He killed your men? This is the most explosive news we've heard in years. The so-called newcomer Reaper of the Fushing organization has been taken down by a newcomer. Recently, newcomers seem particularly formidable. I heard there's a very powerful one in Shaching as well. Can you share how many he killed? Surely just one, right? How could it be more? The Fushing organization is equipped with standard sea-level gear. It's improbable that they could be taken down by a newcomer. Estimate not to exceed 3, if it does. I'll eat my words. Sue responded, in total, 8. Swiftly, the chilling answer was revealed, causing a momentary silence in the chat group. The one above can be eaten. Used to deceiving for food and drink, this time he met his match. As luck would have it, I'm in the restroom. Shall we package it while it's hot? As the number of victims came to light, the tone of the chat group grew increasingly serious, with some even expressing skepticism. 15 members of the Fushing organization, all equipped with sea-level gear, would possess the strength of a local warlord in other small cities. How could they possibly be eradicated by a newcomer? Have newcomers become this powerful? When I first crossed over, I was terrified by a mutated creature. Suga, how do you plan to handle this? The Joshan Salvation Army will definitely cooperate. Our leader has equipped me with dozens of troops. Once we find that fellow, he is doomed. The current issue is that we don't know his whereabouts, so we need everyone as cooperation. Rest assured, we, the Salvation Army, have sentinels at every intersection. We will immediately inform you of any sightings. We, the Relief Society, will also assist in avenging our brothers in the Fushing organization. The chat group was filled with messages of support from various survivor organizations, expressing their determination to help locate the wanted individual. However, Lin Sanhuo could no longer tolerate the situation. He flicked his finished cigarette out the window and anonymously sent a message as the god of Autumn Mountain. I'm on the highway to Longwan City. If you dare, come find me. Upon sending the message, a flurry of question marks appeared in the group. Seeing the disbelief, Lin Sanhuo shared some hastily taken images of the corpses he had previously dispatched. The chat group instantly exploded with reactions. Wait, aren't you a newcomer? How audacious. Arrogant. Utterly audacious. After killing, you still have the gall to shout in the group? Ha! It seems you have yet to experience the harsh realities of the apocalypse. If you have the ability, come to Joshan. We, the Salvation Army, will surely turn you into a sieve. I've taken note of you. Don't cross paths with us in the Relief Society, or I will make you regret it. Soon, some members of the organized survivors began to threaten Lin Sanhuo. Meanwhile, several anonymous survivors privately advised him not to provoke these organizations, stating they were leaders from various cities with clandestine connections. Ordinary lone survivors would never dare to confront them. Lin Sanhuo gradually understood that in this apocalypse, humanity had been stratified into classes. Those affiliated with prominent organizations belonged to the upper class, often exploiting the lone wolves or struggling survivors who were relegated to the lower class. However, Lin Sanhuo felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. After all, this provided him ample justification to eliminate these survivors and amass a wealth of survival points. As for why he deliberately revealed his location, it was because Lin Sanhuo had a conquest mission to reach Longwan City within 52 hours. He and the Fushing organization would inevitably clash. Thus, rather than being discovered unexpectedly, he preferred to expose himself proactively, ensuring he was prepared to meet the challenge. Shortly after Lin Sanhuo disclosed his coordinates, Su Wei from the Fushing organization remained unresponsive. Likely en route, Lin Sanhuo extinguished his cigarette but closed the window and commanded the rampant hound to hide in the cabin, preparing for battle. After a mere 30 minutes, as expected, several small cars appeared in the rearview mirror. Beyond the barriers, a few off-road vehicles crashed through, barreling onto the highway. Some reckless men leaned out of the passenger windows, rifles in hand, firing into the air while exuberantly shouting at the truck ahead to run. Keep running. Aha! Meanwhile, in a green sedan, a one-eyed man chewed gum while greedily eyeing the truck ahead. His name was Zhou Wei, the leader of this group and a core member of the Fushing organization. An hour prior, they received orders from the organization to capture the newcomer survivor. Bored during the ride, he happened upon the message revealing the other's location. Crucially, the individual was nearby. Without hesitation, Zhou Wei ordered the convoy to turn around and pursue this newcomer along the highway. Within half an hour, they had indeed found him. Brother Wei, when shall we strike? 5,000 survival points. We are about to strike it rich, an excited driver exclaimed. They typically earned only about 100 survival points a year. In today's world, the prospect of sharing 5,000 survival points excites everyone immensely. Each person seems to be invigorated, as if they have been injected with adrenaline, eager to leap into their vehicles and apprehend those within. But what is the rush? First, let Su Wei know that I have captured this individual, and when he arrives, he should have the bounty prepared for me. Zhou Wei instructed his subordinate in the back seat. Understood, Brother Zhou. I'll send a message to Mr. Su right away. Seizing the moment, Zhou Wei snapped a photo of the truck and sent it to the free chat group, eager to showcase his find. The elusive 5,000 survival points. Zhou Wei in the Rebirth organization posted, "Take a look at what I have found." However, before anyone could respond, the car god of Qiuming Mountain quipped, "I found your father." Chapter 14. Surrender? Surrender to me. The chat erupted with comments. Impressive, Zhou God. But you dare to take advantage of him? Car god of Qiuming Mountain. Is your head made of iron? So tough. A fine name, but unfortunately, this is not Qiuming Mountain. Brother Wei, is he really taking advantage of you? Shouldn't we confront him directly? Crash. That SA heavy truck. Do you want Brother Zhou dead? Exciting. How audacious for a newcomer to provoke a seasoned survivor. Front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Anyone interested? Within the chat group, a cadre of anonymous survivors added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei gripped his phone tightly, his face flushed with anger. As a core member of the Rebirth organization and a veteran of the 5th batch of survivors, he had survived in this post-apocalyptic world for a decade. His hands stained with the blood of countless newcomers. In the realm of newcomers, his name struck fear into the hearts of many. Yet today, a mere newcomer dared to take advantage of him in front of so many witnesses. Zhou Wei's knuckles turned pale as he squeezed his phone, then abruptly seized the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, charge! Whoever takes him down first will receive an extra 100 survival points." At his command, all vehicles surged forward like ravenous wolves, pouncing on the heavy truck. The sound of gunfire erupted as gunners leaned out of the off-road vehicles, automatic rifles and shotguns unleashing a torrent of bullets. Zhou Wei beamed with confidence, capturing the scene on his phone, a vivid image of his convoy relentlessly firing at the truck. He then shared it in the chat group, taunting, "Go on, shout for me." Instantly, the sentiment in the group shifted. Wow, is this the firepower of the Rebirth organization? Impressive. Truly. The Rebirth organization boasts C-grade equipment for all. They're not sparing any bullets. Car god of Qiuming Mountain, speak up. Not knowing your place. Now you understand the power of the elders. I estimate the battle will be over in less than 10 minutes. Simultaneously, within the driver's seat of the truck, amidst the flurry of bullets, a small yellow dog cowered beneath the passenger seat, trembling in fear, convinced that these people were out to kill him. In stark contrast, Lin Sanhuo remained eerily calm. When someone attempted to overtake, he slammed on the brakes, causing the truck to screech to a halt, leaving long tire marks on the highway. In an instant, Zhou Wei and his crew found themselves hundreds of meters ahead of the truck. Seeing this, Zhou Wei's convoy hastily slammed on their brakes. A chaotic scene of dust and confusion as they halted a short distance ahead. "Boss, why did he suddenly stop?" Soon, someone exited the vehicle to observe. "Is he scared? Yes, afraid?" This newcomer isn't even trembling. The guns aren't even warm yet. How dull. A group of people believed their opponent had backed down, chatting derisively over the walkie-talkie. As time passed, one by one, they exited their vehicles, just as someone proposed sending someone over to investigate. A sudden blaring horn pierced the air. The truck sprang to life, hurtling toward Zhou Wei's convoy. In a panic, Zhou Wei banged on his vehicle, pointing at the truck and shouting, "Open fire! Everyone fire!" Gunfire erupted, yet they soon realized that their bullets merely ricocheted off the truck's glass, producing nothing more than sparks. Zhou Wei and his crew stood in stunned silence. "Boss, it seems that truck has bulletproof windows." Zhou Wei. Everyone. Shout Chun. A collective realization struck them, leaving their minds blank. Does this mean he is charging at us? Run. Suddenly, someone shouted. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled back into their vehicles, some abandoning their guns. Turn around. Quickly, start up. A dozen vehicles descended into chaos, desperate to escape the impending threat. The drivers frantically maneuvered the steering wheels, flooring the gas pedal. Boom! Bang! Bang! The heavy truck barreled forward, colliding head-on with several off-road vehicles that failed to accelerate in time, resulting in a catastrophic wreck, crushing, mangling, and scattering parts and blood alike. Then, a voice from Xiao Yi announced, "There are numerous materials available for collection nearby. Would you like to activate the collection device?" A collection button appeared on the vehicle's interface. Lin Sanhuo pressed it, and the truck's chassis emitted a powerful suction, drawing in the scattered fragments of debris. Xiao Yi's voice chimed in again. Materials collected: 45 green armor fragments, 33 green metal fragments, 14 blue refined gunpowder, 1 purple low-grade biological core. Other materials have been automatically filtered out by Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, ahead, at the entrance of a one-way tunnel, 5 fleeing vehicles rushed inside. Lin Sanhuo, without time to review the collected materials, followed suit into the tunnel. Inside, the claustrophobic darkness enveloped them. Only the headlights illuminated the path ahead. The oppressive sound of massive wheels echoed behind them, as the truck loomed like a growling beast, its powerful headlights obscuring Zhou Wei and the 6 other vehicles, seeming to threaten their very existence. On the ground, the shadow of the truck loomed, akin to a colossal entity drawing ever closer. Zhou Wei could not fathom how the hunters had become the hunted. "Boss, what do we do?" asked one trembling driver. He glanced in the rearview mirror, where 2 truck headlights illuminated the tunnel, poised to crush them at any moment. "Isn't this scarier than the mutated creatures we usually encounter?" "No, it's fine. It's just a truck without weapons. As long as you drive well, it won't catch up to us." Zhou Wei gripped the handrail inside the vehicle, his own tension palpable. He had survived for nearly a decade in this apocalyptic landscape, chased by mutants, pursued by rival organizations, and hunted by nature's calamities. Yet he had never experienced the relentless pursuit of such a monstrous truck. The oppressive presence of this behemoth left one gasping for breath. "Indeed, you are right, boss. This truck bears no weapons. All it takes is a sudden impact." Abruptly, the tunnel reverberated with the sound of cannon. A flipped off-road vehicle crashed beside the window. Zhou Wei's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. He glanced at the rearview mirror, where 2 colossal headlights cut through the thick smoke like swords. A young man half rose on the roof of the vehicle, a cigarette clenched between his lips and a grenade launcher in hand, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Wei erupted in a furious tirade. "This is an absolute rookie." Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo took a final drag from his cigarette before flicking it away. The grenade launcher was somewhat unsatisfying, so he switched seats and positioned himself at the machine gun. Aiming ahead, the machine gun suited him perfectly. He swiftly pulled the trigger. The sound of bullets erupting filled the tunnel, sending sparks flying from the ground. In the midst of it all, a desperate individual attempted to lean out of the window, but in the next moment, a hail of bullets flew past. A half-lifeless body, oozing blood, hung from the window. The occupants within screamed in terror. Some even resorted to waving a white cloth at the gun's mouth, signaling their surrender. Yet Lin Sanhuo had no intention of granting them mercy. He twisted the machine gun to aim directly and bellowed, "Surrender? To hell with that." Chapter 15. Begging for mercy? I snapped a screenshot and sent it to the group. In the pitch-black tunnel, Zhou Wei curled up beneath the passenger seat, with the shrill sound of bullets tearing through the air ringing in his ears. If only he were given another chance. He vowed never to provoke this madman again. He finally understood why the organization had placed a bounty of 5,000 survival points on a rookie's head. This was no ordinary newcomer. This was a formidable entity. Which rookie starts with a heavily armed, bulletproof vehicle? Shouldn't they be focused on upgrading their shelter first? Another thunderous boom echoed. An off-road vehicle was struck, crashing violently against the tunnel wall, becoming a heap of burning scrap metal. Zhou Wei's pupils dilated as he observed the glaring headlights of the truck drawing ever closer in the rearview mirror. He realized it was almost upon him. The driver, terrified, wet himself and whimpered, "Boss, should you try begging for mercy?" Zhou Wei's heart sank to the depths, but he resolutely replied, "Beg for mercy? How could I?" Meanwhile, after nearly 10 minutes of relentless firing, Lin Sanhuo's right shoulder began to ache. "Xiao Yi, take over the machine gun for me." "I'm on it." Notification. System module. Autonomous mode activated. Combat Shao activated. Please rest, master. Immediately, after taking control of the machine gun, Xiao Yi's voice turned cold. The machine gun sights automatically locked onto the oncoming vehicle, and the icy tongues of fire spewed forth once more. You all shall die. Not a single one shall survive. Lin Sanhuo was taken aback. Good heavens, it even has an imitation function? He then relaxed his grip on the gun, shook out his numb arm, and leisurely took out his phone to capture a photo, which he sent to the free chat group. At that moment, the chat group was abuzz with discussions about previous messages. Is the Akina mountain car, God, still alive? Probably shot to bits. Deserved it. Who told him to provoke the Resurrection Organization? Where did Resurrection Organization's Zhou Wei run off to? He hasn't resolved the battle and is hiding away with those 5,000 survival points. Is he? Zhou Wei go. Show us what that arrogant rookie looks like. However, just as the chatter continued, Lin Sanhuo sent a picture of Zhou Wei being pursued to the group, accompanied by the message, "Who else?" Upon seeing this, the group members eagerly opened the image. The picture revealed a dark, deep tunnel with a machine gun barrel radiating intense heat, steadily unleashing fire upon the fleeing vehicles. One might think it was a racing game if unaware of the context. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evidently an image depicting the pursuit of the Resurrection Organization. The sender was none other than the rookie truck driver they had just been discussing. In an instant, the chat group fell silent. The slap in the face came too suddenly, surpassing everyone's expectations. Just 30 minutes ago, wasn't this fellow being chased by Zhou Wei's team? How had the tables turned so swiftly? Soon after, some in the group expressed disbelief. No way, this must be edited. Look closely, it doesn't seem edited. It's too realistic. It's real, I swear. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo took note of the anonymous members in the chat. Noticing that none from the Resurrection Organization had spoken up. How could they remain so composed? Lin Sanhuo raised an eyebrow. Just then, a private message popped up. Sender ID, Resurrection Organization, Zhou Wei. Lin Sanhuo frowned. What does this guy want? He opened the private message. Brother, there are too many people in the group. I apologize here. You are magnanimous. Can you spare us a way out? Lin Sanhuo nearly burst out laughing. So he was begging for mercy? He replied with a simple, "Call me daddy." Inside the tunnel, Zhou Wei, seeing the private message response, thought there might be a chance for negotiation. But upon reading the content of the reply, his face turned ashen. This is too much. Such an outrageous demand. Even if it cost him his life, he would jump from the vehicle before uttering daddy. Zhou Wei replied, "No way." There was no helping it. His pride was insignificant compared to his life. Besides, calling someone daddy privately was not the same as doing so in a group. No one would know, and it wouldn't be embarrassing. Just as Zhou Wei was tentatively hopeful that his opponent might let him off the hook, Lin Sanhuo swiftly took a screenshot and sent it to the group. Zhou Wei's world crumbled. He never expected this scoundrel to lack honor and share the private conversation with the group. Zhou Wei screamed in frustration within the car. Now, his lifelong reputation was in ruins. In the chat group, the onlookers finally ceased their doubts. No, are you really his father? I thought I was watching Fast and Furious. But it turns out to be a family reunion. Zhou, don't joke around. If you call him father, what should I call him? Meanwhile, the members of the Fuxing Organization were finally blasted out. Fuxing Organization Zhang He. Fuxing Organization Zhou Wei. Please cease your familial recognition antics. Fuxing Organization Qi Feng. Fuxing Organization Zhou Wei. Did they say your father has come back to life? Is that true? Fuxing Organization Fu Feng. A formal declaration. Zhou Wei's actions are purely personal and do not represent the organization. Fuxing Organization Huanghan. Fuxing Organization Zhou Wei, what a disgrace. We are only 3 kilometers away from the highway base. And you are now backing down? Fuxing Organization Zhou Wei. No, you must listen to my defense. On the other side, Lin Sanhuo lit a cigarette and watched with great interest a message from someone named Huang Han. 3 kilometers ahead lies their highway base. No wonder this guy sought my mercy. Lin Sanhuo envisioned a substantial influx of survival points. Soon, ahead of the tunnel, a dazzling yet hope-filled sunlight emerged. In the car, Zhou Wei, upon seeing that light, felt as if a drowning man had grasped the last straw. Quick, step on the gas and charge ahead. Hurry, just a little further, and we will reach the Longwan sub-base. Safety awaits at the base. Zhou Wei nearly lunged against the driver's back, shouting frantically. His mind was devoid of humiliation and anger. All that remained was a desperate yearning to survive. Boom! The car burst forth from the tunnel, brilliant sunlight pouring in. Zhou Wei instinctively turned back to see how far the heavy truck behind them was. But the next moment, two rockets, trailing flames, charged towards them. Then, in an instant, boom! An explosion erupted, sending the vehicle soaring several meters into the air, disintegrating into pieces scattered along the road. Finally, the war vehicle burst from the tunnel. The scattered resources were quickly absorbed. At that moment, as they emerged from the tunnel, the blinding sunlight enveloped them, and the road lay open before them. Lin Sanhuo glanced at the survival points, which had reached 3460. He nodded in satisfaction. However, before he could contemplate how to upgrade these survival points, a rusted sign flashed past above the truck. 200 kilometers ahead is Longwan City, Fuxing Organization territory. Outsiders beware. Immediately afterward, a notification appeared on his phone. You have arrived at Longwan village area. The Conqueror mission has officially begun. Soon, a highway base, encircled by towering walls, came into view at the end of his sight. Vague silhouettes could be seen moving above. Without a doubt, this was the highway base mentioned in the chat group. Had we arrived so quickly? Lin Sanhuo set down his phone, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. Another lucrative venture awaits. Chapter 16. Encountering the highway base. Upgrading the armored vehicle. On the highway, a colossal black gate, nearly 10 meters high and constructed of steel plates mixed with aluminum alloy, blocked the center of the road. Behind the gate, two watchtowers stood tall. Sentinels stood atop them, vigilant. Suddenly, a massive war vehicle appeared 1,000 meters ahead. The sentinels quickly sounded the alarm. Beep! In an instant, a long alarm echoed within the base. A bearded man hurriedly climbed up the watchtower, peering through binoculars. An armored heavy truck was slowly approaching them. The truck's armor was formidable, its body significantly larger than an ordinary truck, exuding a sense of oppressive intimidation. The figures of Zhou Wei and the convoy were nowhere to be seen, indicating that Zhou Wei had been eliminated. How dare they come here? Huang Han smirked as he lowered the binoculars. He had initially thought that after killing Zhou Wei and his crew, they would flee without hesitation. Unexpectedly, they dared to approach their highway base. Did this fellow not see the messages I sent in the chat group? Huang Han glanced back at the group of survivors imprisoned in the cells. He had intended to deliver these individuals to the leader. However, it seemed necessary to first deal with this unknown newcomer. He would inform the leader that these individuals would be delivered later. Huang Han tilted his head and smiled, then instructed Su Wei to prepare the bounty. Subsequently, he took out a walkie-talkie, ready to call for troops to prepare for battle. But suddenly, whoosh, a rocket shot towards them from the front. Huang Han instinctively dove down the tower, crashing heavily onto a pile of military rations, jarring his shoulder. Before he could fully rise, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Boom! The watchtower he had just stood upon was instantly obliterated. Flames and thick smoke soared into the sky. Several sentinels atop the tower had no time to scream before they were turned to ash. The fractured steel frame creaked ominously, collapsing and kicking up a cloud of dust. Where did the rocket come from? Huang Han, covered in grime, rolled off the pile of rations, his ears ringing. Just as he steadied himself, several more whoosh sounds pierced the air. Multiple rockets, trailing flames, descended upon the base's various facilities. The granary was uprooted, grains igniting. An explosion occurred in a corner of the armory, fire mingling with the detonations of ammunition. Soon, the sounds of grenades exploding echoed outside, mud flying from the highway and splattering onto the base. A barrage of machine gun bullets sparked as they struck the steel gates and walls of the base, leaving a multitude of craters. This sudden onslaught of firepower left Huang Han bewildered. The other survivors within the base were utterly terrified, huddled under cover, trembling. They could only guess whether a large army from another city was attacking. However, Huang Han peered through a gap in the city wall and saw that there was no army outside, only a truck. Yet, the recent firepower had all originated from this single vehicle, especially upon seeing 3 heavy weapons mounted on top of the truck up close. Huang Han could not help but curse. A machine gun, grenade launcher, and rocket launcher? Is this the kind of equipment a newcomer should possess? On the other side, after a round of fire coverage, Lin Sanhuo sat in the driver's seat, a cigarette perched between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the front gate. Following the test fire, the gate bore only a few charred dent marks. Its main structure remained solid, showing no signs of yielding. This gate was sturdier than anticipated. It seemed that an upgrade was imperative. Lin Sanhuo glanced at the more than 3,000 unspent survival points on his phone, murmuring softly. Not far away, Huang Han appeared to understand the predicament of the opposing side and smirked with satisfaction. It appears that our imposing steel gate has successfully intimidated them. Upon this thought, Huang Han involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. After all, this grand entrance boasts an A-grade quality. Constructed from a robust mixture of concrete and high-strength steel rebar. The core is reinforced with several layers of thick steel plates, rendering it exceptionally sturdy. When they initially erected this gate, their intent was to seal off this vital passageway leading to Longwan City, obstructing any uninvited foes and those troublesome mutated entities. Huang Han scoffed at the thought of this battered truck. Even should 10 or 20 similar trucks attempt to ram into it, they would be futile in shaking our defensive line even a fraction. He vividly recalled a reckless, small survivor team that once attempted to breach this gate, only to have their vehicles destroyed and their personnel suffering heavy casualties. On another occasion, they successfully repelled a minor wave of mutated creatures thanks to this very gate. Thus, Huang Han harbored an almost blind confidence in the fortifications of this base. As long as that truck could not breach the gate, there was no cause for concern. Subsequently, Huang Han grew more boastful. He began ordering his subordinates to take cover in the crevices of the city walls, while some rocket troops armed with RPG launchers positioned themselves at various heights, aiming at the truck outside. Even before the assault commenced, they deliberately took pictures to share in the group chat, declaring their intent to avenge Zhou Wei and uphold the prestige of the Resurgence organization. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "Open fire, spare no ammunition, unleash everything. In 5 minutes, I want to see that truck reduced to a pile of scrap metal." As he issued the command, flames erupted along the walls. A flurry of RPG rockets, trailing fiery tails, shot forth from various angles, forming a dense net of firepower directed at Lin Sanhuo's armored vehicle. Simultaneously, a torrent of machine gun bullets swept across like a swarm of locusts. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Yi's voice echoed urgently. "Warning, heavy firepower detected approaching. Suggestion, upgrade to A-grade armored vehicle immediately. Acquired skill, energy armor. Resist this wave of attack. Shall we heed Xiao Yi's advice and upgrade automatically to withstand this assault?" Automatic upgrade? Lin Sanhuo gazed through the glass as countless bullets pelted against it and RPGs flew from all directions. Without hesitation, he responded, "Follow the suggestion, upgrade me immediately." Chapter 17. Energy Armor. Astonishing the opponent. Boom. 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 Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of concentrated fire struck the vehicle outside the base. The high-speed ground erupted with craters, sending mud and dust flying. Soon, the dust spread, shrouding the truck in a veil of gray smoke. Yet, Huang Han remained relentless, pacing back and forth atop the walls, commanding his subordinates to continue firing. Fire. Leave no effort spared. He even pulled out his phone to capture images for the group chat. This is the consequence of offending the Resurgence organization. Upon seeing the images shared in the chat, members reacted with fervor. To offend the Resurgence organization is to court death. Wow, they even deployed B-grade weapons. Each RPG costs 100 survivor points. Incredible. So fierce. I'm itching to unleash a volley on those mutated creatures outside. The smoke obscures visibility. I can't confirm if those guys are truly dead. As I said, if they survive this, I'll eat my words. Simultaneously, a group of individuals affiliated with the Resurgence organization chimed in the chat. "Wow, it's still Hangu. He has restored our organization's dignity. Hangu is formidable. The brothers at the highway base are equally impressive. This year's most outstanding cadre. I must vote for you, Hangu. I will also vote for Hangu. He is bound to be this year's outstanding cadre." Huang Han beamed with satisfaction as he read the chat messages. Zhou Wei had brought shame to the organization, but he had redeemed it. He believed that once this matter was resolved, his standing within the organization would reach new heights. However, just as Huang Han reveled in his triumph and prepared to continue boasting, a familiar name suddenly appeared. Xiaoming Mountain Car God. There is smoke, but no injury. Haven Tea, you heard? The message appeared in the chat, causing Huang Han to tremble in disbelief. He incredulously raised his head towards the direction of the highway. Still under heavy fire and shrouded in dust. It was impossible. With such concentrated firepower, not just one, but even 10 of those trucks should have been reduced to scrap. How could this individual possibly have the time to send a message? A terrifying thought surged through his mind. Grabbing a rifle from a nearby subordinate, Huang Han shouted at everyone, "Cease fire!" Everyone stopped firing. Instantly, all weapons fell silent. The smoke, rising ahead, gradually dissipated with the gentle breeze, revealing the heavy truck that had been concealed beneath the haze. After the relentless bombardment, the truck stood unscathed before them. The driver inside remained calm, casually smoking a cigarette. The truck had transformed. Its body now gleamed with a black metallic armor, and the windows were fortified with metal protective barriers. The overall size of the vehicle appeared significantly larger than before. Witnessing this scene, Huang Han's lips twitched involuntarily, and his subordinates exchanged incredulous glances, some even checking if the bullets had malfunctioned. Ultimately, they confirmed that their previous firepower had functioned perfectly. If this had been a standard truck, it would have been obliterated. Yet this one stood firm, like a colossal steel beast at rest. The recent barrage had merely tickled it, inflicting no damage whatsoever. This was all due to the defensive effects imparted by the energy armor gained after upgrading the armored vehicle. Energy armor grants an additional layer of protective shield to the truck's armor, enhancing its damage resistance. Effect: before sustaining real damage, the shield will absorb external harm. Consumption: armor fragments. Specific consumption: real-time consumption based on received damage. Duration: passive skill can remain active until all armor fragments are consumed. In simpler terms, as long as the armor fragments remain intact, the truck would not suffer any real damage. The chat was abuzz with astonishment. Xiaoming Mountain Car God, you're unharmed? Huang Han of the Resurgence Organization, is your photo edited? Or did you target the wrong person? Following this, Lin Sanhuo also shared a picture in the chat. The perspective of the image, directly facing Huang Han's highway base. At the center of the image, one could clearly see a figure standing atop the base's city wall, none other than Huang Han himself. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the astonishment etched upon his face. Lin Sanhuo exclaimed, "Why the sudden silence? Just a moment ago, you were laughing so heartily." Shortly thereafter, Huang Han's phone erupted with messages. Inundated with private chats from internal personnel, everyone was en route to provide him support, urging him to hold out for just 1 hour. After this hour, all members of the Fuxing organization nearby would converge to join forces with Huang Han and extinguish this audacious newcomer. With the assurance of reinforcements on the way, Huang Han's smile returned, his confidence rekindled. Although he lacked the firepower to pose a threat to the truck, he was equally unthreatened by it. The gates of the base were fortified, constructed of A-grade steel-reinforced concrete, boasting an impressive thickness and weighing nearly 100 tons. After decades of combat against various factions and mutated creatures, the defense of this gate was impeccable. Thus, to defend against a single truck was a task exceedingly simple. Fear not, my brothers. The gates of the highway base, I assure you, can withstand not just an hour, but even 100 hours if need be. However, just as Huang Han dispatched this message and prepared to implement defensive measures, Lin Sanhuo surveyed the newly acquired siege equipment on the upgraded armored vehicle. Xiaoyi, should this device be installed? Chapter 18. The so-called impregnable city gates. How could they be breached? Lin Sanhuo quickly reviewed the information about the siege device. Quality, A-grade. Consumption, 800 survival points. Weight, 150 tons. Usage, 1. 800 survival points for a single use. After a brief hesitation, Lin Sanhuo opted to install it. Soon, the siege device activated, the engine emitting 2 low, rumbling sounds as thick exhaust enveloped the vehicle. The trunk lid lifted, retracting a series of weapon systems, including anti-aircraft guns, back into the vehicle. Then, a colossal, entirely black metallic pillar slowly emerged from within the vehicle. The sounds of heavy mechanisms locking into place echoed, accompanied by metallic clashing. Numerous robust mechanical arms and fixtures extended from the sides, chassis, rear, and even beneath the front of the truck, securing the massive siege pillar firmly atop the vehicle. The front end of the siege pillar, comparable in size to the truck itself, began to spiral and transform into a pointed shape. In the next moment, a torrent of liquid metal surged from the vehicle's interior, enveloping the entire siege pillar. The pillar visibly expanded, thickening and elongating, ultimately growing to more than twice the size of the truck it was mounted on before the flow of liquid metal ceased. The heavy truck sagged slightly under the immense weight. As this visually imposing siege pillar appeared, Huang Han's smug grin vanished in an instant. He involuntarily swallowed hard, his throat constricting. Having guarded this highway base for many years, he had witnessed fire attacks, bombardments, and sieges, and had encountered various similar siege vehicles. Yet, he had never laid eyes upon such a massive siege apparatus. Gazing down from the city walls, the black, gigantic steel pillar nearly obscured the truck's outline. Faced with such an elongated, thick, and solid object before the fortified gates, Huang Han could not help but question whether the gate could withstand it. On the other hand, from Lin Sanhuo's perspective, darkness enveloped him as the truck loomed like a mountain, shrouding the sky. With a press of the accelerator, the truck roared to life, tires screeching as it accelerated to 50 km/h. Even so, the oppressive presence of the siege pillar, akin to a stabilizing force, was suffocating. Upon witnessing the giant pillar charging forward, Huang Han shouted to everyone within the base, "Use anything you can find to block it." Then came a thunderous crash, resonating like the collapse of the heavens. The truck, bearing the weight of the siege pillar, violently collided with the sturdy gates. The unprecedented impact shook the very air, sending a wave of force that hurled those blocking the entrance aside. Some were even thrown against the ground, their bones cracking under the strain. In an instant, survivors near the gates were flung in every direction, debris and metal fragments shooting outwards. Ultimately, Huang Han's prideful, seemingly indestructible gate crumbled like fragile paper. All survivors gaped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon the fallen gate. It had collapsed, toppled. This was a gate that had stood unbreached by any faction for a decade. And now, it had been brought down by a mere truck. As dust and smoke billowed from the entrance, everyone scrambled to their feet, unhesitatingly retreating. No one dared remain at the entrance. Staying there would be tantamount to seeking death. Observing this, Huang Han promptly adjusted his strategy, instructing everyone to take cover in the base wherever possible. Once the truck entered, they would seize the opportunity to eliminate the driver. It was a desperate measure. Thus, everyone quickly began to withdraw, hiding in concealed locations, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, at the gates, the sound of the truck grinding over the remnants of the gates echoed throughout the base. Those in hiding gripped their weapons tightly, swallowing nervously. Huang Han retrieved his walkie-talkie, keeping a keen eye on the approaching truck. "Everyone, heed my command and prepare for action." Chapter 19. The first order of business upon entering the city, slaughter. After demolishing the gates, Lin Sanhuo drove the truck into the base. Before long, a sprawling highway base, stretching nearly 700 or 800 meters, came into view. It was replete with grain silos, ammunition depots, and living quarters established on the open plains flanking the elevated highway. There were also netted cells for confining zombies, constructed halfway up the hillside. "Zombies are here too?" Lin Sanhuo mused in confusion. Glancing around, he noted the emptiness. Yet radar indicated that a group of people was stealthily approaching from behind the buildings, barely 20 meters away. Sensing this, Lin Sanhuo felt the urge to accompany the moment with some music for ambience. He called out, "Xiao, Yi. Master, I'm here. Play for me a song titled Nijan. Very well, I am now playing Nijan." Following this, the exhilarating prelude reverberates through the air. On this tumultuous battlefield, the tempestuous youth makes his entrance. The survivors, sheltered behind their cover, cannot help but critique the music they hear. What does it mean to feel so invigorated? Should we not charge out and confront him? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Sanhuo presses the accelerator, hurtling towards the area indicated by the radar as the most populated. Meanwhile, the majority of those hiding in the shadows remain absorbed in the melodies of Yi Zhan, even humming along. Yet in the next instant, a voice cries out, "We're in trouble. They're coming right at us." Instantly, someone can no longer restrain themselves and dashes from their cover. This act of running is consequential. Once they do, chaos ensues as if a nest of cockroaches have been disturbed. A swarm of individuals begins to flee from their shelters, those discarding their weapons, others shedding their gear. Each one, in a state of utter disarray, seeks to escape with greater speed. Occasionally, a few audacious souls will take aim at the driver's seat of the truck, only to discover the armored glass, leading them to beg for mercy. However, Lin Sanhuo shows no mercy. He floors the accelerator. With a resounding crash, he reduces the dozens of individuals hiding beneath the cover to mere pulp. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 31 survival points. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 41 survival points. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 23 survival points. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 51 survival points. At last, the one-sided massacre officially begins. Lin Sanhuo drives his vehicle, reminiscent of a chariot from the depths of hell, in pursuit of the fleeing masses. Like a harvester reaping wheat, he sends groups of people crashing underneath the truck, crushing them under its weight. The road becomes saturated with blood, a sight that sends chills down the spine. As throngs of individuals are consumed under the truck, the survival points surge as if they were worthless. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 31 survival points. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 41 survival points. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 23 survival points. Ding! You have slain one survivor and gained 51 survival points. Moreover, as buildings crumble, the absorption begins anew. The resources within countless structures are entirely consumed by the truck's undercarriage. Materials harvested: 75 green armor fragments, 249 blue refined gunpowder, 114 green metal fragments. Materials harvested: 97 white rice, 51 white ingredients, 51 white vegetables, 94 white healthy meat, 124 white beer. Materials harvested: 31 white fishing rods, 213 white bait, 31 white traps. Materials harvested: 131 white grape seeds, 124 white cabbage seeds, 121 white pumpkin seeds. An abundance of resources is gathered. Thus, wherever the truck roams, aside from the destroyed buildings and trails of blood, numerous materials are absorbed into the vehicle, which later expels useless resources at intervals. Huang Han, witnessing this scene, stands dumbfounded. The truck traverses the base as if it were an uninhabited realm. Wails, screams, anguish, and terror. The cacophony of despair echoes throughout the base. Soon, from the back of the truck emerge several famished, ferocious hounds, their size rivaling that of lions. At this moment, the fear of all reaches its zenith. These are the ferocious hounds. That individual possesses the ability to tame mutated beasts. It is hopeless now. Escape is no longer an option. Without delay, the 5 ferocious hounds dart into the crowd. With keen instincts, they sniff out survivors hiding in secluded corners, tearing them apart without granting anyone a chance to flee. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. In no time, those in hiding are pounced upon and devoured. Huang Han, desperately urging his subordinates, watches in horror as countless members are torn asunder by the ferocious hounds. Gazing at the truck, now equipped with a machine gun on the roadway, he finally comprehends why Zhou Wei referred to him as father. If given a chance to survive, he would gladly call him so. Yet, there is no opportunity left. The machine gun is already aimed at him. Lin Sanhuo pulls the trigger. A few rounds of 127mm bullets swiftly soar from atop the truck. Bang! The bullets strike Huang Han in the abdomen. He watches as his lower body explodes before darkness engulfs his sight, and consciousness fades away. The remaining members, realizing the futility of resistance, hastily drop their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. We only wish to protect our families, they plead, hands raised towards the truck, begging for mercy. Seeing their supplication, Lin Sanhuo's expression remains impassive. He continues to pull the trigger, the 127mm bullets flying forth in fiery arcs. Gul gul gul. A spray of blood mist fills the air as bullets pierce through torsos, simultaneously tearing open the enclosures behind them. A horde of zombies bursts forth from the cages, lunging towards the fallen. With no survivors remaining, only the zombies confined within the enclosures persist. Lin Sanhuo retrieves a rifle, leaps from the truck, and prepares to eradicate these zombies. However, as he approaches, he suddenly notices that each zombie bears a novel name tag around its neck. Infected, Zhao Ying. Identity, Lin Bo's wife. Infected, Su Xiaoli. Identity, Su Lin's daughter. Infected, Jiang Han. Identity, Zhou Xin's mother. Infected, Qi Tiantian. Identity. Chi and sister. Each of these zombies possesses a name, a sense of belonging. Coincidentally, he spots a name tag on the chest of a bitten survivor, coinciding with the zombie that attacked him. Survivor. Lin Bo. Infected. Lin Bo's wife. The wife, now transformed into a zombie, gnaws on her husband's corpse. Simultaneously, a familiar flyer drifts by his feet. The flyer reads, "Revive your family members. Seek the Resurgence Organization. Join us, and you can resurrect your deceased loved ones." Lin Sanhuo furrows his brow as he picks up the flyer. So, these individuals joined the Resurgence Organization in hopes of reviving their lost family members? Meanwhile, his phone updates with information regarding the Conqueror mission. Prompt: discovering the traces of the Conquest target. Trace information. The Conquest target has a strong symbiotic connection with the Fushing organization. Are these two still related? Lin Sanhuo questioned, tilting his head in confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, the body of his bitten husband reacted. It tilted its head and stood up in a mechanical manner, its cataract-like pupils glaring at Lin Sanhuo. With a final roar, it lunged towards Lin Sanhuo. Chapter 20, Vehicle Upgrade, added a reconnaissance drone. Just as Lin Sanhuo raised his rifle, preparing to shoot, the zombie wife abruptly pulled her husband zombie back, then tilted her head and roared at the zombie, seemingly reprimanding it. Following this, a multitude of zombies surged from behind. The zombie couple gradually vanished into the advancing horde. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with the remaining attacking zombies, Lin Sanhuo lifted his gun and pulled the trigger. Bullets pierced through the heads of the approaching zombies, causing them to fall one after another. Ding. You have killed one zombie, gaining 3 survival points. Ding. You have killed one zombie, gaining 3 survival points. Ding. You have killed one zombie, gaining 3 survival points. Once the area was cleared, he returned to the vehicle to assess his haul. He had amassed a total of 6,321 survival points, which was quite satisfactory. Lin Sanhuo exclaimed with excitement. In terms of materials, there was an abundance of white materials and a considerable amount of green ones as well. The blue materials primarily consisted of refined gunpowder, totaling 218. Lastly, there was purple material, low-level biological core 2. In total, there were 4 quality types: white, green, blue, and purple. The uses of the materials could be roughly analyzed. Refined gunpowder is essential for manufacturing ammunition. Armor fragments have been bound to skill energy armor and will automatically deplete upon taking damage. The low-level biological core seems to pertain to biological matters. It is uncertain whether it is used to create mutated troops. The remaining materials are everyday items that can be utilized directly. There were some materials that required further analysis, which will become clear when needed. After organizing everything and aiming to prevent any reinforcements from approaching, Lin Sanhuo drove away from the highway base. During this time, he opened the chat group to check for any noteworthy updates. Soon, the chat content popped up. What is going on? It's so quiet in the group. Is no one reporting the battle situation? Rumor has it that the highway base has fallen, and the Chase Shun is heading towards Longwan City. Logically, I shouldn't believe it, but after being proven wrong so many times, this time I trust the person above, regardless of whether it's true or not. The Chase Shun has already become a legend in my heart. Chase Shun is amazing. Resisting tyranny, we should take down these oppressive organizations. The recent newcomers are too formidable. Who do you think is more powerful, the Chase Shun or that newcomer from Shacheng? One uses a vehicle, the other uses a knife. There is no basis for comparison, right? After the previous incidents, the group began referring to Lin Sanhuo as the Chase Shun. Some anonymous survivor outsiders also began to courageously speak out against the Fushing organization's actions. Lin Sanhuo glanced at the messages, but chose not to respond in the group, as no one from the Fushing organization had stepped forward. Why would they endure such humiliation? Lin Sanhuo frowned. Just then, an anonymous private message suddenly appeared. Sheng Yu, an armored convoy is coming. You should leave quickly. Lin Sanhuo was taken aback upon seeing the message. Who are you? The other party replied instantly. Who I am is not important. After a few seconds, they sent a picture of nearly a dozen armored vehicles traveling on the highway. Compared to the previous off-road vehicle convoy, this armored convoy was clearly equipped with weapons of a higher caliber. I will do my best to hold them off. I hope by the time they arrive, you will have already left. Lin Sanhuo remained silent for a few seconds, not understanding the person's intentions. However, from the angle of the photo, It appeared that the sender was also a member of this armored convoy. So, was this someone from the Fuxing organization warning him? Lin Sanhuo was perplexed by their motives, but believed that reinforcements were indeed on the way. The sub-base had been destroyed, and they would not simply let it go. Thus, in response to the warning, Lin Sanhuo chose to remain silent and decided to find a place to hide. But where to hide? The bright highway made it easy to be spotted. He could only head to another city. However, as someone with a bounty on his head, he might encounter other organizations lying in wait at the highway exit. There was also a conquest mission yet to be completed. He couldn't just abandon a task without finishing it. As he pondered aimlessly, Lin Sanhuo suddenly noticed the upgrade option for the reconnaissance vehicle in the vehicle module. Looking at the forest surrounding the highway, now dimming with twilight, Lin Sanhuo conceived an excellent hiding strategy. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade the vehicle. Survival points 1,000. Shortly, a detailed upgrade notification appeared. Tip: the vehicle has successfully upgraded to a reconnaissance vehicle. Your vehicle information has changed as follows. Level 34. New form, reconnaissance form. Dimensions 5. Vehicle weight capacity 5. Unlocks, heavy weapon. A-class reconnaissance drone has been assigned to the weapon module. Additionally, as all upgrade options for the vehicle have been completed, another message appeared. Need 10,000 survival points to unlock the second stage of vehicle upgrades. The second stage vehicle options are King of the Land, Mobile Fortress, Amphibious Vehicle. The second stage will add new modules, Manufacturing Module and Modification Module. Please collect survival points promptly to enhance your vehicle's capabilities. 10,000 points? But now is not the time for complaints. Lin Sanhuo continued to observe the changes in the vehicle. The metal armor transformed from black to a camouflage that adapts to the environment, resembling diamond plates. The explosion-proof tires switched to larger off-road explosion-proof tires. Furthermore, the vehicle's suspension was upgraded to an adaptive suspension system. After upgrading to a reconnaissance vehicle, Lin Sanhuo was now able to traverse more complex off-road terrains. As for the reconnaissance drone and reconnaissance form, he quickly reviewed their descriptions. Reconnaissance drone, quality, A-class. Consumption, 500 survival points. Reconnaissance range, within 5 kilometers. Quantity, 1 unit. Endurance, 6 hours. Reconnaissance form, effect, radar exploration range, 500. Vehicle noise, 80. Concealment rate, 200. Negative effect. In reconnaissance form, weapons and electronic components cannot be used. Tip: after activation, a second activation cannot occur within 30 minutes. After reviewing the effects above, Lin Sanhuo was quite satisfied. The upgrade perfectly matched his needs. And with the drone's aerial reconnaissance combined with the radar's range, he could monitor the surroundings almost without fail. Thus, he quickly continued on his journey. Lin Sanhuo wasted no time in upgrading the drone installation. 500 survival points were swiftly deducted. Following that, a compact drone landing platform was affixed to the roof of the vehicle, and he took the controls himself. He breached the highway barrier and ventured into the steep plains. The adaptive chassis adjusted rapidly, with off-road tires crushing every stone in their path. The colossal truck glided effortlessly across the unpaved plains, unhindered by any obstacles. However, not long after setting out, they unexpectedly encountered the previously fleeing zombie couple. Having escaped, they were now also heading toward the plains. The wife zombie grasped her husband's hand, limping along the highway. Upon seeing the truck approach, she immediately shielded her husband behind her, growling defensively at the vehicle. The truck's machine gun automatically locked onto them. Xiao Yi, 2 enemies detected nearby. Should we eliminate them? Rest assured, my aim is impeccable. 1 shot, 1 kill. Lin Sanhuo glanced at the current ammunition count and then at the zombie couple. Forget it. Killing 2 zombies won't yield many survival points. Let's conserve our ammunition. Understood. The machine gun retracted promptly, and the truck continued towards the nearby woods. Crack. Branches were crushed under the truck's weight. After a slight adjustment, it nestled into the trees, camouflaged by its leafy attire. Activating reconnaissance mode, the war vehicle settled in the heart of the forest, concealed by branches from all sides. The disguised armor swiftly mimicked the surrounding foliage, blending seamlessly like a chameleon. Less than a kilometer ahead lay the road base. With everything in place, he launched the drone. The drone ascended rapidly from the vehicle's roof, transmitting images to his mobile screen. The aerial view was nearly crystal clear, with a zoom capability of 20 times. Lin Sanhuo reclined in his seat, comfortably controlling the drone. This sensation of lurking in the shadows was undeniably exhilarating. The little yellow dog joined him, curiously observing the drone-esque screen, its canine face expressing astonishment, suddenly perceiving its human companion as quite remarkable. Not only was it safeguarding itself from capture, but it was also engaging with drone technology. In its memory, it had never witnessed a human possessing such advanced capabilities. One could only admire the prowess of such an individual. Being bested by such a master was hardly a disgrace for a dog. Lost in thought, a sudden knock echoed from outside the war vehicle. Chapter 21. Another armored convoy arrives. The one knocking was none other than the previously fleeing male zombie. It incessantly rammed its head against the driver's door, emitting growls that seemed defiant, though their meaning was unclear. Lin Sanhuo rose from the sofa, opened the window, and scrutinized the male zombie. Drawing a handgun, he questioned, "What do you want?" In an instant, the male zombie's expression transformed to one of clarity. "Do you recognize this weapon?" Immediately, the female zombie seized her husband by the scalp, throwing him to the ground and delivering a few light slaps, as if to demonstrate something to Lin Sanhuo. Simultaneously, she muttered incessantly. The male zombie curled up in fear on the ground, yet his gaze towards Lin Sanhuo remained defiant. Did zombies comprehend human emotions? Observing the female zombie's understanding of social nuances, Lin Sanhuo felt compelled not to fire, holstering his weapon instead. The female zombie's demeanor shifted instantly. She cautiously helped her husband to his feet, babbling soothingly as if comforting a sulking boyfriend. However, the male zombie still miffed, hobbled away, while the female zombie trailed behind like a little girl. Lin Sanhuo chuckled at the sight in the rearview mirror. This quarrelsome zombie couple was quite amusing. One adept at theatrics while the other at sulking. Soon after, he activated the drone to survey the surrounding area. On a straight highway, aside from the road base, no other creatures were visible. He also noticed that the zombie couple hadn't wandered far. They were seated on a nearby, fallen tree stump, pausing. The female zombie leaned against her male counterpart, swaying uncertainly, lost in thought. After waiting for half an hour without the arrival of any convoy, boredom set in. He handed control of the drone to the AI and pondered whether he could find a movie on the vehicle system for entertainment. To his surprise, there were indeed options available. Free version, Shanghai Canon. VIP version, The Wandering Earth, 3-body problem. Watching a VIP movie required 1 survival point. Was there any need to deliberate? Naturally, he opted for the free option. Paying for a movie was utterly unnecessary. Thus, he decisively selected Shanghai Canon. Harboring modest expectations, anything would suffice. The little yellow dog immediately scampered over to watch alongside him. Meanwhile, the zombie couple in the distance turned back to observe as well. After half an hour, the little yellow dog remarked, "This movie isn't even worth the dog's attention." Lin Sanhuo replied, "Indeed, there's a reason it's free." He prepared to exit and select another film, only to be met with a prompt. To exit this movie, a fee of 50 survival points is required. Lin Sanhuo sighed in resignation. Ultimately, after 2 hours as darkness fell, he awaited the conclusion of Shanghai Canon to choose another film for visual refreshment. At that moment, Xiao Yi's voice broke the silence. "Master, radar detection indicates dozens of units approaching rapidly within a 3-kilometer radius." Switching to drone view now. In the next moment, the vehicle screen displayed the drone's perspective. Beneath the inky night sky, dozens of headlights illuminated the highway, revealing a fleet of armored vehicles advancing towards the road base with great intensity. There were 10 fully armored vehicles, including infantry fighting vehicles, armored artillery, armored reconnaissance vehicles, and command vehicles, all resembling those in the photographs. The individual had not deceived him. Just then, a light rain began to fall, accompanied by a thick fog that enveloped the surroundings. As the opposing forces entered the road base, Lin Sanhuo activated the counter-reconnaissance devices, fixating on the 10 armored vehicles as he sought to discern their intentions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the windshield wipers activated, with raindrops cascading against the glass. A torrential downpour ensued as the convoy entered the road base, a river of crimson flowing ahead, staining the highway beneath every tire. In the rearview mirror of the command vehicle, A strikingly beautiful face was intently focused on the falling raindrops, harboring a hidden worry. Clearly, this was no ordinary newcomer. Soon, upon entering the premises, the entire convoy instinctively reduced its speed. The scene was replete with collapsed buildings, shattered doors, disordered corpses, and pockmarked craters. The harrowing sight evoked the sensation of stepping into the depths of hell. No one could fathom that this devastation was merely the consequence of a rookie's actions. In Shacheng, and again in Yucheng, an influx of newcomers had recently emerged. What was there to fear? Just a rookie. Exterminating him would be effortless. Indeed, could our armored convoy really be intimidated by a mere novice? Before long, the entire armored convoy came to a halt at the center of the highway base. Su Wei peered through the vehicle's window, his slender fingers gripping the intercom tightly, emitting a faint voice that addressed everyone. Everyone disembark. Capture attendants with photographs. Those in the reconnaissance vehicle, follow me. Received. The group descended from the armored vehicle, forming into lines to take pictures and mark their attendance under the rain. Lin Sanhuo monitored the scene through a drone, observing with clarity. Goodness, even in the apocalypse, one cannot escape the fate of being a beast of burden, he scoffed. Conversely, Su Wei, accompanied by 4 members of the reconnaissance team, traversed the darkness, carefully stepping over each scattered corpse while inspecting the surroundings. One member, burdened with the reconnaissance equipment, shook his head despondently after scanning with the radar. Boss Su, the radar signal is being interfered with, likely due to the rain. The others, upon witnessing the gruesome limbs strewn about, swallowed hard, feigning nonchalance. Did you find anything? No, Boss Zhao. Did you search thoroughly? Yes, I searched meticulously. The rain must have washed away all traces. Su Wei furrowed his brow, glancing up at the rainy sky. Just as he was about to speak, a one-eyed man rushed over, gun in hand. Boss Su, we have discovered the vehicle's trail. It has moved down the plain along the highway, right over there. Chapter 22, Reconnaissance Mode. Have you encountered the peculiar vehicle? Through the drone surveillance, everyone at the highway base abruptly boarded their vehicles, commencing a slow advance toward the plain, heading directly toward the woods where Lin Sanhuo was situated. Simultaneously, the raindrops gradually ceased, giving way to a thick fog that enveloped the area. The drone's monitoring became increasingly obscured. Not 100 meters away, everything was shrouded in a gray haze, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Forget it, let's bring it back. Lin Sanhuo decided to retrieve the drone and rely on the radar to ascertain the enemy's position. Soon enough, the woods were less than 1,000 meters from a highway. Within the misty expanse ahead, flickering fog lights began to sway. Meanwhile, the chat group buzzed with activity. Lin Sanhuo picked up his phone to find messages indicating that the adversaries were attempting to draw him out. Brother, you must be nearby, right? We VE spotted you. Come out if you know what's good for you. Yes, or else when we take action, it won't be as gentle as what you encountered earlier. Have you seen a 12-gauge machine cannon? One shot could obliterate your truck's front. I see you, that must be you. Suddenly, an armored vehicle fired its weapon through the thick fog, bullets soaring in a specific direction. A zombie couple limped into the mist. In no time, the opposing convoy realized the situation. Are you blind? That SA zombie. It must have escaped from its cage. Send a few people to deal with it. Soon enough, the sound of several individuals disembarking from an armored vehicle echoed through the haze. Though indistinct, Lin Sanhuo sensed their numbers, 4 fully armed. Seizing the moment, he released several ferocious dogs from the vehicle. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the fog, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Bullets ricocheted off the other armored vehicles. What in the world are those things? Exclaimed one, as they witnessed the blurred image of the ferocious dogs tearing into their comrades amidst the mist. It seemed the enemy had also harnessed some form of mutated beings. Everyone, heed my command. No one is to disembark without my permission, Su Wei directed from the command vehicle. As they witnessed their comrades perish in the fog, everyone became increasingly convinced that their quarry was nearby. They quickly resumed their provocations in the chat group. Impressive. You can even control mutated beings in battle? If you're a man, come out and face us. Don't hide away. Don't let me catch you. If I do, you're finished. Despite this, Lin Sanhuo remained unresponsive. Observing the enemy drawing ever closer, he shifted into reverse, slowly retreating from the woods. Under reconnaissance mode, with vehicle noise at 80, The adversaries remained oblivious to any sounds as they approached the woods, noting the crushed branches beneath them. Boss Su, he must have just passed through. Look, the ground is littered with crushed branches. The vehicle's system clearly displayed the flattened branches and the substantial tire tracks. Su Wei regarded this scene with a puzzled expression. Why is there not a single sound? He then commanded his subordinates. Everyone, spread out and search. He must be close. Alert me immediately upon discovery. Received. Before long, 10 vehicles dispersed, each heading in different directions. Lin Sanhuo skillfully evaded all vehicles converging toward him, some even passing within 3 meters of him without detection. This was largely thanks to the camouflage afforded by reconnaissance mode. The vehicle's armor blended seamlessly into the night and fog, rendering it indistinguishable from the surroundings. The sound of tires was nearly inaudible. Ultimately, as he observed the distance between the enemy vehicles increasing, indicating an expansion of their search radius, Lin Sanhuo smiled darkly, gazing at the armored artillery vehicle closest to him. Xiao Yi, where's the master? Play me a thrilling piece of music, the grotto. Playing now, the grotto, a spine-tingling melody. In the next moment, the grotto's haunting introduction reverberated through the fog-laden night. Empty, empty, empty! To say others were startled would be an understatement. Upon hearing the first line, Lin Sanhuo felt goosebumps erupt across his skin. Wow, listening to this music at night is exhilarating. Meanwhile, the convoy, which had been diligently searching for traces, suddenly heard the eerie, ethereal music resonating through the fog, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat, with some even screaming in fright. The nearby chat group erupted in chaos. Come out. Damn it. I know you were nearby. Stop playing that terrifying music. You think you can scare us? We were not raised to be frightened. Lin Sanhuo remained silent, driving the truck while ominously playing the haunting melody of the grotto. He weaved through the fog, providing them with a 3D immersive horror experience. Eventually, someone broke down, beginning to doubt, with so many lives lost at the base. Do you think they? Don't scare me, you fool. Someone else complained, I think I just saw Huang go waving at us through the fog. Gradually, the tales spread like wildfire. Under the influence of the chilling music, the entire convoy began to lose its way. Some strayed far from their intended route, venturing into the unknown. Lin Sanhuo pursued one of them. Come on, if you dare, come at us. Whether you are human or ghost, find us first. I'm telling you, my fortune is as solid as a chicken ass. Just as he typed that, a blurry silhouette of a vehicle flashed by on the right side, devoid of the sound of tires. With a loud crash, an armored vehicle was reduced to a heap of debris before the nearby vehicles could react. The massive shadow vanished without a trace or sound, leaving only the eerie music to accompany everyone. Chapter 23. Something strange. A ghostly battle car. Vehicle 7. Vehicle 7, respond. Where's Vehicle 7? Has anyone seen it? I only saw its license plate. What do you mean you only saw the license plate? There are also parts scattered around. A half tire and human organs that exploded upon impact. The silent black night plane was shrouded in thick fog. The radio in the armored convoy crackled with anxiety. Moments ago, a mysterious collision echoed through the night, followed by the disappearance of Vehicle 7's signal. Soon after, remnants of Vehicle 7 were found nearby, but only the tire, license plate, and a series of scattered parts remained, along with some grotesque human remains from the violent impact. Meanwhile, the haunting music continued to play. The eerie voices of the void, intertwined with the night and fog, escalated the horror to its zenith. The key was that the sound seemed to circle around, as if it could appear right behind you at any moment, tormenting each individual's psyche like a saw. The chat group that had been so boastful moments ago fell into an eerie silence. Some even claimed to hear the sound of wheels nearby, causing a panic barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, who the hell is shooting randomly? Our vehicle has flipped. My apologies, I made a mistake. I will come to get you. The armored vehicle that had mistakenly fired immediately sped over to rescue them. But just as it approached, a massive shadow glided past from the left side of the fog. With a whoosh, clang. The next moment, a tire rolled out from the fog towards the overturned armored vehicle. The eerie music continued to play. After witnessing such a bizarre scene, the crew inside the armored artillery vehicle exchanged terrified glances, their faces pale. Did you all see something pass by? No, I didn't see anything. Was it a vehicle? It didn't seem like one. I only saw a shadow. Could it be? Hurry! That sound is getting closer, run. Suddenly, the terrifying music was almost upon them. Boom! The driver desperately slammed the reverse to escape. The tires spun in place, but the vehicle did not budge. Everyone was in a frenzy. Oh no, have we encountered a ghost wall? What ghost? Don't say that. Then why isn't the vehicle moving? The driver immediately called for help over the radio. Brothers, it seems we have encountered a ghost wall. Can someone come to pull us out? Nonsense. It's just that the tires got stuck in the mud. Someone questioned over the radio. Soon, a nearby vehicle, hearing the sound of tires, rushed over. But when they were just a few meters away, they saw that their comrade's vehicle was not stuck in mud, but rather on flat ground. With smoke rising from the tires, it remained completely immobile. This bizarre scene resembled a person trying to walk, but remaining stationary. Coupled with the eerie music, it became a surreal experience. The rescue vehicle also panicked. Is this really a ghost wall? Should we save them? Forget it. Let them fend for themselves. Ultimately, the rescue vehicle turned around and fled without hesitation. In reality, there was no ghost wall. It was merely Lin Sanhuo's truck blocking the rear of that vehicle. He took a drag from his cigarette, gazing down at the armored vehicle beneath him, where the occupants were screaming in terror. What sins had they committed that they would fear ghosts even in the apocalypse? If that was the case, then let us give them something truly formidable. Next, Lin Sanhuo pulled out all the phones he had scavenged, belonging to the deceased members of the Resurrection Organization, each bearing real names. He then gently pressed the accelerator. The massive off-road tires of the truck slowly crushed the armored artillery vehicle beneath it. The weight of dozens of tons pressed down like traversing a speed bump. The truck tilted slightly, while the armored vehicle was crushed like a soda can, gradually being flattened. The few inside, in their final moments, believed they were being crushed by a ghost-esque force. As they were reduced to mere scraps, they frantically shouted over the radio. Ghost! A ghost is crushing our vehicle. Save us! The desperate cries mingled with the splatter of blood. At that moment, the remaining crew listening to the radio fell silent, swallowing hard. Not a single soul spoke. 3 vehicles had mysteriously vanished or perished. Even those who doubted the fog's supernatural nature had to concede a measure of respect for the unknown. The final straw that broke the camel's back is often not the mightiest, but rather those seemingly tranquil elements that pierce the heart. Soon, as everyone stood frozen in fear, the nearby chat group began to fill with messages. Qianlong, I'm so bored down here. Is there anyone who can keep me company? Sun Tzu, I died such a tragic death. Why wasn't it you, not you? Li Wang, brothers, we're all here now. Let us go to hell together. Wu Su, why did you all arrive so late? Why? Feng Hui, if you hadn't come late, we wouldn't have had to die. At the highway base, all the deceased members of the Resurrection Organization suddenly resurfaced in the nearby chat group. At that moment, the individuals, already on the brink of psychological collapse, could no longer endure the torment. All they desired was to flee from this place. Run. They had to run, regardless of the truth behind the specters. Their limits had been reached. In an instant, all armored vehicles simultaneously pressed the accelerator, abandoning any thoughts of reality. The genuine terror imprisoned within their hearts was unleashed. Every human fears the unknown, even in the face of apocalypse, even if it is but an illusion. They only wish to escape this cursed place. Virum, 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 virum. The gas pedal was pressed to the limit, and the armored vehicles charged through the fog of night, careening chaotically like headless flies. The inevitable outcome was a grim one, as they were systematically rammed by specter-like reconnaissance vehicles, vanishing one by one into the shrouded darkness. One was destroyed, swallowed by the fog. Empty, empty, empty. A second fell, disappearing into the mist. Empty, empty, empty. The sound of gunfire echoed through the nocturnal plains. Scattered parts and splattered blood littered the ground. The ghostly vehicles moved without sound or footsteps, accompanied only by a haunting melody, swiftly reaping these shattered armored cars in the fog. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, trembling, trembling, trembling. Ultimately, a truck halted somewhere on the prairie, its front stained with blood and adorned with 5 or 6 license plates. It faced off against a command armored vehicle a mere 20 meters ahead. The camouflage was disabled, and 2 large headlights illuminated the command vehicle, causing the driver within to nearly weep in terror. What do we do, boss? We're down to just 1 vehicle. The driver swallowed hard, glancing at the co-driver, Su Wei. Yet, Su Wei raised his gun. Bang, 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 bang. A few gunshots rang out, and 4 bodies were discarded. A slender figure emerged, hands raised as he exited the vehicle. Quite the terrifying tactics you employ, Su Wei complimented. Lin Sanhuo, cigarette in hand, leaned against the window, gazing at his counterpart. Are you the one who tipped me off? The machine gun atop the vehicle was aimed forward. 3 sentences to explain your actions. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Chapter 24. You lied, hence you must die. Su Wei was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the individual he aided would turn against him. Was this person mentally unhinged? Hey, I was the one who sabotaged the reconnaissance vehicle's radar, allowing you to easily dispatch those armored cars. Is this how you repay me? His tone shifted from polite to distinctly impatient. He had assumed that this act would earn him trust, only to be met with indifference. So what? Soon, a pack of ferocious dogs burst forth from the shadows, encircling Su Wei. What if you have ulterior motives and approach me with malicious intent? Lin Sanhuo had learned from past experiences. The notion of altruistic assistance was utterly unconvincing to him. He was not the protagonist, endowed with the ability to survive countless foolish actions. Hence, maintaining a high level of vigilance was prudent. On the other hand, Su Wei was equally surprised by the newcomer's wariness. Typically, individuals newly thrust into an apocalyptic scenario were easily deceived. Why was this person exhibiting such extraordinary caution? After careful consideration, he pointed towards a nearby road base and called out, "You must have seen the flyers of the Resurrection Organization. They claim to be able to resurrect any human. Many survivors joined the organization for this very reason, dedicating their lives to it. However, the information on those flyers is a deception. They can only transform the deceased into mindless monsters, failing to truly resurrect anyone." Lin Sanhuo rubbed his nose, recalling the somewhat sentient zombie couple. The female zombie had displayed vestiges of humanity. Yet, this individual insisted it was all a ruse. Nevertheless, that was not of paramount importance. What mattered was the implication behind his words. And then, what are you trying to convey? Lin Sanhuo continued to probe. I intend to illustrate. Su Wei gestured towards the recently slain driver. For instance, this man. 3 years ago, he joined the Resurrection Organization with his deceased wife. Yet, a year later, seeking a younger, more beautiful companion, he sold his wife for a mere 10 survivor points, turning her into one of the organization's captive zombies. And him, he joined the organization with hopes of resurrecting his deceased parents. However, upon learning that he could receive over 10 survivor points for selling relatives who had been dead for less than a year, he unhesitatingly sold his parents, turning them into research subjects as well. Moreover, every individual initially sought to resurrect their loved ones, children, partners, or friends. Yet ultimately, under the relentless temptations of money and other factors, they became heartless machines, devoid of emotion, devoted solely to the trade of their loved ones' corpses. Thus, the Resurrection Organization's so-called resurrection propaganda is not genuine resurrection, but a manipulation of human nature, a means to expand their zombie research. My objective is simple. I want this organization to vanish. I aim to eradicate this menace to humanity. As he spoke, Su Wei's expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotion. Lin Sanhuo felt a twinge of awkwardness. Eradicating threats to humanity in an apocalyptic world? With his extraordinary sense of smell, he could gauge the emotional states of others based on the scent they emitted, discerning lies, hostility, and more. Thus, he had been assessing whether this man was truthful from the start. The conclusion was clear. He was lying. His motivations for wanting the Resurrection Organization to perish were not genuine. Therefore, the reason he had helped Lin Sanhuo was inconsequential. In the next moment, with a snap of his fingers, 5 ferocious dogs lunged forward. The horrified screams echoed as Su Wei was torn to shreds in an instant. Chapter 25. The bounty has doubled. After eliminating Su Wei, Lin Sanhuo pinched his overly tense temples. Having fought throughout the day, he sought a safe haven to rest for the night. Yet, just as he started the engine, his phone buzzed with an explosion of messages in the group chat. Li Si of the Fu Sheng organization stated, "In light of a certain fugitive driver who has caused significant losses to our organization, we have decided to raise the bounty on this individual from an initial 5,000 survival points to 10,000. We kindly ask all surviving compatriots to assist in capturing this person, and the members of the Fusheng organization express their gratitude. Lin Sanhuo glanced at the remnants of the armored convoy he had obliterated. Have they increased the bounty on me again? It appears they are already aware that I have destroyed this convoy. Meanwhile, the group chat was in an uproar. What? 10,000 survival points? That's enough for me to upgrade my toilet to a mansion. What exactly has this newcomer done to warrant such a high bounty? Surely, the driving god has struck at their core once more. Otherwise, such a price hike would be unfathomable. We, the Salvation Army, will take on this task. Not for the survival points, but simply out of a desire to help. Our Relief Society is also on board, brothers of the Fusheng organization. Rest assured we will return this person to you in one piece. Incredible. Are all three major organizations mobilizing together? And us, the Hong Realliance. And us, Mei Li Cheng. And us, the never-setting sun skyscraper, is also joining in. This cannot go unchallenged from our underground city. Is it truly necessary for all of you big shots to mobilize for a newcomer? Damn, just bullying the newcomer by banding together. Observing the various organizations he had never seen before in the chat, all emerging for the sake of 10,000 survival points, Lin Sanhuo felt no fear. Instead, he gathered the crushed remains of the armored vehicles and piled them up, sending a group photo to the chat. Xiaoming Mountain's driving god, coming to deliver? Upon sending the image, the lively chat fell silent. Apologies, our never-setting sun skyscraper is on a double holiday and may take 2 more days to act. Our underground city has poor soil recently. The passage has been buried, and we are currently digging it out. Mei Li Cheng expresses no fear. 10,000 survival points feel a bit lacking. In the very next moment, Li Si of the Fusheng organization announced, 20,000. Whoever can capture this fellow will receive a bounty of 20,000 from the Fusheng organization. Instantly, the group chat's tone shifted dramatically. Forget that our country has a single holiday. We can mobilize. We might even work overtime. What nonsense about an exit? Forget that we live underground. There are exits everywhere. This task, Mei Li Cheng will surely claim it. Don't think you big organizations have the upper hand. We at the Longfeng Manor are ready to make a move. Charge. Let us gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. In response to this, Lin Sanhuo was taken aback. 20,000 survival points? He had not even earned that much himself. This person is offering a bounty of 20,000 for himself? What would be the motive? Just then, a familiar private message popped up in his ear like a surveillance device. Shengyu, 9 different organizations, large and small, are preparing to head your way. You should be cautious. Lin Sanhuo was startled by the message. How did Shengyu reappear? Hadn't he just eliminated him for lying? Then, Lin Sanhuo realized something and suddenly understood. Could it be that the man was not Shengyu? Chapter 26. The background of the Fusheng organization. The leader seeking to revive his wife. Reflecting back, the other party had only mentioned helping him disable the radar and had never claimed to be Shengyu nor indicated he was providing him information. So, did I kill the wrong person? No, I did not kill the wrong person. That fellow was indeed lying. The killing was justified. But why is he helping me? With a bounty of 20,000 on his head, Lin Sanhuo felt no fear. Instead, the private message from the presumed dead Shengyu sent chills down his spine. In the next moment, the other party seemed to know what he was thinking and replied once more. Shengyu, if you don't know how to hide, you can seek Su Wei. He is my informant. By the way, you should have already made contact, right? Lin Sanhuo. As expected, they are all in cahoots. Is there a possibility that I accidentally killed him? Lin Sanhuo replied, curious to gauge the other party's reaction. The other party remained silent for nearly a minute. Shengyu, well, if he is dead, he is dead. After all, completing the mission of the mole, his return would also mean a life sentence. Lin Sanhuo mole? Didn't you say he was your informant? The other party fell silent for a minute, directly ignoring Lin Sanhuo's confusion. Do you know why the Fusheng organization is offering such a high bounty for you? The other party asked in return. Lin Sanhuo, because I killed their people? No, it's because of that dog in your vehicle. The other party replied. Dog? Lin Sanhuo turned to look at the little yellow dog, which seemed anxious, gazing out the window as if worried about something. Indeed, that is no ordinary dog. It is the core of the ultimate mutant. If placed on the market, the price would not just be 20,000, It could fetch 200,000. Lin Sanhuo was left speechless. 200,000? What could it be sold? Shengyu, rest assured, with your current identity, you cannot sell it. Only survivors above level 10 are qualified to enter those markets where prices exceed 100,000. So you're saying the Fusheng organization seeks to obtain it because it is valuable? Shengyu, no. The other party immediately denied it. They aim to create ultimate mutants. Subsequently, perhaps worried that Lin Sanhuo might truly eliminate him, the survivor, named Shengyu, began to patiently explain to Lin Sanhuo. The Fusheng organization possesses S-class technology capable of creating ultimate mutants. The abilities you see in those promotions that can turn the dead into living corpses are all the results of their ultimate mutant creations. And the core of this mutant is the wife of the Fusheng organization's leader, Lin Feng. Lin Sanhuo was momentarily taken aback. He knew that the Fusheng organization was colluding with ultimate mutants. However, he had never considered that the mutant's core was the leader's wife. Soon, the other party continued to explain. Lin Feng's wife passed away a decade ago due to illness. To save her, he transformed her into a mutant with the ability to come back to life. However, due to the lack of a true ultimate mutant core, she has always been a mere unfinished product, devoid of any consciousness like an ordinary zombie. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Sanhuo understood the intentions of the Fusheng organization. So the leader of this organization is not targeting me, but rather the dog in my vehicle? Shengyu, yes. And to save his wife, he will stop at nothing to acquire that dog. Lin Sanhuo, but why are you telling me all this? Lastly, Lin Sanhuo continued to inquire with curiosity. Who exactly are you, and why are you helping me? Chapter 27. The Apocalypse Special Operations Bureau. It turns out the nation has already infiltrated. Lin Sanhuo was filled with curiosity. After all, the apocalyptic philosophy he had recently established was to distrust any assistance that lacked justification. Even verbal information deemed effective did not suffice. However, the other party seemed unperturbed, straightforwardly delivering a statement that left Lin Sanhuo in a state of bewilderment. I am a safeguard officer of the Apocalypse Special Operations Bureau, and also a Level 2 member of the SCP Foundation. You may also interpret this as being a staff member of a national intelligence agency in the apocalypse. Ensuring the safety of the populace is my fundamental duty. Following this, the individual sent Lin Sanhuo 2 stamped identification documents. Having worked for several years, Lin Sanhuo could discern the authenticity of the documents at a glance. Apocalypse Special Operations Bureau. Despite the veracity of the documents, Lin Sanhuo remained profoundly astonished. The other party, anticipating Lin Sanhuo's shock, promptly replied, "This is not unexpected. Numerous mysterious cases of crossing dimensions have occurred nationwide. The nation has secretly established the Special Operations Bureau for investigations many years ago. You simply were not aware. Whether it be the multiple disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle in 9145 or the DC-3 Christmas Eve disappearance incident, as well as the Peru Flight 508 incident, the shadows of various national intelligence personnel are indeed present. As for me, I traversed here from the 38 Malaysia flight disappearance incident. My purpose in crossing is to investigate why such dimensional crossings transpire. Moreover, I seek to unite colleagues who have also crossed over, to establish an orderly human settlement amidst this chaotic apocalypse, while providing assistance to new arrivals. Additionally, we aim to eliminate the highly threatening mutants and humans themselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Sanhuo grasped only a fraction of the meaning. "So, your assistance to me is to eliminate the Resurrection Organization?" Yet the response he received was one of skepticism. "Just you? You might want to prioritize your own safety. We have personnel tasked with dealing with them." Lin Sanhuo retorted, "What if I were to assist you in eradicating the Resurrection Organization?" The other party, however, did not believe Lin Sanhuo's words at all, responding dismissively. "Your survival is the greatest help you can provide us." Ultimately, regardless of Lin Sanhuo's attempts to communicate further, the other party incessantly urged him to remain hopeful, explaining that the Resurrection Organization wielded substantial local power and had connections with several surrounding organizations. A mere truck driver attempting to dismantle this organization would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Subsequently, the individual mentioned that there were others ready to assist, and the two ceased their idle chatter. Lin Sanhuo then glanced at other private messages, finding that 99 were from scattered survivors offering kind warnings, informing him that numerous capable organizations were organizing forces toward Longwan City and urging him to exercise caution. It appeared that what the individual had said was indeed true. Reflecting on this, Lin Sanhuo recalled that the person had mentioned others were already addressing the Resurrection Organization. Therefore, he felt compelled to hasten his pace. Otherwise, the Conqueror's mission might be preempted by the national team. However, observing the accumulation of 10,000 survival points, which were merely sufficient to upgrade the battle vehicle, he realized he needed to acquire more survival points to ensure stability. This brought to mind his original method of earning survival points: bounties, luring, annihilating. Yet, this approach could not be as overt as before. With this thought, Lin Sanhuo resolutely continued to steer the truck deeper into the plains. Along the way, he intentionally circled a few times, leaving tire tracks on the ground. Eventually, he discovered a concealed, vast cave, drove the vehicle inside, and concealed it. Checking the time, it was midnight. He decided to rest and await the next day's developments. As fatigue overcame him, he activated the drone for patrol and lay back to sleep. Soon, at 6 in the morning, weak sunlight pierced through the vehicle window. A voice from Xiao Yi suddenly echoed, warning, enemies detected outside the cave. Lin Sanhuo jolted awake from his seat. Are they here already? Meanwhile, beneath the cave, a massive armored convoy was stealthily advancing. Boss Li, we have confirmed the radar indicates that the target is inside the cave. Prepare for an initial barrage of 5 rounds. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. A series of rockets launched from the vehicles, hurtling toward the cave. Chapter 28, Size Enhancement. The truck transforms into a mining truck following 5 consecutive rounds of bombardment by the artillery on the cave. Li Si, the captain of the Resurrection Organization's biochemical squad, sat within his vehicle, patiently awaiting the battle report. Segments of audio repeated the status updates. The cave has been breached. The reconnaissance team has entered the cave. Metal signals detected within confirm traces of vehicles inside. The team has not discovered any threats. Currently searching for specific traces of enemy vehicles. However, after a considerable wait, Li Si did not hear the answer he longed for. Coughing softly, he retrieved a white handkerchief to wipe his mouth. His pale visage concealed a growing impatience. It was known that he had nearly lost a night's sleep in anticipation of capturing this audacious newcomer. Finally locating the target, concealed within the cave, he now found himself waiting endlessly as he prepared to command all armored vehicles to enter the cave for a thorough search. Suddenly, an excited voice erupted from the intercom of the reconnaissance team ahead. Report, boss. Metal movement signals detected within the cave. The signal is intensifying. It's nearby. We found it. It's escaping toward the back mountain plains. Accompanied by the final frantic shouts from the intercom, Li Si silently cursed, a bunch of useless fools. He immediately commenced directing all armored teams, block the nearby exits. Do not let that individual escape. Li Si shouted into the intercom. He had brought 3 armored convoys along with a reconnaissance team. Fearing to startle the snake, the armored convoy had refrained from advancing deeply. The personnel who had just entered were merely a few discreet reconnaissance vehicles. He had thought that after 5 rounds of relentless bombardment, the adversary would have been reduced to mere wreckage. With the reconnaissance team deployed, there was a chance to capture them alive. However, to his astonishment, the enemy not only remained unscathed, but possessed the ability to flee in a vehicle. This meant that the armored convoy had to move in. Moreover, to prevent the enemy from escaping, he led the armored convoy, which consisted of powerful artillery vehicles. In the surrounding environment, aside from a straight mountain path ahead, there were only 2 mountain paths on the right. By blocking the other 2 exits, they could completely encircle the battle vehicle. Under the meticulous preparations, Li Si was resolutely confident that this operation would undoubtedly succeed. He envisioned himself delivering the lifeless body of his target to the leader, securing his position as the second in command. The bounty of 20,000 was more than sufficient for a comfortable retirement. This reward seemed rather attainable, did it not? Just as Li Si was lost in his daydreams, a sudden voice crackled through the intercom. Boss, that guy isn't fled. It seems he is charging towards us. Li Si chuckled, thinking it would save him trouble. However, the next moment, chaotic sounds erupted from the intercom. Boss, He is really coming for us. And this ISNT an ordinary truck? It's run. Run fast. The intercom was filled with a cacophony of screams, and the sounds of vehicles colliding and shattering echoed in the air. Ultimately, silence enveloped the intercom. Where was everyone? Why was there no response? Li Si tapped the intercom, suspecting it might be malfunctioning. Just then, an observer emerged, reporting, "Boss, I just received news. The reconnaissance team has been entirely wiped out." What? Li Si blinked in disbelief, then coughed violently, wiping his handkerchief stained with fresh blood. Damn it. He crumpled the handkerchief and threw it out the window. Let us see what a broken truck can do. He then shouted into the intercom, "All armored units, move out." Soon, a formidable line of armored vehicles surged towards the cavernous ruins. The cave was immense, and once they entered, the vehicles vanished from sight. Li Si sat confidently in the command vehicle, awaiting news. After a few seconds, the air was pierced by the sounds of gunfire and explosions resonating from the cave. Once silence fell, Li Si smiled triumphantly. Is it resolved so swiftly? He raised the intercom to inquire, "Team 1, report on the situation ahead." But as soon as he spoke, vague silhouettes of vehicles appeared within the cave. A group of armored vehicles that had just entered suddenly turned back. Li Si assumed they had captured their target and was about to ask if it was alive. But to his shock, the foremost vehicle sped past the command vehicle, fleeing the scene, followed by the second, third, and fourth. The first batch of armored vehicles that had entered the cave all retreated without a glance back. Even as Li Si exited the vehicle, hurling curses, "Where do you think you're going? Come back." The vehicles paid him no heed. Just as he was stewing in frustration, the second team, having just turned into the cave, also turned back in unison, seemingly realizing they were late, accelerating wildly, crashing into several vehicles without a moment's pause. "Why are you running, Team 2? As the third team prepared to enter the cave, a deep and heavy engine growl emanated from within, resembling a colossal beast emerging. Due to its immense size, rocks from the cave's ceiling began to dislodge and fall. Suddenly, the cave's roof was breached. The armored vehicle crew at the entrance, sensing something ominous, hastily opened their doors and fled without looking back. Under the interplay of shadow and light, a massive silhouette loomed over the foremost armored vehicle. Initially thought to be that truck when illuminated by sunlight, it revealed itself to be an enormous tire, larger than the armored vehicles themselves, emerging from the cave. Following that, a gargantuan black war vehicle, comparable to a 3-story building, rolled forth from the cave. The nearby armored vehicles appeared as mere toys beside it. Li Si lifted his head slightly, utterly dumbfounded. How could it be a mining truck? Chapter 29. Before the mining truck, all were toys. Within the cave, Lin Sanhuo could hardly believe that after 3 rounds of size enhancement and spending an additional 10,000 points to upgrade the truck, the war vehicle had ballooned by 50 sizes, transforming into a mining truck-level vehicle. From the driver's perspective, it felt akin to operating a small villa on wheels. Towering nearly 8 meters high, with tires standing 3 meters tall, its weight reached a staggering 200 tons, with a load capacity of 400 tons. The cockpit area expanded from an initial 20 square meters to 40 square meters, ample enough to remodel into a 1-bedroom apartment. Finally, Lin Sanhuo pressed down on the accelerator, initiating a sweep of the area. The reconnaissance vehicles before him were dwarfed by a wheel of the mining truck, each one crushed beneath its might. Opening the window, he detected the scent of various vehicles outside the cave. He promptly drove the mining truck towards them. Indeed, soon, a line of armored vehicles charged into the cave, initially moving with great momentum and without slowing down. But upon spotting Lin Sanhuo's mining truck racing towards them, they all pivoted without hesitation and retreated. Each one did the same, leaving Lin Sanhuo exasperated. They didn't even attempt to engage, simply fleeing upon sight. "Come on, fight me." Lin Sanhuo, driving the mining truck, faced the pile of stones ahead and unhesitatingly plowed through. No need to worry about any pathways. The mining truck crushed its way through, automatically forming a road beneath its massive silhouette. Ultimately, Lin Sanhuo maneuvered the mining truck around and emerged from the cave. At last, he beheld a queue of armored vehicles, akin to worms, staring at him. Among them, he quickly recognized one as the command vehicle. The command vehicle? Yes, that's the target. He pressed down on the accelerator and charged forward. The armored vehicles in front hadn't yet turned when, splat, 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 one by one, they fell beneath the mining truck's colossal frame. Their hundreds of tons of pressure compressing the entire line of armored vehicles into a path of twisted steel. Upon witnessing the mining truck barreling towards him, Li Si screamed in terror, "Open fire! Everyone, open fire!" Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of shells erupted from the armored vehicles. The result detonated right before the mineral transport vehicle, yet it merely stirred a ripple in the form of a blue net-like energy shield. An energy shield? Li Si was taken aback. He had never heard of this vehicle possessing such a defense mechanism. However, upon reflection, he realized that even the dimensions of the vehicle model had been misreported. How could he expect it to discern the opponent's defensive tools? At this moment, Li Si no longer harbored any thoughts of defeating the adversary to claim a hefty bounty. His only desire was to escape, to flee desperately. Meanwhile ahead, the other armored vehicles were not oblivious either, frantically reversing in retreat, while the mineral transport vehicle, akin to a voracious serpent, devoured and disassembled the massive wheels of its enemies. Inside the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo felt a sudden presence on his shoulder, a yellow dog that had been cooped up in the cabin for 2 days. It had merely wished to quietly exist as a handsome dog, yet a familiar scent compelled it to awaken. There were companions nearby. Chapter 30. The pursuit of the mineral transport vehicle. There was no mention of obstruction. On the mountain path, Lin Sanhuo drove the colossal war vehicle, the roar of the engine reverberating through the forest. No matter the thicket or the gravel, the enormous off-road tires encountered no barriers. Some crushed armored vehicle scraps even adhered to the tire treads like a plaster. Li Si's command vehicle raced at breakneck speed at the forefront, yet his team was already in disarray, careening chaotically through the narrow woodland, the sounds of overturned vehicles and collisions with trees echoing. Through the rearview mirror, Li Si could only glimpse a portion of the war vehicle, an imposing mountain of steel. Its mere sight was suffocating. Gripping the handrail tightly, sweat poured from his forehead, realizing that no matter how he commanded the driver to maneuver, that terrifying mineral transport vehicle remained unyieldingly tethered behind them. Was it charging at me? Li Si's mind buzzed, and he bellowed at the driver, "Faster! Accelerate! Shake it off!" Ahead lay a small river, with only a narrow stone bridge allowing a single vehicle to cross. They surged forward. The command vehicle's engine roared, tires screeching as they narrowly made it to the other side. Just as Li Si exhaled a sigh of relief, a smirk of pride creeping onto his face, he glanced back, only to find that the anticipated image of the adversary being halted by the river had not materialized. The mineral transport vehicle disregarded the stone bridge entirely, plunging straight into the water. The river erupted with a thunderous roar as the behemoth waded through, its speed scarcely diminished. A tunnel. That tunnel ahead. Li Si felt as if he had clutched the last lifeline, pointing to an old tunnel entrance beneath the mountain. The command vehicle plunged inside. However, barely 50 meters into the tunnel, a colossal crash resonated from behind, the sound of rocks collapsing. Bang! Boom! The mineral transport vehicle had rammed directly into the tunnel entrance, forcibly widening the original arched opening to accommodate its gargantuan frame. Debris and soil cascaded onto the command vehicle's roof like rainfall, clattering loudly. Li Si's expression could no longer be described as merely troubled. Emerging from the tunnel, they faced a narrow road carved alongside the cliff, with a bottomless abyss on the other side. Li Si believed they were finally safe. He watched as the mineral transport vehicle abandoned the road, directly ascending the adjacent hillside. Its massive tires plowed through dirt and rocks, uprooting swathes of trees, carving a brand new, straight path up the steep mountain. The command vehicle traversed the cliffside road, while the war vehicle loomed above them on the mountain. After 20 kilometers of frantic pursuit, Li Si's mind had turned blank, leaving only the instinct to flee. As they neared the end of the mountainous region, merging onto a flat highway, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Just then, Lin Sanhuo noticed an option on the system interface that had never been used before: overclock mode. Without hesitation, he activated it. Li Si, ecstatic at the prospect of escaping, suddenly heard the familiar roar of the engine behind him cease. Instinctively, he glanced into the rearview mirror, but the space behind was empty. Where had it gone? He looked around in confusion. The driver in the vehicle sensed something amiss and unconsciously slowed down. Suddenly, A massive shadow engulfed the entire command vehicle, the sky darkening instantly. What the hell? Li Si stiffly raised his head, peering through the sunroof above. The colossal war vehicle loomed directly overhead, descending like a mountain. A desperate scream was swallowed by a deep thud. Bang! Countless parts and fragments scattered in all directions. A notification flashed before Lin Sanhuo's eyes. You have killed a survivor. Reward. Survivor point 401. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Sanhuo's mouth, confirming that the leader had been within. Just as he believed he had neutralized all pursuers and faced no further threats, suddenly, a dull thud echoed from above the war vehicle. Chapter 31. The monster with the sack. In the next moment, a sudden thud resounded. A hefty figure, resembling a humanoid monster, stood upright on the rear compartment, looking down. This creature had a coarse burlap sack over its head, with its upper body clad in steel plating held together by nails, and a butcher's apron wrapped around its waist, clearly a human creation. As Lin Sanhuo pondered the origins of this creature, it leisurely drew a massive two-handed battle axe from behind, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Without a roar or display, it silently lifted the axe and brought it crashing down onto the war vehicle's rear compartment. Swish! Hiss! The sharp axe tip sparked upon impact, the sound of steel being cleaved resonating in the air. Xiaoyi's alarm blared immediately. Warning, biological breach detected. Energy shield compromised. Outside intruder. Should we release the rabid dogs for expulsion? Release. The rear compartment opened with a rumble. 5 rabid dogs surged forth in a frenzy. Upon seeing this, the butcher monster calmly lowered its axe, swiftly turning around. It seized one of the oncoming rabid dogs with ease. Its fingers converged like a spear, puncturing the dog's mouth. And with a swift squeeze, the tongue, along with the neck bone, was yanked out in one swift motion. Blood sprayed against the vehicle's window. Lin Sanhuo stared in shock at the rearview mirror. It was dispatched in an instant. At that moment, he understood that this was no ordinary mutant. Inside the vehicle, witnessing their companion being effortlessly slain by this creature, the remaining 4 rabid dogs, gripped by fear, hesitated to advance. However, upon seeing the monster raise its axe once more, preparing for another assault on the war vehicle, the loyalty ingrained in their genes overpowered their fear. The 4 rabid dogs mustered their courage and charged forward. But the outcome was as expected. The first was seized by its legs, its limbs torn asunder. The entire upper jaw of the second beast was torn apart, and its skull was nearly dislodged. The third beast fared even worse, having its head crushed entirely underfoot. Only the 4th beast remained. Exhausted from the struggle, it seized the opportunity to counterattack, sinking its teeth into the adversary's lower limb and desperately attempting to drag it beneath the vehicle. Witnessing this, Lin Sanhuo immediately activated the engine, determined to shake off the monster. If he could just dislodge it from the vehicle, he could certainly crush it. However, the earth was flattened under the impact, sending clods of dirt flying into the air, while the creature atop the war machine remained steadfast, refusing to fall. Lin Sanhuo slammed the steering wheel in frustration. A collision was futile. He had to rely on sharp turns. Yet, after several rapid maneuvers, the beast still stood unyielding on the vehicle. It tilted its head, ensnared in a sack, seemingly catching Lin Sanhuo's gaze through the rearview mirror. In the next instant, the creature leaped. A tremendous crash echoed from the cockpit's ceiling. Lin Sanhuo's expression hardened, and he executed another sharp turn, but still could not rid himself of it. Subsequently, the axe descended. The bulletproof glass shattered under the blow, sending shards flying and leaving a thin cut on Lin Sanhuo's face. He touched his cheek, feeling the warmth of blood. Could the bulletproof glass truly shatter? He glanced at the gaping wound in the glass. The axe trembled as it withdrew, preparing for another strike. At that moment, a ferocious hound, dragging its wounded body, charged once more without hesitation. Soon the cockpit was filled with the sounds of violent collisions, anguished howls, and the grisly tearing of flesh. Before long, the hound's limbs were flung from the roof of the vehicle one by one. The previously injured hounds quickly surged forward again. Thus, on the cockpit, 4 ferocious hounds continued their desperate struggle against the butcher-like monster. Blood flowed steadily from above, staining the windows, while one lifeless hound after another fell from a vehicle. In this moment, Lin Sanhuo realized a critical flaw of the war machine. despite its invincibility at various ranges. Once the enemy climbed aboard, there was nearly no means to expel them, unless they willingly positioned themselves in front of the gun's muzzle. Suddenly, Lin Sanhuo had an idea. The gun's muzzle? He swiftly dashed to the rear compartment, lifted the weapon's canopy, and climbed atop the vehicle. There, he found a machine gun perfectly aimed at the creature above. At that moment, the butcher monster was holding the severed head of a hound. Surrounding the roof were the torn remnants of the hounds. Lin Sanhuo, witnessing this scene, felt no fear, only a chill in his heart. Though he had not spent long with these dogs, their selfless protection had left an indelible mark on him. Simultaneously, the last remaining hound saw Lin Sanhuo on the roof and attempted to shield him. Lin Sanhuo gently pushed it aside, grasping the machine gun atop the vehicle. "You rest. Let me handle this." He then squeezed the trigger. The bullets erupted from the chamber at the staggering rate of 600 rounds per minute. Before the butcher monster could react, a barrage of bullets struck its body. Sparks flew from its steel armor as exposed flesh was shredded, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, despite the relentless onslaught, the creature was merely pushed back a few steps. It shielded itself from the bullets while laboriously rising from the ground, ultimately hoisting its axe and marching towards Lin Sanhuo step by step. Just as it was about to swing, the ferocious hound charged again, knocking the monster off the vehicle's roof. Lin Sanhuo was momentarily stunned, but wasted no time, rushing to the driver's seat. On the ground, the hound clung tenaciously to the creature's lower limb. "Go! Hurry!" Lin Sanhuo shouted through the window. The hound, however, remained steadfast, unwilling to release its grip for fear the monster might escape. Reluctantly, Lin Sanhuo pressed the accelerator. "I'm sorry." Then the massive war machine, akin to a mountain, barreled toward the butcher monster. The chassis barely registered any feedback. In the rearview mirror, there was only a pool of blood and a fallen axe. Finally, the vehicle came to a halt. Lin Sanhuo gazed at the bloodstain in the mirror, an indescribable feeling swelling within him. Yet, one question lingered. Where had this monster come from? As he pondered, he prepared to light a cigarette to calm his nerves. However, before the smoke reached his lips, a familiar scent wafted through the air again. Lin Sanhuo tilted his head in disbelief, his hand freezing mid-motion. What was this? Turning his head, he was met with the sight of the vehicle's roof, now crowded with figures. 1, 2, 3, 13 identical butcher monsters stood silently, their faces beneath the sacks all turned toward the cockpit. In a nearby location, a woman with purple hair sat cross-legged atop an armored transport vehicle, observing the battle through binoculars. In the driver's seat, a man voiced his concerns. "Miss, creating mutants in secret is a grave offense. You said releasing one butcher was already risky. ISNT releasing 14 a bit too reckless, considering the Special Affairs Bureau is always watching us?" "Fear not," the purple-haired woman replied, a proud smile gracing her face. "My father will explain things to the Special Affairs Bureau and the Foundation. Our priority is to locate the ultimate mutant core to save my mother." Through the binoculars, she noticed the man in the driver's seat closing his eyes in prayer. She laughed triumphantly. "It appears we have found the vehicle's flaw. As long as we approach it, this iron lump isn't so fearsome after all." Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo watched as the monstrous figures gradually descended from the truck's roof. He tightly shut his eyes, gripping his handgun. Just as he prepared to open the door and fight, a paw pressed down on his gun. "Let me handle this." Lin Sanhuo could not comprehend what the dog was saying. He saw the small yellow dog, with a meaningful look, patting his shoulder as if from a position of authority. The dog's earlier observations of Lin Sanhuo's treatment of the ferocious hounds had moved it to take action. Without delay, the small yellow dog leaped out of the window, landing on the rearview mirror and confronted the axe-wielding mutants. One by one or all at once, the small yellow dog sat on the truck, scratching itself with its paw. The butcher monsters, unresponsive, approached with their axes raised. Then, 3 axes swung down from 3 directions toward the small yellow dog. Too slow, the small yellow dog smirked, flicking its tail like a whip, striking a nearby axe that had been swung from the side. A crisp sound sliced through the air. The axe appeared to be subjected to some formidable force, instantly rebounding. Such prowess startled Lin Sanhuo. Amidst his astonishment, the small yellow dog seized another axe with its mouth and pinned yet another with its legs. With a powerful grip, A sharp crack resonated as both axe handles shattered into fragments. This spectacle elicited a fleeting look of shock from the purple-haired woman observing through binoculars, quickly followed by satisfaction. Indeed, the ultimate berserk canine had emerged. Yet, the man inside the vehicle expressed concern. That creature is an ultimate mutant. Can our few butchers contend with it? Fear not. The purple-haired woman replied with confidence. There are no complete ultimate mutants. It cannot last long. It may slay 1 or 2, but can it kill 10 or 20? Are you suggesting? The man glanced at the trunk of the vehicle. The purple-haired woman scoffed. Release all the remaining butchers. This time, we must capture this ultimate mutant. In the next moment, the trunk of the vehicle swung open. A dozen butcher mutants, wielding axes, slowly emerged. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo, witnessing the extraordinary performance of the small yellow dog, struggled to believe his eyes. This was the same weak creature he had knocked unconscious with a kick. After all, he had fought it and had not sensed any exceptional strength. Yet now, confronted by these mutants, it had suddenly risen to the occasion. It is a matter of level suppression, you see. The small yellow dog dropped the axe it held in its mouth, lifted its head, and stared at the humanoid mutants clad in burlap sacks before it. After sniffing the air, it detected that each of these mutants bore the scent of 2 to 4 others. Mutants stitched together? No wonder I have never encountered you before. The small yellow dog pondered, a look of confusion crossing its canine visage. In the next moment, a signal of green light flickered within the burlap-clad butcher mutants' heads. Following this, they dropped their axes and, seemingly responding to a command, charged towards the small yellow dog as if possessed. The outlines of menacing teeth were faintly visible through the burlap. Be careful. Before Lin Sanhuo could issue a warning, the small yellow dog deftly sidestepped the pounce of 2 butchers. Then, as another butcher lunged forward, the small yellow dog leapt onto its back, sinking its teeth into its neck and tearing at it. In an instant, the butcher's neck split open like a zipper, and several bloody arms erupted from within, grasping the small yellow dog. Simultaneously, the burlap was torn apart, revealing several heads that had been forcibly sewn together, each vying for control of the shared body. One bloodied hand discarded the spine and seized the small yellow dog, while other heads lunged to bite. Yet, the small yellow dog merely smiled coldly. Did you think I had such limited abilities? It promptly opened its mouth, unleashing a mass of long, sinewy tongues that ensnared the butcher's heads. Tear, chew, devour, plop. They fell to the ground. The small yellow dog then surveyed the other approaching butcher mutants. Is this food delivering itself to me? With a whoosh, once more a multitude of tongues erupted from its mouth, akin to a colossal python. Grasp, entwine, tighten, withdraw, consume, gulp. However, after devouring a few butcher mutants, an expression of discomfort began to etch itself upon the small yellow dog's face. What is happening? After consuming just a few mutants, why does my body feel so weak? Why now does the small yellow dog struggle to support its nearly soft limbs? Sensing that it has been drained? Am I aging? No, it must be that human. The small yellow dog turned to gaze at the human driving, who was fixated upon it through the window. Before it could utter a word, a butcher mutant lunged, seizing it and tumbling it from the vehicle. Hey, what are you looking at? Help me. What happened to your ability to fight back? The small yellow dog cried out in struggle. Yet on the other side, several butchers had already invaded the cockpit through the nearly shattered window. The driver's door was ripped apart. Lin Sanhuo fired wildly with his handgun, but the bullets failed to even graze the monsters. Ultimately, wave after wave of butchers surged into the cockpit, lunging at Lin Sanhuo, who was cornered. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman, observing the scene through her binoculars, smiled slightly. It's done. Come, let us seize that ultimate berserk canine. However, before she could lower the binoculars, suddenly, a butcher mutant burst through the glass window. What is this? The purple-haired woman, her face filled with confusion, clutched the binoculars, continuing to scrutinize. In the next moment, another butcher was slammed against the windshield, a figure tearing its arm clean off. Another body was split in 2, and yet another had just drawn an axe. But the next second, the axe was suddenly turned against its own neck. Immediately, a pair of human hands gripped the axe. Then, with a powerful thrust, crack, the butcher's body was cleaved in 2, sliding to the ground. A human face emerged from the gap, smeared with the butcher's blood. Is it him? Chapter 33. effortlessly annihilating butcher mutants. I was this fierce all along, I knew it. Seeing the window shattered by those defeated butcher monsters, the small yellow dog barked excitedly from below. It always knew that human. How could he not be able to handle these B-class mutants? This fellow was previously an equal match for me. And indeed, that was the case. Cornered by several butcher mutants that had rushed into the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo grasped one of their outstretched arms. To his astonishment, as he exerted force, the monster's arm abruptly tore free from its body. Lin Sanhuo blinked in disbelief. Facing the subsequent butcher mutants, he effortlessly ripped off limbs, tore open bodies, kicked through windows, and reclaimed weapons. Ultimately, he dispatched all the butcher monsters that had invaded the cockpit with his bare hands. Clutching the seized axe and surveying the bloodied cockpit, Lin Sanhuo suddenly recalled that when he had slain the embryo of the ultimate berserk canine, he had not only gained superhuman sense of smell, but also superhuman strength and speed. He had simply forgotten about it due to his habitual reliance on the vehicle for combat. So, it was this formidable? A smile graced Lin Sanhuo's face as he cast his gaze into the rearview mirror. At that moment, an axe swung down from above the cockpit. Instinctively, he extended his hand. Crack! His fingers accurately gripped the axe's back. The butcher mutant atop the cockpit, its burlap-covered head slightly tilted, appeared astonished by the sight of a human catching an axe with bare hands. Then, with a powerful pull, he grasped the axe handle, yet the axe remained stubbornly affixed, as if it were nailed to Lin Sanhuo's hand. Ultimately, with a slight exertion of force, his immense strength sent the butcher tumbling from a cart. Just as he prepared to rise, the axe descended from above, cleaving him in half. Blood splattered several meters away. Lin Sanhuo leapt from the cart, grasping the axe by its end, lifting it high and gazing intently. Upon the blade, there flickered a faint, fiery red hue, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat waves. No wonder it was so sharp. It was no ordinary metal. In the next moment, thud, thud, thud. The remaining 7 or 8 butchers leapt down from the cart, joined by a dozen new arrivals, a total of around 20 butcher monsters confronting Lin Sanhuo. Unfazed, Lin Sanhuo gripped the axe tightly and hurled it with precision. In an instant, the axe sliced through, embedding itself in the chest of a butcher pressing down on a yellow dog. The steel plate on his torso emitted a high-pitched hiss from the intense heat, blood oozing from his waist as his upper body collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, more than 20 butchers charged forth. Lin Sanhuo calmly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it leisurely and exhaling a ring of smoke, wishing for some betel nut. Then, faced with an axe aimed at his forehead, Lin Sanhuo stepped forward and lifted the burlap sack from the butcher's head. Instantly, 4 stitched-together faces emerged, each bearing a different expression. Some were male, some female, some anguished. Others enraged. Some cried, some howled, while others were expressions of sheer terror. Indeed, a patchwork monstrosity. Lin Sanhuo's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, the little yellow dog worried about other limbs possibly emerging from the creature's body and shouted, "Be careful." But in the next moment, Lin Sanhuo delivered a straight punch, shattering the patchwork monster's head. Thud! The butcher fell to the ground, several incomplete limbs rolling out from his abdomen. Lin Sanhuo stepped over the corpse, taking a drag from his cigarette. Disgusting. He crushed the writhing limbs beneath his foot. Soon, another butcher charged at him. Lin Sanhuo responded with a straightforward swing of his fist, without any fanciful movements. A massive hole was created in the butcher's chest. Without pausing, he advanced to the next foe. A punch, a kick, a knife hand strike, an elbow smash. Against the oncoming butchers, Lin Sanhuo's attacks were swift and decisive. If a single punch sufficed, he would not waste a second. Notifications chimed incessantly on his phone. You have slain a B-rank artificial mutant. Reward, 50 survival points. You have slain a B-rank artificial mutant. Reward, 50 survival points. You have slain a B-rank artificial mutant. Reward, 50 survival points. With a final thrust, Lin Sanhuo glanced at the nearly extinguished cigarette in his hand and looked toward a certain direction. Is there someone else? In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, the purple-haired woman, witnessing the relentless slaughter of the mutants she had brought, hastily climbed down from the vehicle and took her seat in the passenger side. Let us go. Hurry. The vehicle remained stationary. She turned to the driver and urged, What are you waiting for? The man trembled, pointing at the rearview mirror as if he had seen something horrifying. The purple-haired woman, growing impatient, glanced back at the rear seat. To her astonishment, the man who had just slain their 20 mutants sat there, calmly smoking a cigarette. Before the cigarette burns out, I have a question. Chapter 34. Inspecting the war vehicle, the next phase of the Land King. Lin Sanhuo found the recent artificial mutant intriguing and was about to inquire whether the technology was theirs when the purple-haired woman raised an eyebrow, her chin tilted in disdain. What? Are you threatening me? Lin Sanhuo swiftly delivered a backhand slap, sending her body crashing against the opposite side of the seat. She touched her mouth, spitting out several broken teeth. Blood surged from her split lip, staining her face. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? You dare strike me? I am the daughter of the leader of the Resurrection Organization. The final words remained unspoken as Lin Sanhuo seized her hair, slamming her head against the cockpit's glass. The glass shattered under the impact. He pressed her neck down against the jagged shards, the glass embedding itself in her throat, and blood gushed forth from her carotid artery like a fountain. She trembled violently. Lin Sanhuo flicked the remnants of his cigarette, confiscated the gun she had secretly drawn, and tossed it out the window, turning to the trembling driver. I ask you, did you create that artificial mutant? The man's gaze shifted to the lifeless woman, his body shaking as he looked back at Lin Sanhuo. Yes, big brother. Lin Sanhuo pressed on. How was it made? The man swallowed hard. I only know it was transported from the arms factory in Longwan City. The specific manufacturing process. He gestured toward the barely breathing woman among the shattered glass. She is already dead. Dead? Lin Sanhuo turned, inhaling sharply. I killed too soon. Just then, the man's voice continued. By the way, big brother, do you know who she is? Who? Lin Sanhuo inquired, preparing to dispose of this man. She is the daughter of our leader, the man stammered, pointing at the now lifeless woman in the car, his voice trembling. You killed her. Our leader will not spare you. So you should run, while our leader is still unaware. Lin Sanhuo narrowed his eyes in surprise, glancing back at the deceased woman. So she was the leader's daughter? No wonder she was so arrogant and attempted to ambush him. With a sigh, he lamented, what a pity. If I had known, I would have kidnapped her instead. Perhaps I could have extorted a sum. On the other hand, the man, realizing that with the lady's death, he too would not survive if he returned, pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, big brother, how about I pledge allegiance to you? Let me escape with you. He cautiously looked at Lin Sanhuo, hoping for acceptance. Take you with me? Lin Sanhuo pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Why? The man immediately produced a lighter, igniting it for Lin Sanhuo. Big brother, I know the routes here. Throughout Longwan City, no one knows the paths better than I do. If you take me along, I can definitely help you escape. Familiar with the routes? A flicker of interest sparked in Lin Sanhuo's eyes. A person familiar with a local map can indeed be of great assistance to him. The man immediately patted his chest with confidence. Indeed, my brother, before the Rebirth Organization took control here, I was among the first survivors of Longwan City. However, I was later compelled to join the Rebirth Organization. Within the entire organization, no one knows the paths of Longwan City better than I do. Lin Sanhuo rubbed his nose, his gaze shifting. After confirming the man's scent, he realized he was not lying. What is your name? Zhou Jinhao. The man discerned that he had been accepted and began to assist Lin Sanhuo in handling the woman's corpse. His ability to read the situation aligned perfectly with Lin Sanhuo's standards for accepting new members. Thus, before departing, Lin Sanhuo closed the vehicle. Once you're done, bring her body over. All right. The man dragged the woman's corpse from the vehicle, hoisting it over his shoulder to follow Lin Sanhuo. As for the other aspects of the scene, Lin Sanhuo first buried the 5 fallen ultimate berserk hounds in a few hastily dug pits. He then rescanned the data card to summon 5 new berserk hounds. Finally, he proceeded to replenish the biopower of the battle vehicle by throwing the defeated 12 butcher monsters' corpses into the energy furnace. A surge of crimson warmth enveloped the furnace, flames swirling as they vaporized the bodies. The green energy flowed through the conduits toward the engine. Returning to the driver's seat, he noted the current biopower reserves, 20,000. The potential range of power conversion stood at 20,000 kilometers. That should suffice for a while. He activated the storage device, retracing his route to commence the battlefield cleanup. Along the way, he collected the remnants of several armored vehicles, the axes wielded by the butcher mutants, and various ammunition and equipment, all of which were stored within the battle vehicle. Inside, he also acquired new purple materials, low-level biological core 21, along with a series of other items including armor fragments, metal shards, and refined ammunition. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinhao sat in the back seat of the cockpit, appearing as though he had never witnessed such sights before. From the moment he entered the vehicle, his mouth remained agape, unable to conceal his astonishment. Once Lin Sanhuo completed his tasks, he examined the battle vehicle's second stage information. Vehicle name, mining class battle vehicle quality, a level, 4-stage, second stage form, overclocked form, reconnaissance form skills, energy armor devices, absorption device, siege device dimensions, 17M x 4M x 7M weight capacity, 400 tons remaining fuel range, 9999 upgraded modules, weapon modules, machine gun, grenade launcher, rocket launcher, reconnaissance drone defense modules, heavy barriers, bulletproof glass, spiral meat grinder system modules, intelligent driving, smart control, radar, terminal. The battle vehicle had gained 3 new upgrade directions. King of the Land, similar to a tank's firepower upgrade, as well as armor upgrades, including off-road capabilities. Mobile Fortress, increasing in size by 155 times. The battle vehicle can transform into a mobile fortress, capable of forming a temporary vehicle base akin to a large shelter anywhere, anytime. Amphibious battle vehicle, equipped for underwater operations, possessing capabilities for tunneling and other unconventional actions. Upgrade conditions, King of the Land. 1. Consume 20,000 survivor points. 2. Tank prototype 1-3. High-level metal 5,000. Upon seeing these conditions, Lin Sanhuo felt overwhelmed. I still need a complete tank? The conditions for the other upgrade paths were similarly daunting, requiring 20,000 survivor points and 2 new prerequisites. Helplessly, Lin Sanhuo gazed at the 10,000 survivor points he had just earned, realizing he would have to spend them elsewhere. After all, upgrading to the second stage not only offered 3 new upgrade paths for the battle vehicle, but also introduced 2 new module paths, manufacturing module and modification module. I hope this 10,000 survivor points will be well spent on them. It is worth it. Chapter 35. Comprehensive weapon modification and upgrade. Machine gun enhancements with Gatling. Manufacturing module. Basic manufacturing room. 2,000 survivor points quality. A function capable of producing bullets, shells, and food supplies requirements. Human and mechanical power. Quantity determines processing speed. Modification module. Basic modification room. 2,000 survivor points quality. A function. Extract modification blueprints for alterations based on the blueprint contents requirements. Modification blueprints upon reviewing the 2 modules, which totaled 4,000 points. Lin Sanhuo unhesitatingly spent the 4,000 survivor points. Remaining survivor points, 6131. Thus, a series of changes quickly unfolded in the vehicle's trunk. The vehicle's system and mobile interface now featured access to the basic manufacturing room and basic modification room. Basic manufacturing room. Current human power. 0 current mechanical power. 1 smart control mechanical power. Manufacturing speed. 1,277 bullets, approximately 1 bullet per minute. 105mm grenade launcher, approximately 360 minutes per round. 107mm homemade rocket, approximately 720 minutes per piece, skipping over food and clothing. Lin Sanhuo focused solely on the ammunition manufacturing speed. To his astonishment, it took a staggering 12 hours to produce a single rocket. Next, he opened the basic modification room. Current blueprints, 0 prompt. Please extract blueprints before proceeding with modifications. Click here to extract once, consuming 100 survivor points. Lin Sanhuo rolled his eyes, realizing he had to engage in a lottery. 100 survivor points to extract. He commanded. Soon, the first blueprint appeared on his mobile screen. Congratulations. You have drawn the colorful car lights blueprint 1. Colorful car lights can transform your vehicle's headlights into dazzling colors, making your car the brightest in the night. Side effect. Illumination level 30 modification cost. 100 survivor points. Lin Sanhuo remained expressionless, continuing to draw the next one. Congratulations, you have drawn the badminton court blueprint 1. Badminton court can convert your vehicle's roof into a recreational badminton court. Even in the apocalypse, a touch of leisure is essential, isn't it? Special feature. The badminton court does not occupy other weapon space, allowing coexistence on the vehicle's roof. Modification cost. 300 survivor points. Lin Sanhuo frowned slightly, but did not linger. He continued to draw the next blueprint. The next. In the end, a dazzling array of blueprints appeared on his mobile device. Congratulations. You have drawn the 30M European-style apartment cockpit modification blueprint 1. Congratulations. You have drawn the open-air fishing platform blueprint 1. Congratulations. You have drawn the prison-style rear cabin blueprint 1. Congratulations. You have drawn the 10M bathing toilet blueprint 1. Congratulations. You have drawn the 200M fitness cabin blueprint 1. Congratulations. You have drawn the 40M study blueprint 1. Apart from a few minor component modification blueprints, nearly all were related to lifestyle modifications for the interior of the battle vehicle. The phrase, "life's flair should not be absent even in the apocalypse," resonated deeply within Lin Sanhuo's heart. Yet, it was not applicable in the present circumstances. As Lin San extracted the 10th blueprint, an unexpected message appeared. It indicated that he had met the conditions for 10 consecutive draws. With every 10 consecutive draws, he would obtain one designated blueprint from 100 available. He was prompted to select one blueprint from the myriad of 100 laid out before him, each enticing yet laden with strategies. He chose the blueprint for the upgrade of a machine gun. Modification plan, machine gun Gatling. Enhancement effects, rate of fire 500, power 500, shooting range 50, consumption 500 survival points. Next, select, use. The machine gun mounted atop the vehicle underwent modification, ultimately transforming into a formidable 6-barreled Gatling gun. With a firing rate of 500, it was equivalent to an entire convoy's firepower. The outcome of the 10 consecutive draws ignited Lin San's desire to continue drawing. Thus, he proceeded with another 10 consecutive draws. He selected the blueprint for the upgrade of a grenade launcher. Modification plan, double-barreled grenade launcher. Enhancement effects, rate of fire 100, power 100, fire coverage 100, consumption 500 survival points. Use, upgrade. The single-barreled grenade launcher mounted on the roof instantaneously upgraded to a double-barreled version, with 2 dark openings positioned ominously above. It was nothing short of a mobile artillery vehicle. He decided to go for another 10 consecutive draws. He chose the blueprint for the upgrade of a rocket. Modification plan, 107mm homemade rocket with the father of bombs FOAB, also known as a mini-nuclear bomb. Enhancement effects, range 5 km to 40 km, caliber 107mm to 220mm, destruction area 500m, 2000m, level AS, consumption 10,000 survival points. An S-level weapon, observing the effects. The 2000m destruction area and 20 km range were astonishing. One shot could obliterate the center of a city. Such terrifying firepower was drawn from a basic modification room. However, Lin San noted his remaining survival points, 3131, still 7,000 short. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinhao sat in the back, intently monitoring the direction of their vehicle. "Brother, are we not going the wrong way?" He recalled the escape route he had suggested, which was entirely different. Soon, the war vehicle hit the highway, traveling just a few kilometers before encountering a bridge that had been established between 2 mountains. Flames erupted from the bridge's remnants, still smoldering from a recent explosion. Lin San halted the vehicle, pondering whether they were being prevented from entering the city. Zhang Jinhao continued to voice his concerns. "Brother, are you even listening? We are going the wrong way." "Going the wrong way?" Lin San turned to Zhang Jinhao. "Isn't this the direction to Longwan City?" Zhang Jinhao was taken aback. "Yes, but aren't we supposed to be escaping? Why are we? Who said anything about escaping?" Lin San interrupted, tapping the steering wheel. Zhang Jinhao's eyes widened as he began to understand. "Brother, don't tell me you intend to enter the city and confront them directly?" Lin San tilted his head in affirmation. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Jinhao's lips quivered as he contemplated fleeing, but in the next second, a pistol was pressed against his temple. He raised his hands, nearly in tears. "Brother, if you seek death, I won't stop you. But please don't drag me down with you. If I return, Wang Feng will surely kill me." Lin San, unfazed, merely stated, "You can either die by my hand now or find a way for me to enter the city. You might as well shoot me, even if you kill me. I refuse to go back with you." Zhang Jinhao protested, desperately attempting to open the door. Yet his strength paled in comparison to Lin San's. The latter swiftly retaliated, slamming him against the glass behind the driver's seat. Zhang Jinhao shook his head but remained resolute, rushing towards Lin San, gripping the barrel of the gun and aiming it at his own head. "Kill me. Come on, kill me." Lin San furrowed his brow. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Death?" Zhang Jinhao raised his chin, desperately clinging to the sleeve of his shirt with one hand. Though he was clearly terrified, he gritted his teeth defiantly. "I'd rather die than see my entire family perish." With that, he closed his eyes, urging, "Just end it. Come on." "Your family?" Lin San queried, intrigued as he took the gun. "What is wrong with your family?" Zhang Jinhao finally broke down, tears streaming down his face as he shook his head in despair. "They've locked my family away to compel me to serve. If I take you to Longwan City, my family will not survive. So I'd rather die." After speaking, Zhang Jinhao opened his teary eyes, trembling all over. Lin San silently nodded. "So, you fear that being with me will endanger your family. That's easily resolved. You can take me to Longwan City, and I'll kill you afterward." Zhang Jinhao. Or there's another choice. "What choice?" Lin San smiled, gesturing toward the broken bridge in the distance. "Take me to Longwan City, and once I annihilate the Resurrection Organization, not only will you survive, but you will also reunite with your family." Zhang Jinhao bowed his head in silence, his eyes darting anxiously. Seizing the opportunity, Lin San pulled out his phone and took a selfie with Zhang Jinhao. Then he showed it to him. "If you refuse, I will share this photo in the chat group, claiming you have defected to my side. This way, it's better to face the pain swiftly than to endure it for long. Your family." Lin San smiled, leaving the sentence unfinished. "You." Zhang Jinhao pointed an accusatory finger at Lin San. "You think a mere photo can tarnish my reputation? What about this?" Lin San activated the vehicle's recording function, and a video of Zhang Jinhao transporting women played on the car's screen. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jinhao instantly collapsed, falling to the ground. Lin San, unhurried, took out a cigarette and toyed with it in his hand. "So now, do you choose to gamble or—" Zhang Jinhao took a deep breath and produced a lighter, holding it out to Lin San. 3 kilometers ahead, there's a road that leads to Longwan City. I will take you there." With a hiss, the cigarette was lit. Lin San took a drag. "Good choice." He then turned the vehicle around, heading towards the location Zhang Jinhao had indicated. However, upon arrival, they found the road blocked by fallen trees. Beside them lay numerous boulders, each approximately half a meter in size, along with various other obstructions. Zhang Jinhao leaned closer to the front window of the vehicle for a better view. It seemed apparent that they were aware of their intended route and had preemptively blocked it. "Blocked?" Lin Sanhuo chuckled lightly. He proceeded to operate the mining vehicle, crushing the trees beneath its weight as it ascended. The branches were instantaneously reduced to a flattened mess under the might of the mining vehicle. A path that had once been obstructed by fallen trees was swiftly cleared beneath the relentless advance of the war machine. "Isn't it open now?" Soon. The vehicle navigated through the rugged mountain road, once hindered by branches and rocks. Each obstructive tree, towering between 7 to 8 meters, was mercilessly flattened. Zhang Jinhao, peering down from the vehicle's height of 7 to 8 meters, felt a twinge of acrophobia. He almost forgot that this was no ordinary vehicle. How could such obstacles as fallen trees and rocks possibly withstand this behemoth? After an indeterminate passage of time, the vehicle continued through the dense mountain road. The distance traveled displayed a total of 48 kilometers. As they approached an incline, a sign emerged ahead, warning of the jurisdiction of the Fuxing organization, cautioning outsiders to proceed with care. Lin Sanhuo glanced at Zhang Jinhao, who opened the window to survey their surroundings. Ahead lay Sisui Village, one of the territories occupied by the Fuxing organization. The members here were known for their penchant for laying mines. "I suggest we disembark to clear the mines before proceeding." A minefield? No sooner had he spoken than a faint explosion emanated from beneath the vehicle. Lin Sanhuo blinked and checked his mobile device. Energy shield, 7. "Do we just trigger a landmine?" Zhang Jinhao looked bewildered. By the sound of it, yes, but why was the vehicle? In the next moment, another series of explosions erupted beneath them. Energy shield, 6. Energy shield, 7. Energy shield, 9. Zhang Jinhao, incredulous, glanced at the rearview mirror, witnessing clods of earth being blown apart, sending up plumes of smoke. Yet the vehicle continued its forward march as if unscathed. He was astonished. Was this vehicle treating landmines like firecrackers? Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo, observing the damage caused by the mines, pressed the accelerator, disregarding the minefield and charging ahead. Each mine detonated like muffled cannon fire beneath the soil, sending dirt splattering 3 to 4 meters into the air. Lin Sanhuo and Zhang Jinhao, seated in their 7-meter-high cockpit, remained oblivious to the chaos below. At the village entrance, a slender young man leaned toward a middle-aged man wearing a red baseball cap, quietly alerting him, "Brother, the minefield has erupted." A dozen fully armed members stood resolutely at the village entrance. The man in the cap sat on a chair, peeling an apple while casting an expectant gaze at the stony road ahead. They held out against the minefield for quite some time. That fellow is surprisingly resilient. After finishing the apple, the man sliced it into 6 pieces, inserted 1 slice into his mouth, and chewed while watching a line of houses sealed off by iron fences. A group of scattered pregnant women stood on the second-floor balconies. Nearby, dozens of newly buried anti-tank mine crates were stacked high. But I refuse to believe these freshly laid anti-tank mines can withstand much longer, he scoffed, eyeing the road several hundred meters ahead. If he dares to come, I will ensure he regrets it. Just then, boss, he's coming. That guy's here. Suddenly, the sound of explosions echoed from afar. Following that, the anti-tank mines buried at the village entrance detonated with a series of violent bursts. Clouds of white smoke obscured the view of the minefield. As the firelight from the explosions flickered amidst the haze, earth, branches, and debris flew through the air. The scar-faced man, still chewing on apple pulp, looked up in astonishment. What is that? He craned his neck to see a colossal war vehicle, comparable in size to the entire village, emerging from the smoke, steadily approaching them. Chapter 37. The Inhuman Assembly Line, Using Infants as Nutrients. As it entered the village entrance, the vehicle emitted a series of thuds. Lin Sanhuo felt the vehicle shake slightly and glanced at his phone. Energy shield, 54. Energy shield, 44. Energy shield, 34. Were these mines more powerful than the previous ones? However, with 10,000 armor fragments remaining, it was not a significant concern. Lin Sanhuo pressed on, steering the war vehicle toward the so-called Sisui village. To eradicate the Fuxing organization, these strongholds must be utterly crushed. Earlier, Zhang Jinhao had urged Lin Sanhuo to take a detour, but now, witnessing the billowing smoke, the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the cacophony of explosions, each detonation of a landmine sent tremors through the vehicle, rendering Zhang Jinhao's expression beyond mere astonishment. Is he not afraid of anti-tank mines? Is this the audacity to challenge the Fuxing organization? While Zhang Jinhao remained inside, enveloped by the sounds of cannon fire and gunshots, he felt an overwhelming sense of security within the vehicle. Soon, the members of the Fuxing organization stationed at the village entrance raised their weapons to fire at the war vehicle. Are there still people at the village entrance? Lin Sanhuo's view obstructed, he activated the radar. With a firm press on the accelerator, he barreled toward the signal displayed on the radar. A group of individuals was instantly reduced to mere pulp, their bones scattered. Releasing the ferocious hounds to deal with any survivors, the war vehicle swiftly rolled into the village. With a width of several meters, it filled the village's narrow roads. The height of the vehicle matched that of the second floor of the village houses. A group of pregnant women on the second floor stood at eye level with Lin Sanhuo in the cockpit, their expressions perplexed as they gazed at the man before them. As the commotion drew attention, the pregnant women emerged from their respective balconies, akin to prisoners peering from their cells, clinging to the railings with curiosity. The cries of infants echoed from below. These individuals are the designated providers of cerebral nutrients for that monster Wang Feng's wife, Zhang Jinhao remarked, a hint of resignation in his tone. Cerebral nutrients? Lin Sanhuo frowned at Zhang Jinhao, puzzled. What do you mean? Subsequently, Zhang Jinhao elaborated on Wang Feng's objective to transform his deceased wife into an ultimate mutated being, revealing the unsettling details of the plan. However, he continued, but before she can become the ultimate mutated being, consciousness necessitates sustenance derived from exceptionally fresh cerebral nourishment. Thus, the brains of infants serve as the optimal source of such nourishment. Consequently, a group of pregnant women has been confined, specifically to provide the necessary cerebral sustenance for Wang Feng's monstrous spouse. These women are survivors captured by the Fuxing organization from various locales, reduced to mere instruments for reproduction. They are administered drugs, yielding an average of 3 births per year until they reach a point of infertility, at which time they are sold to other organ trafficking organizations, where their organs are harvested for greater profit. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanhuo felt a pang in his ostensibly indifferent heart. He had not anticipated that the actions of the Fuxing organization were far more deranged than he had imagined. After a brief interval, one of the pregnant women, grasping the prison-like anti-theft bars, looked calmly at Lin Sanhuo and cautiously implored, "Could you possibly save those children? It wouldn't be too much trouble for you. All you need to do is halt the machines below." Machines? Lin Sanhuo's eyes widened as a realization dawned upon him. He ordered the door to be opened, leaped from the vehicle, and made his way toward the first floor where the sounds of infants crying resonated. Zhang Jinhao slowly descended from the vehicle, hurriedly following behind him to offer a warning. "Brother, you'd best prepare yourself mentally before entering, for inside there is bang." Lin Sanhuo flung open the door to the first floor. A cacophony of machine operations met his ears, interspersed with the cries of infants. As he surveyed the scene, a shocking tableau unfolded before him. Living infants were confined within rigid boxes, being conveyed to a production line station. Subsequently, the infants within the boxes were grasped by mechanical arms and suspended from a rotating device. In a final moment, they were electrocuted. Crack! The noisy infants were rendered silent in an instant, then transported to the next station. A steel needle, the thickness of a thumb, plunged into their crowns. A single draw. Their heads visibly collapsed, their features contorting grotesquely. Once the process was complete, their remains were discarded into a refuse bin, while the extracted white substance was sent to a packaging line, encased within cans. Following the completion of this grim operation, the cans were placed into a cold storage room. Witnessing this horrific scene, Lin Sanhuo drew his firearm and aimed at the power switch, firing several rounds. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the machines ceased their operations. Lin Sanhuo then captured several photographs of the scene with his phone before exiting the first floor. He looked at the pregnant women, who gazed at him with pleading eyes, and ordered, "Bring them all aboard the vehicle." Before long, once the pregnant women and infants were all seated in the rear compartment of the armored vehicle, Lin Sanhuo took the wheel and twisted the steering, crushing the buildings into fragments. Only after this destruction did he drive away. Meanwhile, at the nearby mountain road leading to Longwan City, 4 black armored vehicles were stationed at the side. A group of survivors clad in dark mechanical gear stood guard, wielding automatic rifles. Among them was a middle-aged man with a beard as white as snow, squatting in the grass at the center, one hand cradling a recently removed black helmet, the other caressing the crushed branches on the ground. He looked up to observe the toppled trees around him, noting a massive tire track on the ground, roughly the size of the armored vehicle, with the height of the branches it had struck indicating the colossal nature of the object that had recently passed through. Ma Zhizhong, a level 3 enforcer of the Doomsday Special Affairs Bureau, had received a mission 18 hours prior to secretly investigate the Fuxing organization in Longwan City. Originally, he and his team had intended to traverse the highway to their destination, but unexpectedly, the only bridge had been destroyed. After contacting their support personnel, they managed to find a new mountain road, only to witness this scene. A path that appeared obstructed had been carved out into a broader route by some gargantuan entity. This prompted him to recall a recent discussion in their chat group about a certain individual, Xiao Yu. Returning to the vehicle, Ma Zhizhong called out to a woman inside. "Did the truck driver you contacted disregard your instructions and proceed to Longwan City?" Chapter 38. Arriving at the vehicle manufacturing plant. "Is this grand vehicle your creation?" The armored vehicle navigated through the narrow, forested mountain road, proceeding along the national highway. The pregnant women sat in the rear compartment, which had been modified with specific seating and windows, as well as secure handholds. Each woman was assigned a workstation to assemble components. Despite their condition, they worked diligently, producing an impressive output of 3 600 bullets, 8 artillery shells, and 4 rockets in less than 2 hours. Upon witnessing the results, Lin Sanhuo was thoroughly pleased. The productivity of the pregnant women was unexpectedly efficient. He began to contemplate future recruitment plans, recognizing that manufacturing required manpower and operating weaponry necessitated even more. Currently, the vehicle was equipped with a Gatling gun, artillery, rockets, and a reconnaissance drone. He personally operated one, while the intelligence system controlled another, leaving the remaining two weapons largely idle. To maintain the armored vehicle in a state of readiness for combat, manpower was an indispensable resource. It was no wonder that so many organizations were frantically seeking recruits. A vast territory and abundant resources meant little without the necessary personnel. Lin Sanhuo pondered this revelation. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinhao cast a scornful glance at him, remarking, "So you brought the pregnant women aboard to have them work for you. Just 2 hours ago, I thought that despite your questionable methods, you still harbored some kindness. But as it turns out, you simply wanted to exploit them for labor? Are you a devil?" Lin Sanhuo turned his head, meeting Zhang Jinhao's disapproving gaze, and retorted, "Why would I bring them onto the vehicle, if not to have them work? Am I to engage in charity? Besides, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I save those children, and in return, they assist me with some minor tasks. Is there a problem with that? Once I find a safe place, I will release them. I'm not keeping them indefinitely. But this area is all under the control of the Fushing organization. Where will you find a safe place?" Zhang Jinhao countered, eyeing a factory in the distance, billowing smoke. A vehicle manufacturing plant? Lin Sanhuo's senses perked up at the mention, drawn toward the prospect. Where is it? After all, having recently eradicated the village of Sishui, he had effortlessly garnered over 1,000 survival points. This factory sounded valuable. There, Zhang Jinhao pointed towards the smoking factory, and then remarked that it was the highest-level automobile manufacturing refuge within 1,000 miles. 5 years prior, it had been seized by the Fushing organization and was rumored to have ascended to a level 5 military factory. More than half of the armored and armed vehicles encountered on the road originated from this very factory. An automobile factory refuge? Lin Sanhuo's eyes brightened at the mention. In his recollection, refuges were typically residential buildings or apartments, apart from his own. What? Are you unaware that the scope of a refuge is quite broad? Zhang Jinhao tilted his head, patiently explaining. In addition to automobile factories, there are hospitals, gas stations, zoos, and so forth. Each person's refuge can be any structure. The classifications vary, as do the paths to upgrades. However, a powerful refuge does not necessarily equate to a favorable situation. With that, Zhang Jinhao gazed once more at the automobile factory, expressing regret. For instance, the owner of this factory, due to the conspicuous capabilities of the refuge, has been targeted by the Fushing organization and coerced into joining, to compel him to manufacture vehicles. They even kidnapped his family and stipulated a condition. As long as he produced a tank, they would grant his family freedom. Yet, constructing a tank is no simple feat. Within 1,000 miles, even an armored vehicle is the maximum capability. The Fushing organization clearly has no intention of letting him off easily. A tank? Lin Sanhuo gradually reduced the vehicle's speed, turning his gaze towards Zhang Jinhao. Did you just imply that this factory can produce tanks? In theory, yes, but it's quite challenging. Zhang Jinhao responded with a quick nod. After all, an automobile factory is still a manufacturer of vehicles, and a tank is a type of vehicle. Let's go and take a look. Lin Sanhuo immediately turned the steering wheel, for a tank was a pivotal material in upgrading war machines to the king of the land. He was determined to see if such a thing existed. Soon, the view through the car window began to rotate slowly until the angle of the side window aligned with that of the front window. In the next moment, the war vehicle advanced, descending from a national road onto the plains, heading towards the smoking automobile factory. Do you think you can just look at it as you please? That is the territory of the Fushing organization, Zhang Jinhao exclaimed excitedly, blinking. Yet, he could not halt the advance of the war vehicle. Meanwhile, within the automobile factory, a group of survivors responsible for the factory were holding a press conference for the war vehicle in the factory's grandyard. A mysterious war vehicle covered with a red cloth stood prominently in the center of the yard. Zhao Dong, the factory head, an elderly man in his 80s with graying hair, stood excitedly before everyone, his hands tightly clasped. Today marks the second anniversary of our automobile factory's upgrade to a military factory. After 2 years of diligent effort, I am thrilled to announce that we have successfully produced the combat vehicle Model 59 medium tank, unprecedented in 1,000 miles and unmatched by any organization. This achievement is the result of our collective hard work. Let us applaud ourselves. A thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Beside Zhao Dong, a smiling one-eyed man approached, patting his shoulder. Impressive, Director Zhao. You actually managed to produce such a precious tank? The one-eyed man reached out, preparing to unveil the red cloth draped over the tank. However, Zhao Dong cheerfully intercepted him. I have indeed constructed this tank. Does this mean the organization will release my family? Your family? The one-eyed man squinted, regarding Zhao Dong with keen interest. Zhao Dong bent lower. Indeed, the organization promised me that as long as I produced a tank, they would spare my family. He continued, at my age, if I fail to see them again, you understand. The one-eyed man silently nodded, displaying an expression of understanding. However, your granddaughter and daughter are currently residing in Sishui village. It may not be suitable for you to meet them at this time. Perhaps I can take you to see them once they have given birth. Sishui village? Zhao Dong's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Are you referring to the village that supplies infants to Madame Wang? What? You were unaware. The one-eyed man's smile remained, yet his words were laced with ice. Your contributions to the organization have been so diligent. Your daughter and granddaughter must be even more exceptional than you. You, Zhao Dong exclaimed. My granddaughter is only 13. How could you? With a thud, Zhao Dong could no longer support himself and collapsed. The one-eyed man, however, didn't even spare him a glance. Turning instead to caress the steel contours beneath the red cloth, his eyes gleaming with greed. He was about to tear away the red cloth when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed, causing the factory's steel perimeter to crumble as if made of paper. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden chaos and fled in all directions. Following this, a black behemoth, far larger and more menacing than the tank before them, slowly entered the yard, halting in the center of the square. Its cold cannon and machine guns silently aimed at the one-eyed man and the prostrate Zhao Dong. The one-eyed man froze in shock, but did not cower. Instead, he abruptly dropped the red cloth and excitedly pointed at the gigantic war vehicle, shouting at the fallen Zhao Dong, "This vehicle? Did you create this?" Zhao Dong raised his head, his forehead wrinkled in astonishment. In the center of the yard stood a colossal machine, taller than the entire factory itself, as if it had materialized out of thin air, intruding without warning. Zhao Dong, who had spent his life working with steel machinery, had never seen such an exaggerated war vehicle. The dark, gaping cannon openings on its roof alone sent chills down his spine, given his understanding of refuge levels. A mere level 5 vehicle factory could not possibly manufacture such a steel monstrosity. Where on earth did this vehicle come from? Just as he was enveloped in uncertainty, the one-eyed man was already circling the war vehicle, stroking his chin in awe. 7 or 8 meters in height, over 10 meters in length. Its width occupies a significant portion of the yard. And look at that imposing howitzer on top, along with those densely packed 6-barreled rocket launchers. Remarkable, old Zhao. You've hidden this well. Besides the tank, you've managed to conjure up such a fine piece. The one-eyed man exclaimed with fervor, his face brimming with greed. If I were to take this beast to the front lines, that troublesome truck driver would surely soil himself in fear. My word, these tires, they're taller than I am. He laughed heartily, enthusiastically inspecting the war vehicle, as if it were already his possession. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong discreetly inquired among his subordinates, only to find that none of them knew how this vehicle had entered. No one knows. Who are the people inside that vehicle? Zhao Dong swallowed hard, a wave of intense unease washing over him. The one-eyed man stood there, lost in his own admiration, even kicking at the tire that towered above him, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Hey, you in the car, get down here and let me take a spin. As soon as he finished his sentence, the car door swung open with a decisive click. A figure leaped down from the towering doorway, landing soundlessly on the ground. The bystanders blinked in astonishment, not only at the man's agility, but also at his attire, which seemed incongruous amidst the crowd. The one-eyed man, however, paid no heed to these details. All he desired was to seize control of the vehicle. He scrambled up the climbing ladder, but when he reached the door and attempted to twist the handle, it refused to budge. Hey, kid, open the door. Can you hear me? The person inside, however, did not even glance his way, striding purposefully towards the tank draped in red fabric. Lin Sanhuo, the one who had emerged, was merely concerned about not damaging the truck before him. Did you create this tank? Lin Sanhuo inquired quietly, casting a glance at Zhao Dong. The inexpressible pressure compelled Zhao Dong to nod in agreement. "Sell it to me." "How much?" Lin Sanhuo asked directly, not intending to seize it by force. After all, Zhang Jinhao had shared much about the owner of this car factory. Before the Rebirth organization invaded Longwan City, this factory had leased vehicles at a low cost to the survivors, aiding them in scouring for supplies throughout the city. The owner was esteemed for his integrity and compassion. It was only due to coercion that he had succumbed to the Rebirth organization, providing them with vehicles. Upon hearing the word price, Zhao Dong's murky eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. He suddenly realized that this man was certainly not affiliated with the Rebirth organization, for they would never inquire about the cost. Gripping Lin Sanhuo's sleeve tightly, his voice trembled as he spoke. "I don't want money. I only wish for you to rescue my daughter and granddaughter. This tank, no. All the vehicles here, I will give them to you." "Your daughter and granddaughter?" Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow. "Where are they?" "In Sisui village." Zhao Dong's eyes brimmed with tears. Upon hearing the name of the village, Lin Sanhuo nodded affirmatively. "What a coincidence, I just came from there." "Really?" Zhao Dong trembled with excitement, gripping Lin Sanhuo's sleeve tighter. Just then, the one-eyed man, feeling ignored, could no longer contain his frustration. He cursed under his breath as he descended the ladder, storming towards Lin Sanhuo. "What are you two whispering about? I told you to open the damn door. Are you deaf? Do you know who I am?" Lin Sanhuo slowly turned around, his gaze calm as he regarded the man. "But do you know who I am?" This unexpected retort left the one-eyed man momentarily stunned. "You? Just some driver. Who could you possibly be? Perhaps you should think again." Lin Sanhuo retrieved his phone, opening a photo and presenting it to him. The one-eyed man leaned in, puzzled. And upon seeing the familiar faces of the Rebirth organization's high-ranking members, all lifeless and sprawled in pools of blood, his pupils constricted in horror. His face paling as his hand trembled while pointing at Lin Sanhuo. You are the one who drives the truck." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Sanhuo's hand pierced through his chest. The one-eyed man staggered back, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to his subordinates. However, before they could react, 5 robust, ferocious wolves sprang forth from all directions. In an instant, all former members of the Rebirth organization lay lifeless in pools of blood. Finally, the rear door of the battle vehicle swung open. A multitude of weary, pregnant women descended from the vehicle, one by one. "Dad! Grandpa!" The family embraced, weeping bitterly. Simultaneously, other survivors from the factory found their long-lost relatives amidst the crowd. In no time, the entire factory reverberated with cries, transforming into a grand reunion scene. Zhao Dong honored his promise, directly gifting the pristine tank to Lin Sanhuo, assisting in securing it in the back of the battle vehicle. With everything settled, Lin Sanhuo glanced at the notification on his phone. Tank model acquired. Upgrade to Land King requires an additional 318 survivor points. Please continue your efforts. Chapter 40, Hospital, Gas Station, Weapons Factory. With the intention of making a direct push, Lin Sanhuo decided to finish a cigarette before departing from the factory. In the midst of his smoke, Zhang Jinhao's voice drifted nearby, tinged with a long-suppressed helplessness. Many, like Director Zhao, are forced to labor under duress. The gun factory, gas stations, even hospitals, every refuge of value in Longwan City has fallen under the control of the Rebirth organization. The Rebirth organization had entrenched itself in Longwan City for decades, and villages nearby, to compel their cooperation, would abduct their families. Lin Sanhuo flicked the ash from his cigarette, asking, "Is there truly no one who resists?" "Resist?" Zhang Jinhao's lips curled in a derisive smile, as if mocking the very notion. "How can one resist? Sacrifice their lives for what?" There were those who attempted to resist, but they ultimately became the materials for creating aberrations. He lowered his voice. Wang Feng's madman's shelter is essentially a biological laboratory. He can turn the dead into aberrations. Those aberrations are impervious to weapons, immensely powerful. How can the living fight the dead? What everyone truly lacks is a leader, someone who can instill hope. Otherwise, every time someone tries to stir up trouble, they're torn apart by those monsters, and no one dares to resist anymore. This cycle continues, turning everyone into obedient dogs for the Rebirth organization. Lin Sanhuo took a deep breath, extinguishing the cigarette but against his fingertip. A laboratory shelter, creating aberrations. This shelter's capabilities are indeed remarkable. If only I possessed the ability to create such aberrations myself. With this thought in mind, Lin Sanhuo raised his head. How far is Longwan City? 150 kilometers. At full speed, it should take about 3 hours, he replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Sanhuo ceased further conversation and turned to climb into the cockpit. Zhao Dong and his companions attempted to dissuade him, but he waved them off. Is this how you leave? Zhang Jinhao paused momentarily before hastily following suit. Upon entering the cockpit, a furry dog head peeked out beside the driver's seat, yawning sleepily. It was the little yellow dog. After the battle with the butcher, it had slept for several hours and was finally awake. Zhang Jinhao instinctively softened his movements, cautiously settling into the passenger seat. 150 kilometers. That should be enough time for them to react. Lin Sanhuo turned back for the first time, reaching for the seatbelt. Before they discover us, I must accomplish something significant. Click. The seatbelt fastened securely. Significant? A sense of foreboding gripped Zhang Jinhao as he buckled his own seatbelt, feeling that whenever this man uttered the word significant, it was bound to spell trouble. Yet it also sparked an inexplicable anticipation. 20 minutes later, using my mobile device, send all the photos taken today in Sichuan to the group chat. Additionally, include everything you know. Do not forget to mention the matters concerning the factory director's family, and the more serious, the better. Lin Sanhuo activated the war vehicle, the engine emitting a deep, rumbling growl. Outside, the factory workers cast grateful yet complex glances. To disclose all of this, Zhang Jinhao's breath caught sharply. Although he had envisioned this thought countless times during sleepless nights, the mere consideration of his family, coupled with the absence of evidence, rendered it merely a thought. However, now Lin Sanhuo had laid both the evidence and the opportunity at his feet. Just imagining the fury of those lofty individuals from the Fuxing organization upon seeing these photographs sent shivers down his spine. The very thought of the upheaval it would create within the survivor community of Longwan City made his blood surge with fervor. Once exposed, the Fuxing organization would be finished. Chaos would undoubtedly ensue among their ranks. Those coerced individuals, like Director Zhao, upon discovering the disgrace inflicted upon their families, would lose their minds. They would surely fight tooth and nail against the Fuxing organization. I will send it right away. Zhang Jinhao snatched the phone, his fingers trembling with excitement, yet remarkably precise as he began to edit the text. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo had already awakened the intelligence system. Xiao, activate the drone and monitor all nearby human settlements, marking them. Received. Xiao is currently scanning for you. Soon, a series of red dots appeared on the radar screen. One particularly large red that was instantly locked onto. Weapon manufacturing plant, straight line distance, 3,314 meters, personnel, 213, armed personnel, 31. As Zhang Jinhao took a moment to glance at the screen while editing his message, an ominous premonition grew stronger within him. Lin Sanhuo tightened his grip on the steering wheel as the war vehicle slowly exited the factory gates. Did you not say they needed a leader? He pressed the accelerator down. I shall take on this role. Meanwhile, within the weapon manufacturing plant, dozens of workers operated machines mechanically, hastily producing ammunition and firearms. Several members of the Fuxing organization stood nearby, guns in hand, barking orders with foul language. Hurry up. What are you looking at? Have you finished your tasks? If you fail to deliver what was requested today, believe that I will personally send each of you to the lab to feed the mutants. Just as the words left his mouth, a deafening metallic screech and violent crash resonated from outside the factory. In the next moment, a towering watchtower plummeted from the sky, crashing down with immense force onto the roof of the second-floor processing workshop. The workers, terrified, scrambled for cover. The Fuxing members stood frozen in confusion. What is happening? An earthquake? It's not an earthquake. Boss, look outside. One subordinate pointed at the gaping hole in the wall created by the tower, his voice trembling. There's a building crashing down. Building my foot. That's a vehicle. A vehicle? Everyone gazed through the breach, beholding a colossal steel beast, taller than the entire building, standing ominously outside, its dark cannon muzzle resembling the eyes of death, locked onto their location. Before they could comprehend what this was, A mechanical whirring emanated from above the vehicle. In the next second, a relentless barrage erupted from the cannon, bullets pouring forth like a torrential rain, piercing the walls and flooding into the workshop. Cries of horror erupted, only to be drowned out by the gunfire. Most of the Fushing members had no time to even raise their weapons before being torn to shreds. Finally, the gunfire ceased. One fortunate survivor, hiding behind the machinery, was about to raise his head. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. A drooling, ferocious canine was gazing down at him. With a crunch, his head, along with a scream, was devoured whole. Lin Sanhuo gazed expressionlessly at the footage transmitted by the drone. All threats had been eradicated. Another notification appeared. Notification: new enemy stronghold detected. Straight line distance, 2,314 meters. Personnel, 143. Armed personnel, 19. The war vehicle then slowly maneuvered out of the ruins, heading toward a new target, leaving behind only devastation and the bewildered faces of the workers. A vehicle of outrageous size barreled in, slaughtering all members of the Fushing organization, and then simply drove away, until someone in the crowd reacted, raising their phone and exclaiming excitedly, "It's him! It's that legendary driver from Qimingshan. Look at the group chat." Meanwhile, in the war vehicle, Lin Sanhuo glanced at the time. From the moment the target was identified to the resolution of the battle, it took less than 10 minutes. Too slow. We must accelerate further. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed a feature on the system interface that had only been used once. Overclocking mode, effect, consumes a massive amount of energy, instantly increases speed by 500. The corners of Lin Sanhuo's mouth curled slightly. Without hesitation, he activated it. Boom! The roar of the engine shifted in tone. An overwhelming force pressed Lin Sanhuo firmly into his seat. Beside him, Zhang Jinhao was thrown into disarray, while the little yellow dog was plastered against the car window like a piece of tape. Lin Sanhuo glanced at the speedometer. 215 km/h. The scenery outside had become a blur of light. Shall we lock onto the next target and ram into it? Lin Sanhuo fixed his gaze ahead, his voice slightly distorted by the speed. Immediately, he pressed down on the radar's specific armed area. Ahead lay a gas station shelter. A dozen vehicles from the Fushing organization were lined up there for refueling. The crowd faintly heard a commotion from not far away. They were preparing to finish fueling and head over to investigate. Someone even urged the gas station's manager to hurry up, not daring to provoke these individuals. The manager hastened his pace, preparing to fetch a barrel for manual refueling. However, just as he stepped outside, suddenly, a dark shadow whizzed past from a distance. In the next moment, the previously queued vehicles were reduced to a heap of crumpled scrap metal. What just happened? Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo continued to check the time. From the moment the gas station was spotted to the destruction of the armed forces, this time, it took less than 2 minutes. The survivor count increased from 6682 to 9543. This was the efficiency that was expected. Simultaneously, the drone reconnaissance information continued to update. Notification: another enemy stronghold detected. Straight line distance, 2,564 meters. Personnel, 94. Armed personnel, 9. Lin Sanhuo smiled slightly. Proceed with the onslaught. Chapter 41. The Explosion of Public Opinion. The appearance of the Special Operations Team remaining bioenergy. 20,000 normal range. Approximately 20,000 kilometers in overclock mode. Sufficient to sustain 500 kilometers. This was ample. Enough to uproot every stronghold of the Resurgence organization in this area. The war vehicle, in its overclocked state, resembled a black high-speed train gliding close to the ground, leaving behind a series of afterimages on the wilderness and highways. It carved its path through mountains and bridged rivers. No, it crashed through strongholds with reckless abandon, leaving destruction in its wake. The speed was so extreme that those within the strongholds had no time to sound the alarm. All they witnessed was a fleeting shadow engulfed in blinding light. In the next moment, all armed members of the Resurgence organization within the stronghold were reduced to indistinguishable remnants. Lin Sanhuo experienced, for the first time, the true meaning of lightning speed and overwhelming force. Eliminated. Power Station, 19 members of the Resurgence organization. Survivor points, 1356 eliminated. Hospital, 18 members of the Resurgence organization. Survivor points, 1241 eliminated. Prison, 27 members of the Resurgence organization. Survivor points, 2314 eliminated, abandoned armory. 12 members of the Resurgence Organization, survivor points, 964. The war vehicle surged like a colossal steel lightning bolt, charging toward the ever-brightening red dots on the radar. Yet, such a savage driving style came with brutal side effects. First to succumb was the little yellow dog, pressed against the rear window by the immense force, its eyes spinning like a top. Ultimately, it could no longer contain itself and sprayed a stream of bile onto Zhang Jinhao's nape. "Damn it!" Zhang Jinhao exclaimed, but his stomach churned violently, and as he turned his head, the seatbelt held him fast, leaving him to retch, spilling everything onto his own trousers. Lastly, Lin Sanhuo felt as if his very organs were about to be ejected from his body. The scenery around him warped into a blur, struggling against the dizziness. He jerked the steering wheel to avoid a precipice. His stomach convulsed violently. He ultimately could not hold it in and splattered the dashboard and windshield. The cabin was soon filled with a sour odor, and the scene was utterly chaotic. Nevertheless, Lin Sanhuo's grip on the steering wheel remained unwavering. His eyes were glued to the rapidly fluctuating numbers on the system panel, bloodshot and determined. Survivor points, 15,418. Survivor points needed for Land King upgrade, 4582. That's enough. Almost there. Brothers, hang on a little longer. Lin Sanhuo shouted, his voice slightly distorted amidst the roar of the engine. Meanwhile, in Sisui village, several pitch-black armored vehicles halted at the village entrance. Ma Zhizhong disembarked, surveying the freshly overturned earth and the exaggerated tire tracks left behind. He noticed the jagged gash at the edge of a building, inflicted by some massive object. His expression shifted from grave to a hint of a wry smile. To withstand such a formidable minefield and emerge unscathed, it seems we have underestimated this truck driver, Xiaoyu. Ma Zhizhong turned to a poised woman in the vehicle. The woman, with her high ponytail and striking features, wore a fitted logistics uniform that accentuated her slender, powerful form. Her name was Yu Xiaoyu, and she scrutinized the scene with furrowed brows. "Captain, I believe we can no longer refer to him as merely a truck driver." Yu Xiaoyu's gaze was serious. A newcomer silently dismantles a patrol team, destroys a highway base, and now even takes down an armored convoy, not to mention resolving our suspicions regarding the engineered mutant. This is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary driver. Are you suggesting that the vehicle he operates is not a truck at all? Matsitsong chuckled. Do I really need to say that? Yu Xiaoyu pointed to the tire tracks on the ground, wide enough for two people to lie down. I have never seen such an outrageous truck in my life. At that moment, a team member conducting a search in the village rushed over. "Captain, the village is deserted. But we found these." The team member handed over a few items: a bottle of hormone medication for pregnant women and a glass jar containing gray brain tissue. "Report to the captain, we discovered several infant corpses on the first floor. The scene is hard to describe, but it is likely the place we were searching for." Ma Zhizhong received the evidence, his expression darkening. Their purpose was to investigate the Resurgence Organization's illegal production of human organs. It seems, despite our haste, we were still a step behind. Evidently, the victims here have already been rescued by him, Ma Zhizhong murmured. "It's him." At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu raised her phone, displaying a chat group that was being inundated with messages. An explosive announcement was pinned at the top. Humingshin Kargod. The Resurgence Organization is using infants to create brain cans, with pictures as proof. Several graphic images, bloody and real, accompanied the message. Following closely was a second post. Loyal to the organization, crafting tanks, while their families are imprisoned in Sisui village as breeding machines. This post detailed the plight of Zhao Dong, the factory director, accompanied by a photo of dozens of families weeping in despair, their reunions depicted in stark contrast. Within mere minutes of the news being released, the entire survivor community erupted. "Damn, I had heard rumors about this, but never thought it was true. Using infants for canned goods? The Resurgence Organization is inhumane, absolutely brutal. The worst part is that they even betray their own families. Who would dare to serve them now? My daughter was taken by them. My daughter." Finally, someone dares to speak out. This inhumane scum must be dealt with. What are they trying to achieve by creating such things? Word has it they aim to produce the ultimate mutant. Ma Zhizhong observed the fervent discussions on his phone, a hint of admiration gracing his features. "I'm starting to like this kid. The Special Operations Team had pursued leads and evidence for a year, only to have him so bluntly expose everything. Such an act was tantamount to declaring full-scale war on the Resurgence organization. More importantly, if this evidence holds true, it would gravely violate the fundamental laws of the post-apocalyptic urban zones. The Special Operations Team could finally transition from covert investigation to open enforcement. However, Captain, will this not provoke Wang Feng? Yu Xiaoyu expressed her concern. Our true target is that ultimate mutant. If we stir up the grass, he may hide it away. You are absolutely right. Ma Zhizhong nodded, casually opening the car door, his smile vanishing, replaced by a predatory sharpness. Therefore, we must hasten. We need to get to Longwan City before that reckless youth collides with Wang Feng, stirring this turmoil. Chapter 42. Assemble the survivor team. Prepare to attack Longwan City, it must be said. Eliminating strongholds right under the noses of others is far more efficient than searching for targets on the highway or passively countering. The speed of acquiring survivor points is exponentially greater, although the yield from each stronghold hovers around 1 to 2,000 points. However, the sheer number overwhelmed them. In less than half an hour, Lin Sanhuo, piloting the hyper-accelerated war vehicle, had obliterated nearly a dozen enemy strongholds. The number of survivors, initially a few thousand, surged to 20,000, a figure that reached the threshold for upgrading to the Land King. The cost of this feat was that both the occupants and the dog aboard were nearing their limits. Half an hour, traveling at 200 kilometers per hour, with incessant sharp turns, frantic spins, and relentless collisions. Lin Sanhuo, Zhang Jinhao, and the little yellow dog had nearly expelled every morsel from their stomachs. The cockpit was suffused with an indescribable acrid scent. The three of them appeared dazed, their bodies as limp as noodles. I can't go on, Zhang Jinhao uttered, his face pale as he leaned weakly against his seat. If this continues, I might regurgitate my brains. In the corner, the little yellow dog whimpered feebly. Who would have thought that my ultimate mutated form would one day succumb to motion sickness? If this word reached the mutated community, I would become a laughingstock. Noticing Zhang Jinhao and the little yellow dog suffering in the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned out of the window, and was met with another tumultuous wave of nausea. To be honest, he too was reaching his limit. One more round of this, and he might very well experience what Zhang Jinhao had ominously suggested. Fortunately, they had enough survivors. It's fine, we won't continue. The war vehicle halted in a secluded thicket. The hyperacceleration mode was just lifted, yet the black armor still radiated an astonishing heat, distorting the air around it. The high temperature mingled with the scent of vomit in the cockpit, reminiscent of something indefinable boiling in a public restroom. Once assured that they would not continue, as soon as the vehicle door opened, Zhang Jinhao and the little yellow dog tumbled out, one sprawling on the grass, the other frantically digging in the dirt. Fresh air. Lin Sanhuo also jumped out, shaking his dizzy head in an effort to suppress the spinning sensation. Once the dizziness subsided slightly, he eagerly called up the system interface, preparing to upgrade to the Land King. However, a line of red text popped up. Upgrade to Land King. Missing materials. Advanced metal 5000. Upgrade failed. Immediately, the voice of the AI, Xiao Yi, chimed in. Detected in the warehouse. Common metal 100,000. Basic manufacturing room has unlocked conversion plan. Conversion ratio 1:1. Can generate advanced metal 10,000. Lin Sanhuo sighed in relief, but the next prompt plunged him into despair. Advanced metal manufacturing. Current manpower and mechanical power is 0. Estimated manufacturing speed, 1 unit per minute. Time required to complete the goal of 5,000 units. 5,000 minutes. Approximately 35 days. Lin Sanhuo's expression darkened. Stuck again, due to manpower? He rubbed his forehead, a throbbing headache washing over him. He regretted not delaying the release of the group of rescued survivors. Just as he wallowed in frustration, a cacophony of voices and engine sounds reached him from outside the forest, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder and dust. What was happening? Lin Sanhuo immediately activated the radar screen on his phone. Detected within a 500-meter radius, 35 units approaching. 51 units, 72 units, 89 units. The numbers were rapidly escalating. Lin Sanhuo straightened up, now able to clearly hear the ruckus outside the woods. Xiao Yi prompt. Detected numerous armed units. Shall we activate the Gatling for firepower deterrence? No need. Lin Sanhuo walked towards the source of the noise. As he stepped out of the woods, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. In the clearing outside, a dense throng of people stood, easily numbering over 100. They wore various attires, some wielding guns, others clutching wrenches, some driving dilapidated cars, while many were empty-handed. All of them regarded him with a mixture of awe, fear, and stupor. From them, Lin Sanhuo sensed no hostility. Are you the legendary driver of Ouchie Mountain? A man dressed as a worker stammered. I am from the weapon manufacturing factory. He hurriedly dropped his gun to the ground as a gesture of innocence. We are all those you rescued. Yes. I am from the gas station. I watched you smash the Rebirth Organization's vehicles. We are from the power station. We are the ones released from prison. Young man, we are nurses from the hospital. A chorus of voices erupted as people rushed forward, eager to declare their identities, fearful of being mistaken for accomplices of the Rebirth Organization. Lin Sanhuo was puzzled by their intentions. With a creaking sound, several cars slowly emerged from the crowd, and the leading vehicle's door swung open, revealing Zhao Dong. The old man glanced at Lin Sanhuo, then solemnly nodded at the surrounding survivors. In the next moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. Every survivor present, regardless of age or gender, suddenly knelt down in unison, a sea of black like wheat waves bowing under the wind. All members of Longwan City have come to request the driver god to enter the city. We are willing to join forces with the driver god to eliminate the Rebirth Organization and liberate Longwan City. Zhao Dong led, his voice hoarse yet resounding. Over 100 individuals simultaneously bent down, their heads striking the ground with a heavy thud. The sound was dull yet resolute. Lin Sanhuo's gaze sharpened instinctively, and he reached for a cigarette. A trembling hand quickly approached him, lighting it for him. It was Zhang Jinhao. Was this your doing? Lin Sanhuo took a drag and shot him a glance. Zhang Jinhao did not respond immediately, but turned to observe the kneeling survivors, their heads bowed and hesitant to rise. His voice trembled, carrying the weight of suppressed emotion. We have waited 10 years for this day. I said, to annihilate the Rebirth Organization, we only need a true leader. Turning back to Lin Sanhuo, his eyes now brimmed with fervor and respect. He was about to utter more grandiose statements when another wave of nausea hit him. Ugh! The after-effects of motion sickness had not yet dissipated, and as Zhang Jinhao leaned against a tree, he vomited once more. Yet, Lin Sanhuo understood what he wanted to convey. He patted Zhang Jinhao's shoulder, inhaled deeply, and released a ring of smoke. Find me a few dozen strong youths to go to the back of the vehicle. He glanced at the navigation on his phone. Distance to Longwan City. Only 20 kilometers remaining. Then he instructed everyone, prepare yourselves. Lin Sanhuo flicked away the cigarette, but 1 hour later, follow me to attack Longwan City. Chapter 43. The highway encounter with the Rebirth Organization, preparing for battle. After accepting everyone, all 50 workstations at the manufacturing platform were filled with robust men. The estimated time for 5,000 units of advanced metal increased 50-fold. The manufacturing time for synthesizing 5,000 advanced metals from 10,000 ordinary metals has now been reduced to 166 hours. The countdown for upgrading the Land King battle tank has also dwindled to less than 2 hours. However, Lin Sanhuo is not inclined to wait for the upgrade before setting off for Longwan City, especially since they are less than 20 kilometers away. Additionally, the chat group has been inundated with a plethora of negative sentiments regarding the Resurrection Organization, alongside the massive slaughter of their station personnel at various strongholds. He firmly believes that the Resurrection Organization cannot remain passive any longer. The longer they linger, the greater the risks become. Consequently, after modifying the 39 bathhouse to include the 39-car wash module function and thoroughly cleansing the noxious odors and vomit from his body, as well as replenishing some food, Lin Sanhuo directly steered the vehicle towards the main road leading to Longwan City. The survivors who boarded Zhao Dong's vehicle followed closely behind, embarking on the route to confront the Resurrection Organization. They gazed at the battle tank leading the way, its towering 7-meter height resembling a mobile fortress of steel. This protective aura instilled a sense of security among the vehicles trailing behind, yet the thought of confronting the Resurrection Organization made them somewhat anxious. After all, they were about to confront the Resurrection Organization. A decade ago, such a notion would have been unfathomable to them, even when oppressed by the Resurrection Organization and subjected to constant tests of their dignity. They never envisioned a day when they would dare to rise against it once more. The first uprising had led to their loved ones and relatives being held captive by the Resurrection Organization. A second uprising, if it were to fail, would signify the death of their families. Therefore, for the sake of their families, they preferred to endure, believing that at least their loved ones could live comfortably. However, the reality was far more dire. Zhao Dong's exploits revealed to them that toiling for the Resurrection Organization rendered their families mere fodder, easily discarded as lowly subjects for experimentation. Thus, they resolved to rise against it at this moment, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. They could no longer serve the Resurrection Organization for even a single day, an instant, or even a second. As for Lin Sanhuo, the beacon of hope they had brought along, he had become their unspoken leader. Ding dong, you have received a group chat invitation. Will you join? Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo's phone buzzed with a message. Upon opening it, he found an invitation from Longwan City family. Join us and become the group leader. Group leader? Ding dong. You have successfully joined the group chat and become the group leader. In the next moment, a flood of messages filled the chat. Welcome, new group leader. The charioteer is mighty. We have finally awaited your arrival. Esteemed leader, we are willing to assist you in annihilating the Resurrection Organization. Following the charioteer, the Resurrection Organization is doomed. The chariot of our leader is so impressive. Once inside Longwan City, it will surely wreak havoc. Simultaneously, various messages and images showcasing the rear of the battle tank surfaced in the group. Accompanying them were remarks like, "This is the chariot that slaughtered its way from the neighboring city to Longwan City. Wow, it is even more magnificent than I imagined. Incredible, there is even a cannon mounted on this vehicle." Upon seeing these messages, Lin Sanhuo realized that this group had been formed by the survivors following him. The chat revealed additional details. There were a total of 356 members, but only around 500 had active avatars. The gray avatars indicated that they had not been online for 114 days. Lin Sanhuo narrowed his eyes, deducing that these were likely deceased survivors. Noticing the group had been active for over 20 years, it was evident that those gray avatars had perished during the Resurrection Organization's invasion of Longwan City. Based on the gender and age ratios of the gray avatars, Lin Sanhuo surmised that those who had remained were likely the young children of 20 years ago. Having pieced together this information, Lin Sanhuo greeted the group briefly. However, the next message caught his attention. "I'm almost at the roadside. I see you all." Lin Sanhuo lifted his gaze to see a small group of newly joined survivors appearing at the roadside. "We have arrived too." Shortly thereafter, less than a kilometer later, another group of survivors, consisting of men, women, and children, emerged and joined Lin Sanhuo's convoy. "At last, I see you all. I'm here." One after another, groups continued to appear, each dragging their families, joining Lin Sanhuo's caravan. As Lin Sanhuo observed this with a perplexed expression, Zhang Jinhao explained, "These are survivors who have been clinging to life beneath the Resurrection Organization's control for a decade, awaiting this day." Lin Sanhuo questioned the necessity of bringing children along, noting that some individuals were accompanied by 7- or 8-year-olds. "This is a battle, not a leisure trip," he exclaimed. Yet Zhang Jinhao calmly responded, 10 years ago, when we fought against the Resurrection Organization, even 7-year-olds would join the battlefield. This is a struggle for our homeland. Age does not exempt one from the fight. Moreover, if we lose this resistance, death awaits us all. This is our last chance." Zhang Jinhao turned to Lin Sanhuo, his eyes reflecting an insatiable yearning for victory, but more so, a struggle and helplessness regarding their choices. Lin Sanhuo then narrowed his eyes and pointed towards the position controlling the grenade launcher. "When the battle begins, you will take that position and be responsible for the grenade launcher." At that moment, the convoy had expanded from the initial 10 vehicles to dozens. A grand procession winding through the wilderness, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Sanhuo observed the growing convoy in the rearview mirror, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The principle that strength lies in numbers remained relevant in the apocalypse. Furthermore, these individuals harbored a decade-long grudge, and the explosive release of such pent-up emotion would undoubtedly be formidable. Situation ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's voice rang out. Lin Sanhuo promptly decelerated. On the main road leading to Longwan City, a row of steel roadblocks lay across the path. Behind the barricades, he could vaguely see some figures moving. Ahead on the highway, a faint outline of a city emerged in view, with armored vehicles and roadblocks positioned in the center of the road. A dense throng of individuals stood behind the barricades, their weapons glinting in the sunlight. Little did they anticipate that what approached was not a solitary figure, but an entire army, a vengeful force forged from fury and despair. Were these the locals from Longwan City? Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo inhaled deeply and pressed the accelerator with his right foot, simultaneously dispatching a message in the group chat. Prepare. The battle commences. Chapter 44. Did you enjoy the artillery? Something feels amiss. Didn't the intel indicate only one vehicle? Damn it. The report claimed it was merely a truck. Look at that behemoth. Its tires are taller than our armored vehicles. Can you still call that a truck? Ahead on the highway, members of the Resurgence organization, tasked with interception, craned their necks as their Adam's apples bobbed. In their line of sight, that colossal machine nearly filled the entire road, advancing with an air of invincibility, unhurried yet relentless. Following it was an endless convoy. Some gunmen crouched behind sandbag fortifications, felt their fingers tremble on the triggers. What are you all waiting for? Open fire. For heaven's sake. Shoot. As they watched the armored vehicle draw closer, the leader snapped back to reality, recalling their target, and immediately commanded the assault. Thus, everyone unleashed a torrent of bullets. A dense web of fire was formed in an instant. Bullets, shells, and grenades rained down upon the massive war machine as if they were free. The entire highway erupted in a cacophony of explosions, illuminating every face with the glow of fire. Soon, a billowing cloud of white smoke obscured the outline of the armored vehicle. Yet, the members of the Resurgence organization dared not relent. They intensified their firepower. Where are the rocket launchers? Give me the rocket launchers. Machine gunners, empty your belts. In 1 minute, if anyone's barrel isn't glowing red, I'll shove you in there. The leader continued to urge frantically, relentless fire sweeping into the depths of the thick smoke. The sound of gunfire was deafening, drowning everything out. However, this seemingly fierce assault met Lin Sanhuo's armored vehicle with a mere clatter. Inside the cockpit, the only sounds were akin to pebbles striking metal. Occasionally, a dull explosion reverberated. A fireball erupted against the bulletproof glass, momentarily obscuring their view. Amidst such a violent exchange of fire, the armored vehicle continued its steady advance. Lin Sanhuo, with a serious expression, focused on the nearly concluding film, Neza 2, entirely unconcerned with the chaos outside. As for the survivors following behind, they felt utterly unscathed. Hardly sensing a jolt, the enormous armored vehicle resembled a moving mountain, isolating all artillery fire and smoke from within. Inside the vehicle, listening to the thunderous sounds of battle up ahead, the occupants gazed at their windows, untouched by even the slightest dust, giving rise to an absurd feeling of unreality. On one side of a wall lay a battlefield filled with gunfire, on the other, a sanctuary of safety. This immense sense of security filled everyone in the convoy with confidence, as if following the steel beast meant they could charge forth unscathed. In fact, Lin Sanhuo was indeed pushing forward. The flames from the flamethrowers coated the windows, raising the internal temperature of the vehicle. He wiped the sweat from his brow. After finishing the film, he sighed, remarking on the quality of a paid movie. Zhang Jinhao, gripping the seat tightly, wore a look of alarm. He observed the whirling bullets and the cacophony of explosions outside. Even though his body felt secure, the intense scenes outside made it all feel surreal, reminiscent of an immersive 4D cinematic experience. Yet he recalled the previous anti-tank mines that this iron behemoth had withstood. Could it really endure these bullets, rockets, and grenades? Little E cranked the air conditioning to the lowest setting. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo, having finished watching the movie, wiped his forehead again. That flamethrower was quite formidable. After speaking, he nodded at Zhang Jinhao, indicating it was time to act. An ominous premonition washed over Zhang Jinhao. What does he mean? In the next moment, Lin Sanhuo hoisted him from the cockpit and positioned him at the artillery station atop the vehicle. Lin Sanhuo then took his place at the controls of the Gatling gun. Together, they stood on the roof, with countless bullets and shrapnel whizzing overhead. The noise outside throbbed painfully against their eardrums. Lin Sanhuo yelled back to Zhang Jinhao. Didn't you despise these people? Now is your chance. Aim for them and let loose. After pointing ahead, he urged, blast them to oblivion. The shells are on me. With that, the massive armored vehicle surged through the smoke. Less than 50 meters ahead, a group of Resurgence Organization members froze, their expressions of triumph suddenly turning to horror. I will count to 3. We fire together. Lin Sanhuo's voice guided Zhang Jinhao. 1. Zhang Jinhao took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, gripping the control stick tightly as he quickly sought the target. 2. The enemy responded, scrambling to reload for another round of concentrated fire, but their speed faltered. 3. Show those behind you how it's done. Open fire. Lin Sanhuo roared, pulling the trigger first. The Gatling gun belched forth 6 streams of fire, a torrent of bullets shredding the air. Bullets, thick as a wrist, tore into the crowd, and the front line of enemies disintegrated without even the chance to shatter, bursting into clouds of blood midair. Zhang Jinhao was a beat slower, adjusting his aim amidst the violent shaking. He pressed the launch button. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the air from the cannon created visible ripples. The immense recoil sent him staggering back. He fixated on the quickly ascending shell, tracing its perfect arc before it thundered down. Boom! Zhang Jinhao's pupils dilated as several armored vehicles were flung into the air like toys, the surrounding individuals torn apart by the shockwave. For a fleeting moment, he even distinctly saw an enemy turn, terror etched on their face as they looked at him. In that instant, a twisted smile crept across Zhang Jinhao's face. One word encapsulated his current feeling: elation. This vantage point, looking down upon those who once instilled fear and despair within him, now trembling like ants beneath his artillery fire. So, this is what revenge feels like. In the next moment, the shell automatically reloaded. Aim. Fire. Boom! Another shell soared into the sky. Kaboom! Flames shot skyward, and screams echoed relentlessly. Hey! Shells are expensive. Aim a little better. Lin Sanhuo observed as a shell veered off course, soaring beyond the road, and could not help but exclaim. Yet, amidst the deafening clamor of the battlefield, Zhang Jinhao seemed oblivious, as if feigning ignorance. What? You wish for me to strike even harder? Very well. His grin grew increasingly maniacal, and his reloading became ever more rapid. He watched as the enemy, already unraveling, began to scatter in terror. Ah, how reminiscent of the past. When you assaulted us, was it not in a similar fashion? Boom! Bang! Flames engulfed the roadway, debris strewn about. Nevertheless, Zhang Jinhao continued to reload and fire, relentlessly pursuing those fleeing figures with explosive wrath. As he unleashed his fury, he roared with a voice hoarse, imbued with anguish and boundless exhilaration. Run! When you treated us like dogs, did you ever contemplate this day? Perish! Meanwhile, within the survivor convoy, behind the armored vehicle, Zhao Dong set down his binoculars, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Beside him, his granddaughter stared blankly at the resolute silhouette ahead, softly inquiring, Grandpa, is that Uncle Jinhao? Simultaneously, within the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo descended from the Gatling gun position and leaned against the driver's seat. He casually lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. Before him lay the scene of artillery bombardment, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Xiao Yi reminds you, artillery shell stock is critically low, remaining 13 shells. It is advisable to cease consumption. Lin Sanhuo cast a fleeting glance at the inventory figure, then lifted his gaze to behold Zhang Jinhao's almost deranged figure. The Rebirth Organization had him exhilarated like a madman. Let him be. Lin Sanhuo inhaled once more, as if discussing a trivial matter. If we run out, we can always manufacture more. Chapter 45. Wang Feng, leader of the Rebirth Organization. Are they charging at me? Longwan City, at the top floor of the central hospital, in a room repurposed as a special care ward. The only sound was the monotonous dripping of liquid from the foredrip. Wang Feng sat at his wife's bedside, meticulously using a silver spoon to scrape the tofu, putting into finer bits, gently offering it to Su Qin's lips. Take another bite, he said softly. The woman on the hospital bed appeared as pale as parchment, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. with several tubes connecting to her arms and back to sustain her life. She slightly turned her head, evading the spoon. "Old Wang, I want to eat meat with bones." Her voice was faint, like a dream. Wang Feng paused for a moment. Then his face resumed its gentle smile, as if soothing a petulant child. "All right, after you finish this, I will have someone prepare it for you." He nudged the spoon forward again. Only then did Su Qin reluctantly part her lips and swallow the tofu pudding. The bowl was nearly empty. Meanwhile, outside the ward, a subordinate anxiously gestured to Wang Feng through the observation window. Wang Feng set down the bowl and stood to tuck the blankets around his wife. "I will fetch someone to get you some meat," he said, stepping out of the ward. As the door closed behind him, the warmth on his face vanished instantly. A subordinate entered, pushing in a man whose hands and feet were bound, lying in a state of unconsciousness, executing the action with practiced ease. "Sister-in-law, your meal." The subordinate's voice trembled slightly. "Please enjoy." With a thud, the man was unceremoniously dropped to the floor. Su Qin slowly lifted her head. Her once delicate features began to contort, the corners of her mouth splitting to her ears, revealing rows of finely serrated shark-like teeth. "It's roast duck," she exclaimed, leaping from the bed like a predatory beast. Her hands tore into the flesh of the man's thigh, devouring hungrily, the bones cracking audibly. Outside the door, Wang Feng quietly observed this scene through the small window. His subordinate kept his head bowed, unable to watch, nor daring to make a sound. Once, she craved such meat only once a month. Now, even once a day is insufficient. It seems we must act swiftly. The sounds of tearing ceased, and Su Qin reverted to her gentle, beautiful self. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and offered a contented smile toward Wang Feng at the door. Wang Feng returned her smile, one filled with tenderness yet tinged with an imperceptible sorrow. He turned his gaze toward a row of gurneys covered with white sheets at the end of the corridor, instructing his subordinate, "Clean the room thoroughly. And remember, never let her discover what she truly consumes." "Understood." With that, he turned and strode toward the subordinate who had been waiting at the door. As Wang Feng approached, the subordinate immediately stepped forward, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "Leader, we have a grave situation," he exclaimed. Wang Feng did not halt his pace. "Speak." "The young lady has gone missing." A barely perceptible furrow appeared in Wang Feng's brow, yet his stride remained steady. "Aside from that, what else?" Also, the subordinate swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Sishui village has completely lost contact." Wang Feng finally stopped, abruptly turning back with a cold glint in his eyes. Did the Special Affairs Bureau intervene? No. The subordinate's head dropped even lower. It was that new truck driver. He not only obliterated Sishui village, but also took everyone with him. Moreover, spit it out in one breath. That fellow, about an hour ago, drove his vehicle and swept through all of our outposts stationed outside Longwan City. The subordinate seemed at a loss for suitable words. Now, the survivors in the city have all been gathered by him, forming a convoy heading straight for us. He's coming for us? A profound sense of bewilderment clouded Wang Feng's gaze. It is critical to note that he had never truly regarded that so-called truck driver seriously. All his energies were devoted to countering the investigation by the Special Affairs Bureau and contemplating how to escape this chaotic place with his wife and the core of the ultimate mutation. A fortunate rookie with a modicum of ability. How dare he intrude upon his domain? We attempted to intercept him on the highway outside the city. The subordinate stammered, handing over a phone. But there was a significant intelligence error. That fellow wasn't driving a truck at all. On the screen, the last image transmitted by a drone before its destruction was magnified. A colossal iron beast was trampling over the burning highway, its size rendering the nearby armored vehicles mere fragile toys. The dark, gaping muzzle and the menacing, heavily armored exterior exuded an aura of annihilation amidst the smoke. Wang Feng fixated on the monstrous figure on the screen, a name buried deep within his memories, only ever heard from the lips of those lofty figures. Resurfacing in his mind, the Purger. This thought flickered momentarily before he forcefully suppressed it. Wang Feng flung the phone back to his subordinate. "You just mentioned that this newcomer brought the people from Longwan City with him?" "Yes, leader. The numbers far exceed our estimates from Longwan City's records." Wang Feng shook his head indifferently. The malevolent hearts of this group had never diminished over these past 10 years. It is only natural to harbor a few hidden hands ready to revolt at any moment. They seem to have forgotten that their families are in our grasp. His gaze narrowed, yet soon relaxed. However, this is fortuitous, sparing me the trouble of searching for them one by one. It conveniently delivers to me all that I seek, those I wish to extinguish, right at my doorstep. Having spoken, he strode forward, heading directly towards the hospital. Inform everyone. Wang Feng quickened his pace. Biohazard Division, Infantry Division, Armored Division, Artillery Division, all combat units. Assemble immediately at the city gate. Prepare for battle. Chapter 46. A conversation between Longwan City and Wang Feng. A cannon shot in return, the colossal war vehicle rumbled down the road, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Overturned armored vehicles, burning sandbag fortifications, twisted scrap metal, and dismembered fragments scattered about. Zhang Jinhao stood atop the vehicle, his chest heaving violently. The relentless bombardment had unleashed years of pent-up resentment. His finger hovered over the launch button, reluctant to release it. Reminder from Xiao Yi. In this round of assault, a total of 1,941 survival points were acquired. Materials obtained. Green armor fragments 432, blue refined gunpowder 123. Inside the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo glanced at the data flashing on the screen, his expression tranquil. Meanwhile, the survivor convoy, led by Zhao Dong and others, witnessed the grim scene outside and found it hard to believe. The Resurgence organization, which had always posed a formidable challenge in their eyes, had been so easily repelled. The gigantic war vehicle ahead seemed to have never paused throughout the ordeal. Is it truly over? A young man murmured, clutching a rifle that had yet to be fired. Indeed, they are seasoned road killers. An older man beside him gazed at the war vehicle with a near-reverent look. We need not lift a finger. The Resurgence organization's entire armored convoy, along with heavily armed troops, has been obliterated. Brothers, if we follow this behemoth, we might genuinely topple the Resurgence organization. Everyone's gaze converged on the formidable war vehicle, its massive silhouette offering a sense of security amidst the smoke and flames. Soon, the convoy advanced without encountering any further resistance. Some young members in the rear even began to jest. The Resurgence organization is not so fearsome, after all. After a single battle, they seem too timid to show their faces. Indeed, it is not as formidable as our elders claimed. Aside from normal communication, the chat group was flooded with messages underestimating the Resurgence organization, continuously scrolling with declarations of annihilation. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jinhao quietly cautioned Lin Sanhuo, who was observing the chat. The mutated army of the Resurgence organization has yet to reveal itself. We cannot afford to be complacent. Lin Sanhuo leaned back in the driver's seat, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. Well, have I ever been complacent? Having encountered the prowess of the Resurgence organization's mutated beings, he was well aware that a mere small victory would not suffice to crush them. As for the chat group, Lin Sanhuo was merely curious about the fates of the families abducted by the Resurgence organization. Aside from being confined in Sisui village as breeding machines, where else could the others have been taken? Zhang Jinhao nodded, lowering his voice. I simply worry and wanted to remind you. Before long, the colossal war vehicle rolled over the still smoldering road, entering Longwan City. The city lay in eerie silence. Abandoned skyscrapers stood like tombstones. The once vibrant residential buildings were entwined with dark green vines, their hollow windows resembling countless prying eyes. Temporary outposts were scattered along the streets, but they had long been deserted, leaving behind weathered sandbags and rusted barbed wire. Is there no one to intercept us? Lin Sanhuo slowed the vehicle, scanning the cockpit screen. Suddenly, a sharp crackle filled the air as the war vehicle's radar screen was instantly obscured by static, all monitoring signals severed. He rolled down the window, catching a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. Looking ahead, he observed a visibly sunken area surrounded by towering buildings. Entering it would mean placing themselves under fire from all sides. Lin Sanhuo sensed danger, abruptly slamming the brakes. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed from above, reverberating through the desolate city. Is this the appearance of the one who dismantled my highway base, crushed several of my armored convoys, and eliminated my station troops? Lin Sanhuo followed the sound with his gaze. Less than 50 meters ahead, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind him on the railing of a high-rise complex. A few subordinates flanked him, but the worn jacket he wore set him apart from those around him. You are Wang Feng, the leader of the Resurgence organization? Lin Sanhuo rested one hand on the window ledge, the other poised over a control button. Wang Feng nodded slightly from his elevated position. Indeed, it is I. Shall we converse? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Sanhuo retorted, to hell with that. He pressed the fire button without a moment's hesitation. The smart targeting system locked onto the grenade launcher, unleashing a furious roar as it surged toward Wang Feng, who stood on the railing. The smile on Wang Feng's face vanished in an instant, his pupils contracting sharply. To his astonishment, the adversary had deviated from expected protocol. In a flash, a robust figure darted from behind Wang Feng, leaping with surprising agility for its size to intercept the lethal projectile. Boom! A violent explosion erupted mid-air, orange flames tearing through the murky sky. Below, charred remains rained down like droplets. Yet in the next moment, the scattered remnants seemed to possess a will of their own, converging as if animated, reconstituting into a grotesque entity standing 4 to 5 meters tall. It tilted its head, its murky eyes devoid of emotion as it fixated on Lin Sanhuo's war vehicle. Then, using all 4 limbs, it clambered up the external wall of the high-rise, retreating once more behind Wang Feng. Indeed, it was not so easy to extinguish. Lin Sanhuo averted his gaze, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, feeling a hint of a headache. Above, Wang Feng's lips trembled subtly as he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to suppress the anger that threatened to erupt. This brat, is he truly intent on eliminating me? After several seconds, he managed to force a stiff smile. I had believed my brother to be a forthright hero, yet it turns out he is but a petty sneak who prefers to strike from behind. Lin Sanhuo honked the war vehicle's horn twice, the piercing sound echoing through the desolate city as he called out loudly in response. Such a fate is certainly more favorable than the indiscriminate slaughter and exploitation you embody, treating the lives of others with such disdain. Are you, then, wielding your so-called justice to condemn me? Wang Feng seemed to find this notion utterly laughable. I pose to you this question. If one day you were to journey to a so-called affluent city with your gravely ill wife in tow, casting aside all dignity to plead for their mercy, only to be met with cold indifference as they turn a blind eye, ultimately resulting in your wife's demise and despair, would you not deem this an injustice? Lin Sanhuo turned his gaze towards Zhang Jinhao beside him, surprised to discover that Wang Feng's wife's death was somehow intertwined with the local residents of Longwan City. Yet, Zhang Jinhao could no longer contain his frustration and boldly interjected, "You arrived with an entire army. Who would believe that your sole intent was to save your wife? In the end, we did our utmost to send her medicine. We did not wish her harm. Yet you, in your grief, seek to annihilate our entire city. Nearly every one of us. You should have been the one to perish." Wang Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Jinhao, his expression betraying no emotion. Had I truly intended to attack you, why would I have waited until my wife passed away to strike? Yet discussing this now is moot. Wang Feng spread his arms, adopting the posture of a pitiful deity. I had promised my wife that upon her resurrection, I would return Longwan City to you. However, it appears you have chosen the wrong path. His gaze shifted back to the war vehicle of Lin Sanhuo. Regarding the driver of that vehicle, Wang Feng raised his hand with an air of certainty. The core of the ultimate mutant from the neighboring city must be in your possession. If you relinquish it to me now, I shall overlook everything you have done to our rebirth organization. Lin Sanhuo remained silent, merely inhaling deeply from his cigarette, the pungent smoke swirling within his lungs. Moments later, he flicked the cigarette but out of the window, a tiny spark tracing its arc through the air. You claim to act for the sake of your wife, yet I cannot shake the feeling that your true intention was to transform her into the so-called ultimate mutant, deliberately leading to her demise. Lin Sanhuo wiped his nose, sensing the scent emanating from Wang Feng, a blend of deceit and ambition. On the surface, it appeared to be a tragic tale of vengeance for a beloved. Yet Lin Sanhuo felt that the underlying truth was far more sinister. Wang Feng's demeanor stiffened noticeably, even his throat involuntarily bobbing. What? Have I struck a chord? Lin Sanhuo chuckled. Wang Feng immediately retorted, My love for my wife is beyond the scrutiny of a stranger like you. His tone then shifted to a cold sneer. If you all wish for death so fervently, I shall oblige and reunite you with your families. With that, he waved his hand forcefully. Moments latte. A cacophony of dragging and scraping sounds echoed from the towering buildings and shadowy alleys. A horde of ominous figures emerged from the city's shadows, trudging towards the convoy. They were zombies. Lin Sanhuo's eyes narrowed as he prepared to ascend the weapon platform atop the vehicle to retaliate. However, in the next instant, a cold, trembling hand seized his arm. These zombies appeared eerily familiar. Zhang Jinhao's voice was filled with disbelief. I hope it is not what I fear. A chilling sound followed as a swarm of zombies surged toward the rear survivor convoy. Soon, gut-wrenching cries resounded from behind. Why, Dad? Why did he become a zombie? No, that is my husband. He still wears the watch I gifted him. Cursed rebirth organization. They have turned our loved ones into these abominations. Amid the desperate wails, Zhang Jinhao finally recognized the faces of the zombies. His body trembled violently, lips quivering but unable to utter a word. He merely pointed forward at two staggering zombies, a man clad in a floral coat and a woman in a tattered dress. Linge, that is my wife and my mother. Meanwhile, Wang Feng on the platform chuckled with interest. Meeting in such a manner must be very moving for them. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 47. Family members transformed into zombies. The zombie couple emerges. Zhang Jinhao slumped in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed through the dust-laden windshield on the two figures staggering ahead. Mom, he rasped, his voice cracking, his eyes brimming with tears. Behind the convoy, muffled cries rose and fell in despair. Some young individuals raised their firearms, yet could not pull the trigger. Others helplessly pounded on the windows, weeping for the familiar, yet foreign faces outside. Dad, look at me. It's Xiao Ming. Xiao Tao, please don't come any closer. The number of zombies swelled, crashing like a tide against Lin Sanhuo's massive war vehicle, battering the fragile cars of the survivors. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed incessantly, with some windows already showing spiderweb-like cracks. The survivors found themselves trapped within their vehicles, confronting their loved ones transformed into monsters, yet hesitating to act. After all, they had risen in rebellion to rescue those imprisoned by the Rebirth Organization. But who could have anticipated that the family they sought to save had metamorphosed into such a grotesque form? High above, Wang Feng surveyed the scene, reveling in the bittersweet tableau of familial strife before him. It unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. Clearing his throat, he picked up a large megaphone handed to him by Nade. Did you not wish for a happy family reunion? I have granted it to you. Are you satisfied? Their current state is a result of your own actions. But fear not, I am still willing to offer you a chance. If you hand over the ultimate mutant core from the newcomer S vehicle, I can restore your family to their former selves. I will also overlook all that you have done. With that, Wang Feng set down the megaphone, eagerly awaiting a response. His motives were simple. If he could not sway Lin Sanhuo, he would turn others against him. Soon, Lin Sanhuo caught a glimpse of Zhang Jinhao from the corner of his eye, and gently nudged the little yellow dog at his feet to the other side of his seat. At that moment, Zhang Jinhao's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Lin Ye, please help us eliminate them. Lin Sanhuo's brow furrowed slightly, instantly grasping Zhang Jinhao's intent. Voices from the rear of the vehicle echoed. Kargad, these zombies are our kin. We cannot bring ourselves to take action. Please, you must act decisively. We bear no resentment towards you. Just be swift in your actions. Che Shun, if this continues, none of us will survive. Please, Che Shun, with each resolute and desperate plea, despite the profound reluctance. All are compelled to make the most brutal sacrifice in the face of righteousness and reality. Lin Sanhuo, too, hesitated no longer and climbed atop the vehicle. Several zombies had already clambered onto the hood, howling as they lunged forward. He effortlessly dispatched them, kicking each one away with precision. Above, Wang Feng settled into a chair, appearing to relish the unfolding spectacle. Quite a skillful display. Isn't it? However, with so many zombies, can one person truly contend with them? Soon, having cleared the threats from the roof, Lin Sanhuo took his place at the controls of the Gatling gun, gazing down upon the throng of darkened corpses below. His heart remained unmoved, for he knew none of these individuals. Conversely, within the confines of the vehicle, many survivors could no longer bear the sight and shut their eyes. Burying their faces in their hands, their bodies trembling from tears, Lin Sanhuo gently shook his head. There was no other recourse. He extended his hand, gripping the cold trigger. The Gatling gun's barrels began to spin. Yet, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a familiar scent invaded his nostrils. What could this odor be? Lin Sanhuo paused, turning sharply. There, emerging from a horde, a pair of staggering figures limped toward him. Was it the zombie couple? Lin Sanhuo's eyes brightened with unexpected recognition, astonished to encounter them here once more. At that moment, a zombie let out a roar, poised to smash a sedan's window. The male zombie from the couple dashed forward with astonishing speed, seizing the back of the attacking zombie's neck and forcefully slamming it to the ground. It did not bite, but emitted a series of deep, unintelligible growls toward the fallen creature. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The subdued zombie fell silent, tilting its head as if pondering. Shortly thereafter, the male zombie rose and, facing Lin Sanhuo atop the vehicle, grinned widely, gesturing emphatically. "Ah, do you remember me?" As this zombie couple entered the fray, the situation began to shift. They wove through the horde, continually obstructing, admonishing, and growling, communicating in a manner seemingly only comprehensible to zombies. The previously agitated horde, intent solely on attacking, gradually calmed upon witnessing the couple. The pair stood at the forefront of the throng, growling animatedly at all the zombies, reminiscent of a pre-battle speech. High above, Wang Feng's smile had vanished. "Leader, it appears this zombie couple is inciting the horde under our control." A trembling subordinate warned. How could this be? Wang Feng's expression was one of disbelief. He had always believed that once humans were infected and transformed into zombies, they lost all consciousness and became mere shells. Communication? Commanding ability? Such notions seemed utterly absurd. Yet now, the presence of the zombie couple shattered his understanding. What on earth had gone awry? Who were these zombies truly? Wang Feng squinted as he rose from his chair, unprepared for the disruption caused by these two unexpected figures. Even more confounding events were yet to unfold. Following yet another round of orderly communication, the horde surprisingly began to recognize the familiar faces of their former loved ones, displaying expressions of bewilderment, sorrow, and a complex humanity as they sought and gazed upon their families. Lin Sanhuo was equally astonished by this sight. Could zombies truly reclaim their lost humanity? Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Zhang Jinhao recognized his wife and mother through the car window. They stood awkwardly beneath the massive war vehicle, clumsily waving at him. "Mama Taozi!" Tears streamed down Zhang Jinhao's face as he trembled, reaching for the door handle, just as he prepared to roll down the window to reunite with his family. Lin Sanhuo immediately seized him. Chapter 48. The Earth King form? Mech activation. Lin Sanhuo gazed toward the direction from which the zombies had emerged. From the shadows, a group of imposing figures, their heads shrouded in coarse burlap sacks and wielding bloodied hatchets, approached with heavy strides toward the convoy. Their stature and weaponry. Lin Sanhuo's pupils contracted sharply. These were the man-made mutants that had previously attacked him on the highway. Above, Wang Feng wore a smirk of mockery. "This time, I shall ensure your true reunion." With a swift gesture, a thunderous explosion erupted from all directions. Several buildings, preloaded with explosives, were instantaneously obliterated, collapsing toward Lin Sanhuo and the convoy behind him. In an instant, a cloud of dust engulfed all light, plunging the view from the vehicle's windows into a chaotic gray haze. All that remained were the deafening sounds of concrete shattering, the shrill screech of twisted rebar, and the anguished cries of survivors drowned in despair. Lin Sanhuo immediately pressed down on the accelerator, attempting to mobilize the war vehicle. However, the vehicle sank heavily, the cement slab at the front quivering slightly. A tremendous force bore down from above, pinning the colossal war machine in place. The wheels spun wildly against the ground, unable to move even an inch. Fortunately, the structure behind did not collapse, allowing the massive vehicle to withstand nearly all the debris. The convoy behind them was merely trapped, while nearby escape routes were entirely obstructed by the fallen structures. Everyone found themselves akin to a group of turtles confined within a grave. High above, Wang Feng observed the ground below, now completely engulfed in rubble, covering his mouth as he emitted a sickly sound. "Do you see? This is the fate of opposing me." Meanwhile, beneath the debris, Lin Sanhuo pressed the accelerator once more. The cement slab atop the vehicle slid downward, nearly rolling onto the vehicles behind. "No!" Even if we break free, the vehicles behind will be crushed by the falling debris, Lin Sanhuo muttered softly. Zhang Jinhao clenched his teeth, gazing at his companions in the rearview mirror. At that moment, the massive war vehicle resembled a giant, shielding them from the collapsing buildings above, bearing the weight of nearly all the concrete and rubble upon its shoulders. Behind, Zhao Dong and others watched this scene unfold, feeling a heavy sense of discomfort. A chilling sound of friction echoed ominously from the ruins, sending shivers down one's spine. Compounding the peril, the butchers surged forth, each emerging with relentless force from the crevices of the concrete slabs. 1, 2, 3, they dragged their axes, standing atop the debris. Their burlap-covered eyes scoured the remnants of those trapped within mangled vehicles. In the blink of an eye, they swung their hand axes, cleaving through the fragile roofs of cars as if chopping firewood. Blood and screams erupted amidst the rubble, as recently reunited zombies roared and lunged at the butchers, using their claws and teeth to defend their kin. Yet, with a mere flick of the wrist, the butcher dispatched a zombie, its body cleaved in half like parchment. "Dad! Dad!" cried a surviving youth, rushing towards the dismembered corpse of a zombie. Just as the butcher prepared to strike the child, Lin Sanhuo activated the release button of the vehicle compartment. With a roar, black lightning surged forth from the vehicle as the feral hounds, low growling, charged at the butcher mutants. They expertly seized several nearby survivors, including the child, and hurled them into the relative safety of the armored vehicle's trunk. A couple of hounds distracted the butchers, preventing further assaults on the remaining survivors. Witnessing this, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued. The ability to summon feral hounds? A broader smile crept across his lips. "Let me see how many you can save." With a wave of his hand, a contingent of armed subordinates began firing downwards. The relentless gunfire pierced the concrete, surging towards Lin Sanhuo's convoy. The feral hounds tasked with rescue were struck by bullets, alongside several axes that fell upon them. The air filled with anguished cries as black silhouettes were cleaved into pieces. Lin Sanhuo's heart sank. A wave of despair began to wash over everyone. In a confined space, with the ferocious mutants and bullets raining down, all hope seemed lost. Yet, at that moment, a cold notification chimed in Lin Sanhuo's mind. Xiao E-notification. Advanced Metal 5000 manufacturing complete. Conditions for upgrading to Land King achieved. Proceed with upgrade? The gloom in Lin Sanhuo's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a burning glimmer of determination. Gritting his teeth, he rasped upgrade. Boom! In the next moment, a massive energy began to circulate within the armored vehicle. The already formidable mining truck expanded in size by 10%. Its heavy armor sprouted sharp spikes, while the already indestructible front plate thickened and reformed into a colossal tower shield, glimmering ominously. A thick steel plate descended from above the windows, providing ultimate protection. On the platform, Wang Feng keenly sensed the movement beneath the ruins. Why does this vehicle seem larger? Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo's gaze was locked onto the newly updated information displayed on the screen. New melee weapon. Earth King hammer. A hammer? Melee? He continued to read, and 2 lines of fresh information illuminated his vision. New. Primary Earth King form. Half mecha form. New. Super off-road form mecha. When these words appeared before him, everything else faded from his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Sanhuo pressed the button to activate the newly acquired form. Activate Earth King form. In the next instant, a series of metallic transformations echoed from every corner of the vehicle. The entire armored vehicle rose like an ancient behemoth awakening, gradually standing tall. 8 meters high, it soared amidst the thunderous roar. 10 meters, 11 meters, 12 meters. The massive concrete slab that had been pressing down was easily lifted aside. The lower half of the vehicle transformed into an indestructible mobile fortress, firmly rooted in the earth like a steel foundation several meters high. The upper half morphed into a humanoid mecha form. Its left arm wielded a massive hammer shimmering with metallic luster, while the right arm bore a giant shield, equipped with a minigun ready for action. On its back, a launch pad housed both a grenade launcher and a rocket launcher. As this colossal entity rose from the ruins, Wang Feng stood up from his chair, his expression shifting from pride to sheer shock and disbelief. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, colliding with the railing before halting. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo faced a new control console featuring a projection interface and a pair of specialized mecha gloves. Upon donning them, he clenched his fingers, synchronizing the mecha's massive hand to grasp the enormous hammer. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, he swung violently at the ruins before him. Boom! A visible shockwave radiated outward, sweeping away countless debris from the survivor vehicles as if they were leaves caught in a storm, revealing a vast expanse of open ground. The survivors looked up in bewilderment, their eyes widening as they beheld the towering mecha. They stood frozen, except for one child who shouted, "It's Optimus Prime!" As the butchers charged once more, Lin Sanhuo swung the hammer down upon the nearest group of monsters. Bang! 7 or 8 butchers had no time to scream before being ground into a bloody pulp. Such power! Exhilaration surged within Lin Sanhuo as he felt the vibrations from the gloves. These monsters couldn't withstand even a single blow. Without further hesitation, he continued to maneuver the Earth King mecha, carving out a 10-meter radius of absolute safety around himself with the shield. He gestured to the survivors, who immediately understood and rushed towards the shelter of Lin Sanhuo's mecha, positioning their vehicles for defense. As butchers flooded in from all directions, Lin Sanhuo wielded the Earth King mecha, and with each sweeping motion, blood pools expanded across the ground. On the high platform, Wang Feng was already screaming hysterically, "Bring forth the Corpse King! Quick!" A towering humanoid aberration, standing at an imposing height of 5 to 6 meters, strides onto the battlefield with heavy footsteps. Its massive form is encased in thick armor, and a grotesque steel helmet adorns its head. Beneath the grotesquely stitched and bloated flesh, countless anguished faces and arms can be faintly discerned. This creature is a fusion of 100 zombies. Let me see if your iron monstrosity is truly formidable, or if I shall prevail. But before the words could fully escape my lips, a thunderous impact resounded. A colossal hammer, propelled with supersonic force, struck down, obliterating the head of a zombie king, helmet and all, into a putrid mass of flesh. Another zombie king roared and charged forward. The left arm of the Earth King mech raised its massive shield, blocking the assault with a deafening crash. The mechanical structure of the right arm retracted into the shield, switching to a Gatling gun. Aimed at the dazed zombie king's chest, the Gatling gun whirred to life. The sound of gunfire erupted. A torrent of scorching bullets cascaded upon the exposed abdomen of the zombie king. In an instant, the stitched belly of the zombie king burst forth like a ruptured water bag, spewing forth a gruesome mixture of entrails and foul liquid across the battlefield. The Gatling gun, akin to a flaming sword, pierced through, withdrawing with a grim satisfaction. Witnessing his prized creation being dispatched in mere seconds, Wang Feng's eyes blazed with fury. He pointed below and commanded, "Continue. Dispose of the remaining zombie kings, and unleash my amassed legion of zombies from these years. All of them. Today, I vow that they shall perish here." With the order given, a massive tide of zombies surged forth, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam, pouring in from all directions of the city, resembling a swarm of black ants. Even the hulking zombie kings, moments ago, were now accompanied by 4 or 5 more. Observing this, the survivors took shelter beneath the Earth King mech, armed with their weapons. The zombie couples, leading their horde, stood ready at the periphery for battle. "Let them die." With a final, thunderous roar, Wang Feng commanded. Chapter 49. The strategic rocket launch, where dust prevails, the black tide of zombies surged toward the open ground, resembling a flood breaching its banks. Lin Sanhuo continued to maneuver the Earth King mech, wielding the colossal hammer. In one sweeping arc, a butcher soaring through the air was instantly transformed into a spray of blood. Scanning the surroundings, an endless horde of zombies threatened to engulf the vicinity. The sheer volume prompted Lin Sanhuo to furrow his brow as he pushed the attack frequency to its utmost limit. Each swing of the hammer crushed several aberrations into a pulp. Yet, countless stragglers slipped through the mech's blind spots, lunging toward the fragile vehicles of the survivors below. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed within the cockpit. Xiao Yi prompts, "Master, if you wish to enhance attack range and frequency, you may upgrade the weapon module Earth King Chainsaw. Cost, 5,000 survivor points." Lin Sanhuo's gaze swept across the survivor points balance, which had just reached 5,000. It must be said, the speed at which points were accrued from slaughtering this batch of aberrations was indeed swift. Without hesitation, he issued the command, "Upgrade." With a rumble, a cacophony of intense metallic friction erupted from a mech's left arm. The heavy hammer did not retract. Instead, it began to disassemble and reconfigure before the astonished eyes of onlookers. Metal modules, akin to sentient building blocks, disassembled in a dizzying display of precision, reassembling into a new structure. In the blink of an eye, a menacing, serrated chainsaw, exceeding 15 meters in length, replaced the hammer. "Activate." The chainsaw emitted a piercing, high-frequency roar. Blue electric arcs erupted from the teeth as it spun wildly. This should prove far more effective than the hammer. Lin Sanhuo tightened his grip on the control gloves, a subtle smile gracing his lips, maneuvering the mech against the oncoming zombie king. He no longer relied solely on blunt force. Instead, he grasped the chainsaw and swept it with ferocity. The sound of the chainsaw slicing through flesh echoed sharply, sending shivers down spines. Countless bits of meat and foul liquid splattered in all directions. A massive zombie king was cleaved in two at the waist, its upper half flailing helplessly in the air while the lower half collapsed with its entrails spilling onto the ground. With another sweeping motion, the chainsaw caught numerous aberrations, drawing them into a whirlpool of chaos, reducing them to a flurry of dismembered flesh. Rows of contorted bodies were scattered amidst the electric sparks. In contrast to the hammer's brutal, pinpoint strikes, the chainsaw's sweeping action was an efficiency that bordered on horror. High above, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. Can the weapon be upgraded further? This individual is indeed no ordinary survivor. In the heart of the battlefield, Lin Sanhuo wielded the chainsaw in his left hand while instantly switching the massive shield in his right to a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Engaging in close-quarter slaughter while simultaneously unleashing suppressive fire, he executed both strategies in tandem. The Gatling gun spewed forth beams of devastation, illuminating the ruins. The chainsaw, on the other hand, swept back and forth without remorse. Amidst the densely packed horde, it carved two unfathomable trenches of blood and flesh. In moments, the debris-laden ruins were covered by a thick layer of writhing blood and shattered bones. The first wave of aberrant zombies was visibly dwindling, and the survivor points surged to an astonishing 8,000. Observing the battlefield from his elevated position, Wang Feng remained expressionless, his gaze dark and foreboding. Beside him, his subordinate spoke urgently, "The leader, if this continues, our battalion of aberrations will be annihilated." Wang Feng, however, suddenly grinned, revealing a ghastly smile. "Annihilated? Have you forgotten how many test subjects we have captured over the years? This number is but a fraction of what we possess." He then seized a nearby loudspeaker and shouted down below, "Do you think this is the end? Look over there." As his words fell, a new wave of shadowy figures appeared on the distant horizon. The black mass writhed and expanded rapidly, coalescing into an endless ocean of flesh. This time, the numbers were even more dense and vast. The very ground trembled violently. More? Lin Sanhuo's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the scene through the mech's wide-angle view. On the ground, the survivors' ammunition was nearly depleted. Those zombies, who had just regained a semblance of humanity, had suffered heavy losses in the recent battle. To the heroes hiding in their vehicles, can you withstand this next wave? What about those behind you? Wang Feng pointed at the remaining survivors below, his eyes gleaming with joy. At that moment, the survivors were desperately fighting back. Zhang Jinhao, gripping his searing rifle, mechanically fired at the zombies outside the window. However, his attention was firmly locked onto his mother and wife. Those two staggering zombies clumsily shielded themselves with their tattered bodies in front of the armored vehicle, blocking any mutated beings attempting to climb aboard. "Mom." Zhang Jinhao watched in agony as a monster clamped its jaws onto his mother's shoulder. In the rear of the convoy, a young boy clutched his rifle, helplessly observing as 3 mutated creatures attacked and tore at his father. "Dad, get away!" The boy screamed, trying to rush forward, only to be forcibly restrained by an adult beside him. "Don't go. You'll just die in vain." It seemed as if the zombie father heard his call. He abruptly turned his head, casting a fleeting glance at his son. In his murky eyes, a flicker of inexplicable clarity appeared. He opened his mouth, producing a garbled roar that eerily resembled the boy's name. Then, he forsook all defense and lunged fiercely at the three mutated creatures, using his body to hold them back. That! The boy collapsed to the ground, tears instantly blurring his vision. Similar scenes unfolded incessantly throughout the battlefield. Former loved ones, now as zombies, sacrificed themselves in the most harrowing manner to protect their families in their final moments. Though Lin Sanhuo piloted the armored mech, he could scarcely attend to each survivor being besieged below. "Hold on, Lin, we're almost done," Zhao Dong shouted downwards. Yet, he remained oblivious to the impending wave, a massive horde of corpses that threatened to engulf them all in an instant. It appeared that drastic measures were necessary. Lin Sanhuo gazed at the fluctuating survivor points on the mech screen, which had exceeded 10,000. He swiftly opened the modification interface and focused on a weapon previously deemed too costly to upgrade. Father of Bombs, FOAB, mini-nuclear bomb, upgrade. The 10,000 survivor points were instantly depleted. Boom! The 6-barrel rocket launcher on the back of the mech began to transform violently. The 6 barrels retracted inward, merging into a singular, disproportionately large launcher. A massive rocket head, nearly half a meter in width and length, slowly rose from the mech's ammunition chamber, automatically loading itself onto the launcher. The dark barrel glimmered with a metallic sheen, emanating an unadulterated aura of destruction. Father of Bombs, FOAB, mini-nuclear bomb. Range, 40 kilometers, kill radius, 2,000 meters, power level, strategic at 2-kilometer kill radius. What does that signify? It encompasses a visibly vast area. Yet, Lin Sanhuo was uncertain whether the aftermath of the explosion would leave the mech's remaining energy shield intact. However, at this juncture, there seemed to be no alternative. "Everyone, find cover." Lin Sanhuo's voice reverberated through the mech's loudspeakers. "Get behind me." He maneuvered the mech, transforming the left arm's chainsaw back into a massive shield, standing resolutely in front of the survivors' convoy in an absolute defensive stance. Although the survivors were bewildered by the unfolding events, they instinctively obeyed the command, huddling behind the vehicles. Lin Sanhuo took a deep breath as the colossal barrel slowly elevated, aiming at the densely packed horde of corpses, now alarmingly close. "What has this kid upgraded now?" On the high platform, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating on the changes behind the mech. "Boss, it seems to be that missile behind him." A subordinate quivered in warning. "A missile?" A hint of disdain flickered across Wang Feng's face. Did he truly believe a single missile could vanquish my endless army of mutated beings? He crossed his arms, quietly awaiting the complete annihilation of these people by his legion. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo pressed the launch button. Whoosh! The massive rocket, trailing a long plume of fire, sliced through the dim sky and plunged into the distant horde. The shock wave surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping outwards in all directions. On the high platform, an inexplicable wave of intense unease surged within Wang Feng. "This missile, why do I feel?" In the next moment, the entire world fell silent. An indescribable, pure white light, devouring all visibility, enveloped everyone. After the blinding light faded, a colossal mushroom cloud, merging flames and dust, tore through the clouds and shot skyward. The hefty mutated beings behind Wang Feng sensed the impending danger and lunged forward. Yet, in the instant of their charge, bang! The delayed explosion reverberated, striking like an invisible hammer against the ground. Bang! The terrifying shock wave swept past with supersonic force, as if it intended to obliterate the entire city. Chapter 50, Track and Field Mode. Ravaging the city, dozens of mutated beings stacked upon one another fiercely protected Wang Feng below. The outermost layer of mutated beings was reduced to mere powder. The tremendous shockwave pierced through layers of flesh and blood. Wang Feng's arm went numb from the excruciating pain. Clutching his arm, he painfully crawled for the mass of flesh, his mouth and nose filled with the acrid scent of dust and blood. The mutated beings that had shielded him slowly began to writhe, recovering. Yet Wang Feng's gaze was fixed on the distant horde. Countless charred, mangled corpses lay buried in a massive crater, discarded like refuse. Wang Feng's pupils trembled, his voice tinged with desperation. "How is this possible? My army of mutated beings, cultivated over 10 years, all gone." His lips quivered. It was crucial to remember that this army was meant to pave the way for his dominion over the southern border. serving as the foundation for his claim in a new world. But now, a single missile he had scarcely regarded had obliterated it all in an instant. Meanwhile, the armored mech maintained its defensive posture, immobile. Yet, the heavy metal exterior bore numerous fine cracks from the intense heat and shockwave. Inside the cockpit, blaring alarms echoed incessantly. Warning: energy shield overload. Shield energy depleted. Simultaneously, a chilling notification appeared. Modified warhead father of bombs. Consumed. Weapon module restored to conventional rocket launcher. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanhuo was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes. Good heavens, another one-time use? Yet in the next moment, his gaze was firmly seized by another piece of information. Remaining survival points, 35,412. 35,000. In an instant, the feeling of regret dissipated, replaced by a capitalist sense of satisfaction. An investment of 31 was indeed worthwhile. Beneath the mech, outside lay a myriad of charred zombies. They had formed a final line of defense with their decayed bodies, enduring the searing heat to protect their families. The survivors trembled as they advanced, witnessing scene after scene of farewell. Ultimately, Lin Sanhuo's eyes pierced through the smoke, gazing towards the immense pit. He then looked to the distant ruins of a skyscraper, where a figure cradled a severed arm. Truly resilient. Wang Feng also spotted him, suppressing his inner rage. Let us go. To the hospital. After speaking, a mutated creature seized Wang Feng, leaping several times towards the back of the ruins. They're trying to escape. Zhang Jinhao quickly reacted, scrambling out of the vehicle to organize the survivors. But upon turning back, he was confronted by a mountain of collapsed buildings, utterly blocking their path. You all go deal with the others in the city. Lin Sanhuo's voice came from a mech. I will pursue Wang Feng. But Lin Gu, the road is completely blocked. Just as Zhang Jinhao pondered how Lin Sanhuo would drive away from these ruins, suddenly, a 12-meter-tall giant mech slowly retracted into a massive truck-like war machine. Following this, it proclaimed, activating super off-road mode. 12 enormous tires spread outward, while heavy metal treads extended from beneath the chassis. In mere seconds, a vehicle that combined the might of a colossal truck and a heavy tank emerged before the onlookers. No way, it can transform into a tank. A survivor stared, dumbfounded. Lin Sanhuo then poked his head out and glanced down at Zhang Jinhao. Keep an eye on them. I'm leaving. With that, he slammed the accelerator, and the tank roared with a deep growl, showing no intention of taking a detour as it barreled directly into the concrete and steel ruins. Lin Sanhuo paid no heed to the astonished gazes in the rearview mirror. After scaling the towering debris, he activated a drone. A miniature drone shot from the roof of the vehicle, silently ascending. At this moment, the radar regained signal, and the drone immediately locked onto Wang Feng, who was leaping frantically between the buildings, pursued by mutated creatures. Wang Feng glanced back, seeing the approaching drone, his head tilting in disbelief. This vehicle is equipped with a drone? There was no time for further thought as he pulled out another detonator from his pocket. Chase! I'll blow up the buildings and see how you pursue. Watching the war machine closing in, Wang Feng fiercely pressed the button. Boom! 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 The buildings on either side of the street exploded in succession, collapsing and thoroughly burying the road. Wang Feng smirked coldly, thinking that this time, the fellow would surely be trapped. But in the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the war machine surged through the ruins, maintaining its speed without hesitation. It disregarded any structures or streets, hurtling towards him in a straight, destructive line, effortlessly demolishing every house, abandoned vehicle, and building in its path. This isn't driving. This is demolition. Wang Feng couldn't help but curse. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo climbed atop the vehicle, lighting a cigarette against the fierce wind, taking a deep drag before aiming a rocket launcher at Wang Feng. Still coming? Wang Feng gasped in shock. In the next moment, pressing the launch button, a rocket soared with a trail of fire, whistling through the air. The mutated creature holding Wang Feng released him, lunging towards the rocket. The violent shockwave sent Wang Feng flying. Just before hitting the ground, a mutated body caught him, surviving the ordeal. Wang Feng looked at the familiar hospital building not far behind. Summoning the last of his strength, he crawled desperately towards it. Lin Sanhuo, driving the war machine, followed closely behind. At that moment, a figure appeared quietly at the hospital entrance. A woman, clad in a faded patient gown, stood barefoot and still. Behind her trailed several mutated creatures of varied shapes. Lin Sanhuo's nostrils flared slightly as he sensed an unprecedented aura of danger. Is this the so-called ultimate mutated creature? On the other side, wife. Wang Feng saw the woman's silhouette. A surge of joy and hope erupting on his face as he exerted every ounce of strength to crawl to her feet. Save me. Quickly, save me. Yet the woman merely bowed her head. In the next second, a faint penetrating sound resonated outside the hospital. Without warning, her hand plunged into Wang Feng's chest, slowly extracting a still-beating heart. Chapter 51. Wang Feng's true intent revealed. Saving his wife was a ruse. Outside Longwan City, the highway surface was torn apart with ghastly cracks. The metal railings on either side twisted outward as if struck by a colossal beast. Two terrifying tire tracks were deeply imprinted on the ground, extending towards the distant city. Ma Zhizhong sat in the passenger's seat, hand pressed against his temple, his expression grave as he surveyed the devastation outside. I fear we have arrived too late. He muttered to himself, a hint of resignation in his voice. Meanwhile, from the back seat, Yu Xiaoyu's voice broke the silence. Captain, there's new information from the Research Bureau. They say Wang Feng had contact with the New World a decade ago. Ma Zhizhong's brow furrowed instantly. New World? That name represents a starkly different post-apocalyptic realm, a world built upon the ruins that countless survivors yearn for. Then his tragic act to save his wife was a facade. Yu Xiaoyu replied coldly and decisively. To attain the identity of an upper-class citizen in the New World, Wang Feng had been preparing for 3 years to transform his wife into an ultimate mutated creature. Her death was not due to illness, but rather a systematic genetic degradation he began 13 years ago using gene-modifying agents, ultimately leading to her genetic defect and death. Exploiting this, Wang Feng deceived numerous survivor organizations. All those who extended their helping hands to him unwittingly became the nutrients for his endeavor to forge the ultimate mutated creature centered around his wife. These are the evidential materials provided by the Research Bureau. Now, we can completely apprehend him. Yu Xiaoyu sighed, feeling a sense of relief. However, Ma Zhizhong astutely grasped the crux of the matter. He turned to glance at Yu Xiaoyu in the rearview mirror. Who provided this evidence? This question is the heart of the issue. They had investigated for a decade, paying countless prices, merely unveiling a fraction of the wickedness in Sihui village. It was initially thought that following this lead would take several more years to unearth the truth behind it all. Yet today, everything surfaced unexpectedly. I'll inquire. Yu Xiaoyu also sensed something amiss. After a brief silence, she spoke again, her voice now brimming with uncontrollable astonishment. What happened? Subsequently, her response rendered the car's interior utterly silent. The Investigation Bureau reported that it was Wang Feng's wife who provided the evidence. Her? Ma Zhizhong's expression froze for a few seconds. He had envisioned the most outrageous answers. Perhaps that mysterious truck driver had discovered the evidence through some means. Yet he never anticipated that the fatal blow would come from Wang Feng's closest kin. So, his wife had always been aware that her husband was exploiting her. Should be. But why did she choose this moment to reveal everything? This question plunged both Ma Zhizhong and Yu Xiaoyu into silence. Why would a woman who had endured for 13 years choose to ignite everything today? Just then, suddenly, at the horizon's edge, a light appeared without warning. A silent, all-consuming white light flashed. Then, the earth began to tremble violently. An unfathomably immense mushroom cloud, mingled with flames and dust, tore through the sky and slowly ascended. The aftershock of the blast even swept the entire convoy to a standstill. Once the vibration subsided, Ma Zhizhong and Yu Xiaoyu stood frozen, gazing through the car window at the shared horror reflected in each other's eyes. The intelligence indicated that the Resurgence organization did not possess weapons of this caliber. Could it be that truck driver again? Both exclaimed in unison. Ma Zhizhong slammed his hand on the seat. Quickly, head to Longwan City at the highest speed. At that very moment, in Longwan City, Lin Sanhuo sat in the cockpit, quietly staring at the woman in a hospital gown at the entrance. In Wang Feng's final moments, he heard the woman's whisper in his ear. The voice was soft, almost inaudible. I have been waiting for you to turn back for 13 years. But is the identity of an upper city person truly that important to you? Why? Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking interrupted her unfinished words. The woman's mouth opened in an exaggerated arc, her previously expressionless face transforming into a monstrous visage in an instant. In one bite, she severed Wang Feng's head and, with a roll of her throat, swallowed it whole. While weeping, she chewed on Wang Feng's body, as if something was completely seizing control of her form. Lin Sanhuo was momentarily taken aback by this gruesome sight. His body instinctively moved, accidentally hitting the truck's horn. Beep! The sharp honk pierced the silence of the desolate ruins. In an instant, the woman's actions froze. She slowly turned her head, her eyes, now devoid of humanity, locked onto Lin Sanhuo's armored vehicle. The alert from Xiao Yi sounded in the cockpit. Alert! You have disturbed the mother of the dead. Lin Sanhuo. Roar! A piercing scream erupted. The woman's face was covered in bulging black veins. Her mouth split open, forming an eerie petal shape, and she let out a deafening roar towards Lin Sanhuo's direction. The sound waves transformed into tangible shock waves, causing the debris at his feet to tremble violently. In the next moment, the woman's body sank slightly and then charged toward Lin Sanhuo's vehicle. Her speed was extraordinary, each step cracking the hard concrete beneath her like a spiderweb. Lin Sanhuo barely had time to react. He watched as her figure rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Then she leaped high. Her posture was ferocious beyond compare. She transformed into a projectile, hurtling straight toward the front of the armored vehicle. Finally, bang! A resounding thud echoed. The woman was killed on impact. The armored vehicle merely quivered slightly. What is going on? Lin Sanhuo stood up in confusion, looking at the woman sprawled on the ground. Is this a scam? Chapter 52, Bombardment. Gatling. Rocket. Crushing. You really think you can't be defeated? Lin Sanhuo saw on his phone that no messages regarding the survival points had arrived. Good news, the opponent was not scamming. Bad news, the opponent was still alive. Meanwhile, a familiar private message popped up. Xingyu. Where are you? Xingyu. Is Wang Feng in your possession? Do not kill him. He possesses crucial intelligence. Xingyu. And Wang Feng's wife, she is very dangerous. If you see her, remember to run quickly. We will handle it. You will handle it? Lin Sanhuo rolled his eyes. After much effort to dispose of Wang Feng's mutated army, he was poised to eliminate the final ultimate mutant and complete his conquest task. And now, this person dares to say they will handle it? How naive. Upon further consideration, the so-called Special Operations Bureau had likely already entered the city. No time to waste. He must deal with her before they arrive. Subsequently, his gaze pierced through the bulletproof glass. On the ground, the woman twitched slightly, her limbs supporting her body in an unnatural angle, as if another entirely different consciousness was fiercely struggling within her, attempting to regain control. Her expression oscillated between pain and calmness. Kill me. I do not wish for others to die because of me. However, Lin Sanhuo paid no heed to her, regardless of who she was. He climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. The 6-barrel Gatling gun was aimed at the woman, the muzzle less than 2 meters away. He pulled the trigger directly. Virum! The barrels of the Gatling gun were to life. Then, a torrent of destructive flames erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Countless searing bullets instantly enveloped the woman's body. Her form was riddled with holes amidst the dense hail of gunfire, resembling a rag doll that had been torn apart in an instant. Yet, Lin Sanhuo's gaze grew increasingly astonished, for he noticed that although the woman's body was being relentlessly shredded, the splattering flesh and shattered bones were visibly writhing, coalescing, and regenerating at a frantic pace. The wounds healed with astonishing speed, even approaching the speed at which bullets obliterate. It was evident that a single Gatling gun was insufficient. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Sanhuo issued a direct command. Xiao Yi, take control of the Gatling. Received. Xiao Yi responded, transitioning into combat mode. Mimicking Lin Sanhuo's tone, she shouted, Die, you wretched creature. I'll blow your head off. The barrage relentlessly targeted the woman's head. Yet, even as her skull shattered repeatedly, her body tenaciously repaired itself amidst the storm of bullets. Though on the brink of collapse, she refused to truly fall. Observing this, Lin Sanhuo clambered onto the dual-barrel howitzer atop the vehicle. The cannon's muzzle slowly descended, locking onto the writhing figure below amidst the flames. Boom! Boom! 2 shells erupted from the chamber, shrieking through the air, striking precisely at the ground beneath the woman. The violent explosion instantly unleashed a wave of fire and shock, obliterating the terrain within a 10-meter radius. The concrete floor lifted as easily as a cookie. In the midst of the smoke and dust, the figure finally fell, yet still exhibited a tendency to rise once more. Lin Sanhuo's gaze hardened. He returned to the cockpit, flooring the accelerator. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the woman, barely managing to stand, was once again crushed beneath the vehicle. Yet Lin Sanhuo did not relent. The war machine retreated, creating distance. He ascended to the rocket launcher. Whoosh! 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 3 rockets, trailing long tails of flame, soared forth in a V formation, targeting the flattened body of the woman. The explosions rumbled, consuming the ground within a considerable radius. A massive crater, belching black smoke, was left in the wake. But this was not the end. Lin Sanhuo continued to coordinate every aspect of the war machine, simultaneously directing the howitzer and rockets in a carpet bombing while commanding Xiao Yi to maintain a relentless barrage with the Gatling. The moment he detected any signs of the mass of flesh coalescing rapidly, he would immediately maneuver the vehicle, utilizing its several tons of steel frame to charge forward. "Get down," he commanded. The woman was once again crushed into a meaty pancake. Thus the cycle continued. Crush, retreat, bombard. Crush, retreat, bombard again. Boom, boom, boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crush. Piafif. The cacophony of explosions echoed into the heavens, the ascending smoke enveloping hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu and her companions, newly arrived in the city, were irresistibly drawn toward the relentless sounds of artillery, hastening towards the source. Along the way, Yu Xiaoyu expressed her concerns, pondering whether the ultimate mutant possessed an almost indestructible regenerative capability. She hoped that the individual would heed her advice this time and refrain from a reckless approach. However, upon reaching the scene, they beheld a colossal steel beast, resembling a small mountain, slowly advancing before their convoy. A mass of flesh, unrecognizable as human, writhed wildly beneath the relentless crushing of this metallic monster. Immediately following this, bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, a barrage of grenades and bullets unleashed another frenzied assault on the mound of flesh. Yu Xiaoyu and her companions instinctively halted their vehicles 100 meters away, the flying shrapnel and debris striking their armored plates with a clattering sound. They dared not approach any closer. Bang, 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 ha-ta-ta-tat, crush, PFF. Ma Zizhong observed the chaotic scene before him, his throat tightening as he struggled to articulate a single word. "Captain, this truck seems rather different from the intelligence reports," he remarked. Yu Xiaoyu swallowed hard, her gaze fixed intently on the oversized war machine. "Is there a possibility? It's quite likely." Ma Zizhong instantly grasped her implication, his eyes widening in realization. "I had my suspicions about this individual from the start. Now, seeing this, it must be." His attention returned to the ground, where the ultimate mutant lay in a state of devastation, its form barely recognizable, only the core still instinctively writhing. "Let us give this individual a reminder. The ultimate mutant is not something we covet. There is no need for such urgency." "Indeed," Yu Xiaoyu nodded, retrieving her phone. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo, reveling in the crushing of his foe, suddenly received another private message. "Shengyu, the ultimate mutant is immortal. Conventional means cannot kill it. Shengyu, I understand your fear of us stealing your glory. Rest assured, we shall leave the ultimate mutant to you." Lin Sanhuo's actions momentarily paused. He raised his head, scanning the vicinity, noting several armored vehicles differing from the Rebirth Organization's insignia parked nearby. Among them stood a middle-aged man clad in lightweight exoskeleton armor, waving toward him. Upon seeing this, Lin Sanhuo ceased his assault and typed a reply on the screen. "How do we proceed?" The response was swift. "We possess a specialized containment device for mutants. Clear the area for our captain and leave the rest to him." Lin Sanhuo pondered silently for a moment before maneuvering the Dai war machine to slowly withdraw. His foot remained poised on the accelerator, ready to charge if this individual dared to snatch away the prize. The man was acutely aware of this, having seen the Gatling rocket launcher and howitzer aimed nearly at his face. He understood the gravity of the situation, yet a young team member behind him could not contain himself. "Hey, are you really pointing a gun at our captain? Are you tired of living?" But before he could finish, Yu Xiaoyu swiftly admonished him. If the gun ISNT aimed at your face, you and no fear, would you? However, Ma Zhizhong roared back, everyone, shut up. Internally flustered by the guns and cannons aimed at him, he quickly took action. He retrieved a palm-sized metallic container from his waist and hurled it to the ground. The container rapidly expanded mid-air. Aiming at the mass of flesh below, Ma Zhizhong pressed the switch. A tremendous suction emanated from the opening, causing the mass of flesh to convulse violently, with a distinctly different core material being forcibly extracted and drawn into the container. Stripped of its core, the remaining flesh quickly lost its vitality, gradually reverting to the woman's original form, lying quietly in the crater. Clang, clang, clang. Soon after, a series of crisp metallic sounds rang out. On the vehicle, Lin Sanhuo knocked on the door, extending his hand toward Ma Zhizhong, the intent unmistakable. Without hesitation, Ma Zhizhong tossed the sealed container toward Lin Sanhuo. Lin Sanhuo caught it with ease. Impressive, my young brother. You single-handedly annihilated the entire rebirth organization. Ma Zhizhong gazed at the colossal object before him, expressing genuine admiration. He then tentatively added, I presume you have garnered a substantial number of survival points. Lin Sanhuo shifted his gaze from the container, momentarily taken aback, before a serene expression graced his face. It's decent. I've only earned around 100,000. Upon hearing this, the admiration on Ma Zhizhong's face instantly froze. A mere 100,000? In Chapter 53, The Rewards for Conquerors, the Mutation Manufacturing Facility. And Ma Zhizhong's arduous efforts in the Special Operations Bureau yielded, at most, 300 survival points in a month, with various subsidies and bonuses barely pushing it to 500. Yet this brash youth accumulated over 100,000 points in just a few days. The more Ma Zhizhong calculated, the more sour his heart felt. However, this bitterness also validated a wild conjecture within him. The cleansers. Ordinary survivors could only earn survival points by slaying mutated creatures. Yet, cleansers could exchange any opposing life forms for points. Such a unique identity did not necessarily manifest among every batch of arriving survivors. Today, they had unexpectedly encountered one. Ma Zhizhong removed his exoskeleton armor, watching as the man effortlessly lifted the heavy containment vessel with one hand, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in his heart. The ultimate mutated creature. Forget it, it was unattainable. Beside him, Yu Xiaoyu immediately leaned in. Captain, should we attempt to recruit him? Ma Zhizhong nodded, it's worth a try. But just as he prepared to speak, the giant war vehicle emitted a thunderous roar and began to move slowly. Inside the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo toyed with a metallic container, which housed the core of the ultimate mutant, Mother. This container possessed remarkable properties, capable of containing the ultimate mutated creature. In the next moment, a series of notifications popped up on his phone. Notification: you have defeated the ultimate mutant, Mother. Task completed. Conqueror of Longwan City. Reward for Conquest 1. Mutation Manufacturing Facility. Reward for Conquest 2. Neural Parasitic Ability. Next Conqueror task will commence in 24 hours. Lin Sanhuo promptly opened the details of the two rewards. Mutation Manufacturing Facility. Description: can manufacture mutants using genetic blueprints, consuming biological cores and biochemical energy. Currently owned blueprints. Butcher B level, biochemical energy 1000, low-level biological core 1. Flesh Tumor B level, biochemical energy 5000, low-level biological core 5. Corpse King A level, biochemical energy 10,000, low-level biological core 10. Frenzied Wolf C level, biochemical energy 500. Zombie F level, biochemical energy 100. Neural Parasitic Ability. Description: you gain multi-threaded neural control, allowing you to share your consciousness with a designated mutant. Duration: 3 hours. Consumption: minimum 100 biochemical energy per hour. Control distance: within 10 kilometers. Control units. 1. After reading, Lin Sanhuo's eyes sparkled. The mutation manufacturing facility was expected, as the Resurrection Organization thrived on such resources. However, the neural parasitic ability was a delightful surprise. This capability might not directly enhance combat power, yet its utility could be vast. To put it grandly, he could control a mutant to scout, engage in battle, or undertake any perilous tasks while he remained comfortably ensconced in the safety of the war vehicle. It was akin to playing a VR game, where he could indulge without fear of personal loss. Of course, the actual effectiveness would only be revealed through practical application. Soon, 30 minutes passed. With the leader of the Resurrection Organization confirmed dead, celebrations erupted in the city. Some fired guns into the air in jubilation, while others operated excavators to clear the ravaged streets. On the roof of the massive war vehicle, the scene was starkly different. Two figures were playing badminton. There's a badminton court on the roof? Ma Zhizhong's eyelid twitched as he approached. Whatever he thought, Xiaoyu, go talk to him. Even if we can't recruit him, he must be made aware of the matters concerning the Resurrection Organization. Xiaoyu nodded. To be polite, she sent a private message. Do you have time? I would like to discuss something with you in person. Sure, came the prompt reply. Just come to the roof. All right. Xiaoyu gestured an okay to Ma Zhizhong, who forced a reassuring smile. Go ahead, it's up to you now. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu approached the colossal vehicle. Standing nearly 9 meters high, it had a suspended ladder alongside it. Climbing up felt akin to ascending a building. Once she finally reached the top, two nearly identical figures were fiercely rallying at the net. I'm here, Xiaoyu greeted, but looking at their identical faces, she momentarily struggled to discern who the actual individual was. Welcome. Have a seat. Both replied in unison. Okay. Xiaoyu felt something was amiss. Observing her surroundings, she noted several comfortable-looking beach chairs at the edge of the roof. Beside them was a small room with windows, resembling an apartment. This was not merely a roof. It was clearly a terrace of an aerial villa. Seizing the opportunity while one round concluded, Xiaoyu quickly interjected, I need to clarify some matters regarding the Resurrection Organization. Can you take a moment to rest? Sure. But just as those words escaped, one served, and the other leapt into the air, jumping off the vehicle. Thud! A dull thump echoed from below. Xiaoyu. She rushed to the edge and peered down. From a height of 10 meters, a pool of blood had already formed below. Behind her, Lin Sanhuo sighed. Indeed, multitasking is somewhat challenging. Xiaoyu whirled around. No, I meant for you to rest. Not like this. It's fine. Lin Sanhuo snapped his fingers, canceling the neural parasitic ability. The zombie that had been a heap of flesh below shakily stood up. No longer as spry as before. Xiaoyu watched in astonishment. Lin Sanhuo promptly broke the awkward silence. Just say what you need to. He added, I have questions for you as well. Xiaoyu steadied her thoughts, confirming that the individual before her was indeed the owner of the vehicle. Extending her hand, she introduced herself. I am Xiaoyu, the raw fish from the private message. I figured as much. They both settled into the chairs. Let us get to the matter at hand. Xiaoyu wasted no time. The core of the ultimate mutant is still in your possession, correct? Yes, what of it? Lin Sanhuo's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Do you wish to reclaim it? Xiaoyu shook her head. That is your spoils. We have no intention of taking it from you. Then why do you ask? I want to inform you. Xiaoyu leaned closer, her tone grave. That thing may cost you your life. Therefore, it is best that you entrust it to us for safekeeping. Chapter 54. The New World Behind the Resurrection Organization in the 3 areas of the apocalypse. We do not wish for it, but it would be prudent to hand it over to us. If it were not for the fact that the other party is a national team, Lin Sanhuo would have likely taken action by now. The reason? Lin Sanhuo reclined in his chair, displaying evident impatience. This is the reason. Xiaoyu did not waste words and directly presented a piece of intelligence opened on her phone before Lin Sanhuo. He took it, swiped the screen, and the content revealed transaction records between the leader of the Resurrection Organization, Wang Feng, and a mysterious force marked with the prefix Danger Zone New World. The information clearly indicated that Wang Feng transformed his wife into an ultimate mutant, not to resurrect her, but to secure an identity as an upper-class citizen in a place referred to as the New World. He offered his wife's ultimate mutant core, the essence of maternal loss, as a token of allegiance to the leaders of the New World. Lin Sanhuo's brow furrowed slightly. New World? Danger Zone? He raised his head to look at Xiaoyu. What kind of place is the Danger Zone? Xiaoyu seemed to anticipate his question and explained at measured pace. After the apocalypse, we roughly divided human activity areas and danger levels into 3 zones. The area you are currently in, along with the majority of surrounding provinces and cities, falls within the safe zone. She paused, adding, the safe zone is jointly governed by our Special Operations Bureau and the SP Foundation, establishing a survivor area with order and apocalypse regulations. Here, The number of mutants is relatively manageable, and the threat level is low. What about the danger zone? Beyond the safe zone lies the chaotic, lawless land, known as the danger zone. Yu Xiaoyu's expression grew serious. There are no rules there. In fact, the survival of the fittest is the only rule. It is precisely for this reason that countless intricate survivor factions inhabit the danger zone. The quantity and variety of mutants far exceed those in the safe zone. She pointed to the phone in Lin Sanhuo's hand. The New World you see is one of the most influential factions within the danger zone of Nan Province. What about the other zone? Lin Sanhuo pressed further. The unknown zone. A hint of an unperceived sigh crept into Yu Xiaoyu's tone. It is a forbidden area where human civilization has completely severed ties. It serves as a habitat for mutants. The number and level of mutants there surpass our cognitive limits, with a massive nest almost every few kilometers. Except for a few survivors searching for special materials, no one dares to tread there. After listening, Lin Sanhuo leaned back in his beach chair, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. He began to comprehend. Wang Feng intended to use the core of this ultimate mutant as a stepping stone to gain favor from a new world. However, the stepping stone is still en route, and the one at the door has been blasted away by his own cannon. Now, this heated stone has fallen into his hands. So, you mean to say, Lin Sanhuo looked at her, his lips curling slightly, that this organization called the New World will come after me for this thing? Not just any trouble, Yu Xiaoyu corrected. It is a relentless pursuit, regardless of the cost. The core in your hands holds immense research value for them. The ability to create mutants is a coveted skill for any organization. Oh, Lin Sanhuo replied, and then fell silent. Yu Xiaoyu observed his indifferent demeanor and felt a surge of urgency. Does this guy not fear at all? Just as she was about to urge him again, Lin Sanhuo suddenly straightened his posture, gazing at her with utmost seriousness. Yu Xiaoyu's heart leaped with joy, thinking he had finally come to a realization. Yet, the first question out of Lin Sanhuo's mouth was, will the survival points they provide be substantial if the New World takes them down? Chapter 55, A Brief Respite. The next conquest task approaches. Will the survival points be substantial? Yu Xiaoyu nearly choked on his words. She could hardly believe that in response to the threat from a top-tier faction in the danger zone, his first reaction was to inquire about the survival points offered. Although maximizing survival points is the goal of a cleansed, one cannot disregard the issue of safety. Are you serious? Yu Xiaoyu's eyes widened. The New World is a significant force in the danger zone, boasting armed personnel in the tens of thousands, with thousands equipped with A-class skeletal armor. A-class? Lin Sanhuo raised an eyebrow. Skeletal armor? Yes, so you understand now. Yu Xiaoyu thought she had finally convinced him. This equipment costs at least 1,000 survival points as a base, with formidable combat capabilities, capable of tearing apart mutants below C-class directly. But then Lin Sanhuo's next remark shattered her defenses. That amounts to 1 million. 1 million? After regaining her composure, Yu Xiaoyu felt her worldview undergoing a radical reconstruction. This guy perceives the New World-S pursuit team as a mobile survival point ATM? Are you insane? Yu Xiaoyu could not help but stand up. They have a complete armored tank division, nearly S-class equipment. Tanks? Lin Sanhuo was momentarily taken aback. It seems the New World indeed has an abundance of survival points. Let them come quickly, Lin Sanhuo declared. Rising from his beach chair, I shall await them. Yu Xiaoyu was utterly speechless. She had encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. The New World had dominated the danger zone for so many years, yet here was someone who looked forward to their arrival. Forget it. Yu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and decided to change her approach. But you must consider the safety of those around you, right? What do you mean? Yu Xiaoyu's tone grew serious. The New World never leaves witnesses. They will hunt you down and eliminate everyone connected to you, including the survivors accompanying you. Lin Sanhuo's expression shifted slightly. Are you implying the people from Zhang Jinhao's group? It would be unreasonable if they were dragged into this because of my issues. But they are in the safe zone. Your Special Operations Bureau will protect them, right? Lin Sanhuo inquired. Of course, Yu Xiaoyu nodded immediately. Seeing that he had taken the bait, she swiftly probed further. However, to protect such a city, we will certainly need to increase our manpower. If you choose to join us, we can apply for additional personnel to provide protection for you and your companions. Lin Sanhuo fell silent for a moment. So, in the end, you wanted to join the Special Operations Bureau? But the question is, what benefits can you offer me? Lin Sanhuo looked at Yu Xiaoyu earnestly. Yu Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless. Benefits of the Special Operations Bureau? A fixed salary of 500 a month? 2 days off a week? Pension insurance? Free meals and accommodation? Wait a moment. To a normal survivor, this may sound quite enticing. Yet, for Lin Sanhuo, it seems more like a deterrent. Just as she was racking her brain for a strategy, her phone vibrated. Lin Sanhuo pulled out her phone and glanced at the message. It was from Zhang Jinhao. Brother Lin, it's not good. A group of people has come to the city, and they're asking about you everywhere. Lin Sanhuo furrowed her brow. What kind of people? I don't know, but they have equipment similar to that of the Fuxing organization. It seems they even know what car you drive and how formidable you are. Wait for me, I'll be there shortly. It appeared we had no time to negotiate. Lin Sanhuo stowed her phone away and cast a glance at her companion, Yu Xiaoyu. Before her words could finish, she had already turned and jumped back into the cockpit. Boom! The roar of the tank's engine erupted, causing the entire vehicle to shudder violently, leaving no time for Yu Xiaoyu to react. Oh, wait! Yu Xiaoyu stumbled, gripping the railing on the roof tightly to avoid being thrown off. This rascal! Didn't he say to let people get down first? But the tank had already begun to move, its massive steel body turning sharply towards the coordinates provided by Zhang Jinhao. Meanwhile, in an abandoned parking lot, Zhang Jinhao and a dozen survivors were cornered by a group of armed individuals. The other party, similarly equipped with makeshift armor and weapons, exuded a menacing aura. A burly man at the forefront pointed his gun at Zhang Jinhao, demanding once more, "Where have you hidden him? Speak quickly, or we will truly open fire." Zhang Jinhao stood protectively in front of the others, veins bulging in his neck. "I told you I don't know. If you have the guts, come at me. But leave them alone." The air was tense to the extreme. Both sides were on edge, their fingers poised over the triggers, yet none dared to shatter this fragile equilibrium. At that moment, a heavy engine roar, powerful enough to make the ground tremble, approached from far. Everyone instinctively turned to look. A massive tank, resembling a moving hill, crashed through the parking lot's wall, brazenly invading the space. The 6-barreled Gatling gun atop the vehicle whirred ominously, locking onto the scene. The armed assailants were thrown into disarray at the sight of the tank. What is this? Then, the vehicle's door swung open. Lin Sanhuo leaped down from the nearly 10-meter-high cockpit, landing steadily. She scanned the area, her gaze pausing slightly on the opposing group. Their equipment appeared somewhat familiar. Brother Lin. Zhang Jinhao exhaled in relief upon seeing her. The burly man leading the opposing group dropped his gun with a clatter. "It's you." Lin Sanhuo recognized them too, her brow relaxing. "You all. Qingzhou City." Zhang Jinhao was taken aback. "You know each other?" In that instant, the misunderstanding was resolved. It turned out this group consisted of survivors Lin Sanhuo had rescued in Qingzhou City. The burly man, Li Wei, was one of the veterans to whom Lin Sanhuo had entrusted a gun before her departure. He scratched his head sheepishly as he approached. "Brother Lin, we heard that the Fuxing organization is causing trouble in Longwan City, and we learned about you. We were worried you might not be able to handle it alone." Another young man squeezed forward from the back, excitedly patting the makeshift armor on his body. "So, we brought the weapons you left behind, gathered a group of brave souls, found a drivable vehicle, and drove through the night to support you. We followed the trail of your tank along the way." Li Wei pointed at Zhang Jinhao with a grin. "We thought they were part of the Fuxing organization, so we intended to capture them for questioning. We never expected to create such a misunderstanding." After listening to their explanation, Lin Sanhuo said nothing. She merely walked over to the group and examined their gear, which indeed was what she had left behind. Though rudimentary, it had been well maintained. Each person bore the fatigue of a long journey, yet their sincerity and concern were unmistakable. Lin Sanhuo pulled a cigarette from her pocket and lit it. Amidst the swirling smoke, she regarded the group before her, young and old, men and women. They could have safely remained in Qingzhou City, yet they had risked their lives, traversing hundreds of kilometers for an uncertain piece of news to find her. Lin Sanhuo exhaled a puff of smoke. "Aren't you afraid that if you come here, you won't be able to return?" Li Wei and the others laughed. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." The group quickly surrounded her, chattering excitedly. They curiously eyed the colossal tank that had left Qingzhou City, now even more imposing. Zhang Jinhao and his companions stood nearby, watching the heartwarming scene unfold, and they too felt a sense of relief. Since they were all on the same side, They could stay for the night. I'll take care of dinner. Not far away. Yu Xiaoyu and Ma Zhizhong observed everything unfold. Yu Xiaoyu turned to Ma Zhizhong. Captain, do you think it's not quite right to use these people to trick him into joining us? Ma Zhizhong paused for a moment before nodding. Let him decide whether to join or not. As long as we say what needs to be said, that is sufficient. Soon, night descended. To celebrate the liberation of Longwan City and to welcome friends from afar, the survivors gathered in the square, igniting a large bonfire. The flames soared, dispelling the chill and darkness of the apocalypse. Someone even produced a guitar from who knows where, strumming an off-key tune. A group danced clumsily around the fire, laughing heartily, while children chased and played among the crowd. The fierce wolf pack lay quietly on the periphery, vigilantly watching their surroundings, serving as the most loyal sentinels. This warm scene felt incongruous against the usual backdrop of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo sat alone atop the tank, a cigarette in hand, quietly observing the long-lost warmth of life below. After a while, Yu Xiaoyu climbed up and sat beside her. What? Are you still thinking about how to get me to join you? Lin Sanhuo turned her head to look at her. Our captain said. Yu Xiaoyu smiled wryly, gazing down at the people around the bonfire. Even if you don't join, he will still send someone to protect these people. Then I thank you on their behalf. Lin Sanhuo took a drag from her cigarette, glancing at her phone, unsure of what she was waiting for. Where do you plan to go tomorrow? Yu Xiaoyu continued to ask. Will you stay here for a few days, or go somewhere else? At that moment, the commotion below gradually subsided as people found places to sleep. The bonfire slowly burned down, leaving only a few embers. The entire city fell into a serene silence. Lin Sanhuo leaned against the back of his chair, gazing at the illuminated screen. A notification appeared. You have received a new conquest mission. I'm not certain about it, but I certainly will not linger here, Lin Sanhuo replied. Chapter 56. Entering a 1-star danger zone, pretending to be a novice first. The prompt read, you have acquired a conquest mission. Location, Looting Shire. Conquest target, a city inhabited by human faith mutants. Distance to target, 1,235 kilometers. Navigation to related locations has been sent to your vehicle. Please check. A city inhabited by human faith mutants? Upon reading this message, Lin Sanhuo narrowed his eyes slightly. A mutant that views human life as insignificant and preys upon humanity actually has a city that reveres them? It seems that this city holds a story of its own. Lin Sanhuo pondered, recalling the zombie couple and Wang Feng's wife, who had killed her husband herself. Could it be that this situation is intertwined with countless other complexities? Simultaneously, he noticed in the distance by the campfire, the zombie couple was systematically organizing the other zombies. Wang Feng's wife, having escaped from the ultimate mutant, was alive, handcuffed, and confined in the vehicle with Yu Xiaoyu and others, silently observing the scene before her, lost in thought. Yu Xiaoyu, noticing Lin Sanhuo's gaze, continued to explain. She had known about her husband's circumstances from the start, but initially, she was willing to sacrifice herself to provide her husband with the chance to become an upper city inhabitant. Lin Sanhuo turned his head, revealing a puzzled expression. Willing? Why? It was simply that she did not realize this decision would lead to the demise of so many. Yu Xiaoyu turned her head. Wang Feng had been deceiving her, claiming he would not harm anyone and assuring her that once he became an upper city inhabitant, he would treat her and their daughter well. Thus, upon discovering her husband's betrayal, she was prepared to make a sacrifice. However, she later found herself unable to control the situation. To atone for the sins she had committed, she secretly created a female zombie that retained a semblance of humanity. This female zombie's mutation core possessed the ability to help other infected zombies gradually regain their humanity alongside her. This was the greatest assistance she could offer. At the trial, we will strive to advocate for her leniency based on this matter. Did she inquire about her daughter? Lin Sanhuo asked again. Searching for her, Yu Xiaoyu replied. She was now deeply concerned about her daughter. Lin Sanhuo nodded. In this way, everything made sense. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you would be leaving tomorrow, right? Where are you headed? Should I see you off? Yu Xiaoyu asked tentatively. As a purifier, she understood the impossibility of remaining in any location for too long. Lin Sanhuo did not hide the truth and directly replied. Looting Shire, have you heard of that place? Looting Shire? Yu Xiaoyu stroked her chin, recalling carefully. Within the jurisdiction of our safe zone, I have not heard that name. It should be a district in a danger zone. Lin Sanhuo suspected as much. Glancing at the navigation, the direction was indeed toward the area behind Longwan City. Given the significant distance, it was surely beyond the so-called safe zone. Yet, this did not necessarily imply it was a negative circumstance. After all, the principle that greater risks yield greater rewards applies universally. The primary advantage of the battle vehicle is its mobility. Would it not be a disservice to leave it idle in a comfort zone without pursuing lucrative opportunities? Since you are determined to depart, we will assist you one last time. We will announce to all regions that the Rebirth organization is the work of our Special Operations Bureau. All consequences will be borne by our bureau. Thus, it will at least ensure that you're not targeted by the new world within a month of entering the danger zone. Are you not concerned about retaliation? Lin Sanhuo questioned. He disliked owing favors, for such debts are the most valuable currency in the world. Rest assured, the new world lacks the audacity to create disturbances in the safe zone. It is already favorable that we do not seek trouble with them. Then I must express my gratitude, Lin Sanhuo replied with a bitter smile. No need for thanks. If you can continue to take such bold actions in the danger zone, it will indeed benefit us in expanding the safe zone. It is mutually advantageous. However, I wonder when we shall meet again. Yu Xiaoyu reclined in her chair, gazing at the starry sky, while Lin Sanhuo looked down at Wang Feng's wife, who wore a worried expression. There is plenty of time ahead. As the day drew to a close, the following day dawned. The embers of the campfire still exuded warmth. When the survivors awakened from their slumber, the colossal battle vehicle, resembling a hill, had vanished without a trace, leaving only two deep tire tracks extending into the distance. Its departure was so silent that it caught everyone off guard. Not far away, Yu Xiaoyu was arranging the transfer of Wang Feng's wife. The woman, shackled, disembarked from the Special Operations Bureau's vehicle, her face haggard and her eyes hollow, seemingly consumed by worry. As she spoke, her footsteps faltered, her gaze fixed upon the distance, where the zombie couple was methodically organizing other zombies who had regained some semblance of rationality, clearing the debris from the streets. Behind them, a small figure staggered toward her. Despite her face being marred by decay, a familiar glimmer shone in her eyes. "Mama," a muffled yet unmistakably clear call escaped the lips of the young zombie girl. She extended her stiff little hand, trembling as it waved through the air before the woman. The woman's body trembled violently, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu sighed, watching the retreating figure of the large vehicle. So it was you who concealed this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Sanhuo drove the battle vehicle along the navigational path, departing from Longwan City. At the end of the road, a crooked sign stood ahead, emblazoned with several prominent characters. Warning, you are about to enter a 1-star danger zone. Upon entering, Lin Sanhuo pulled out his phone to check the chat group, which had also undergone changes. Notification, you have entered a new network area. Loading, anonymous chat group for this area. Notification, you have joined the 1-star danger zone chat group of Nanxing Province. As Lin Sanhuo entered the chat, a familiar sensation washed over him, yet the messages were more explosive than before. They were filled with declarations like "help you take revenge" and "exterminate XXX," along with various factions squabbling and arranging confrontations. Among them were also some trade offers. "Bloodhand Butcher, you filthy dog of Haishi Zhai. Come out and face me. I remember the debt from last time." Wilderness Scavenging Team, offering high prices for various mutant cores, trading weapons and ammunition for food. Private message for coordinates. May misfortune befall any deceivers. Avenger ABC. Who the hell has seen anyone from the Hyena Gang? Last time, they scammed me out of a truckload of rocket launchers. This time, I shall deliver a truckload of rockets to them. Professional Revenge Seeker. I can assist you in avenging. Message me for a fair quote. Lin Sanhuo glanced around. Indeed, this perilous zone was rife with hostility compared to the safety zone. It was a realm of relentless violence. Thus, he casually altered his alias to just exited the safety zone today, and leisurely typed a line, preparing to probe the waters. Just exited the safety zone today. May I inquire, esteemed veterans, what should a newcomer to the perilous zone be cautious of? Chapter 57. Target Moving Fortress. Yet lacking core materials not long after sending the message, the chat group erupted with activity. Blood Wolf Gang Minion, wow. A newcomer already in the perilous zone? Iron Brotherhood, Old 9. Newbie, first rule, trust no one. Second rule, do not trust the first rule. Lone Wolf Scarface, a rookie? What are you pretending for? Do you dare enter the perilous zone without strength? Speak. Are you a spy sent by the Special Affairs Bureau? Wasteland merchant, in need of equipment? The gear in the perilous zone is far superior to that in the safety zone. Fair prices, no deception. Our Brotherhood, Old 9. If you wish to survive, I suggest you associate with a powerful faction. Care to join our Iron Brotherhood? Only 500 survival points a month guarantees you can navigate the one-star perilous zone with ease. Mad Mantis, don't believe the one above. They are merely a bunch of extortionists. Come hunt in the wild with me, and I guarantee you 9 meals in 3 days. Observing the rapidly scrolling chat logs, Lin Sanhuo's gaze remained calm. This perilous zone was indeed, as you described, a chaotic mix of factions and individuals, politely seeking guidance on the rules. He was met with derision, disbelief, and opportunistic attempts to recruit him as a subordinate. Given this, Lin Sanhuo rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. Clearly, there were no rules here. Before his words fully dissipated, several dilapidated pickups and cars obstructed the road ahead, with shadows flitting behind them. They were evidently stationed at the intersection of the safety and perilous zones to collect tolls. Almost simultaneously, a message popped up in the nearby chat channel. Passerby, brother, can you spare some change? Predictably, it was from the group ahead. Lin Sanhuo had no interest in replying and pressed down on the accelerator. Reminder from Xiao E. Speed bump detected ahead. Please reduce speed. The vehicle's navigation system offered a well-meaning warning, yet Lin Sanhuo paid it no heed. Initially, the group blocking the road leaned lazily against their cars, watching as the silhouette of his truck became increasingly distinct. As they drew nearer, boss, doesn't that truck seem a bit large? When did the safety zone have such a massive vehicle? Damn it, he doesn't seem to see us. He is not slowing down. No, he is not blind. He is treating us as a speed bump. Holy crap, he really is. With a thunderous roar, the enormous tires of the king of the land war machine showed no signs of slowing, accompanied by the sound of twisting metal and the squelch of flesh. It barreled through the blockade. Lin Sanhuo caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, where only mangled scrap metal and a smear of crimson remained. Glancing at the meager materials collected by the war machine, he scoffed. Was this truly all? They dared to block the road in the perilous zone? On the subsequent journey, Lin Sanhuo encountered several more waves of such toll-collecting brigands, all of whom met the same fate beneath the treads of the king of the land war machine. Green Vine City lay far ahead, over 1,000 kilometers away. Lin Sanhuo had no intention of rushing there in one go. After all, the system's description was rather peculiar, depicting a city that revered mutants as deities. In his mind, he envisioned a scene far more exaggerated than the corpse tide of Longwan City. Had it not been for that small nuclear bomb clearing the area, the outcome might have been uncertain. Thus, before delving into the depths of Green Vine City, recklessly invading was not a prudent choice. The mission granted 7 days, a perfect opportunity to fortify the war machine. Consequently, Lin Sanhuo found a secluded mountain hollow and proceeded with an upgrade. Within the basic modification room, he spent a total of 10,000 survival points on a 20-item modification lottery and the associated costs. Upgrade 1. Adaptive double-layer bulletproof glass. Protection enhanced by 100, with the addition of thermal imaging mode. Upgrade 2. Explosive-resistant tires with rocky, elastic treads. Penetration capability of 120, high-temperature energy resistance of 120, and terrain adaptability with a traction increase of 60. Upon completion of the upgrades, the thickness of the cockpit glass visibly doubled, and the vehicle's system displayed an additional thermal imaging switch option. The tires underwent a more significant transformation, merging the original off-road giant tires with a tread structure, the material becoming akin to some fibrous living entity, capable of automatically adjusting hardness and shape according to terrain. Finally, Lin Sanhuo surveyed the remaining 20,000 survival points in his account and unhesitatingly directed them toward his next target. Moving Fortress. The two functions described within had long tantalized him. One was a spatial device, granting an additional 1,000 square meters of dynamic folding space. The other was a base form. Once activated, it would provide an additional 2,000 square meters of static space. In total, that amounted to an impressive 3,000 square meters. What does 3,000 square meters entail? His war machine, with its two-story cabin and roof, offered merely around 300 square meters of usable area. Presently, it housed 2 manufacturing rooms, a biochemical energy generator, food materials, and that space-consuming mutant manufacturing chamber, rendering the entire area somewhat cramped. Lin Sanhuo had calculated that merely constructing an A-class Corpse King would require 30 square meters. At most, his vehicle could accommodate fewer than 2 of them. This did not even account for the various spoils and materials he would collect in the future. If the spatial issue remained unresolved, his pride in the war machine would soon dwindle into a mere tin can filled with refuse. As combat prowess increased, logistics must keep pace. He had no desire to relive the experience of playing badminton on the roof while being cautious not to step onto the rocket launcher. However, the condition for upgrading the moving fortress required not only 20,000 survival points, but also 2 additional items. 1. High-grade metal 5,000. 2. A first-order spatial cube. The high-grade metal was already gathered yesterday. Now, everything was prepared, save for the spatial cube. Where to find it? Lin Sanhuo glanced at the chat group, still bustling with individuals attempting to recruit him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Perfect. It was time to test the mettle of these seasoned veterans of the perilous zone. He leisurely typed out a line and sent it. Just exited the safety zone today. Who has a first-order spatial cube? Quote directly, I'm buying. As soon as the message was sent, the previously lively chat fell silent for a moment, followed promptly by a flurry of unrealistic offers. 500 survival points. I'll trade with you on the spot. 500? Are you trying to fool me? I have it for 5,000. Authentic spatial cube. Tenfold compensation for any falsehood. Today, I have just emerged from the safety zone. Young man, do you comprehend the significance of this object? It is a treasure of rarity, second only to the ultimate mutated core, something that money cannot easily procure. I truly possess it here. The 2 above are deceivers. How could a spatial cube be so inexpensive? Today marks my first day outside the safety zone. Little brother, spatial cubes are generally not for sale. Do not believe them. I have spent a decade trying to acquire a spatial cube. If I knew it could be purchased, I would have bought it long ago. Upon reading the messages above, Lin Sanhuo was momentarily taken aback. Does this imply that even if one wishes to spend money, it remains unattainable? Just as despair began to settle in, a private message arrived from below. I know a place that sells this item, but it is quite expensive, starting at least 300,000. Are you interested? 300,000? Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brows. It seems that in this apocalypse, the demand for space is terrifyingly immense. However, despite the exorbitant price, Lin Sanhuo did not hesitate and promptly replied, Where can I find it? The response came swiftly in a dream. Chapter 58. An unexpected arrival of Yu Xiaoyu. The little yellow dog invites Sang Mu to join. Are you mocking me? Leaning back against his chair, Lin Sanhuo's gaze remained undisturbed. He merely glanced over the ID once more. Taijun Jiahong Lang. Excellent. I have it memorized. He exited the chat group, lacking any interest to respond. At that moment, the thunderous roar of a dirt bike's engine approached from afar. Lin Sanhuo instinctively squinted, his hand reaching for the weapon system's switch. However, upon glancing at the reflection in the rearview mirror, he halted his actions. Is it her? A graceful figure rode a motorcycle, kicking up dust along the desolate road. Swiftly approaching, Yu Xiaoyu aligned her bike with the truck, deftly removed her helmet, and let her long hair cascade down. She pointed emphatically at her phone, then at Lin Sanhuo, shouting, I have an informant who knows where to obtain a spatial cube. Do not trust those in the group. Soon, the war vehicle came to a stop. Yu Xiaoyu climbed aboard. Noticing Lin Sanhuo's scrutinizing gaze, she promptly took a seat in the passenger side, her expression serious. The danger zone is chaotic. My captain is concerned you may act recklessly, so I was sent to assist you for a few days. Once you are familiar with the danger zone, I will return. After saying this, her eyes inadvertently scanned the cockpit and the singular massive bed behind, her cheeks slightly flushing. Clearing her throat, she added, Just to be clear, I will only assist you with tasks, nothing more. Lin Sanhuo acknowledged that the other party possessed some charm. However, a woman? Riding, could it be as comfortable as his war vehicle? This vehicle is the most exquisite creature in the world. And as for anything beyond that, who would wish to engage? Nevertheless, considering her previous assistance, Lin Sanhuo refrained from dismissing her outright and inquired, "Is your informant reliable?" Yu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, about to speak when Lin Sanhuo interrupted her, as if recalling something. "Could you first inquire if they know the whereabouts of an organization called Tai Junjai?" "Why do you ask this?" "To settle a personal matter." 20 minutes later, a deafening boom echoed. A stronghold in a distant valley, along with its walls and structures, was instantaneously reduced to rubble by a shell that fell from the sky, turning it into a burning wasteland. Lin Sanhua opened the chat group, noting that the ID had turned gray, and he sighed with relief. "This feels good." Yu Xiaoyu gaped, staring at the towering flames outside, her voice trembling. "Is this what you call a personal matter? How is this not illegal?" Lin Sanhua shrugged. "It is not." Yu Xiaoyu shook her head in disbelief. "But how could this happen so quickly? Not even half an hour had passed since entering, and simply due to someone joking online, an entire stronghold was obliterated? This man truly knows how to stir up trouble. The captain sent me here precisely to avoid this." Yet in the next moment, right before her eyes, he annihilated another stronghold. She began to understand. Perhaps it was not the Resurrection Organization that provoked him. He might have been targeting them from the outset. Returning to the matter at hand, where is the spatial cube? Lin Sanhua continued to inquire. Reluctantly, Yu Xiaoyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. "I have sent you the location. It is approximately 200 kilometers from here, in a small town designated for trading, specifically organized by the New World. They will auction a spatial cube today." She now felt a tinge of fear and reiterated, "Once you arrive, please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not act as impulsively as before." The New World? Lin Sanhua's interest was piqued. They encountered it so soon? "It is not an encounter," Yu Xiaoyu quickly clarified. "It is merely an inconspicuous trading post under their banner. The New World's enterprises spanned nearly every danger zone in Southern Province. If there exists a place of absolute safety within danger zones, it is solely on New World territory." Her tone was immensely serious, for no one dares to cause trouble on their grounds. The auction of the spatial cube is also due to the town's grand opening today, designed to attract attention. Otherwise, such treasures would typically only drop in A-level mutated nests within danger zones rated 3 stars or higher. So rare? Meanwhile, the war vehicle continued its journey along the highway. Ahead, a dilapidated old car was moving sluggishly. The driver, humming a tune, suddenly felt darkness envelop him. He instinctively looked up. Why has it suddenly become dark? Just then, with a whoosh, the war vehicle sped past, leaving behind only a crumpled piece of metal on the ground. Yu Xiaoyu observed the unfolding scene, growing somewhat numb. After all, this is a danger zone. There are few good people here. She decided to ignore it and continued to enlighten Lin Sanhua. In the apocalypse, the most crucial element is space, followed by weapons and food. Strategic resources like spatial cubes are not easily sold by any organization. Only a giant like the New World can afford to part with such a first-tier item to promote their new venue. Therefore, I reiterate, Yu Xiaoyu said earnestly, you must remain low-key when you go. If you provoke the New World, even our Special Affairs Bureau cannot protect you. I will do my best. What does it mean to do my best? Yu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness. Forget it. It is difficult to persuade the stubborn. She then glanced at the vacant cabin and inquired, by the way, where is your ultimate berserk dog? And the container that held Sang Mu from last time? Did you lose it? Lin Sanhua gestured towards the back of the cabin. I found it noisy, so I tossed them into the rear compartment. Aren't you afraid that dog will let out? Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. The man kills indiscriminately, and even towards the 2 ultimate mutants, he exhibits the same casualness. This cannot be. Lin Sanhua is quite certain. Although the duration of their acquaintance has been brief, he is nearly convinced that the individual in question would not betray him. In terms of discerning character, he may be slightly lacking, yet in terms of intuition, he is confident in his judgment. Meanwhile, inside the rear compartment of the war vehicle, a small yellow dog is prancing around a specially designed container that holds a deceased mother, displaying an air of bravado. It nudges a sausage with its nose, pushing it toward the container, and then uses its paw to bat it aside, devouring half of it right before the container. Are you the one who wishes to consume my core, you pitiful creature? The small yellow dog emits a low, mocking growl. After the events of the past few days, it has roughly pieced together the situation. Someone intends to extract its core to create another complete ultimate mutant. Unfortunately, the humans in this vehicle have beaten them to it. Otherwise, it might have ended up as a mere puddle of mush in the container. Nevertheless, as a member of the ultimate mutant lineage, the small yellow dog still hopes to reach an understanding with the other party. After all, it has come to regard the humans in this vehicle as its allies. Rather than feasting on a single meal, it prefers a continuous supply of sustenance. Yet, as an ultimate mutant, one must have a subordinate, mustn't one? Thus, the small yellow dog wishes to recruit the deceased mother as its underling, envisioning itself as a second-in-command, which seems quite appealing. However, the deceased mother, seemingly through a psychic link, hurls a barrage of insults at the small yellow dog, causing it to become quite agitated. What do you mean by being a sycophant? You were born a dog. This is not flattery. It is recognizing the times. You, a mere incomplete artificial lump of filth, discarded by the roadside, would make anyone think it is just a pile of excrement, left by the road. Not even a dog would touch it. The contents of the container writhe violently. Who are you calling excrement? Insult me again. I'm talking about you. Stinking excrement. You, how dare you? If you have the guts, come out, excrement. Just wait. I will be the first to devour you. The small yellow dog taunts, relishing the thought of tormenting the other. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, upon hearing the commotion from the rear, Lin Sanhuo covers his ears and rolls his eyes. I knew it. Ever since I put these two together, they have been incessantly squabbling. I have no idea what they are arguing about. After approximately 3 hours of travel, the navigation map indicates that they are less than 2 kilometers from the so-called trading town. At the horizon, a vaguely outlined town gradually comes into focus, with various dilapidated vehicles parked haphazardly outside, clearly belonging to those who have come for trade. The vehicle is too large and too conspicuous, Yu Xiaoyu suggests. Let's hide the war vehicle here and ride on my motorcycle to get there. I will not go. Lin Sanhuo shakes his head. Yu Xiaoyu is taken aback. Then how will you buy the magic cube? Let him accompany you. Lin Sanhuo reclines on the sofa, closing his eyes. Yu Xiaoyu scans the empty cockpit, her face a picture of confusion. Who else is in this vehicle besides us? Just as her voice fades, a series of dull knocks resonate against the bulletproof glass of the cockpit. Yu Xiaoyu turns sharply to see a man wearing sunglasses standing outside, his silhouette almost identical to Lin Sanhuo's. What is this? Lin Sanhuo does not respond, but a thought springs to mind. Neural parasitism activated. Sync target, C-class zombie. In that instant, his consciousness seems to detach, merging with the man outside the window. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes widen as a realization explodes in her mind. She recalls the two remarkably similar figures she encountered when she first boarded the war vehicle. It turns out that the two individuals are merely Lin Sanhuo operating in tandem. Is this your ability? Lin Sanhuo, seated in the driver's position, leans back slightly, entering a state of suspension. This is the cost of his unrefined neural parasitism. He can currently only fully control one body at a time. The Lin Sanhuo outside the window is, in fact, a newly manufactured zombie. Aside from lacking its own consciousness, its appearance and behavioral patterns are nearly indistinguishable from those of a normal person for a brief period, as long as there is no prolonged close contact. The faint odor of decay will go unnoticed. Having switched consciousness, Lin Sanhuo tests the zombie's neck movements, seizing the opportunity to venture out alone. Let us go. Finally, the truck is concealed beneath a small hillside. The two mount the motorcycle in the cargo compartment. The engine roars as they speed toward the trading town 2 kilometers away. The interior of the town is even more bustling than anticipated. Rather than a small town, it resembles a vast open-air black market. The roads are lined with makeshift stalls, offering an array of assembled weapons, mutant materials, canned food, and even some bizarre objects whose names elude identification. The air is thick with a mixture of sweat, rust, and cheap alcohol. The survivors coming and going possess fierce expressions, their eyes filled with vigilance and greed, not much different from the bandits they encountered on the road. Lin Sanhuo, controlling the zombie's body, discreetly surveys the scene. He concludes that the survivors in this star-rated danger zone, aside from sporting some exoskeleton armor, possess weaponry and resources that are not significantly different from those of the Resurrection Organization. Soon, a gaunt youth clad in work attire approaches, clutching a photograph and sprinting toward them. Are you Miss Xingyu? Yu Xiaoyu nods. That's me. Oh, this way. The auction is about to commence. The youth, named Lu Chao, is Yu Xiaoyu's informant. He guides them through the bustling crowd, leading them into the town's largest building, the trading center. Inside, the atmosphere is already lively, with an auctioneer passionately introducing a modified mutant assault rifle from atop a platform. Representatives from various factions fill the seats below, creating a vibrant ambience. Lu Chao leans closer to Yu Xiaoyu, lowering his voice. Next up is the spatial magic cube. Do you know the estimated price? Yu Xiaoyu inquires. The starting price is 50,000 survivor points. Lu Chao replies, his expression grave. Almost everyone here is after that item. I estimate the final sale price will surely exceed 100,000. Yu Xiaoyu nods slightly in understanding. Lin Sanhuo, on the other hand, gazes with keen interest at the representatives of the factions below. The Blood Wolf Gang, the Iron Brotherhood, and several familiar names pop up, all of whom have been active in the chat group just moments ago. Yu Xiaoyu followed his gaze and pointed towards the small rooms on the second floor of the trading hall, where the windows were slightly ajar. To prevent any disturbances, those rooms were occupied entirely by individuals from the New World. Just as she began to speak, she abruptly halted. She glanced at the zombie controlled by Lin Sanhuo, who was devoid of any weaponry save for a pair of sunglasses. As long as that vehicle was not present, she could hardly believe this individual would dare to cause any trouble. With that thought in mind, she decided to swallow her warning. Soon, several pieces of weaponry on the stage were successively auctioned off. The auctioneer cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Next, we present the piece de resistance of our auction." A metallic briefcase was brought forth. The moment it was opened, a cube, the size of a fist and seemingly containing a swirling galaxy within, appeared before the crowd. The announcement of the first-level space cube caused an immediate uproar. Finally, it had arrived. With this item, their profits during future raids could multiply at least fivefold. No one should dare to compete with me. For these survivors struggling for existence in the danger zones, the transportation space was akin to lifeblood. Countless times, they had been forced to watch as materials from mutated beings decayed and vanished before their eyes due to the limited carrying capacity of their vehicles. Now, the opportunity to change their fate lay before them. The starting bid was 50,000 survival points. Each subsequent bid must exceed 5,000, 60,000, 70,000. I bid 75,000. The price quickly soared. Eventually, when a representative from the Iron Brotherhood declared a bid of 90,000, the room fell into a brief silence. This price evidently approached the limits of most attendees. The representative looked around with a smug expression, confident of his victory. Yu Xiaoyu grew anxious and nudged Lin Sanhuo with her elbow. "What are you waiting for? Raise your hand. Didn't you just earn over 100,000 from the Resurrection Organization?" However, Lin Sanhuo merely glanced at her, and the expression behind his sunglasses was inscrutable. "So expensive? Am I out of my mind to buy it?" Yu Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Acquiring the space cube for under 100,000 was akin to receiving a windfall. If this item were to be sold in a danger zone rated 3 stars or above, it could fetch 300,000. Lin Sanhuo shook his head again, showing no intention to act. On stage, the auctioneer began the countdown. 90,000 once, 90,000 twice. The representative from the Iron Brotherhood stood up, preparing to claim his prize. Meanwhile, the zombie controlled by Lin Sanhuo slowly closed its eyes. In a voice only the two could hear, he murmured, "Why should I squander my money on something I can seize?" The moment his words fell, a thunderous rumble shook the ground violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone in the trading hall looked around in confusion. Only Yu Xiaoyu, sensing something, turned pale. Could be that this guy? She forcefully reached out to grab Lin Sanhuo. "Hey," but found his body unmoving like a statue. It was true. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoyu turned and sprinted towards the exit. In the next instant, a deafening explosion resounded as the sturdy wall of the trading hall was shattered, creating a massive breach. A colossal war vehicle, resembling a hill, rudely barged in. The auction stage, along with the auctioneer, was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. Following this, a device at the bottom of the war vehicle lit up. Whoosh! The space cube took flight, tracing an arc as it was precisely drawn into the vehicle's interior. The entire trading hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at the behemoth. After a long pause, someone finally voiced the collective thought, "Robbery?" Chapter 60. Slaughter at the Trading Hall. Are you telling me these people bought on credit? Lin Sanhuo relinquished control over the zombie's body, his consciousness swiftly returning to the driver's seat. The zombie, adorned in sunglasses, collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Gripping the steering wheel, his gaze returned to the interior of the war vehicle. At that moment, his phone vibrated. "Yu Xiaoyu, hurry and leave. Are you insane?" Lin Sanhuo cast a glance at it, but did not respond, instead observing the panicked traders outside the cockpit. This was an incredible prophet. Just moments ago, he had watched these individuals raise their paddles with such arrogance, bidding thousands upon thousands. Lin Sanhuo calculated that eliminating them could yield at least 200,000 survival points. Wasn't he this pure enticement to commit a crime? Thus, without further ado, Lin Sanhuo decided to confront the situation. He would rob them and deal with the consequences later. What consequences? Boom! In no time, the Gatling gun began to whirl, its fiery tongues instantly engulfing the entire trading hall. The cacophony of screams, pleas for mercy, and curses blended into chaos. The representative from the Iron Brotherhood, who had been so smug just moments ago, was reduced to Swiss cheese in the next instant. Several underlings from the Blood Wolf gang scrambled for safety, ultimately all falling beneath the relentless barrage of the Gatling gun, since no one had anticipated that someone would dare to commit robbery in the territory of the New World. They were ill-prepared and lacked any equipment. Consequently, within a minute, the entire trading hall fell silent, littered with corpses and ruins. Hint: you have gained 5,127 survival points. Is that it? So little? He then noticed a sign that had been knocked over on the ground. Up to 10 years of installment payments. New World Discount Loan Service, enabling everyone to acquire high-quality equipment. Lin Sanhuo scoffed. So these individuals were all buyers on credit? He prepared to drive away, but was soon confronted by a group of security personnel clad in silver-gray exoskeletons rushing in from outside. Their helmets bore the emblem of the New World. Who dares to cause trouble in the trading town of the New World? A voice boomed through the exoskeleton's loudspeaker, laden with intimidation. Do you know what the consequences are? Just as the words fell, the door was kicked open, revealing a 9-meter-tall war vehicle. The Gatling gun at the front still emitted smoke. The leader was momentarily rendered speechless. What consequences? Lin Sanhuo adjusted the angle of the Gatling gun, its dark muzzle aimed at the group. His voice, transmitted through the vehicle's external speaker, was chillingly calm. The consequences are, the leader swallowed hard, and the exoskeleton's thrusters ignited instantly. Whoosh! The silver-gray figures shot backward like meteors. Run! Quick run! The other security personnel, seeing this, activated their thrusters and fled. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they dashed out of the town as perimeter. They were indeed quick on their feet. But the next second, a rocket propelled through the air, trailing a long tail of fire as it struck their position. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted into the sky. As the smoke dissipated, only a few twisted metal fragments remained on the ground. Lin Sanhuo leisurely drove past, collecting the debris. Harvest: 30 blue exoskeleton fragments. It appeared that the technological advancements in the New World surpassed expectations, with exoskeletons becoming commonplace equipment. Meanwhile, in the distance, the roar of motorcycles could be heard. Yu Xiaoyu sped towards them on her bike, skidding to a halt beside the armored vehicle. She removed her helmet, her face pale, and pointed towards the vanishing lights outside the town. Those fleeing individuals would undoubtedly relay this incident to the New World. Given their usual response, they would dispatch someone to pursue them immediately. I warned you not to act recklessly. Why did you? Lin Sanhuo, however, remained remarkably calm, even lighting a cigarette. So what if there's a bounty on my head? Do you think I would actually spend my hard-earned survival points on a space cube? Yu Xiaoyu was too furious to speak. Whatever, it was too late to dwell on this. Taking a deep breath, she scanned the surroundings. The priority now was to leave this place. Lu Chao. Quickly, Yu Xiaoyu called for her previous informant. The young Lu Chao approached without delay. Is there a relatively safe location nearby? Preferably one that the New World seldom visits. Yes, take us there. Lin Sanhuo also sought a secluded place to upgrade his battle fortress. Creating his own army of mutated beings required an undisturbed environment, so he said nothing further. Soon, they activated the armored vehicle. Rumbling. After glancing at the location Lu Chao mentioned, it aligned perfectly with the direction of Ultang City, only a little over 500 kilometers away. Upon completing the creation of the mutated army, they could directly assault Wolftang City. However, given the vehicle's speed, the journey would take 7 to 8 hours. Too slow. Lin Sanhuo eyed the hyperspeed button. Are you too prone to motion sickness? You see how you took a deep breath. During my patrols, I usually spend at least 5 to 6 hours in a vehicle daily. Your ride isn't enough to make me sick. Then it settled. In the next moment, they activated hyperspeed. Whoosh! A familiar sensation of being thrust back in their seats hit them instantly. Chapter 61. The True Beauty. Ugh. 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 Upon nearing their destination, the trio exited the vehicle and immediately vomited. Afterward, they surveyed their surroundings. The vegetation was sparse. Vast stretches of land lay exposed, and the cracked ground resembled the weathered skin of an elderly person, exuding an aura of desolation. At that moment, the armored vehicle was parked atop a barren hill. Below, a makeshift village surrounded by dilapidated containers and earthen walls came into view. Several modified pickup trucks were stationed both inside and outside the village, and a group of armed men loitered at the entrance. Yu Xiaoyu crouched down, nearly collapsing. Her legs trembled as she almost knelt to the ground. How could a vehicle weighing hundreds of tons speed down the highway at 300 km/h? This guy took shortcuts and sped through the mountains, crushing forests, ignoring all obstacles. He may have enjoyed driving, but for the two passengers, the entire experience felt like a roller coaster, glued to their seats like rubber bands. Just as their stomachs threatened to expel their contents, they were forced to swallow it back down. The sensation was tumultuous. If this happens again, I'll drive myself. Eventually, after who knows how long, they regained their composure. Lu Chao wiped his mouth and pointed towards the village and the surrounding barren lands. This is a biologically isolated zone. Within 100 kilometers, it is all desert with virtually no resources. As a profit-driven organization, the New World typically avoids such places. There are 4 collective shelters here, as this area is safe from mutated beings. Thus, it is often referred to as the retirement home for shelters, where many survivors with elderly or children would place their families. Meanwhile, younger survivors venture out to scavenge for supplies, while women and the elderly remain at home. The village leaders are usually kind-hearted and should take you in. For instance, I only return here a few times a year. Are they really that kind? Lin Sanhuo asked, curiosity evident on his face. Just then, he noticed a group of fully armed individuals outside the village. Lu Chao's expression turned pale in an instant. Scavengers? Why are they here at this hour? Scavengers? Yu Xiaoyu frowned, taking a deep breath. Her stomach felt much better now. Lu Chao's voice trembled. Yes, while there are no mutated beings here, we can't avoid disturbances from other survivors. This group of scavengers is a well-known force in the area, and to avoid trouble, nearby villages must pay them protection fees. They usually come once a quarter, so it seems we need to find another location, Yu Xiaoyu suggested. After all, Lin Sanhuo had already stirred up enough trouble. They couldn't afford to provoke more issues. I don't think we need to leave, Lin Sanhuo countered. He gazed at the vast, desolate landscape around them, pulling out a cigarette. This geographical position is expansive. If anyone approaches, we can spot them immediately. There aren't many survivor organizations nearby, so there are minimal threats. More importantly, it's south very close to my final destination. Then we can easily avoid this area and head nearby instead. Nearby? Lin Sanhuo chuckled, cigarette in mouth. Do you think these people will harvest this area and leave immediately? If they discover us, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. So what do you mean? Yu Xiaoyu felt an ominous premonition. Lin Sanhuo lit his cigarette and took a puff. I see you special agents are so used to staying in safe zones, afraid of this and that. In my view, the best way to resolve conflict is to confront it directly, and the sooner, the better. You understand my meaning. Lin Sanhuo stretched his neck, preparing to get back in the vehicle. Wait for me. I'll circle back soon. No. Lu Chao was nearly in tears. My mom and the others are still inside. Yu Xiaoyu quickly intervened. Yes, those in the village are innocent survivors. Your vehicle is too large. Driving in could cause significant collateral damage. Lin Sanhuo looked at the boy's anxious expression and recalled that it was he who led them to this place. If you were to harm someone's family because of this, it would indeed be unfortunate. Let us observe the situation first. Worst case scenario. We can spend some survival points to send them away. Yu Xiaoyu looked to Lin Sanhuo, hoping he would finance their escape. However, Lin Sanhuo shook his head. You pay? But in the next moment, Lin Sanhuo suddenly found himself contemplating something. As his voice faded, he closed his eyes. The neural parasitism had commenced, with the synchronization target identified as a C-class zombie. This time, the process of consciousness switching transpired with an almost imperceptible delay. Following a series of prior manipulations, Lin Sanhuo sensed an unprecedented level of attunement between his mental faculties and the zombie's corporeal form. It was time to test the waters with this group, while also experimenting with something he had long wished to try. Consequently, as the trunk of the vehicle opened, a zombie, now under Lin Sanhuo's control, approached. As you suggested, let us descend and assess the situation. Yu Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, apprehensive about the familiar maneuver. Moments later, the trio made their way toward the village at the foot of the mountain. At the entrance of the village, several members of the Shiguangs leaned against their vehicle, engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing the approaching trio, the guard at the entrance immediately straightened, adopting a vigilant stance. Oh, Xiao Chao has returned? A man with a scarred face cast his gaze over Lu Chao, landing on Yu Xiaoyu, his eyes greedily appraising her form. And who might these two be? Soon, several others gathered around, their eyes fixated hungrily on Yu Xiaoyu. After all, in a perilous zone, a woman as pristine and alluring as Yu Xiaoyu was an uncommon sight. Ah, these two are... Lu Chao began to explain, but was interrupted. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced resonated thrice in quick succession. Lin Sanhuo's hands had instantaneously penetrated the abdomens of 3 guards, blood gushing forth along his arms. He shook off the crimson liquid and nonchalantly adjusted his fingers, which had been fractured from the force of his actions. Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Chao stood frozen, their minds blank. No! Yu Xiaoyu's voice trembled. What are you doing? Lin Sanhuo turned his head, his expression obscured by sunglasses. He sliced his fingertip with a nail, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the mouths of the deceased. Just testing something. He gazed expectantly at the fallen figures. Indeed, in the next moment, the lifeless bodies seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus, their bones creaking as they slowly rose from the ground, transformed into mindless zombies. Success, Lin Sanhuo remarked with an almost casual smile. Yu Xiaoyu stood beside him, her lips parted in disbelief. This is the ability of the mother of zombies. How did you... Meanwhile, Lu Chao clenched his clothes, retreating a few steps in anxiety. Don't be alarmed. Lin Sanhuo reassured him, observing the infected zombies that posed no threat. They will not harm you. He then gently instructed the newly risen zombies, stay here and do not wander. Instantly, the zombies understood, turning back to their previous positions, albeit unsteadily. Let's proceed inside. Lin Sanhuo signaled to the two. Lu Chao and Yu Xiaoyu complied as they entered the village. The scene within was even more chaotic than they had anticipated. A group of Shiguang's members clad in rudimentary exoskeletons were ransacking homes. To avoid complications, the trio donned the clothing of the members they had just encountered, disguising themselves as part of the group. Yu Xiaoyu wrapped herself tightly in an oversized coat and donned a hat. Are there no survival points left? Meanwhile, a small leader of the Shiguangs kicked open a door, seizing a man by his collar. Unless you can produce survival points, you will have to offer someone in exchange. He pointed at the man's trembling wife behind him. Bring this woman to the vehicle and gather all the children in the village. Cries, curses, and pleas echoed throughout the area. Lin Sanhuo and his companions treaded cautiously, wary of discovery. Simultaneously, Lu Chao observed the turmoil within the village, his fists clenched in frustration, yet he felt powerless to act. Why? Why do we pay survival points every year if they treat us this way? Yu Xiaoyu remained silent, attentively scanning their surroundings, alerting the others. It seems they are not merely here for money. Should we retreat? However, Lin Sanhuo focused intently on those being captured, noting that the captives were selected based on their value, primarily women, children, and the elderly. Among them, attractive women were particularly sought after, likely fulfilling some primal desire. The notion struck Lin Sanhuo, prompting a bold idea. He grasped Yu Xiaoyu, who was preparing to leave. What are you doing? She questioned, bewildered. Upon looking down, she realized he was gripping the coat draped over her. Wait a moment. A sense of foreboding washed over her, but it was too late. Lin Sanhuo yanked off her coat and hat, freezing the chaotic village as if the world had been paused. All members of the Shiguangs turned their gaze toward her, eyes wide with astonishment. They had never encountered such an exquisite beauty. Her figure, her face, she was simply stunning. Chapter 62. Third Perspective. Controlling the butcher's mutant form, Yu Xiaoyu's mind went blank as her coat was stripped away, revealing a form-fitting black tank top paired with black jeans, accentuating her slender physique. She was indeed beautiful, with a clean ponytail, fair skin, and an enviable waist-to-hip ratio. In this wasteland, the majority of women appeared gaunt and weary, their spirits dulled in the struggle for survival. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu radiated a unique vitality and cleanliness reminiscent of a secure zone, akin to a pristine snowflake that had inexplicably landed in a muddy pit. In an instant, the cacophony of the village faded into silence. The ransacking ceased, the curses halted, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths. Lin Sanhuo's keen sense of smell detected the mingled aromas of sweat, blood, and cheap tobacco in the air, the concentration of hormones spiking to a nauseating level. It seemed that having an acute sense of smell was not entirely advantageous, as he pinched his nose in distaste. Yu Xiaoyu, however, did not scream. She merely whispered, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Sanhuo lowered his voice in reply. "To capture the thief, we must first entice their leader out." With that, he placed a hand on Yu Xiaoyu's shoulder, raising his voice to address the crowd. "This is a tribute to your leader. Does anyone know where he is?" The mere mention of the leader caused everyone to instinctively step back, expressions of caution and confusion flickering across their faces. At that moment, deep within the village, in the largest container structure, a languid voice of a woman echoed. "How did I not realize when I began to fancy women?" As her words fell, a woman clad in black leather emerged. Her beauty was not extraordinary, yet there was a fierce glint in her eyes, and she toyed with an unconventional energy pistol. Her gaze swept over the crowd, landing squarely on Yu Xiaoyu. It was not a mere glance, but one of scrutiny, assessment, and hostility, akin to a queen evaluating a potential threat to her dominion. Moments later, she scoffed. With that face and figure, did she intend to ascend above me? The woman's expression turned icy. "Any woman more beautiful than me must perish. Dispose of them." Yu Xiaoyu abruptly turned her head. "Run." Lin Sanhuo forcefully pushed Yu Xiaoyu's back. "You all go first." The group was completely taken aback. Their leader was a woman. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next instant, the Seekers raised their electrically charged firearms and pulled the triggers. A barrage of bullets, entwined with electricity, surged forth from all directions. The survivors within the stronghold had already cowered back inside, too frightened to show themselves. Before Lin Sanhuo could react, bullets carrying electric currents pierced through his body. There was no explosion, no sensation of pain. The searing electricity transcended all barriers, including Lin Sanhuo's abdomen and the structure behind him. The penetrative power. In the following second, his abdomen was pierced again by streams of electric bullets, creating a searing hole. In the next heartbeat, a thicker, brighter electric bullet struck true, instantly penetrating Lin Sanhuo's skull. Thud! The electricity engulfed his entire head, culminating in an explosion. Darkness enveloped Lin Sanhuo's vision, and the connection with his body was forcibly severed. "Pursue those two outside. Do not let them escape." Soon, the Seekers rushed toward the stronghold's entrance, but fortunately, a few remaining zombies obstructed their path. In that fleeting moment, Yu Xiaoyu and her companion managed to flee. Inside the battle vehicle, Lin Sanhuo abruptly opened his eyes, consciousness returning to his body. There was something peculiar. The bullets were electrified. Rubbing his temples, the abrupt interruption of his mental link had left him feeling disoriented. Just then, Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Chao scrambled toward the vehicle, quickly climbing aboard. "They are following us." Lin Sanhuo nodded. "I am aware." Without further ado, he maneuvered the battle vehicle, its massive frame charging down toward the stronghold. At the entrance, having just dealt with a few zombies, a horde of Seekers erupted in fury. Upon looking up, they exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" They immediately turned to flee, but it was too late. Boom! The stronghold's gate, along with the surrounding container walls, was crushed into fragments. Many Seekers had no time to scream, collapsing under the force of this collision. The inhabitants within the stronghold had concealed themselves indoors. Should the vehicle enter, they would surely be harmed. "I understand." In response to Yu Xiaoyu's warning, Lin Sanhuo had no intention of flattening the entire stronghold with the battle vehicle. He halted the vehicle at the entrance to prevent these individuals from escaping. Inside the stronghold, upon seeing such a colossal battle vehicle, the Seekers instinctively recoiled, some even trembling in fear. This vehicle is even larger than our Guangling tanks. What are you waiting for? Open fire, all of you fire. The woman screamed frantically. She had not anticipated being targeted in such a desolate place. Instantly, various heat weapons charged with electricity were unleashed upon the battle vehicle. Yet, the beams powerful enough to melt steel merely caused ripples against the vehicle's thick armor, failing to penetrate. Stay inside the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo placed his right hand on his temple. He prepared to attempt a different method, partitioning a portion of his mental energy to connect with the rear compartment of the vehicle. On one side was his current perspective, while on the other, the sensory experiences of another body. Soon, the rear hatch of the battle vehicle slowly descended. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall and wielding a massive butcher's knife, emerged from the shadows and leaped down. Boom! The B-grade mutated butcher landed. An overwhelming aura far surpassing that of ordinary mutants instantly enveloped the entire stronghold. At that moment, Lin Sanhuo's experience was incredibly surreal. Through several rounds of testing, he could now observe the entire scene through the battle vehicle surveillance, while simultaneously engaging in a high-definition VR gaming experience, controlling the butcher from a third-person perspective. With a mere thought, he issued a command: raise your hand. The butcher lifted its enormous palm. Another command followed: slice your finger. The butcher used its nail to make an incision. Subsequently, a series of remote commands ensued. The black blood from the butcher's finger dripped onto the corpses of the crushed Seekers. The bodies began to twitch unnaturally, bones cracking. Lin Sanhuo sat comfortably in the cockpit, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rise. The order was given. The butcher raised the butcher's knife high, the blade reflecting a sinister glint in the sunlight. Then, with a roar, the butcher, leading the newly resurrected, staggering zombies behind, charged toward the Seekers, who were now utterly engulfed in terror and despair. Chapter 63. I will assist you in eliminating the Seekers. Do you consider my involvement meddlesome? As the gleaming edge of the battle axe flashed, the 2-meter-long blade cleaved through the 3 foremost Seekers, scattering blood in all directions. Open fire! Open fire! All the Seekers, in a state of panic, immediately pulled their triggers. Aiming at the butcher, they shouted, attempting to repel this monstrous figure with their firepower. Yet, bullets entwined with electricity flew past. Even with tremendous penetrative force, they pierced the butcher's body, creating numerous bullet holes. However, Lin Sanhuo, seated in the cockpit, merely smirked. Can a B-grade, mutated body be penetrated? Quite impressive. With a thought, the next moment, the bullet holes in the butcher's body began to visibly heal. The Seekers widened their eyes in astonishment. It has healed? This is a B-grade mutant? Roar. In the next heartbeat, the butcher let out a deep growl, brandishing the axe and charging forward. The perspective from within the sack was slightly blurry, but fortunately, the attack range was broad. A sweeping motion sent 4 or 5 unfortunate souls colliding with the wall, their spines snapping as they writhed in agony on the ground. Lift! Smash! With another mental command, the axe descended. Thud! The scene had devolved into a gruesome chaos. Turning around, the butcher brandished his axe and charged into the crowd. Towering at 3 meters with a 2-meter-long axe, he resembled a wolf entering a sheepfold, as limbs of various individuals were flung about indiscriminately. Simultaneously, the corpses, transformed by the power of a mother-s loss, staggered behind him. Despite their sluggish movements, their sheer number was overwhelming. The scavengers were horrified to realize that these zombies were, in fact, their fallen kin. Blood and screams soon permeated the entire settlement. With every body that fell, another zombie would abruptly rise in its place. Ultimately, one by one, the scavengers succumbed to their demise, while the army, led by the butcher, rose anew. Meanwhile, the commander, Lin Sanhuo, leisurely sat in the cockpit of the battle vehicle, his consciousness divided. Half remained within his own body, while the other half observed the battlefield through the butcher's perspective, reveling in the unprecedented sensation of power. The feedback from his strength felt somewhat dull, and the flexibility of his joints required practice. Lin Sanhuo maneuvered the butcher to cleave a scavenger attempting a sneak attack from behind, as if testing a newly acquired toy, muttering to himself. On another front, Yu Xiaoyu clutched the armrests of her seat tightly. She gazed at the familiar scene below, the butcher and the infection. Wasn't this the ability of the Mother-S loss? Why was he able to wield it? Meanwhile, Lu Chao fixated on the unfolding events within the settlement, his body trembling, unable to discern whether it was fear or excitement he felt. The excitement stemmed from witnessing those scavengers who had once oppressed them now being slaughtered like livestock. Yet, fear gripped him at the realization that the one orchestrating this carnage was a human controlling the mutants. In the rear compartment of the vehicle, the mother sensed her power leaking out. She rolled into the crevices of the compartment, taking on a liquid form, attempting to get as close to the exterior as possible, yearning to experience that power akin to her own. Next to her, a little yellow dog lay nearby. "This is why I urged you to ally with this individual," it remarked with a proud expression, "for he is one of us." As the slaughter neared its conclusion, a woman clad in black leather, once fierce and arrogant, was now stripped of all bravado by fear. She collapsed to the ground, frantically crawling backward as the 3-meter monstrosity, dragging its blood-soaked cleaver, advanced towards her step by step. "I will give you all my survival points. I can offer you anything. Please spare my life," she screamed towards the battle vehicle. "If you kill me, my boss will not let you go." But in the next instant, the butcher lifted his colossal foot. The world around her was engulfed in shadow as her head burst like an overripe tomato, splattering everywhere. Eventually, the settlement fell silent. The infected zombies swayed mindlessly. "Work's done," Lin Sanhuo remarked, shaking off the mental link. Survival points acquired, 5134. At that moment, the tightly shut doors of the settlement revealed small gaps, through which terrified eyes peeked out. They beheld the enormous battle vehicle, the mountain of corpses, and the terrifying monster standing still. Yet, no one dared to step outside, until a voice broke the silence. "Mom." Lu Chao scrambled down from the vehicle, racing towards a humble earthen house deep within the settlement. "Xiao Chao." A door burst open, and a weary, graying woman rushed out, enveloping Lu Chao in her embrace. "How did you return?" She examined her son's body from head to toe, confirming he was unharmed, tears streaming down her face. But as her gaze crossed over Lu Chao's shoulder and caught sight of an approaching figure, she instinctively pulled him behind her. "Please spare us. We can offer you anything." "Mom, they are here to rescue us. They are not bad people," Lu Chao hastily explained, then shouted to the entire settlement, "Everyone come out. This big brother is not a bad person. He is here to save us." Soon, a group of people who had been hiding inside their homes emerged. Lin Sanhuo, however, paid them no mind, choosing instead to scavenge the battlefield, collecting the energy-infused weaponry abandoned by the scavengers. Aside from the chamber and trigger, the firearms had a charging button, inscribed with "Energy, Electromagnetic." He wondered if it could be used on the battle vehicle. While inspecting the last leader's body for any valuables, he stumbled upon a summons for a crusade from the New World, which read, "Gathering survivors to conquer Luftang City. Rewards available." Luftang City? Isn't that precisely where I intend to go? As he pondered, a series of sharp knocks echoed beside him, the sound of a cane striking the ground. An elderly man with long brows approached Lin Sanhuo, poking him in the back with his cane. Who allowed you to meddle?" Bang! He swung his cane again, striking Lin Sanhuo's hand forcefully. "And who permitted you to touch this?" The elderly man, despite his frail condition, wielded his cane with surprising force. Lin Sanhuo, still in a daze from examining the envelope, turned to see a crowd of villagers armed with sticks and shovels encircling him. "Village chief." Lu Chao rushed over to intercept the crowd. "He is here to help us." "Who needs his help?" The elderly man struck the ground angrily with his cane, pointing at the slain scavengers. They were already taking people and things, and now this. "How are we supposed to survive here?" "Those were scavengers. We had agreed to only give 20 people, but this fellow has ruined everything." The elderly man stamped his foot in a fit of agitation. They wished to avoid trouble and simply live peacefully, but here came someone to lead them into the mire. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Sanhuo couldn't help but chuckle. He had aided these people, only for them to come and complain about his interference. They deserved to be enslaved. Had he known, he would have spared no mercy and simply eliminated them all. "You, pack your things and get out of here with me." The elder's tone was fervent, and a group of men closed in around him. "And the houses you have destroyed, You must compensate us. Yes, the main gate, and these destroyed houses. You owe us 4, and the belongings of the scavengers. You are not permitted to take. Yes, what will you do if you refuse? Lin Sanhuo was both amused and enraged. To take action? With a mere thought, the surrounding zombies closed in. They encircled the man who had surrounded Lin Sanhuo. Yet another layer of encirclement formed from the outside. But in the next moment, bang, suddenly a bullet precisely shot in from behind, bursting a crimson flower on the back of Lin Sanhuo's head. He must not escape. A man stepped out from the crowd. He is leaving. How shall we explain this to the Shiguangs? Chapter 64. The Old Village Chief. There must be an explanation. The armored vehicle is ours too. As the external decoy was shot through the head, its body slowly crumpled to the ground. Inside the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo smacked his lips, leaning back in the comfortable driver's seat, retrieving a bottle of beverage from the nearby storage compartment. He calmly observed the self-indulgent antics of the rabble below. His expression remained serene, filled with indifference. Some people are destined to be at the bottom. He twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. Fortunately, I merely sent out a decoy. Otherwise, it would have been my own execution. He then glanced at Yu Xiaoyu beside him. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but merely sighed instead. 10 minutes ago, after eliminating the Shiguangs, she was supposed to exit the vehicle with Lu Chao to assess the villager situation. However, Lin Sanhuo had intercepted her. She hadn't understood at that moment, but in retrospect, Lin Sanhuo's caution was justified. Some had their reasons for being oppressed. Yu Xiaoyu turned her head, her expression apologetic as she looked at Lin Sanhuo. I had no idea the danger zone would be like this. It's my first time here. Luckily, I was killed by them. Lin Sanhuo crawled to the back of the cockpit, rummaging through a compartment that could dispense snacks. He found 2 buckets of instant noodles, along with a water bottle. Due to the height of the armored vehicle, the villagers below were completely oblivious to their presence. Lin Sanhuo filled the kettle with water and handed Yu Xiaoyu a bottle of beverage. Let us eat some instant noodles and see what else they can concoct. Yu Xiaoyu nodded, as she was also feeling hungry. Thus, the 2 of them sat in the cockpit with their instant noodles, gazing down below. Meanwhile, within the village, as the mastermind was shot in the head, the man who fired the shot blew on the muzzle of his gun. A smug grin plastered across his face. Father, what should we do now? The man named Zhang Lei was the son of the elder. The elder, known as the Zhaizhong, prodded the corpse on the ground with his cane. In his murky eyes glimmered a calculating light. Since the man is dead, let us ensure everything that needs explaining is thoroughly addressed. The elder's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Lu Chao and his trembling mother in the corner. An explanation? The crowd instantly understood. Yes. Zhang Lei slapped his thigh. When the time comes, we will say that this Lu Chao colluded with outsiders to ambush the esteemed Shiguangs. To avenge the esteemed ones, we dealt with them ourselves. This proposal was swiftly met with unanimous agreement from all. What about that big vehicle? A man pointed at the steel behemoth at the village entrance, his eyes gleaming with greed. Those words ignited everyone's desires. If this were sold to the New World, it would surely fetch a handsome price, wouldn't it? Indeed, post-apocalyptic vehicles are valuable currency. Selling it will secure our futures. Sell? Nonsense. With this, we can directly assault the layers of the mutated beings. Wouldn't that make us a first-rate organization? Oh, if that's the case, we wouldn't have to toil for others, nor would we need to bow to other organizations. Excitement and greed clouded everyone's judgment. Yet no one considered that this vehicle had just saved them. The elder stroked his long beard, a hint of avarice surfacing on his face. After all these years, he finally had a chance to become a true leader on the battlefield of the apocalypse. And all of this was built upon the sacrifice of Lu Chao and his mother. You cannot do this. Lu Chao trembled with rage as he looked at the grotesque faces of the crowd. He saved you, and you are not only ungrateful, but harbor such thoughts. Doesn't he your conscience ache? His mother shielded him protectively from behind, pleading with the crowd. Please spare my son. He only did this for the good of the village. Spare your son? The elder struck the ground forcefully with his cane, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Save the village? Do you think we need your help? Don't think I don't know what you two are plotting. Today, the name of the one who delivered the Shiguangs into slavery is solely yours. Surely, you contacted your son to save you. Slavery? Lu Chao pushed his mother aside. He shouted defiantly. I have been providing the village with regular survival points every year. Did you just say you want to send my mother into slavery? Humph. Those meager survival points of yours? Zhang Lei stepped forward, impatiently counting on his fingers. This year, major organizations are attacking Looting City. Food prices are soaring. Weapons are skyrocketing. Medical supplies are through the roof. Do you think the village's expenses are still the same? Let me tell you, all the women and children that could be sold in the village have been sold. Only your mother remains. It was all settled for 200 survival points, half for the village and half for you. What a pity you two had to pull this stunt. Mother, is what he said true? Lu Chao knelt on the ground, looking at his mother. The weary woman shook her head while crying, her fingers running through her head full of white hair. Mother, I truly do not wish to hold you back. After all, it's only slavery. She will come back. I just want to help you earn a little. Lu Chao held back his tears, clenching his fists tightly. 5 years ago, he had brought his frail mother to this place, rumored to be akin to a retirement home for survivors, focusing on homeless survivors. He thought that as long as he worked hard to earn survival points, he could ensure his mother's peaceful twilight years. Now it seemed this was merely a den of ravenous beasts, even enticing his mother to sell herself. I'm sorry, Mother. I regret not being capable enough to leave you in such a place. He then raised his gaze to the village chief and others. I will not stay here any longer. I must take my mother and leave this place. Leave? Zhang Lei burst into laughter. Are you joking? Several hulking men approached the mother and son with sneers, cracking their knuckles. But in the next moment, the anticipated punches and kicks did not come. Instead, a sharp shriek of a blade slicing through the air echoed, followed by the sensation of warm liquid splattering onto their faces. Puffed. Just a moment ago, standing at the forefront, Zhang Lei's head was now airborne, a fountain of blood erupting from his severed neck. Behind him stood a 3-meter-tall monster wielding a butcher's knife. The butcher had moved. With a simple flick of his colossal blade, he severed the stout man before him from head to toe. The sound resembled a saw, tearing through flesh with a chilling rip, cleaving him in two. In an instant, the entire village was enveloped in a profound silence. All eyes were fixed in disbelief upon the decapitated corpse of the chieftain's son as it tumbled to the ground. Terror-stricken, they turned their gaze towards the figure wielding the axe. Was this creature truly unscathed? At that moment, a calm voice resonated through the vehicle's loudspeaker, echoing across the village. Lu Chao, come here, get in the vehicle. With a swift motion, Lin Sanhuo discarded his empty instant noodle cup out of the window and waved at Lu Chao. Seizing this lifeline, Lu Chao grasped his mother's hand, scrambling toward the war vehicle. Stop them! Stop them! The old man cried out, leaning heavily on his cane, his voice hoarse and desperate as he gazed upon his fallen son. Yet no one dared to move. The butcher slowly turned, his massive frame standing like a wall between Lu Chao and the villagers. He remained silent, merely positioning the bloodied cleaver before him, as if inscribing an insurmountable line of death, warning all that dared to take a step forward. Those who did would meet their demise. Inside the village, an oppressive stillness prevailed. The villagers stood frozen, their eyes locked on the enormous, bloodied axe resting before the butcher. No one dared to stir nor utter a sound. Mother, let us go, Lu Chao urged, casting one last glance at the crowd. Supporting his terrified mother, whose legs trembled with fear, he advanced toward the massive war vehicle. His mother gazed up at the towering machine, her body shaking uncontrollably, for she had never seen such a contraption in her lifetime. Don't worry, Mother, it's all right. Quickly get on, Lu Chao encouraged, pushing her onto the vehicle and climbing in himself. Upon entering the cockpit, he spotted Lin Sanhuo and Yu Xiaoyu leisurely sipping drinks. Lu Chao's mother cowered in a corner, paralyzed by fear. Lu Chao's lips quivered, a torrent of words stuck in his throat, ultimately coalescing into a single plea. Brother Lin, these people on the other side, Yu Xiaoyu turned to Lin Sanhuo, inquiring, how do you intend to handle them? Lin Sanhuo, his hand resting on the steering wheel, calmly replied, eliminate them. As the words left his lips, he released the handbrake. The war vehicle's engine roared ominously, its treads beginning to roll forward. The chieftain and his followers were instantly paralyzed with terror, scrambling backward in a panic. Just moments before, they had been menacing figures. But now, facing the specter of death, they were reduced to quivering wretches. With the path blocked by the vehicle and surrounded by the butcher and a horde of swaying zombies, They had no choice but to flee towards the rear of the village. We were wrong. We were forced into this. Please spare us. A group of villagers fell to their knees, fervently begging, while others, in their flight, hurled insults. You bully the weak and the sick. What kind of skill is that? If you're so brave, go after the Shiguang's stronghold. We are but pitiful souls. Why must you torment us? The elderly chieftain, age 77 and leaning on his cane, surprisingly summoned the will to survive, finding himself at the back of the fleeing crowd. The massive treads cast a shadow over him, enveloping him entirely. Lin Sanhuo looked down from the vehicle window, mocking, "Old man, was this the vehicle you wanted? Here, take it, you little bastard. You will pay for this." He bellowed in a final, venomous scream. The treads rolled over him, crushing both the old man and his cane into a grotesque pulp, leaving only a blurred stain of blood on the ground. The remaining villagers, cornered and desperate, watched as the war vehicle loomed closer. They had lost their sanity, throwing anything they could find onto the path, tables, iron pots, bedboards, in a futile attempt to halt the advance of the steel behemoth. But in the next moment, with a resounding crash, a nearby building was demolished by the vehicle, concrete and bricks reduced to rubble, steel rebar flattened. Before this towering monstrosity, all their efforts were rendered meaningless. Within the cockpit, Lu Chao and his mother observed the chaos with cold indifference. The villagers, spotting him, clung to the last vestiges of hope. "Lu Chao, we were wrong. We shouldn't have treated you and your mother that way. Please, plead with the man inside the vehicle to stop." Lu Chao remained expressionless, voiceless, as the war vehicle continued its relentless advance. In the end, over 100 individuals, driven by the instinct to survive, attempted to form a human ladder, climbing atop one another, striving to scale the 8-meter-high container wall. "Get down! Don't pull me! Get off me!" A robust man shouted as he kicked those beneath him away, clawing his way upward. Finally, someone managed to clamber over the top, but instead of freedom, he was met with a pack of ravenous dogs waiting eagerly, their throaty growls resonating ominously. With a ferocious leap, the dogs lunged, their sharp teeth effortlessly tearing into his throat, dragging him into the shadows. Those who could not escape were crushed beneath the slow advance of the war vehicle, their bodies bursting, blood splattering, ultimately merging into a mass of indistinguishable flesh. With a thunderous roar, the container wall was violently breached. Yu Xiaoyu turned her head away, unable to witness the carnage any longer, while Lu Chao remained fixated, his gaze unwavering. Notification: you have killed 157 survivors, earning 4,102 survival points. Lin Sanhuo glanced at the vehicle's display, and to be cautious, activated the drone radar mode. Soon, the screen revealed 3 similar villages within a 20-kilometer radius. Lu Chao, expressionless, explained, "These 3 sanctuaries like this one harbor outsiders. They must have already sold their people to the Shiguangs. Whether they do or not, the outcome remains unchanged." Lin Sanhuo decisively pressed the rocket launcher button. With a whoosh, a cluster of rockets soared into the sky, heading toward the nearest village. In the twilight, a distant fireball ignited. Notification: you have killed 84 survivors, earning 2,133 survival points. Next, the war vehicle ascended a rise, and Lin Sanhuo reloaded the rockets for another launch, accurately striking another village. Notification: you have killed 78 survivors, earning 1,933 survival points. Upon reaching the final village, the inhabitants sensed something amiss, rushing out of their homes in a panic. Lin Sanhuo, disinterested in using rockets again, simply drove the vehicle through. The barrel of the Gatling gun on the front of the vehicle began to rotate. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted forth. Those fleeing figures collapsed in droves, instantaneously torn to shreds. Some, realizing the impending danger, retreated back to the encampment. As a result, the war chariot pivoted, and the settlement was reduced to ruins in an instant. A notification appeared: you have eliminated 54 survivors, earning 1,233 survival points. Ultimately, it was confirmed that there were no living souls within a 20-kilometer radius. Lin Sanhuo returned to the initial settlement. It was safe outside. They could disembark. Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Chao exited the vehicle, surveying the surrounding carnage. Yu Xiaoyu's lips moved silently. Lu Chao discerned her thoughts and spoke softly. My mother mentioned that today all the sellable external survivors from these settlements were sold to the Shiguangs. This refuge has no genuine intentions of sheltering outsiders. Therefore, Lin Ji's actions were justified. These sanctuaries that claim to assist other survivors should have been eradicated long ago. Yu Xiaoyu nodded silently, luring other survivors to reside under the guise of a nursing home, only to discreetly sell them when their families were absent, constituted a capital offense even within the safety zone. Just then, some individuals who had been previously captured began to emerge from various corners of the buildings, primarily women and children. They had been confined by the Shiguangs in specific houses and thus had survived. Hearing the commotion nearby, they had not dared to come out until Lu Chao and the others disembarked. Was the slow driving earlier meant to avoid harming these people? Yu Xiaoyu pondered. It seemed they could have easily mowed them down, but chose to crush them slowly instead. As night began to fall, Yu Xiaoyu rubbed her slightly chilled arms. It will get very cold here at night. We must quickly find a place to spend the night, Lu Chao advised. However, as they surveyed the surroundings, chaos reigned. Several encampments had been leveled to the ground, leaving no habitable space. Just as everyone was at a loss, a sudden metallic crunching sound echoed from behind them, prompting them to turn abruptly. The armor of the giant war chariot unfolded, creating a metallic surface. A heavy gate slowly ascended, illuminating the darkness with bright, warm light. 16 enormous wheels lay concealed beneath the earth. Ultimately, a steel base, centered around the war chariot, was revealed before them. Chapter 66. Upgraded Mobile Fortress. The army of mutants is just one step away after disembarking. Lin Sanhuo wasted no time and directly initiated the upgrade of the mobile fortress. Survival points, 20. 000. Advanced metal, 5000. First level space cube, 1. The icons for these three materials dimmed. In the next moment, Lin Sanhuo felt the war chariot beneath him commencing a new round of evolution. The interior of the cockpit visibly expanded, walls pushed outward, and the ceiling rose higher. The already spacious 40-square-meter cockpit doubled in size to an astonishing 80 square meters, rivaling a standard three-bedroom apartment from the pre-apocalyptic era. The dimensions of the war chariot surged dramatically. Length, 19 to 23 m. Width, 5 to 6 m. Height, 8 meters to 12 meters. Every dimension increased by over 50%, resulting in a terrifying 2 to 3 times gain in volume and internal area. His fingers glided over the cool interface of the vehicle's roof module. Available weapon modules, 20. The roof now featured numerous additional interfaces for weapon installation, tripling its previous capacity. His gaze swept over the list of installable weapons, and he lightly tapped several icons. Gatling, Module Consumption 1, Survival Points, 3K, Double-Barreled Grenade Launcher. Module Consumption 2, Survival Points, 10K, Cluster Rockets. Module Consumption 4, Survival Points, 10K. This indicated that, if he wished, the roof could transform into a terrifying firepower network composed of 20 Gatlings. Yet this was not all. The cockpit's designation had subtly transformed into the war chariot's command center. Its nature had fundamentally changed. It was no longer merely a driving space, but the core hub of the entire mobile fortress. On the walls of the command center, for brand new secondary control screens gradually descended, glowing with a ghostly blue light, categorically displaying onboard weapon systems, cabin energy management, panoramic monitoring array. More crucially, 2 new core functions were activated. Device added, spatial device. Form added, base form. Lin Sanhuo's breath momentarily hitched, without a trace of hesitation. After confirming the absence of any life signs within a 20-kilometer radius, he issued the command. Activate, base form. The instant his words fell, the war chariot erupted with the thunderous sounds of metal reconfiguration. The heavy armor of the giant war chariot peeled away like petals, extending outward. Ultimately, it spread across the ground, forming a shimmering metallic surface. Within mere moments, a steel base, centered around the war chariot, and spanning nearly 2,000 square meters, rose from the ground, almost the size of 4 basketball courts. At the edge of the base, a 10-meter-tall heavy gate slowly rose, sealing the sole entrance securely. Inside the base, bright, warm lights dispelled the darkness of the wilderness, illuminating every corner as if it were daylight. The 16 massive wheels had now completely sunk into the earth. providing the mobile fortress with the most stable support. The command center, where Lin Sanhuo stood, was encased in even thicker armor. Towering in the center of the base like a fortress, a ruler surveying its realm. Yu Xiaoyu, Lu Chao, and the rescued survivors realized, without their conscious awareness, that they had been enveloped by this suddenly materialized steel city. It's enormous. This is even larger than our entire settlement. The survivors circled around, gazing upward at the automatically rising weapon turrets and the manufacturing chambers standing tall in various locations, their expressions filled with awe and reverence. Yu Xiaoyu was equally astounded. She understood that Lin Sanhuo's war chariot was a unique, upgradable sanctuary, yet she never imagined it could metamorphose into a mobile base at will. The scale and defensive structure were already sufficient to rival the primary bases built over years by renowned first-tier survivor organizations, capable of moving, combat, and transforming into a fortress at any moment. Yu Xiaoyu murmured to herself, finally grasping the source of this man's audacious confidence. No wonder he is so bold. At that moment, the hatch of the command center opened, and Lin Sanhuo stepped down from above. His appearance instantly captivated everyone's attention. Among the group of survivors, an older middle-aged man immediately approached, his face contorted into a sycophantic smile. You must be the leader of this base, right? We are delighted to join you. He extended his hand, attempting to shake hands with Lin Sanhuo. However, Lin Sanhuo walked past him without so much as a glance, as if he were merely a wisp of air. The man's hand hung awkwardly in midair. You are too early to rejoice. Lin Sanhuo's voice was not loud. It resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I have no intention of taking you in. The frigid words caused the atmosphere to freeze instantaneously. The joy and hope on the faces of all the survivors became rigid. Lin Sanhuo walked over to Yu Xiaoyu, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He turned to Yu Xiaoyu and inquired, how do you plan to deal with this group? This question caused Yu Xiaoyu's heart to sink sharply. After the previous events, her dwindling goodwill had been shattered by the harshness of reality. Biting her lip, she reluctantly articulated the most rational yet cruel answer. Keeping them would only be a burden. Letting them go could expose our location and information. Her voice dwindled until it was barely audible. Thus, killing them is the best choice. Lin Sanhuo raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that such words would escape her lips. He took a puff of his cigarette, the glowing ember flickering in the night. There's another method. What method? Yu Xiaoyu immediately looked up. Have your people take them to the safe zone tomorrow morning. Lin Sanhuo's expression remained impassive. Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback. But the safe zone is nearly 800 or 900 kilometers away. I don't care. Lin Sanhuo flicked his hand, sending the cigarette but flying. If I wake up tomorrow and still see them here, I will heed your advice and eliminate them. After stating this, he turned and walked toward the other side of the base, ignoring the crowd behind him. Yu Xiaoyu gazed at his retreating figure and promptly took out her phone. After conveying the handling method for that group, Lin Sanhuo arrived at a manufacturing chamber for mutations, connected to countless biochemical energy pipelines. It was a semi-transparent, cylindrical container, towering at 5 meters. Inside the container swirled a viscous, green-glowing biochemical liquid. Countless bubbles slowly floated to the surface, emitting soft sounds. Within the murky substance, faint outlines of humanoid shapes twisted and formed. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of formaldehyde and ozone. Lin Sanhuo activated the control panel of the manufacturing chamber. At the entrance stood several butcher mutations he had created along the way, standing like the most loyal sentinels in the shadows. He glanced at the energy inventory. Biochemical energy, 460,000. Low-level biological core, 756. This was his entire fortune accumulated from absorbing and converting all the mutated corpses when he left Longwan City. Based on the current materials, he had sufficient resources to forge an army of thousands of mutations, coupled with the newly acquired thousands of cubic meters of independent space. He need not worry about storing these armies. This should have been a cause for excitement. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the estimated manufacturing time, his brow furrowed tightly. He had forgotten that every creation required time. Manufacturing a basic zombie took 1 hour. A B-class butcher took 10 hours. While a more advanced corpse king required a staggering 100 hours. Even if he could enlist manpower to assist and shorten the manufacturing time, The issue lay in the fact that this mutation manufacturing chamber could accommodate a maximum of only 4 workstations. This was entirely different from the ammunition manufacturing chamber, which could hold over 50 workstations. A significant problem loomed before him. Even if the manufacturing chamber operated continuously for 24 hours, it could produce at most less than 30 zombies or 2 butchers per day. Other possibilities were out of the question. To assemble an army of zombies of any substantial scale would take nearly 2 months. Too long. This time frame was excessively lengthy. Lin Sanhuo, irritated, lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. Just as he was troubled by this dilemma, faint footsteps sounded behind him. 2 small figures approached. A little yellow dog held a peculiar container containing a maternal entity in its mouth. With a clatter, it dropped it at Lin Sanhuo's feet. The viscous liquid sloshed within the container. Why don't we lend you a hand? Chapter 67. The Ultimate Worker and the Proper Use of Ultimate Mutations. Lin Sanhuo could not decipher the dog barks. However, the little yellow dog sat upright, staring intently at him. The next moment, with a clap, the dog raised a front paw in a stiff yet impeccably formal manner, saluting Lin Sanhuo. At the same time, the liquid maternal entity began to twist and reorganize, ultimately forming a string of characters. Loyalty. Lin Sanhuo's pupils dilated suddenly. A dog saluting him? An ultimate mutation expressing loyalty? This reminded him of a scene from a film from Hongguo. So, this is Hongguo. Lin Sanhuo's fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly, ash cascading down. What were these 2 ultimate mutations up to? The next moment, the little yellow dog nudged the container on the ground towards Lin Sanhuo's feet. Then, it leaped gracefully onto an idle workstation in a mutation manufacturing chamber. It stood there, nudging the workstation beneath it with its nose, then pointed to the adjacent empty space, drawing a circle in the air with its nose. The movements were clear, the intent unmistakable, signaling Lin Sanhuo to release the maternal entity. Lin Sanhuo remained silent for a moment before bending down to pick up the heavy container. The maternal entity still bore the word loyalty directed at Lin Sanhuo. The lid bore 3 prominent red markers, all of which needed to be turned green to open. Lin Sanhuo placed the cigarette in his mouth, his hand resting on the first knob, twisting them one by one. Click, click, click. The 3 knobs turned green in succession. The instant the lid loosened, the viscous liquid of the maternal entity began to flow out through the gap. It did not disperse, but instead gathered on the ground, reforming into those 2 characters. Loyalty. All right, I understand your loyalty. Go ahead now, Lin Sanhuo waved his hand. Subsequently, the mass of liquid representing loyalty crawled towards the workstation beside the little yellow dog. The regular workstation required the operator to utilize 4 to 5 complex auxiliary mechanical arms in conjunction with an information panel to meticulously stitch and assemble the biological materials delivered along the production line. Due to the intricate nature of the process, even if led by AI, it demanded considerable time. Yet these 2 ultimate mutations. No one comprehends the intricacies of the mutated entities better than they do. They have effortlessly discarded the cumbersome mechanical appendages. The little yellow dog emitted a low growl towards the nearby liquid maternal figure. We are but bricks, ready to be moved wherever needed. Let the leader witness our worth. In the next moment, production commenced. The little yellow dog opened its mouth, expanding in an almost tear-like manner. Its size far exceeded that of its head, forming a dark vortex. The biological materials on the conveyor belt, fragments of flesh, bones, and bundles of nerves, were drawn in by an invisible force, vanishing instantaneously into its maw. In less than 2 seconds, a throaty convulsion occurred, and it abruptly expelled a complete, well-structured primary zombie, which landed heavily in the finished goods area. On the other side, the method of the liquid maternal figure was even more bizarre. Dozens of slender tendrils emerged from its liquid form, lightning fast as they coiled around the scattered materials. The materials were dragged into its translucent body. Within the green liquid, a blinding light ignited, and various tissues rapidly fused and shaped themselves. In one moment, there were disparate materials. In the next, the light faded, revealing a complete, assembled product smoothly extruded from its body. One inhale, the other fused. Under the miraculous operations of these 2 ultimate mutated entities, the control panel of the mutation manufacturing chamber displayed the processing time figures. which began to fluctuate at a terrifying speed. Xiao E detected ultimate laborers, recalculating the efficiency of the mutation manufacturing chamber. Calculation results as follows. Manufacturing zombie, 30 seconds. Manufacturing rabid dog, 1 minute. Manufacturing butcher, 2 minutes. Manufacturing meat tumor, 10 minutes. Manufacturing corpse king, 30 minutes. Lin Sanhuo fixed his gaze on the refreshing data on the screen. His entire being froze. This was no longer a matter of efficiency. This speed had increased by more than 100-fold. He then looked towards the 2 workstations that were already bustling with activity. For the first time, a fervent glint appeared in Lin Sanhuo's eyes. Let us give it our all. As his words fell, he unhesitatingly allocated the accumulated resources to the mutated army's manufacturing list. Zombies 400, rabid dogs 400, butchers 100, meat tumors 20, corpse kings 1. The list completed, there remained 100,000 units of biochemical energy, with less than 200 consumed by the low-level biological cores. The time required for manufacturing? A mere 17 hours. In just 17 hours, a mutated army capable of flattening a small city could be produced. Ready for action. Incredible. Lin Sanhuo quietly exclaimed 2 words, the highest praise for these 2 ultimate mutated entities. Meanwhile, on the other side, did you hear? The boss is praising us. Keep up the good work. The speed of the 2 ultimate mutated entities surged once more, even beginning to intertwine. After Lin Sanhuo confirmed that there were no further issues, he turned and strode towards the command center, preparing for a good night's rest. The next day, he would return to witness the results. Soon, the following day, as dawn broke, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Lin Sanhuo opened his eyes and rushed out of the command center. After a night of manufacturing, the entire steel base was filled to the brim, from the ground to the corners, with a myriad of mutated entities of various forms. They stood silently, like humanoid weapons poised for action. The scream originated from Yu Xiaoyu's side. A group of people, terrified, shrank back against the door, afraid to venture out. Don't be afraid. We're one of you. Lin Sanhuo approached and explained. Only then did the crowd exhale in relief. You created all of this? Yu Xiaoyu's voice trembled. Although she knew Lin Sanhuo could manufacture mutated entities, she did not anticipate that he could conjure such a multitude overnight. What? Are you planning to go out? Lin Sanhuo acknowledged. He then glanced at the survivor she had shielded behind her and inquired, what about them? Yu Xiaoyu nodded. We arranged for a vehicle that drove all night, waiting a few kilometers away to take them over. And him? Lin Sanhuo's gaze fell on Lu Chao and his mother beside him. Aren't they coming along? Yu Xiaoyu shook her head. Lu Chao is my informant. He must stay here. As for his mother, she fears for her son's safety here and is unwilling to leave. Lin Sanhuo's brow furrowed slightly, barely perceptibly. He does not accommodate idlers. Yet, just as he was about to voice his refusal, Lu Chao's mother gathered her courage and stepped forward. Brother Lin, I saw you and miss you eating instant noodles yesterday. The woman nervously wrung her hands, her voice tinged with a hint of supplication. If you allow me to stay, I can cook for you all. Cooking? The rejection that had been on the tip of Lin Sanhuo's tongue was swallowed back down. After all, these past 2 days, he had subsisted on snacks or instant noodles, his palate growing weary. How had he not considered that the base was in need of a cook? Yes, I used to run a restaurant for over a decade. I prepared the regular meals at the village. Whatever you desire, I can make it. For instance, sweet and sour carp from Lu cuisine, braised sea cucumber, and from Sichuan cuisine, mapo tofu and twice-cooked pork, as well as Cantonese roasted suckling pig and white-cut chicken, along with crayfish. I can prepare all of it. Just let me stay, and I will. Very well, Lin Sanhuo replied calmly, showing almost no hesitation. He patted his somewhat empty belly. After all, having upgraded to a fortress, it was indeed unreasonable not to arrange for a cook. Lin Sanhuo then took out his phone, connected online, and searched for a kitchen blueprint he had previously drawn. Construction. A low rumble reverberated. A flat metal panel on the ground opened up, and a fully equipped modern kitchen slowly rose before the astonished gazes of the crowd. From now on, that kitchen is under your management. The materials are in the back compartment. See what dishes you can prepare for me. I haven't had breakfast yet. Lin Sanhuo licked his lips, no longer wishing to rely on instant noodles and snacks for sustenance. All right. The woman immediately responded excitedly. almost running towards the kitchen. Lu Chao also bowed deeply to Lin Sanhuo, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Lin, thank you. And can I help my mother?" "Of course." Upon receiving permission, Lu Chao dashed into the kitchen. Yu Xiaoyu watched this scene, a smile gracing her lips. "I didn't expect you to agree." Lin Sanhuo rubbed his belly. After all, no one should endure hunger, especially not it. He then turned to ask, "Will you return?" "I will come back. I will return." Lin Sanhuo felt a tinge of disappointment. "Could you not return?" Yu Xiaoyu shook her head. "No, besides, aren't you supposed to go to Tang City?" Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward and whispered, "I have a contact who provided me with something that will greatly aid you in your upcoming journey to Tang City." "What is it?" Lin Sanhuo inquired with curiosity. Yu Xiaoyu deliberately kept him in suspense, saying, "I will tell you once I return." Having said this, she departed with her companions. Lin Sanhuo recalled the letter he had scavenged last night regarding the call to arms against Tang City, pondering if it was related. Chapter 68. Preparing to depart for Tang City after Yu Xiaoyu left, Lin Sanhuo gazed at the army of mutated beings he had created. With nothing else to do, he decided to assign some of the mutants to the ammunition manufacturing warehouse. Shortly thereafter, a synchronized rhythm of footsteps echoed as the mutants turned and marched towards the manufacturing chamber. Though incapable of complex logical reasoning, they possessed an innate talent for executing fixed, repetitive mechanical actions. Before long, 50 workstations were set up, engaged in loading gunpowder, compressing projectiles, and assembling shells. A series of operations commenced, and the efficiency data on the control panel soared. "Xiao-E, worker efficiency has increased," the notification read. "Current ammunition manufacturing efficiency is 200 times that of an average human. Continuous production can be maintained for 724 hours. Observing this, Lin Sanhuo nodded in satisfaction. "If the ultimate mutants can do it, I knew you could as well. This is splendid. As long as the materials are sufficient, the ammunition supply for vehicles can essentially be inexhaustible." Having resolved the work arrangement for the mutants, a delightful aroma of food wafted into his nostrils, the savory scent of meat porridge. Lu Chao's mother emerged from the modern kitchen, carrying a tray with a hint of nervousness and eagerness. "Big brother Lin, breakfast is ready." Lin Sanhuo sat down at the metallic dining table extending from the operations center. A steaming bowl of meat porridge, thick and hearty, was presented along with several unnamed yet appetizing pickled dishes and 2 perfectly fried eggs with golden edges, their yolks still runny. Lin Sanhuo picked up a spoon, savoring each bite. Delicious. As he continued to eat, he took out his phone and opened the chat group for the danger zone. The messages refreshed at an astonishing speed, hundreds of them scrolling past. Lin Sanhuo deftly navigated through the chatter, quickly identifying several key points. Firstly, news of his attack on the New World trading town had spread throughout the chat group. Yet curiously, no one knew the identity of the assailant. The true witnesses had perished at the scene, while the few fortunate survivors were merely those who had fled the periphery, having heard the commotion without seeing the specific details of the armored vehicles. They left behind only vague descriptions of monstrous figures. In response, the New World authorities issued a stern statement vowing to thoroughly investigate the matter and spare no effort in apprehending the perpetrator. Secondly, news regarding the New World Organization's campaign against Tang City was circulating within the group. A significant number of individuals were engaged in fervent discussions, expressing that capable organizations had received invitations from the New World. They were mobilizing their forces in preparation for the expedition. The rationale behind accepting the invitation included, firstly, that the New World was offering substantial material and shelter compensation for this joint operation, ensuring that all participating organizations would benefit regardless of the outcome. Secondly, the rapid expansion of Tang City, coupled with its insidious infection methods, posed a severe threat to the safety of surrounding survivor bases, necessitating a united front to eradicate it completely. The third point raised questions about why the New World was so intent on targeting Tang City. Some revealed that the New World's headquarters lay a staggering 4,000 kilometers away, prompting curiosity among the chat group members about why they would extend their reach to intervene in Tang City. Lin Sanhuo, however, remained unfazed. He was merely intrigued about the nature of the ultimate mutant concealed within Tang City, one that warranted such extensive efforts from the New World. Moreover, since no one was aware of his involvement in the Town S incident. Participating in this so-called righteous campaign seemed a prudent choice to ascertain the situation. Closing the chat group, he returned to his porridge. Big Brother Lin, how does it taste? Luma asked nervously, rubbing her hands together. What would you like to eat next? It tastes quite good, Lin Sanhuo interrupted, though the dishes could use a bit more flavor. Additionally, I would like to have some crayfish. He then casually inquired, is there no market or shelter for groceries in this post-apocalyptic world? Luma's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and discomfort. Big Brother Lin, in this current world, meat is a rare commodity. Where would one find crayfish? Just as she finished speaking, light footsteps echoed outside the heavy gate of the base. Yu Xiaoyu entered, coincidentally arriving at the conclusion of the meal. Your food seems quite decent, she remarked, casting a glance at Lin Sanhuo, but disregarding her teasing. What is the information you mentioned that could assist me? Yu Xiaoyu, undeterred, pulled out a chair, served herself a bowl of porridge, and, after taking a hearty sip, began to speak. It pertains to the campaign against Luftang City. You are aware of this matter? Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow. Lu Chao informed me. The collectors are apprehending people because of this. Yu Xiaoyu produced her phone, and it's already circulating in the danger zone. I figured as much. Moreover, I suspect you are unaware of Luftang City's background. Yu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Sanhuo. He tilted his head. You see, without me, you know nothing. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoyu gestured with her chopsticks on the table. Luftang City is a city infected by an ultimate mutant known as Luftang. This ultimate mutant is unlike any known species. It is a plant-based mutant. With the advent of the apocalypse, everything has transformed, and sometimes even a stone or a tree can become a terrifying monster. Isn't that akin to becoming a spirit? Lin Sanhuo quipped. One could say that. Yu Xiaoyu concurred, continuing. What makes Luftang particularly fearsome is its ability to release a pollen toxin that can ensnare the hearts of men. All humans who inhale the pollen become its most devoted followers, and even other mutants are not spared. These followers disseminate Luftang's seeds, akin to missionaries, constantly expanding its territory. Within a mere 5 years, Luftang City has spread and infected 5 surrounding cities, with its infection zone encompassing 5 times the territory of the Revival Society. To curb its expansion, organizations voluntarily form extermination brigades every year to eradicate it. Yet every year culminates in failure. However, this year is different. Yu Xiaoyu tapped her chopsticks against the table. The orchestrator of this year's expedition is the New World, recognized as the most formidable force in Nan Province. It is the only organization capable of establishing a foothold in the 4-star danger zone. I understand, Lin Sanhuo replied, somewhat perplexed. But I heard their territory is thousands of miles from LV Ting City. Even if LV Tung expands, it won't pose a threat for decades, right? That is precisely the strange part, Yu Xiaoyu nodded. The New World, under the banner of reclaiming territory for humanity, has offered an exceedingly high bounty. It is said that over 50 organizations have already confirmed their participation after receiving invitations. This expeditionary force is unprecedented in scale, surrounding LV Tong City from 4 directions, clearly aiming to annihilate it in one fell swoop. As for what I can offer you and how I came to know this, Yu Xiaoyu produced a well-crafted metal card from her pocket and slid it across the table towards Lin Sanhuo. Yesterday, a contact of mine found me. He informed me about the situation between the New World and LV Tong City, which is how I learned all this. More importantly, this contact is responsible for distributing the invitations for this operation. He procured a counterfeit invitation for me under the non-existent name of the Haifeng organization. With this, you can legitimately join the expeditionary force and enter LV Tong City. Lin Sanhuo picked up the card. It was heavier than he had anticipated, its edges polished to a smooth finish. He had to admit that this item was indeed quite useful. Without this official identity, attempting to enter LV Tung City with his war vehicle would mean confronting the numerous survivor organizations surrounding it head-on. Lin Sanhuo was audacious, but not to the extent of believing he could single-handedly challenge a coalition formed by numerous factions. When do we depart? Yu Xiaoyu inquired. Lin Sanhuo's gaze turned to the manufacturing list on his phone. The countdown for the creation of the mutated army indicated that only 3 hours remained. Once this batch of troops is completed, we will finish our meal and set off. Chapter 69, Hotel Level Single Room. Arrival at LV Tung City after nearly 1,000 mutated soldiers have been manufactured. Night had fallen, and the clock read around 10 o'clock. The mutated army was stored in a foldable space as Lin Sanhuo switched the base to war vehicle mode. He then distributed electronic keys to everyone, each corresponding to a designated room number. The journey would span several hundred kilometers, and the road was treacherous, likely taking 7 to 8 hours. Return and rest for now. We will gather here around 7 or 8 in the morning. Also, Aunt Lin, I've arranged your room next to the kitchen. You might need to prepare breakfast for everyone tomorrow, he concluded. After receiving nods of acknowledgement, the group headed towards the rear compartment of the war vehicle while Lin Sanhuo ascended to the cockpit and activated the smart driving system. Destination, LV Tong City. Arrival time, 89 hours soon. The massive fortress vehicle began to move slowly, its 16 wheels rolling over the barren wilderness toward the predetermined direction. Lin Sanhuo stood by the large cockpit window, lighting a cigarette. The night wind tousled his hair, and as he gazed at the swiftly retreating, desolate scenery, he felt a peculiar sense of enjoyment. Turning his head, he caught sight of Yu Xiaoyu peering from the neighboring window, holding her phone to take a selfie. Their eyes met. The single room Lin Sanhuo had arranged for them not only featured a private bathroom, but also a window providing a scenic view. Having lived for so many years, Yu Xiaoyu never imagined she would one day occupy a nearly 20-square-meter room equipped with full amenities inside a vehicle. She had just been taking selfies against the backdrop of the apocalyptic nightscape when she inadvertently locked eyes with Lin Sanhuo. "What is this? Are you on vacation?" Lin Sanhuo chuckled, a smile playing on his lips. Yu Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly. "I'm just checking in," she retorted defiantly, quickly retreating in her room and collapsing onto the soft bed. Yet, turning her head to gaze out at the night sky racing by, she couldn't help but feel her heart race. This sensation was strange, yet comforting. Lin Sanhuo was right. She indeed felt as though she had returned to the days before the apocalypse, reminiscent of her train journeys to Tibet while attending police academy. The only difference was that outside the window lay the end of the world, while beneath her was a robust fortress vehicle. If only there were no apocalypse. Yu Xiaoyu sighed. Equally astonished were Lu Chao and his mother. Upon opening the door and seeing the clean, tidy room complete with a massive observation window, both were rendered speechless. "Mom, are we in a vehicle?" Lu Chao pressed his face against the cool, bulletproof glass, gazing up at the thick armored plating outside, which could close at any moment to transform the space into the safest stronghold. He dashed into the bathroom, turning on the faucet to let warm water flow freely. Lu Chao's mother surveyed everything in disbelief, her hand gently brushing over the soft sheets, feeling as though she were in a dream. This vehicle felt less like a vehicle and more like a mobile 3-story villa. In those years spent in the village, she had shared a cramped room with over a dozen others, breathing in stale air, bathing with cold water from a dilapidated outhouse, and resolving restroom needs outdoors. Personal space was a luxury beyond her wildest imagination. Yet here, not only was everything complete, but each person also had their own private room. An overwhelming sense of unreal happiness enveloped her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. She felt an inexplicable appreciation for this hard-won opportunity. On the other hand, Lin Sanhuo was devoid of such sentiment. After all, he had never experienced the hardships of the apocalypse. He perused the available modification blueprints, occupying the 80-square-meter space that could be likened to a presidential suite as his command center. He enjoyed watching movies and playing games, relishing the leisurely pace. As night deepened, he soon fell asleep. By the following morning, a brilliant ray of sunlight streamed through the porthole. Little reminder, less than 2 kilometers to destination. "Master, wake up quickly. The sun is shining on your backside." Lin Sanhuo rubbed his eyes. "Have we arrived already?" He climbed up the internal ladder to the rooftop of the war vehicle. On the rooftop, Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Chao's mother were already awake. Lu Chao's mother was hanging freshly washed clothes on the railing, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. "Lin, are you awake? Need any clothes washed?" Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the rooftop, her expression serious as she gazed into the distance. "They are right there." She pointed toward a massive gathering of people appearing on the horizon, softly reminding them, "We are almost there. Do you have that invitation card on you?" Lin Sanhuo inquired, patting his body, only to be taken aback immediately. He glanced at Yu Xiaoyu, realizing he had forgotten to take it when he boarded the vehicle yesterday. Yu Xiaoyu expressed her confusion. Chapter 70, for 1,000 words. Hey Foam, what organization hails from the countryside? I have never heard of it. The southern region of Lutung City, one of the cities afflicted by infection. Outside Sujing City, the landscape was dominated by thick, twisted black vines, entangling every structure. They crept in through windows and burst forth from rooftops, transforming the entire city into a colossal, ominous plant nest. The solitary entrance for vehicles was ensnared by countless intertwining vines, forming an impenetrable black web. Within the gaps of this web, indistinct human shapes could be seen writhing. Outside the city, on a vast expanse of open ground, flags from dozens of survivor organizations fluttered in the wind. Various modified combat vehicles, pickups, and armored cars were huddled together, creating a sprawling temporary camp. Thousands of survivors congregated here, armed with an array of weaponry of varying quality. Yet each face bore a hint of greed and excitement. At this moment, the leaders of the organizations were gathered, animatedly discussing matters. Meanwhile, within a hastily erected operational command tent, a bald man, clutching a string of prayer beads, was intently gazing at the city before him. His name was Suchong Fa, leader of the Jin Guang organization and deputy commander of the Southern Coalition against Lutung City. The leader of his squad, the 7th Madam, had yet to report back, and communication was unreachable. The voice of his aide broke through his reverie. Suchong Fa paused his movement of the prayer beads, closed his eyes, and continued to search. He then turned and resumed questioning, which other organizations participating in the assault have not yet arrived. He phoned? Suchong Fa was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of this organization. The name did not appear on any list he remembered. What region is this organization from? I do not know, his aide responded, shaking his head in confusion. The notice came from the distribution department last night. Should we wait for them? The aide tentatively inquired. Suchong Fa closed his eyes once more, rolling the prayer beads with a dismissive expression. An unknown minor player. I have never even heard of them. We shall not wait. With that, he opened his eyes and exited the command center. At the same time outside, a group of organizational leaders continued their discussions regarding the compensation mechanism for the assault on the New World and the anticipated reward system. This was precisely why so many organizations have been drawn to this round of attacks. First, all ammunition and equipment consumed by the assault organizations would be reimbursed uniformly by the New World. Second, based on battle rewards, each organization could secure a minimum of over 1,000 survivor points. Third, the assault was divided into 4 coalitions: East, South, West, and North. The top performer would receive an A-level or higher technological production line from the New World. Consequently, almost all invited organizations accepted the call, their sights set on that production line. An A-level technological production line was only found in shelters of level 5 or above, and possessing even one such technology would elevate an organization to a new echelon of power. As for who would claim it, the moment Suchong Fa stepped before the crowd, the leaders of the other organizations already had an answer in their hearts. The Jin Guang organization was a new energy organization that specialized in producing rare solar energy. Not only did they rely on solar energy to create numerous electric weaponry, but they also had subsidiary groups such as Shi Guang, Guang Yuan, and Guangnang organizations, all of which assisted in collecting new energy through solar panels across various regions. In an apocalyptic scenario, energy was a coveted resource for all organizations. Hence, the Jin Guang organization, with its mastery over new energy, had swiftly become a rising star in the entire 1-star and 2-star danger zones. The pivotal moment came last year when the Jin Guang organization collaborated with the New World to develop an S-class vehicle weapon, the Lin Guang tank, and a lower spec version, the Lin Guang combat vehicle. It was said that a single shot from its laser cannon could effortlessly penetrate 5 armored vehicles. Such power was indeed terrifying. As Suchong Fa approached the assembly, members from various organizations began to shower him with flattery. Ah, Leader Su, you have finally arrived. We were just admiring your Lin Guang tank parked at the entrance. Truly a magnificent new energy weapon. Leader Su, it seems you look even better after 10 days. When shall we set off to conquer the city? With your leadership, I believe we can breach Sujing City in no time. In half a day? I bet it can be done in an hour. Faced with the praises and flattery from numerous leaders, Suchong Fa maintained an air of calmness on the surface. rolling the prayer beads in his hand while feeling a sense of pride inside. Such a ragtag group dare to vie for first place? He had already mentally claimed the reward for himself, fully aware of the capabilities of these organizations. Soon, Suchong FA's aide stepped forward to speak. Leaders, we are still awaiting one organization that has yet to arrive. Our leader and I have come to seek your opinions on whether we should wait for them. Upon hearing this, the other leaders exchanged glances, pondering who could be so audacious as to be late. Who is this? Who dares to delay under Leader Su's command? When they arrive, they must be punished. Hey, Foam, the aide replied. Have any of you heard of this name? He Foam? The crowd appeared puzzled. What organization hails from such a remote place? I have never heard of it. In my opinion, it is merely an obscure organization trying to latch on a lower-tier rewards. Surely, it must be a worthless organization. Indeed, let's not wait for them. We should hasten to attack the city. I heard the New World has also offered a reward for the first city captured. The organization that occupies the city first will earn 2,000 survivor points for all its members. Let us not waste our time on this insignificant organization. Very well. The aide noted the unanimous agreement among the leaders. This matter is easily resolved. Now, let us check with our leader for final approval. Suchong FA remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Excellent. Then let us proceed. But just as the words left his mouth, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone instinctively looked up and turned around, collectively frozen in shock. A colossal battle vehicle, resembling a moving hill, was slowly approaching from the nearby hillside. Its massive form cast a tremendous shadow that enveloped the entire camp. 16 giant wheels, each over 3 meters in diameter, rolled across the ground, leaving deep ruts capable of swallowing a person whole. The once proud modified combat vehicles in the camp appeared as diminutive toys in the presence of this behemoth, including the Guangling tank, which Su Changfa takes immense pride in. A leader murmured, his cigarette dropping to the ground. Whose vehicle is this? We are in a first and second-tier danger zone. When did such a thing appear? Immediately afterwards. A colossal war machine came to a halt outside the high walls of the camp, towering 5 or 6 meters, allowing a clear view of its cockpit and turret. At that moment, everyone in the camp felt as though they were being scrutinized by a giant from the outside. Su Changfa's expression darkened considerably, his grip on the Buddhist beads tightening. A potent mix of threat and envy instantly transformed the vehicle's operators into his most formidable rivals. Go find out whose it is. The adjutant nodded and hurried forward, intending to open the camp's gates. However, 2 figures emerged from atop the tank, resulting in a conversation across the wall. Which organization are you from? Heifeng, Yu Xiaoyu replied, steeling himself. Heifeng? Wu Jiqing scrutinized them from head to toe before turning to his leader. Drop the invitation card. Let me see it. Yu Xiaoyu's expression froze. At that moment, Lin Sanhuo stepped forward, speaking with conviction. I forgot. Forgot? Su Changfa scoffed, feeling a sense of relief within. The adjutant, hands on hips, seemed to engage in dialogue with the giant. Without the invitation card, we cannot verify your identity. Oh, Lin Sanhuo casually responded. So you mean we cannot join your coalition to attack the city? Observing the lineup of vehicles outside the city, it was evident they were poised for imminent battle. Indeed. However, you could contact the New World to have your dispatch department issue you a new card. Once confirmed, we may allow your entry. The adjutant provided a solution. In reality, by the time the card was reissued, they would have already seized the city. Fine then, you fight, and I shall watch from here, Lin Sanhuo said, tossing the cigarette away and preparing to return to the vehicle. Despite Yu Xiaoyu's confusion, he merely followed Lin Sanhuo back. Upon seeing the massive tank stationed at the entrance, Su Changfa sighed in relief, marveling at the unexpected strength of the vehicle manufacturing facility in a first and second-tier danger zone. He then commanded the adjutant, find out where this organization's refuge is. After the assault, we shall take it down. Understood. Soon, the mobilization for the siege officially commenced. All personnel, heed the orders. Su Changfa stood in the shadows, while a torrent of steel lined up neatly outside the city. The adjutant drew his pistol, pointing towards Shujing City. Attack! With a single command, thousands of survivors shouted, surging like a tide towards the massive vine net. The Guangling tank led the charge, its cannon emitting a blinding blue light. Boom! A colossal plasma shell whistled forth, striking the center of the vine net with precision. The explosion's shockwave sent dust swirling into the air. They anticipated that the net would be torn open immediately, allowing the army to pour into the city. Yet, the net quickly self-repaired after suffering a burning hole. What? Su Changfa's complexion changed. With the vine net still obstructing the city entrance, the attacks from the other organizations felt futile, merely sparking small flames upon the vines, entirely ineffective. A cacophony of battle cries filled the air, yet half a day passed without the assaulting army even touching the city gates. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Lin Sanhuo's vehicle, a different scene unfolded. After returning to the vehicle and clearing the rear compartment, they discovered an abundance of hot pot ingredients from their previous supermarket raid. Thanks to the vehicle's cold storage system, they could prepare a meal. A metallic dining table was set up in the center, with a steaming Yingyang hot pot bubbling away. Fragrant and inviting, Lin Sanhuo, Yu Xiaoyu, and Lu Chao gathered around. Lu Chao's mother continuously added sliced meats and vegetables to the pot. Come, try this tripe. Just pull from the cold storage. 7 seconds in the pot is perfect. Lin Sanhuo picked up a slice of evenly colored meat, dipped it in the boiling spicy broth, blew on it, and took a bite. Delicious. Yu Xiaoyu, with grease on his lips, mumbled, "Is it really appropriate for us to be enjoying hot pot while the battle rages below? What's inappropriate about it?" Lin Sanhuo replied, grabbing another piece of tripe. "If they refuse us entry, do they expect us to starve?" Lu Chao nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Lingu, how about another plate of brain matter?" Below, the survivors, desperately attacking, caught whiffs of the enticing hot pot aroma wafting from above, glancing at their rations, and their faces turned green with anger. Damn it, what are they doing? They're having hot pot. We're risking our lives out here, and they're indulging in luxury behind us? This is outrageous. Su Changfa, hearing his subordinates' complaints, looked up at the relaxed group. His teeth clenched in frustration, yet he felt powerless. As dusk fell, the group finished their hot pot and even began playing badminton on the rooftop. Meanwhile, they had expended countless ammunition yet remained unable to budge the vine door even slightly. "Boss, this isn't working. The vines have a regenerative ability. As soon as we activate our laser weapons, they recover instantly." The adjutant returned, drenched in sweat, to report. Su Changfa gasped for breath, staring at the seemingly impregnable black vine net in the distance, his mind racing. Bombardment was ineffective. They needed sheer weight and impact to forcibly break through the door. But what could possess such power? His gaze unconsciously drifted towards the towering war machine behind him. His face shifted through shades of green and white. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a decision. Reluctantly, he squeezed out a few words to his adjutant. "Go, invite them over, and tell them I agree to their joining the coalition." Chapter 71. Joining is acceptable, but first, 4,000 survivor points must be paid. After a round of badminton on the rooftop, Lin Sanhuo wiped the light perspiration from his brow, holding the badminton racket as he sat at the front of the vehicle, curiously observing the intense battlefield ahead. As the battle commenced, a uniquely designed Lingtang tank opened fire. The cannon emitted an electric flash, unleashing a searing blue beam towards the front. Zing! It quietly burned a massive hole in the black vine net. Cheerful cheers erupted from the assaulting army. The leaders below wore smiles of satisfaction, as if victory was assured. However, soon, as the initial wave of assault drew to a close, the vines at the edge of the pit began to writhe. In mere moments, they returned to their original state, even initiating a counterattack. Dozens of thick vines, akin to colossal pythons, emerged from the net, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, striking fiercely at the foremost battle vehicles. The leaders below fell into an immediate silence. Ultimately, the expeditionary army, led by Su Changfa, retreated in disarray. The entire encampment was shrouded in a pall of despondency, with the leaders wearing expressions of deep discontent. "How intriguing," Lin Sanhuo mused, stroking his chin, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable plant gate would prove so formidable. At that moment, he heard Yu Xiaoyu's voice. "This entity is known as Heitong, a mutated branch of the green vine. It is classified as S rank, second only to the ultimate level. Once its vines harden, their strength rivals that of advanced alloys, and they can convert any lifeless matter they touch into nourishment and sustenance." She paused, accepting a glass of ice water handed to her by Lu Chao's mother. Moreover, it possesses the self-healing capabilities characteristic of A-rank mutations. Its sole vulnerability lies within the spore core hidden in the city. Only by destroying that core can He Tang be vanquished completely. Lin Sanhuo twisted off the cap of his bottle, his gaze falling upon a figure rushing towards the battle vehicle. No wonder it exerted such effort to seal off the city. Its lifeblood lay within. He took a large gulp of ice water, his eyes fixed on the approaching individual. At this moment, Su Changfa's aide, with trepidation, approached the massive battle vehicle beneath the scrutiny of thousands of complex gazes in the camp. He tilted his head back, nearly straining his neck to catch a glimpse of the railing atop the platform. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to project authority in his voice. Brothers above, after careful deliberation, our Southern Coalition has resolved to permit your Hay Foam organization to join this expedition. He deliberately emphasized the words permit and join, seeking to salvage a shred of dignity, as if this were a gracious concession. In the next instant, a half-empty bottle of mineral water plummeted from above, splashing the aide's face. Lin Sanhuo approached the railing of the vehicle, looking down upon the diminutive figure below. I see you cannot even breach a city gate, which is why you sought our assistance. His voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly throughout the silent encampment. Below, the leaders of the organization, who had recently appeared dejected, suddenly wore expressions of fury. The aide's face flushed with anger. How dare he show such disrespect in front of so many? Did this young man intend to abandon all pretense of civility in this perilous zone? Yet, recalling the commander's orders and the impenetrable vine gate, he begrudgingly suppressed his ire. We are merely concerned that once we enter the city, you may not contribute sufficiently and thus miss out on the rewards of our efforts. After all, we are all brother organizations invited by the New World. Should you opt not to participate, it would reflect poorly on us, and we would find it challenging to explain to the New World. The aide rummaged for words, attempting to leverage the New World's name to assert pressure. Lin Sanhuo, however, merely cleaned out his ears and chuckled. It was evident that this group feared he would claim credit, hence their reluctance to let him in. Now, faced with their inability to prevail, they sought his aid, pretending to be concerned for his interests. How amusing, he thought, that they could twist the narrative so deftly. Lin Sanhuo shook his head, seeing through their petty schemes. Nevertheless, he had little interest in quarreling with them. The time for the conquest mission was limited. Even if they did not seek his assistance, he would find a way to enter. It would be opportune to use their predicament to his advantage. He chuckled softly. If you wish for my intervention, it will come at a cost. With a flourish, he extended 4 fingers. 4,000 survivor points, credited to my account first. Upon receipt of the funds, I shall assist you in resolving that gate. What say you? 4,000. The aide's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, hardly able to fathom what he had heard. This young man had the audacity to seize the opportunity. The encampment erupted in an uproar. What the hell? Has this fellow gone mad? Demanding 4,000 points outright? How dare he treat us like fools? A nameless organization that even lost its invitation card has the gall to act so brazenly? Leader Su, we cannot acquiesce to his demands. Let us consider other alternatives. The leaders voiced their indignation, clamoring in protest. Su Changfa stood at the back of the crowd, his fingers tightening around his prayer beads, the sound of them creaking under pressure. 4,000 points. For his organization, Jingguang, it was not an unattainable sum. Yet, the affront was insufferable. A nobody, an unknown organization, dared to threaten them in front of everyone? The aide returned, tail tucked between his legs. Commander, what do you think? Su Changfa did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the immovable vine net in the distance. From noon to dusk, a deluge of ammunition had been unleashed upon it, even deploying their pride. The Lingguang tank. What was the result? Utter futility. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became. Moreover, word had it that allied forces from the other 3 directions had already breached the city. They could not afford further delay. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his simmering anger. Su Changfa surveyed the leaders still clamoring around him. Esteemed colleagues, he began slowly, for 1,000 points may seem substantial. However, with 10 organizations here, that amounts to merely a few hundred points each. For such a modest price, to gain an opportunity to enter Sujing City and seize the 2,000 points for first achievement. Do you not find it worthwhile? Upon hearing his words, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Indeed, in their anger, they had lost sight of this crucial detail. Each organization contributing a few hundred points to let that behemoth charge the gate. Once it opened, they could surge in to claim the glory. At that point, they would not only earn 2,000 points, but the spoils within the city would far exceed that amount. Commander Su speaks wisely. Damn it, that young man is fortunate. Let us consider it an investment for opening the door. Quickly gather the points. We cannot afford to delay, lest the allied forces from other directions seize the advantage. The group, which had been so vociferous moments ago, now experienced a complete turnaround, hastily pooling their survivor points onto a single card. Handing the card, Su Changfa instructed his aide with a cold glare. Additionally, inform him that if he fails to breach this gate, he shall return every point he has consumed, with interest. Chapter 72. This entity possesses extraordinary resilience. To continue, an increase in payment is necessary. On the battle vehicle S platform, Lin Sanhuo received the card thrown up to him. Scanning it and receiving the notification of survivor points credited, he nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a large organization, for 1,000 survivor points readily given. The aide stood below, suppressing the urge to curse. Going forward, I trust my brothers will honor their promise to breach that plant gate. Should you fail, I will return your funds. Lin Sanhuo interjected swiftly. Subsequently, they returned to the cockpit. Yu Xiaoyu followed closely beside, her expression complex. It was her first time witnessing such audacity, as someone openly threatened numerous local snakehead organizations. Are you not afraid of their retaliation for extorting them? Retaliation? Lin Sanhuo chuckled. I fear their lack of retaliation more. With that, he wasted no words, initiating the war machine. Boom! The slumbering steel behemoth abruptly awakened. Snap! The headlights flickered on, under the twilight. The blinding beams illuminated a 100-meter radius, as if it were midday. 16 massive wheels began to turn slowly. A towering wall, standing 7 to 8 meters high, crumbled with a slight touch. Twisted metal was mercilessly ground into the dust. The engine emitted a deafening roar, causing the entire ground to tremble. Everyone in the camp instinctively took a few steps back, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. The camp was less than 1,000 meters from the Black Vine Gate. The war machine turned its head, facing the gigantic vine door, and activated the siege device. Lin Sanhuo issued the command. The weapons atop the vehicle retracted. The smooth armored plates on the vehicle's roof silently slid aside, revealing a thick, black, colossal steel column that slowly rose. The column still retained a current, flowing like veins along its surface. Everyone was momentarily stunned, having initially thought it was merely a large vehicle. They never expected such an arsenal concealed within it, including this enormous siege column. If it were to penetrate that black vine, one could hardly fathom the size of the hole it would create. At that moment, the organization leaders, who had just felt pain over the cost of survival points, had only one word left in their minds. Worth. Incredibly worth it. Su Changfa's face blossomed with ecstatic delight. He tightened his grip on the prayer beads, his gaze fervent, as if the war machine had already inscribed his name. He had even begun to envision himself seated within that vast cockpit, surveying the world from above, looking down upon all. The deputy, discerning his thoughts, quietly approached. Chief, are you interested? Su Changfa's Adam's apple bobbed, suppressing his excitement, merely emitting a brief grunt from his nostrils. Yet the glint of greed was unmistakable. One of the subordinates had a plan that would allow the chief to obtain it effortlessly. The deputy's voice was kept low. To acquire this vehicle. Oh, Su Changfa's eyelid twitched, turning his head. What plan? Share it with me. Meanwhile, the two men exuded an intense aura of covetousness. Lin Sanhuo noticed through the window. The shifty-eyed Su Changfa and his companion had also caught scent of their intentions. Finally, someone is considering me. After completing the installation of the siege device, he pressed the overclock mode button once more. Boom! In an instant, the power core erupted. Dozens of exhaust pipes spewed out several meters of ethereal blue flames, igniting the nearby jeeps. A terrifying force pressed Lin Sanhuo into the driver's seat. Whoosh! In the next moment, the war machine launched forward like a fired cannonball, instantly soaring away. The scenery ahead blurred in an instant. The massive plant gate loomed larger in view. The speedometer climbed rapidly. 40 km/h, 60 km/h. 100 km/h, 200 km/h, 300 km/h. The 500-ton behemoth surged forward at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. This velocity, combined with its weight, amounted to an astounding force of 41.6 billion tons, roughly equivalent to the weight of 320 elephants. Bang! It collided with the colossal net gate formed of vines, as if over 8,000 elephants pressed against an object simultaneously. Tear! In that moment, the seemingly indestructible vine net emitted a groan of strain for the first time. Tear! 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 Countless vines snapped and were torn apart. The front of the siege column lodged firmly within the center of the massive net, desperately forcing its way inside. The vines whipped savagely, attempting to hurl this colossal object away. Yet the 500 tons of war machine remained unmovable. The thrashing was futile. The vehicle's engine continued to unleash its tremendous thrust. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, it forcibly tore down the massive vines connecting to the structures on both sides, one by one. It's open. It's open. Holy cow. It truly broke through. Prepare. Prepare to charge. The survivors in the rear were flushed with excitement, pumping their fists and shouting. Su Changfa also clenched his fists, fixated on the nearly fully breached black vines. His heart swelled with immense joy. This is indeed the vehicle I set my sights on. This power, this strength. If I had this vehicle, I would be invincible. The deputy's obsequious voice chimed in beside him. Chief, what do you mean by the vehicle you set your sights on? This is inherently yours. It's merely on temporary loan to someone else. Ha ha! Su Changfa could no longer contain himself, bursting into uproarious laughter. Then he watched as the last thread of connection in the vine net was about to be severed. Victory was within reach. Buzz. Yet abruptly, the engine of the war machine fell silent without warning. The enormous siege column hung, suspended in midair, just a hair's breadth away from completely penetrating. Yet it did not advance an inch. The entire battlefield fell into silence. All cheers and shouts abruptly ceased. What is happening? Why has it stopped? Hurry up. We're so close. Damn it, what is that guy playing at? Su Changfa's smile froze, an ominous premonition crawling up his heart. At that moment, Lin Sanhuo's voice, laced with a hint of languor, emanated from the external loudspeakers atop the vehicle. Esteemed leaders, the resilience of this vine is formidable. My vehicle's engine is struggling to cope. If we are to continue finally, he leisurely added, it will require additional funds. Chapter 73. Encountering captured villagers, familiar faces. Additional funds? As those words echoed from the loudspeaker, the battlefield fell into an instant hush. Following that came a torrent of furious curses. Damn it! Is he out of his mind? Does he truly think we are an ATM? Chief Su, let us just deal with this little brat first. I refuse to believe he can do this while we cannot. Exactly. ISNT is just brute force that works miracles. I have several excavators at home. I refuse to believe we can't compete with it. The leaders of various organizations were infuriated, jumping up and down, their spittle flying. Xuchang Fa stood at the rear of the crowd, fixated on the vine-laden massive web that was on the verge of being penetrated. He pondered the other 3 directions where the allies might already be dividing the spoils within the city. Give it to him. He finally managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth. The adjutant hesitated, contemplating further persuasion. I said, give it to him. Xuchang Fa shot back with a murderous glare. Reluctantly, the numerous leaders pooled together a card worth 4,000 survival points. The adjutant drove over, tossing the card into the vehicle. Young man, this is the last time. I hope you can keep your promise. Lin Sanhuo accepted the card, glancing at it. Another 4,000 survival points credited. Was he not angry? He then turned to the adjutant below. I did not intend to offend the leaders. You see how big this vehicle is, the fuel consumption and wear. Enough. The adjutant interrupted impatiently. Hurry up. Lin Sanhuo signaled with an okay gesture and returned to the cockpit. With a roar, he stepped on the gas. At the top of the colossal siege pillar, a loud crash echoed as it surged forward, with a tearing sound reminiscent of fabric ripping. The last few stout vines connecting the buildings were forcibly torn down from the walls. The seemingly indestructible black web collapsed with a thunderous crash. The city gate was breached. The giant web fell like an enormous curtain. Lin Sanhuo braced himself for an onslaught of various mutated creatures. But when the scene inside the city came into view, he was taken aback. It was not the monstrous lair he had imagined, but rather a city seamlessly integrated with nature. Thick vines formed tree bridges between the buildings, and beneath the expansive tree canopies hung intricately woven tree beds. Numerous figures stood high among the vines, women, elders, and children, clad in rudimentary garments woven from leaves and vines. Armed with bone spears and stone axes, they regarded the intruders outside with vigilant and hostile gazes. Upon witnessing the colossal war machine breach their home, all were momentarily frozen. Suddenly, someone shouted hoarsely, "Run! It's the invaders!" Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow. Without a moment to think, behind him, the iron torrent led by Xuchong Fa surged into the city with a roar. "Kill these heathens! Charge!" The crusading army shouted their battle cry, with tanks and armored vehicles leading the way. As they entered the city, machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire. Armed personnel took cover behind the vehicles, firing at everything that moved within their line of sight. The wild men wielding cold weapons were utterly vulnerable against modern weaponry. Bullets easily tore through their flesh, and screams filled the air. The crusading army showed no mercy, not even sparing the children. The freshly torn black vines appeared almost alive, writhing on the ground, attempting to drag their injured kin to safety. Yet in the next moment, a flame-spewing war vehicle rolled by, engulfing the vines and those upon them in orange flames. The tank tracks mercilessly crushed everything beneath. Blood and vine sap mingled, transforming the entire city into a slaughterhouse. After breaching the city, the crusading army pressed on with unstoppable momentum. Lin Sanhuo, however, halted the war vehicle at the city gate, refusing to advance. He held a cigarette, many of which remained unlit. For some reason, he felt this so-called crusade lacked righteousness. At that moment, a jeep approached and stopped beside the war vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing Xuchong Fa's triumphant face. "Young man, your task is complete. We will handle the ensuing battle. Rest assured, if we are the first to capture this city, I will ensure you receive your due reward." With that, he pressed the accelerator, driving into the fray. "Sir, dinner is ready." At that moment, Aunt Lu's voice came from behind as she emerged from the rear compartment carrying several steaming dishes. Lin Sanhuo withdrew from his thoughts, rising from the driver's seat to prepare for dinner. Just then, Lu Chao, who was peering out the window, suddenly froze. He spotted a group of people being guarded by the Jingguang organization, resting on the ground. One particularly frail youth looked strikingly familiar. "Huizi, what are you doing here?" Lu Chao shouted out the window. The boy named Huizi looked up upon hearing his name, his face lighting up with surprise. "Oh, Chao Ge." Huizi stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, and hurried over. "I came out to work for the Jingguang organization, thinking I could earn some money for my mom's medical treatment. What about you? You've made it on such a big vehicle. Lucky me, I followed a good big brother." Lu Chao's expression turned somewhat awkward. Remembering something, he asked, "You mentioned working for the Jingguang organization? Did you come with the Shiguang organization?" "Yes, they said they needed extra hands. Once the city is taken, we can go home." Huizi scratched his head, looking relieved. "Thanks to you guys. The city gate was breached so quickly. We didn't even have to lift a finger. Haha, easy pay." Little did he know that the Shiguang organization he spoke of had actually sold them to the Jingguang organization. And Lu Chao ultimately could not bring himself to mention the tragic events occurring in the village. "Chao Ge, when are you heading back? We should grab a drink together when you do. I'm always waiting for you to come back." Finally, a member of the Jingguang organization approached, impatiently urging Huizi to return to the group. Watching Huizi's departing figure, Lu Chao's expression darkened as he returned to the dining table. "What's the matter? From the same village?" Lin Sanhuo asked while eating. Lu Chao nodded. "Yes, he is the youngest in our village, always working odd jobs to help his mom with medical expenses. The Shiguang organization must have taken this batch of people first, which is why we didn't see them earlier." Lu Chao's gaze swept over the group of guarded survivors, recognizing several familiar faces from neighboring villages, totaling dozens. Yu Xiaoyu set down his chopsticks, his expression grave. "So the people taken by the Shiguang organization have all been sent here to the Jingguang organization. It seems the rumors were true. All the organizations carrying light are actually part of the Jingguang organization." Lin Sanhuo frowned. This had been mentioned by Yu Xiaoyu before, but he had been uncertain. Now, seeing the situation, it was almost certain. The Shiguang organization he had destroyed was merely a subordinate group under the Jingguang organization. Yet, he was curious as he took a bite of his dish, chewing slowly. If the Jingguang organization brought them here to attack the city, why did they not allow them to act during the most perilous moment? The city has now fallen, and there is likely nothing left to fight for. Can it be that the Jingguang organization will truly honor their promise and allow them to return? One can only hope. At this moment, Lu Chao's mother sighed deeply, her face etched with worry. Huizi was her only son. If anything were to happen to him, she would surely be unable to continue living. The atmosphere at the dining table grew heavy. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the direction of the city center. The artillery fire seemed to concentrate on a single point. Yu Xiaoyu immediately rose, gazing towards the source of the cannonade. They must have located the spore core. She turned to Lin Sanhuo. Shall we go take a look? Meanwhile, the group of survivors under the watch of the Jingguang organization, including Huizi, were being roughly herded deeper into the city by soldiers. In response to Yu Xiaoyu's inquiry, Lin Sanhuo appeared oblivious to the distant sounds of artillery, remaining composed at the dining table. He picked up his chopsticks, leisurely lifting a piece of meat to his mouth. "No rush," he said calmly, chewing deliberately. "Let Xiao Yi go scout ahead. We shall continue our meal." "Xiao Yi?" The others were momentarily taken aback. Lin Sanhuo stood, lightly tapping on the vehicle's control panel. In the next instant, an inconspicuous armor plate on the top of the war vehicle slid open silently, and a palm-sized miniature drone emerged with a faint electromagnetic hum, ascending quietly into the dim sky. Almost simultaneously, the main screen in the cockpit illuminated, displaying the real-time footage transmitted by the drone. The scene grew rather peculiar. Outside the vehicle, a battleground filled with relentless artillery fire lay in ruins, while inside, the group surrounded steaming dishes, gazing at the live broadcast on the screen as though watching a film. The drone named Xiao Yi captured the surroundings with precision and speed, sweeping over the devastated streets. The footage revealed the remains of those primitive figures clad in rudimentary vine-like garments that they had seen earlier at the city gates. Blood and broken vines lay intermingled. These individuals did not appear as ferocious as the rumors suggested. Lin Sanhuo stared at the screen, murmuring to himself. Yu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. According to the tales, only a select few of the core believers could coexist with the green vines and gain mutated abilities. She quietly analyzed, perhaps we have yet to encounter them. No sooner had she spoken than the drone's camera penetrated the final veil of smoke, arriving at the area of heaviest bombardment. The live feed opened up dramatically. In the center of a vast urban ruin stood a colossal structure ensnared by thick black vines, enduring the relentless barrage from hundreds of armored vehicles. On the front lines, hundreds of armed individuals clashed with a horde of humanoid creatures wrapped in black vines. These creatures were the core believers Yu Xiaoyu had mentioned. The black vines acted as an exoskeleton, shielding them from the impact of ordinary bullets. Yet even so, against the overwhelming firepower, their numbers continued to dwindle. The tongues of heavy machine guns wove a net of death, and flamethrowers unleashed torrents of roaring flames. One by one, the vine-wrapped monstrosities were subdued by the firepower, ultimately consumed by flames, reduced to charred remains. Next, the drone ascended higher, overlooking the structure from above. The top of the building had been blasted open by artillery, and as the camera zoomed in, the interior revealed a harrowing scene. Countless individuals dressed in leaf-like attire huddled in terror within the edifice. They appeared no different from ordinary humans. Women clutched their children tightly, using their bodies as shields. The elderly were concentrated in the innermost sanctum, their eyes clouded with despair. Only the men, still capable of fighting, resolutely surged toward the building's core. There, a massive black bud pulsated, emanating a faint green glow. One by one, the men approached the bud, a vine extended from within, ensnaring them. They emitted suppressed howls as their bodies contorted violently within the vine's grasp, swelling until they morphed into the very monsters cloaked in black vines. Glancing back one last time at their wives and children, they turned and charged out of the building, plunging into the inevitable battle ahead. "That must be the spore core," Yu Xiaoyu whispered. At this moment, the group at the dining table had lost their appetite. They watched the screen, witnessing how these primitive individuals use their bodies as vessels, transforming into vine monsters, recklessly charging toward the front lines. The battle situation momentarily stalled, as the offensive of the expeditionary forces seemed to be thwarted by this sacrificial tactic, held at bay outside the structure. Below, Su Changfa stood beside the command vehicle, his fingers absently rolling a string of prayer beads, his expression as grim as could be. Just then, an aide rushed to his side, lowering his voice. "Chief, they have brought the group over. Should we proceed with the method from the New World now?" Su Changfa's gaze swept across the battlefield, and he pinched the beads tightly, squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth: use. Orders were swiftly issued. Soon, a commotion arose at the back of the battlefield. Dozens of survivors, deceived from various encampments, were driven forward by the soldiers of the Jingguang organization. One by one, they were forcibly outfitted with vests adorned with strange metal blocks and wiring. What were we supposed to do with these? Someone quivered, but no one answered. All armored vehicles ceased fire at that moment, and the armed personnel on the front lines retreated. These innocent survivors were thrust to the forefront of the line, trembling in fear. Where are we going? Before long, the first person was chosen. A soldier pressed the muzzle of his gun firmly against the man's back. "Stop asking questions. Move forward. No retreat, do you hear?" The man stumbled forward, glancing in terror as a vine monster took notice of him, letting out a low, menacing growl. The man, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Bang! A bullet struck the ground just before him, sparking a shower of flames. No retreat. Move forward. Faced with the gun behind him and the monster ahead, he had nowhere to go. The man staggered forward, his legs trembling, tears welling in his eyes. As he approached the monstrous vine creature, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. The ghastly monster made no move to attack. Instead, it emitted a gentle, non-human sound from beneath its vine armor. "The green vine shall not harm an unarmed individual." As the words resonated, the creature opened its arms and gently embraced the trembling man, seemingly wishing to offer him solace. At that very moment, a cruel smile graced the face of Su Changfa behind the lines. Indeed, it was effective. He promptly pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom! The bomb strapped to the man erupted in an instant. The terrifying flames and shockwaves obliterated both him and the vine monster into a myriad of fragments. Flesh and vine debris fell like rain. Su Changfa observed this spectacle, his face finally breaking into a satisfied grin. "Ha, it truly worked. Quickly, send them all forward." Inside the war chariot, Lin Sanhuo's hand paused mid-motion as he prepared food. Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Chao's mother were momentarily at a loss for words. Why did the monster not attack him? Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaoyu, her voice trembled. This information was never mentioned in the intelligence reports. Consequently, the strategy of the expeditionary force underwent a complete transformation. They ceased their aggressive assaults and instead began to drive the innocent bomb carriers toward that ominous black building. One after another, those fearless vine creatures, faced with these unarmed bomb bearers, appear to be bound by some unseen rule. They neither attacked nor evaded, merely embracing their fellow beings who were forced into a corner just before the explosions. It seemed they wished to redeem and save in this manner. However, what followed was a relentless cycle of mutual destruction. One vine monster after another was torn apart in the blasts. Eventually, a familiar figure was pushed forward from the expeditionary force. Upon seeing this, Lu Chao's eyes turned red with emotion. It was Huizi. At this moment, Huizi was clad in a bomb vest, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his back. His entire body trembled violently, and he incessantly muttered, "I want to go back and see my mother. I cannot die. Stop wasting words. Get moving." A person behind him kicked him hard in the back. Huizi fell to the ground, crying and turning back to plead for mercy. "Please, I want to go back and see my mother. I really cannot die. She is waiting for me." Chapter 75. I want to live to see my mother. Huizi's hoarse cries echoed hauntingly in the night. "She is waiting for me." As he walked, he turned back to plead. Yet, the response was the sound of a gunshot. Bang! A bullet grazed his ankle, kicking up a cloud of dust from the ground. Huizi stumbled in fright, raising his hands to shield his face as he continued forward. Not far away, everyone watched him with mocking eyes. No one cared how desperate he was at this moment. Su Shillings was indeed clever, utilizing human bombs to eliminate those monsters. Only you could devise such a method. But speaking of which, why did those monsters not attack these people? What was the principle behind this? Someone among the organization leaders inquired curiously. Su Changfa slowly twirled the beads in his hand, his other hand gently resting on the detonator button. The methods taught by the New World, I'm unclear about the exact reasons. After speaking, he noticed the wretched individual nearing a vine monster. Hurry up. It's slowing down our progress. He prepared to press the detonator. But unexpectedly, the next second, boom, a deafening sound erupted from the left front. The water cup on the table rattled violently. Immediately after, a blinding beam of light surged from the side. The light solidified, piercing through the smoke-filled battlefield. A colossal silhouette smashed through the debris of buildings along its path. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, under the intense light, Su Changfa and everyone around instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Their vision was filled with dazzling white, rendering everything unclear. As their eyesight gradually adjusted, they discovered a massive war chariot, resembling a mountain, had inexplicably moved before them. The enormous vehicle stood like a moving steel wall, separating Huizi from the vine monster. Huizi, startled by this sudden turn of events, collapsed to the ground. He raised his head, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the steel behemoth casting a giant shadow. On the war chariot's platform, Lin Sanhuo, Yu Xiaoyu, and others emerged against the light, their figures clearly outlined by the headlights. Huizi, don't move. Lu Chao shouted anxiously, clinging to the railing. Lin Sanhuo stepped out from behind the railing, looking down at Su Changfa, who could barely open his eyes. Su Shulings, if you encounter difficulties, seek me out. Using living people as bombs is rather beneath us, don't you think? Su Changfa squinted, his face turning ashen. It's you? He glanced at Huizi below and then back at Lin Sanhuo. As long as we can destroy that core, does the means matter? But you, suddenly appearing to impede our assault, what does that signify? Are you in league with those monsters? Su Changfa unhesitatingly labeled him as a traitor. He did not believe this man would act to save an inconsequential wretch. As soon as this was said, the cannons and guns of hundreds of war chariots surrounding them pivoted in unison, aiming at Lin Sanhuo's vehicle. On the war chariot's platform, Lu Chao observed this scene, turning to Lin Sanhuo's unperturbed face. Brother Lin, perhaps we should— You need not concern yourself with that, Lin Sanhuo interjected, gazing at Lu Chao. His eyes were calm and profound. You only need to answer me. Do you wish to save this person or not? His voice was placid, yet imbued with a reassuring power. The rest is not for you to worry about. In truth, whether or not to save Huizi did not hold much significance for Lin Sanhuo. What mattered was that he could not allow these fools to destroy the spore core within the building through such crude means. Saving the person below was merely an ancillary consideration, driven by Lu Chao's desire to help. After all, as the leader, Lin Sanhuo had to maintain appearances. Lu Chao felt a surge of warm emotion wash over him, an indescribable feeling of gratitude. He had not anticipated that Lin Sanhuo would seek his opinion. He nodded earnestly. Yes. Lin Sanhuo acknowledged with a sound. His gaze returning to the youth collapsed on the ground. Inquire whether he is serving willingly for those individuals and whether he wishes to continue living. Should he express a desire to live, I shall silence those present. Lu Chao nodded, immediately leaning forward. Huizi, quickly declare that you are being coerced. Then assert your desire to survive. We shall rescue you. Rescue me? Huizi lay on the ground, staring blankly as he lifted his head. The word rescue felt so foreign amidst the apocalypse. Yet upon hearing it, a spark of hope ignited in his dull eyes. He prepared to speak, but the voice of the officer from the Jingguang organization interrupted. Jianghui, I believe. I have heard that your mother remains in your village, waiting for your return. The officer amplified his voice, holding a small notebook. You must love your mother dearly. I presume you would not wish for her to perish because of you. The intention was clear, to threaten him with his mother, forbidding any pleas for help from outsiders. After all, Jianghui was a purchased asset of the Jingguang organization. To seek aid from another organization in their presence would undoubtedly undermine their authority. Consequently, Su Changfa and Lin Sanhuo found their simple dialogue evolving into a struggle for power dictated by Jianghui. If he were to betray Lin Sanhuo, the leaders of other organizations witnessing this scene would certainly question the credibility of the Jingguang organization. Huizi trembled, the flicker of hope extinguished in an instant. Rather than yearning for life, it was more accurate to say he lived for his mother. If he could not protect her, then his own existence held no value. Thus, he hesitated, slowly rising to navigate around the armored vehicle and move forward. Su Changfa and the others instantly displayed expressions of triumph, while Lu Chao, witnessing this, anxiously glanced at Yu Xiaoyu. Understanding his unspoken request, Yu Xiaoyu leaned over the railing and whispered, "Your mother has already been brought to a safe zone. She is safe now. You need not heed their words." Safe zone? Jiang Hui's footsteps abruptly halted as he looked up at Yu Xiaoyu. "You are from a Special Affairs Bureau?" Yu Xiaoyu nodded slightly, cautious of being seen by those around them. "We are aware that the Shiguang organization sold you to the Jingguang organization. We just came from that direction." Lu Chao quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed. So do not believe them. Your mother is safe." A long-lost smile spread across Jiang Hui's face. The safe zone, a realm where civilians are treated equally under the law, was a paradise long dreamed of by all lower-tier survivors, though they could never reach it on their own. Thus, they could only yearn for such a place. Seizing the moment, Lu Chao pressed on. "So, Huizi, declare that you wish to live. We will take you back." Jiang Hui could no longer contain himself. The longing for his mother and the thirst for life shattered the last barrier within him. He suddenly turned around, tears streaming down his face, and with every ounce of strength, he shouted from the depths of his heart toward the armored vehicle's rooftop, I want to live. I want to live to see my mother." Yet in the next moment, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted as the bomb on Huizi detonated, engulfing his youthful body in horrific flames and shockwaves, his final cry dissolving into a mist of blood and flesh. The individuals on the armored vehicle stood frozen in shock. The excitement and joy on Lu Chao's face transformed into disbelief. Flames burned in his pupils, while on the other side, Su Changfa trembled, gripping the detonator he had just pressed. To seek help from others in my presence is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 76. Striking east to attack west. Can I endure this? Blood mist spread, splattering the front of the vehicle with warmth and a strong metallic scent. Huizi's last cry, I want to live, echoed faintly, yet not a single complete corpse remained. At this moment, a deathly silence enveloped the armored vehicle. Lu Chao maintained his expression of excitement. Yet Huizi was dead, the friend who would accompany him each year to drink inferior wine and lament the injustices of the apocalypse. He had become worthless, stripped of dignity, like an ant crushed underfoot, dying before his eyes. Yu Xiaoyu trembled slightly, witnessing the death of an innocent soul before her. A profound sense of helplessness filled her with guilt. Only Lin Sanhuo remained undisturbed, silently standing. The boy's death was indeed tragic, yet in the apocalypse, death was the norm. He would not allow himself to be thrown off balance. Su Changfa, with impressive speed, orchestrated the demise of one who wished to live. Concluding the encounter in such a manner, Lin Sanhuo jested. Truly, a leader's worth is evident. Meanwhile, Su Changfa's fingers lingered on the detonator. He did not even glance at the bloody ground, but rather fixed his gaze on Lin Sanhuo, a playful, provocative smile gracing his lips. He was confident that Lin Sanhuo would not turn against him or the entire allied forces for the sake of an inconsequential peasant. Seeing Lin Sanhuo's lack of response only deepened his smile. Merely a bought peasant. Retracting the detonator, he nonchalantly remarked, if this affects our alliance. That would indeed be a miscalculation. Thus, this outcome held true significance for him. Su Changfa paused, raising his hand to point at the buildings still resisting. Now, the one who threatened our relationship is dead. Please, brothers, make way. We must continue to address that core. The soldiers of the Jingguang organization began to shove the terrified survivors once more. The shadow of the explosion loomed overhead again. This is unnecessary, Lin Sanhuo suddenly interjected. Since I am here, I shall handle this matter myself. Upon hearing this, Su Changfa's expression shifted dramatically. You will handle it? He tightened his grip on the Buddhist beads, finally realizing that this fellow had intended to target the spore core from the very beginning. No need. Su Changfa forced a smile, laden with implication. Did you not mention that your vehicle's cost is quite high, with significant wear and tear? We cannot afford a second payment. This time is on the house. Lin Sanhuo waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in further dialogue. Thus it was settled. I shall take care of it. You all can rest." With those words, he turned and strode back to the cockpit. Damn! Su Changfa watched his retreating figure, muttering a curse under his breath. He promptly turned back to his subordinates, urging them in a commanding tone. "Hurry, quickly, get those people up there. They must ascend without delay. That fellow must not seize the opportunity and claim the core." Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Yu Xiaoyu and Lu Chao followed him inside, their expressions still dazed. "Are we to assault that spore core?" Yu Xiaoyu murmured as she gazed at Lin Sanhuo's silhouette, as if trying to convince herself. Indeed, the core's value is immeasurable, worth the lives of 100 or even 1,000 survivors. But before her words could fully escape her lips, Lin Sanhuo abruptly seated himself in the pilot's chair, which emitted a groan. He fished a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips, but without lighting it. "You think I can just swallow my anger after they've moved against those I wish to save?" On the other side, aside from sending those human explosives into battle, Su Changfa sought a secluded spot and summoned his aide to discuss Lin Sanhuo's peculiar behavior. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble with a subtle, yet high-frequency vibration. "What is that noise?" Su Changfa furrowed his brow, bewildered. The tremors intensified, chaos ensuing behind him as terrified screams erupted. Chief! Chief!" In no time, a subordinate came scrambling towards him. He is charging at us." Su Changfa impatiently inquired, turning to face the source of the alarm. "Who is he?" The next moment, a colossal war vehicle loomed ahead, barreling directly towards him. Su Changfa's mind went blank upon witnessing this scene, his prayer beads scattering across the ground. Wasn't he supposed to be attacking the core? Why is he coming for me? Chapter 77. Taking the initiative, Lu Chao experiences the thrill of overwhelming power. "Guangling tank. Where is my Guangling tank? Take him down quickly." Su Changfa shouted in panic. He had not anticipated that this fellow, just a moment ago declaring his intent to target the core, would now turn his aggression toward him. But when he glanced back, his aide had vanished. Positioned against the wind at the Guangling Tank Regiment's location, 6 cluster rockets descended in an arcing trajectory. Each rocket released hundreds of submunitions, resulting in a deluge of fire raining from the sky. Boom! En explosion érupted. Su Changfa's face flushed red from the heat, the immense blast wave propelling him backward. My Guangling Tank Regiment. By the time Su Changfa was hurled away by the shockwave and struggled to rise from the ashes, the half-destroyed Guangling tanks began to gather energy for a counterattack. Su Changfa shouted, "Destroy him." But scarcely had he uttered the command when another barrage of rockets fell from the sky. Boom! The Guangling tanks, prepared to retaliate, were once again subjected to a relentless assault. Su Changfa shook the dirt from his head, incredulously observing the dwindling number of Guangling tanks. Just as he wondered how the rockets could be launched in such rapid succession, a new wave of rockets ascended once more. Whoosh, 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 a continuous bombardment. Following swiftly, rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6 ensued, leaving his Guangling Tank Regiment with no opportunity to retaliate. One after another, the tanks were obliterated. Finally, when a brief respite allowed just 2 or 3 tanks to remain capable of counterattacking, the vast battlefield was engulfed in gray. The massive war vehicle charged forth. Boom! Hiss! The beam struck the war vehicle, which smashed the remaining Guangling tanks into a pile of debris. Subsequently, devoid of the high-penetration attacks from the Guangling tanks, the enormous vehicle began to navigate the fiery battlefield, rampaging through. The sounds of armored vehicles being crushed and the cries of the people filled the air, alongside the thunderous artillery and the roar of Gatling guns from above. Su Changfa grasped his scalp in disbelief, his mind reeling. Ahead, hundreds of tanks were unleashing a torrent of fire upon the monstrous vehicle, yet a blue energy shield flickered around its perimeter. As it moved, it nonchalantly collected the Guangling tanks it had destroyed, assimilating them into its own vehicle. An energy shield? S-class technology from the Xian Shiji core refuge? How could this fellow possess such a thing, and even have it mounted on his vehicle? ISNT, that defensive technology from the refuge? Su Changfa was perplexed. Nevertheless, he believed that if his Guangling tanks were still operational, they could surely breach that shield. After all, the laser penetration capability of the Guangling tanks surpassed ordinary firepower. But now his entire regiment had been annihilated. No weapon or armored vehicle on the scene could stop this behemoth. A madman? Isn't he just a lowly commoner? Is he truly worth this? Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo stood before the combat display, having just used rockets to eliminate threats in a targeted area. He was pleased to find that the survival points had surged to 20,000. From the moment he set foot in this city, Lin Sanhuo's objective had always been to transform this 1,000-strong expeditionary force into his own survival points. In this apocalyptic world, it was simply a matter of survival at the expense of others. Due to various uncertainties, he had refrained from immediate action. However, after a series of probes, he had confirmed that this group comprised leaders from various organizations, undoubtedly valuable. With such a large armored force, only those Guangling tanks posed a threat to him. Lastly, the mutated beings within this city were already at their wits' end. Even if he eliminated these organizations first, they could not escape. Thus, having gathered all this information, Lin Sanhuo feigned an intention to assault the core, allowing the opposition to let down their guard. In reality, once he boarded the vehicle, he unleashed a 6-round barrage of rockets upon the threatening tank regiment, ultimately eliminating the target. Slaughter. Reaping. At this moment in the driver's seat, Lu Chao was cautiously operating the vehicle, utterly oblivious to the functions of the brakes and accelerator. At this moment, Lu Chao found himself forcibly seated by Lin Sanhuo. He explained his inability to operate a vehicle, to which Lin Sanhuo replied, "Do not concern yourself with the brakes. Merely press the accelerator. Wherever there are crowds and vehicles, steer towards them." Consequently, Lu Chao acquiesced to Lin Sanhuo's counsel. Seated in the driver's seat, which afforded him a commanding view over the masses below, he observed the panicked individuals and vehicles fleeing in disarray. With careful deliberation, he rolled forward. However, it was not long before the piercing screams and the sound of metal being torn asunder transformed Lu Chao's initial trepidation into exhilaration. He had never anticipated that one day, these exalted figures, who once looked down upon him, would be crushed beneath his will. Soon, Lu Chao's hesitant maneuvers evolved into deliberate actions. He keenly observed where the congestion of cars and people was greatest. Gripping the steering wheel firmly, he executed a sharp turn. The sounds of destruction echoed, thud, 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 as the artillery fire aimed at him was effortlessly deflected by the azure shield surrounding the vehicle, posing no threat whatsoever. Ultimately, Lu Chao relished the experience. Feeling as though he were engaged in a cathartic game, he recklessly crushed everything in his path, counting aloud the number of lives he extinguished. 100, nearly 300, he exclaimed. "You thought you could disregard us as mere insignificant beings? To hell with all of you." Standing beside him, Yu Xiaoyu observed the unfolding scene with a twinge of excitement. Unable to contain herself, she directed, "Crash into that group of people hiding behind that building." "No. How would you let them escape? This won't do. Allow me. I assure you, they will all perish."